Top attorney Lu Cheng traverses a parallel universe, taking over a law firm on the brink of collapse, facing an initial case of hellish difficulty, the wrongful accusation of a programmer for rape. The online community erupts in condemnation, the first trial ends in defeat, and everyone eagerly anticipates his failure. In this desperate situation, the divine attorney system activates. The eye of evidence opens, and the truth becomes undeniable. How could you let the plaintiff be imprisoned when I asked you to win the case for me? How did you manage to send the opposing counsel to jail when I asked you to prove my innocence? Wait, Lawyer Lu, you even dared to send the judge to prison? In a single courtroom session, Lu Cheng manages to package the plaintiff, the opposing counsel, and the judge into prison, sending shockwaves across the internet. Faced with three profound inquiries from the parties involved, Lu Cheng lightly taps the table, his gaze piercing. The law is a weapon to punish villains, not a shield to protect. Scoundrels, they have merely gone to where they belong. Chapter 1. A hellish start with a wrongful rape accusation. The programmer Wang Yu's appeal in the wrongful rape case has been ruled, maintaining the original verdict, resulting in a 3-year sentence. A short video circulates wildly online. The case is clear. Programmer Wang Yu is accused of rape by his former colleague Lin Weiwei. In front of the camera, Lin Weiwei weeps profusely, recounting how Wang Yu violently assaulted her, accompanied by a photograph of a bruised knee as damning evidence. Wang Yu insists they were lovers, but fails to produce critical evidence. The outcome is inevitable. The first trial ends in defeat. The second trial sees the court bypass a hearing altogether, opting for a written review that rejects the appeal and upholds the original ruling. The entire process is executed efficiently and decisively. In the bustling metropolis of Pudong, at Zhengqing law firm, Lu Cheng reclines in a creaking chair, lazily scrolling through his phone, engrossed in this sensational news. He mutters a curse, extinguishing his cigarette in an ashtray filled with residue. Having traversed to this parallel world 3 days prior, he recalls his past life, where he stood atop the legal parameter legend undefeated, boasting a 99% success rate. Little did he know, he would not fall in court, but instead succumb to an adversary's hired thugs. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself as a downtrodden individual sharing the same name, struggling to maintain a law firm on the verge of bankruptcy. Ding dong. The phone screen lights up with a debt collection message. Dear customer, your account ending in 8848 has a balance of 666.6 yuan. Please repay promptly to avoid affecting your credit. A faint smirk graces Lu Cheng's lips. The malice of this world is both simple and direct. Lu. Brother Lu. A timid voice calls from the doorway. The landlord just called again. If we don't pay the rent, we'll have to pack up and leave next week. Lu Cheng looks up to see a young girl with twin ponytails entering. Xiao Wanqing, the only surviving intern at the firm, has just graduated from law school. With a face reminiscent of first love and captivating eyes that seem to sparkle, she should be the firm's face. Yet now, her expression is filled with anxiety. Today, she dons a fitted white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt. Perhaps in her haste, the contours of her figure create a breathtaking silhouette, causing the already taut buttons of her shirt to appear precariously close to bursting. I understand. Lu Cheng replies nonchalantly, returning his gaze to the phone screen. Seeing his indifference, Xiao Wanqing, exasperated, stomps her foot in frustration, her curvaceous form accentuated beneath the skirt. She slams a stack of overdue rent notices on the table and exclaims, "Boss, can those error checks you drew still be cashed? If we don't land any cases soon, I won't even be able to afford my cyber services next month." Lu Cheng regards her calmly and leisurely remarks, "Do not panic, there's always a way out." Yes, there's always a way out, but if there were any roads, they wouldn't lead us to this predicament, Xiao Wanqing mutters quietly, pulling out her phone for distraction. Hey, there's new development in the wrongful rape case. Before she can finish, the weathered wooden door of the firm is suddenly flung open. A disheveled man stumbles in, his greasy hair matted and his face gaunt, with deep-set eyes resembling dark caverns. "Lawyer, help me. Save me." He collapses to the floor, his knees crashing against the cold surface, his voice hoarse. Xiao Wanqing jumps back in fright, instinctively retreating behind Lu Cheng and peeking out cautiously at the newcomer. Lu Cheng's gaze fixes on the man's face, instantly recognizing him as Wang Yu, the protagonist of the programmer's wrongful rape case. In this world, the law operates differently, mandating that all trials be live-streamed online. Wang Yu currently enjoys a brief period of freedom before his incarceration. "You are Wang Yu?" Lu Cheng's tone remains flat. "Yes, it's me." Wang Yu, seizing his last hope, crawls a few steps closer, his hands gripping Lu Cheng's desk tightly. "Lawyer, they say you're new, but I've inquired around, and only you are willing to meet me. People online are calling me a rapist and a scoundrel. I'm not. I truly am not. He speaks in an agitated manner, trembling violently, nearly shouting. That wretched Lin Weiwei. We were lovers. She initiated the rendezvous. When her boyfriend discovered us, she panicked and turned on me, accusing me of rape. Her boyfriend even brought people to extort 3,000 yuan from me. When I refused, they called the police. The police don't believe me. The prosecutor doesn't believe me. Not even the judge believes me. They are guilty. They are the ones who are guilty. Xiao Wanqing observes Wang Yes' almost deranged demeanor, glancing at the avalanche of negative comments on her phone, and quietly tugs at Lu Cheng's sleeve, whispering, "Lawyer Lu, this case that has already lost in the second trial, and public opinion is entirely against him. There's no way to win. We shouldn't wade into these murky waters." Her voice is soft, but Wang Yu hears her clearly. No, that's not true. Wang Yu suddenly raises his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Lu Cheng. Trembling, he retrieves his phone and plays a video. The footage shakes violently. The background, a noisy apartment corridor. An elderly woman with graying hair is being pointed at by several neighbors. There's spittle flying. That's her son, the rapist. What a disgrace to raise such a son. This family has no shame. Get out of our neighborhood. Don't dirty our ground. Amidst the venomous insults, the elderly woman clutches her chest, her face turning pale as she collapses backward, lifeless. The video abruptly ends. My mother. Wang Yu's voice fractures, tears streaming down his face like a broken string of pearls. She has heart problems. She can't withstand the shock. She is still in the hospital fighting for her life. The doctor said. He sobs uncontrollably, repeatedly banging his head against the cold, hard floor, producing a dull sound. I am not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for my mother. I cannot let her die with the title of mother of a rapist hanging over her head. Lawyer Lu, I beg you, grant me my innocence. Provide my mother with an explanation. From a tattered cloth bag, he pulls out a neatly wrapped bundle of cash, pushing it towards Lu Cheng. This is 50,000 yuan, the money from my parents selling our house. It is my only hope that in that moment, Lu Cheng's pupils constrict sharply. The scene before him mirrors his first case as a fledgling attorney in his past life. Another wronged young man, and a mother driven to despair by public scrutiny that it was merely that. One occasion when his lack of experience and insufficient background rendered him powerless as he witnessed a mother leap from a high building, resulting in a grotesque tragedy of mangled flesh. This moment became an indelible thorn in his heart. An ineffable surge of resentment suddenly welled up from the depths of Lu Cheng's being. Simultaneously, a chilling mechanical voice erupted in his mind that host's strong sense of justice detected, binding conditions met. Super lawyer system, activation successful. Newbie task issued. Re-examine Wang Yu's case, clear his name. Task reward. 50,000 yuan in cash, with additional unique rewards upon completion. A novice gift package awaits. Chapter 2. The Eye of Evidence. A disruptive, ironclad proof. Lu Cheng smiled knowingly. It had arrived indeed. He rose slowly, circumnavigating the desk to assist Wang Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Subsequently, he returned the sum of 50,000 yuan into Wang Yu's arms. Take the money back, he instructed. Both Wang Yu and Xiao Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. Lu Cheng then spoke with an irrefutable tone, articulating each word with precision. I will take this case. As for the litigation fees, you need not worry about them. His piercing gaze swept over Wang Yu before finally resting upon Xiao Wanqing's astonished visage, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Let the plaintiff and her legal counsel bear the burden. Xiao Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded, perceiving a stark contrast between the Lu Cheng before her and the man who had jested with her a few days prior while fretting over rent. There was an inherent, spine-chilling confidence radiating from him. Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Cheng's eyes beheld a translucent panel that unfolded before him, visible only to his gaze. Beginner's gift package activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill, Absolute Insight. Note, this skill allows perception of target emotional fluctuations and preliminary assessment of the veracity of statements. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the active skill, Eye of Evidence. Note, this skill enables targeted scanning of all objective evidence related to the case. At the bottom of the panel, a line of icy blue text gleamed with a chilling luminescence. Current case allows extraction of key evidence, 11 items. Observing the redness in Wang Yu's eyes, Lu Cheng maintained a stoic expression and slid the engagement contract across the table. Please sign this. Having regained her composure from the earlier shock, Xiao Wanqing, though still apprehensive about her boss's lofty promises, promptly handed over a pen with deftness. "Thank you so much, Lawyer Lu, Lawyer Xia." Wang Yu's voice trembled with emotion, his hand shaking as he inscribed his name laboriously in the signature box. After signing, he bowed deeply to both of them before departing, glancing back thrice as he exited the law firm. The moment the door closed, Xiao Wanqing could no longer contain herself. "Boss, you truly took the case? It's already set for the second trial. How can we overturn it? We don't even know who the opposing lawyer or the first trial judge is. This isn't just a responsibility drift. It's akin to taking on a bundle of explosives." She fretted, pacing in circles, her twin ponytails swaying back and forth. Lu Cheng paid her no mind and walked directly to the window, observing Wang Yu's receding silhouette while silently invoking, "System, activate the eye of evidence and scan all relevant objective evidence pertaining to Wang Yu's false accusation of rape case. I have evidence activated, scanning in progress. Scan complete. 11 key pieces of evidence identified and listed." A pale blue screen, visible only to Lu Cheng, unfurled before him. Chat records revealing the romantic relationship between Lin Weiwei and Wang Yu. A conversation post-incident where Lin Weiwei instructs Wang Yu on how to deceive his girlfriend. Extortion recordings and profit-sharing transaction records involving Zhang Hao and Li Feng. A bank record of Zhang Hao transferring 5,000 yuan to Li Feng. The forensic assessment concluded that Lin Weiwei's bruised knee was due to a previous injury. Surveillance footage revealed attorney Zhao Kongyan bribing judicial appraisers. Screenshots captured extreme, misogynistic remarks from Judge Qian Wenbin's online pseudonym. An index of 15 cases of wrongful judgments colluded by Qian Wenbin in a certain Cheng law firm surfaced. A secret ledger provided by Qian Wenbin's mistress documented all his acts of bribery. Recordings indicated Lin Weiwei's long-term psychological manipulation and her instigation of her boyfriend, Zhang Hao, to take the blame. A list of members from Lin Weiwei's Fairy Mutual Aid Alliance, along with some evidential materials, was also presented. A series of evidential titles made Lu Cheng's eyelids twitch. Good heavens, this isn't merely a case of false accusation. It is a complex web of collusion, a conspiracy that weaves through the plaintiff, the opposing lawyer, the forensic expert, and the judge, forming a wholly corrupt industrial chain. No wonder the second instance written review was dismissed so swiftly. The roots were rotten, Lu Cheng mused with a cold smile. Noticing his prolonged silence as he gazed out the window, Xiao Wanqing approached him, softly advising, "Boss, shall we call Wang Yu now and cancel? I can cover the penalty with my salary. Extract the first 3 pieces of evidence." Lu Cheng commanded without turning around. "Evidence extraction in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. It will be sent to your desktop in encrypted format." "All set." Lu Cheng turned to face Xiao Wanqing, whose worried expression resembled that of a first love, and suddenly smiled. "Xia, go fetch our finest tea set and prepare a good brew." "What? Why are we making tea? We don't have an expensive tea set. Isn't everything just 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping?" Xiao Wanqing looked bewildered. "Then we shall use the 9 yuan and 9 cents set," Lu Cheng replied, resuming his position in the boss's chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. "A distinguished guest will soon arrive." Just as he finished speaking, a bell chimed. The worn wooden door of the law firm swung open once more, the wind chime overhead ringing crisply. A woman entered. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman, approximately 30 years old, possessed a cascade of alluring wavy hair and donned a perfectly tailored Chanel dress that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. Particularly striking was her remarkable bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting through the fabric, while her waist was astonishingly slender. With each step, the rounded contours beneath her skirt subtly revealed themselves, every movement resonating like the beat of a heart. As she entered, the dilapidated law firm appeared to brighten. A flirtatious thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. It is not mere lust. The flower blooms so brilliantly that to avert my gaze would imply a lack of appreciation for beauty. "Excuse me, which of you is the finest lawyer here?" The woman inquired, her lips parting lazily, her voice imbued with a magnetic allure. Her gaze swept between Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing before precisely landing on Lu Cheng. Xiao Wanqing instinctively adjusted her own modest curves. But in the presence of the woman's mountainous allure, she felt diminutive, whispering to Lu Cheng, "Boss," the moment she appeared. She captivated a multitude. Lu Cheng raised his eyelids slightly. "I am. Please take a seat." What services do you require? The woman gracefully seated herself, exuding elegance, as she retrieved a document from her Hermes bag and gently placed it on the table. Divorce. Her words were succinct. My husband is maintaining a mistress outside, and I wish for him to leave with nothing. Lu Cheng's expression turned serious. He leaned slightly forward and posed a professional inquiry. How old? The woman momentarily faltered, then straightened her back, her bosom appearing even more majestic, a confident smile gracing her lips. 36. Chapter 3. The law firm received a 36? An application for retrial at the High Court. The air grew silent for 2 seconds. Xiao Wanqing, pouring water, trembled, nearly scalding her hand, her small face instantly reddening like a boiled shrimp. Such a conversation was undeniably audacious. Yet, Lu Cheng's face revealed no sign of emotion. As if he possessed an extraordinary sense of detachment, he calmly reiterated, Miss Su, I was inquiring about the age of the mistress. Is she below 14 years of age? This directly determines whether your husband ought to serve time in prison or compensate you financially. Su Mei's smile faltered. She gazed into Lu Cheng's calm, inscrutable eyes. And moments later, a charming blush crept onto her cheeks. This lawyer was rather intriguing. I am Miss Su Mei. Su Mei stammered her introduction, her aura noticeably diminished. The mistress is 20 years old, a university student. That simplifies matters. Lu Cheng nodded, indicating that this was a moral issue, legally. It primarily concerned the division of assets and compensation for the party at fault. For the next hour, Lu Cheng showcased his exceptional professional acumen. From defining marital properties to investigating concealed assets and strategies for securing child custody, his thoughts were organized, his logic impeccable, each statement striking at the heart of the matter. What began as a consultation on divorce gradually veered off course. Lawyer Lu, you are so outstanding. How could you be working in such a, down-to-earth place? Lawyer Lu, are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? Lawyer Lu, what are your hobbies? Do you enjoy fitness? Xiao Wanqing, taking notes beside them, had her ears perked up, her pen nearly piercing the paper. This was no consultation. It was evidently a matchmaking endeavor, with the woman taking an exceptionally proactive role. It wasn't until the antique clock in the law firm chimed 5 that Su Mei reluctantly stood up. Lawyer Lu, today has truly been enlightening. Thank you very much. She took out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Would it be convenient to add you as a friend? In the future, I may have many legal questions that I wish to explore with you in depth. The word in depth was emphasized particularly heavily. Lu Cheng, expressionless, nodded and accepted the scan. After bidding farewell to Su Mei, Xiao Wanqing immediately approached, her face alight with curiosity. Boss, you must savor this. She is undoubtedly a wealthy woman who has taken a liking to you. Our firm is about to be pampered. What are you thinking? Lu Cheng tapped her on the head, urging her to get back to work. He returned to his computer, where an encrypted file lay quietly on the desktop. Ding. Evidence extraction complete. Lu Cheng opened the file and extracted it. 3 folders appeared, 1 document and 2 audio files. He first opened the document, revealing the WeChat chat history between Wang Yu and Lin Weiwei. Weiwei, darling, I miss you. When will you be free? Go away, you rascal. My boyfriend is watching. Shall I come over tonight? He won't be there, right? Yes, when you arrive, don't knock. Just message me, and I'll send him downstairs to buy something. Remember to bring strawberries, the sweet ones. Darling, the position you taught me last time was amazing. I'd like to try it again today. You little minx. Always wanted to drain me dry. The chat records, oscillating from flirtation to arrangements for an intimate rendezvous, were so explicit that the nearby Xiao Wanqing felt her cheeks flush. Her worldview shattered. This woman, I need not elaborate on her character, she muttered under her breath. Lu Cheng then accessed the second piece of evidence, a recording of collusion. Lin Weiwei's anxious voice echoed. Wang Yu, my boyfriend Zhang Hao has discovered our affair. Listen, if he contacts you, just say you don't know me. If the police come for you, say we're merely colleagues. That night I was drunk, and you took me home. Then you assaulted me. Do you understand? Wang Yu's panicked voice responded. Weiwei, this is unacceptable. This is a crime. Lin Weiwei insisted. Do you love me? If you do, do as I say. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Zhang Hao knows some people in the underworld. If you don't comply, he will kill you. At this point, Xiao Wanqing's mouth had fallen agape. The final piece of evidence was a recording of extortion. A brash male voice said, So, Wang Yu, you slept with my brother's girl? How do we resolve this? Pay 3,000, and this matter will be forgotten. It was Li Feng's voice. Wang Yu replied, I have no money. Another male voice, belonging to Zhang Hao, ominously interjected, "No money? Fine, then I'll report you for rape and have you locked up for years." 3 pieces of evidence, intricately linked, formed a complete chain of incrimination and extortion. Xiao Wanqing was utterly astounded. She gazed at Lu Cheng, her eyes brimming with disbelief and admiration. "Boss, how did you acquire this information? Do you have some secret channels?" "Business secret," Lu Cheng replied, closing the document with an indifferent expression. He stood up, approached the whiteboard, and picked up a pen without hesitation, drawing a large cross over the words "Second Instance Appeal." Then he inscribed 7 bold characters, "Application for Criminal Re-Examination." Xia stopped being dazed. Lu Cheng turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. "We will not pursue an appeal. We will directly apply to the High Court to overturn the original verdict and seek acquittal." As Xiao Wanqing observed Lu Cheng's erect posture and the striking characters on the whiteboard, her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt as though she had aligned herself with an extraordinary leader. Lu Cheng ignored Xiao Wanqing's astonishment and promptly typed the title "Application for Criminal Re-Examination" on the computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard without pause. From the factual basis of the case to the errors in the first instance judgment and the legal grounds for the re-examination, each point was articulated with clarity and incisive language. Xiao Wanqing stood aside, gazing at the legal text on the screen, both familiar and foreign to her. Under Lu Cheng's guidance, they seemed to transform into sharp surgical instruments, deftly dissecting the seemingly flawless judgment of the Wang Yu case. An hour later, Lu Cheng clicked send, submitting the electronic application through official channels to the Shanghai High People's Court. All done. He leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette, watching his nonchalant demeanor. Xiao Wanqing felt her heart racing. "Boss, is that it? Aren't you going to double-check?" "A winning application requires no scrutiny," Lu Cheng replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. According to the regulations accompanying the Xia State's Universal Live Court Trial Act, all critical junctures of judicial procedures must be publicly announced on official websites. Less than half an hour after Lu Cheng submitted the criminal re-examination application, the court's official website system automatically retrieved the information, and a new case filing update quietly appeared in the announcement section. Regarding Wang Yu's application for re-examination of the criminal ruling No. 110 of the Shanghai Second Intermediate People's Court, this court has accepted the case for review. Applicant's attorney, Zhengcheng Law Firm, Lu Cheng. However, the internet's instincts are sharper than those of a hunting dog. The first to react were the media and social media influencers, who had been monitoring the case's developments. In less than half an hour, a trending topic titled "Intern Lawyer Applies for Re-Examination of Wang Yu Case" began to circulate across major social media platforms. Clicking it led to a screenshot of the announcement and a photo of Lu Cheng's law firm's dilapidated wooden door, seemingly scavenged from some obscure source. The comments section quickly turned into a bustling spectacle. "Am I seeing this right? A case already decided in the second instance is now seeking re-examination? Who is this lawyer? Desperate for fame? Lu Cheng? Zhengcheng Law Firm? I've never heard of it. I searched on Kachacha and found out, goodness, registered capital of 100,000. Zero actual contribution. Just a lone wolf, and another is an intern. Is this not pure foolishness? Does Wang Yu hire such a lawyer because he thinks he's not dying fast enough? Upstairs, you don't understand. This is called a desperate submission-style litigation. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this application will be rejected by the High Court within 3 days, with reasons readily available. The grounds for application are invalid. 3 days? Who do you look down upon? I bet 1 day. Such a blatant attention seeker deserves to be socially reprimanded. Chapter 4. Nationwide Mockery. What do you have to overturn the case? The speed at which public opinion fermented was beyond imagination. Unscrupulous media flocked like sharks sensing blood. They dug deep into Lu Cheng's background, firmly attaching labels such as bankrupt, inexperienced, and losing specialist M. The review page for Zhengcheng Law Firm plummeted from a pitiful 3 stars to a mere 1, inundated with malicious curses and mockery. In a luxuriously decorated apartment, Lin Weiwei, clad in a silk robe, nestled comfortably in her boyfriend Zhang Hao's arms, scrolling through her phone while emitting peals of laughter. Oh. Look at this Lu Cheng, what a living joke. Who does he think he is? Applying for a re-examination? Does he even deserve it? Zhang Hao leaned in for a glance, his face twisted in disdain. A lawyer, utterly incapable of even disbursing a meager fee, poses no significant threat. Wang Yu, that fool, likely squandered all his money from selling his property on this endeavor. One must wonder, does he possess evidence of which we are unaware? Lin Weiwei, suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. What evidence could he possibly have? Zhang Hao scoffed, squeezing her rounded buttocks. Does he dare present chat records? That would be self-incrimination. Audio recordings? Even less likely. Rest assured, my dear, this situation is exceedingly stable. That lawyer merely seeks fame, and now he has effectively exiled himself from the internet, bombarded by scorn. With her mind set at ease, Lin Weiwei's thoughts began to conspire. She picked up her other phone and adeptly logged onto a secondary account, crafting a pitiful entry for her victim diary. Today, I encountered news of that demon once more. He has engaged a lawyer in an attempt to overturn the verdict. Where's the justice? Why must I endure further suffering when I've already been so wretched? That lawyer, Lu Cheng, do you possess no heart? Does your conscience not ache? For the sake of money, will you stand up for a rapist? I am terrified, truly terrified. Upon posting, she accompanied her words with a selfie showcasing tears at the corners of her eyes, taken from a strategically vulnerable angle. In the comments section, her followers quickly rallied to her side. Weiwei, do not fear. We support you. What a disgrace that Lu Cheng is. Let us expose him. Let's ruin his law firm. Ladies, don't we already have Wang Yu's family address? Let us bring some local specialties to aid this unfortunate girl. A new wave of online harassment descended like a torrential flood. Meanwhile, in the High Court of Magic City, the Third Criminal Tribunal was tasked with reviewing this application. Overseen by seasoned Judge Sun Lekun. In his 50s, with graying hair and spectacles, he had spent a lifetime sifting through legal documents, long since dulled to any unnecessary surprises. He picked up Lu Cheng's application and instinctively began with a conclusion, a request to overturn the first and second trial verdicts, declaring defendant Wang Yu innocent. Sun Lekun's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The tone was quite bold. He flipped to the section detailing the facts and reasoning, skimming through the usual rhetoric of unclear facts and insufficient evidence. Applications of this nature were dismissed by him in droves monthly. Just as he prepared to inscribe the word denied, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a particularly obscure and somewhat convoluted legal argument within the application. The confession provided by the defendant, accepted in the original verdict, was made under coercion and inducement from the plaintiff and her boyfriend, rendering the evidence collection process fundamentally flawed. According to Article 121 of the Supreme Court's interpretations on application, it constitutes illegal evidence and should be excluded. The original trial court not only failed to exclude it, but instead used it as the core basis for conviction, leading to a complete collapse of the entire evidentiary chain. Sun Lekun's pen hovered in midair. Article 121 of the Criminal Procedure Law interpretations. He adjusted his spectacles, his mind racing to recall the relevant details. This regulation is exceedingly detailed, concerning the exclusionary rule of testimonial evidence obtained through illicit means such as enticement or deception. In judicial practice, due to the difficulty in delineation, it is seldom cited by attorneys and even less frequently adopted by the courts. Yet this Lu Cheng not only referenced it, but did so with remarkable precision. He firmly attached the concepts of coercion and inducement to Lin Weiwei and Zhang Hao, directly challenging the legitimacy of the core testimony in the first instance judgment. This tactic was utterly devastating. Sun Lekun fell silent. After 30 years in the profession, he had encountered numerous shrewd or foolish lawyers. However, this incisive style, directly striking at the heart of the matter, was something he had only witnessed in the legendary barristers of the capital. Intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone on his desk. Shall he go to the archives and bring me all the case files for Wang Yu? Yes, all of them. The storm online continued to escalate. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a bombshell once again detonated across the internet. The nation's foremost legal scholar, Professor Luo Daxiang of Kyoto University, with millions of followers, released a new video. In the video, Luo Daxiang, clad in formal attire, stood before a backdrop of shelves brimming with legal tomes, his expression grave and direct. Hello everyone, I am Luo Daxiang. Today, let us discuss the Wang Yu case in the Magic City. Regarding this retrial application, my perspective is that it is exceedingly difficult, almost insurmountable. I have reviewed the first instance judgment circulating online, and from a legal standpoint, it is coherent. The evidence chain establishing Wang Yu's guilt primarily consists of the female party's statement, the hospital's injury report, and facts in Wang Yu's presence in the female party's room that he cannot reasonably explain. In such circumstances, to apply for a retrial and overturn the verdict, there is but one path: to present revolutionary new evidence capable of dismantling the entire evidence chain. For instance, evidence proving the female party's history of false accusations, or a complete audio-video recording that substantiates their relationship as lovers. Otherwise, merely disputing procedural aspects or minor details renders the probability of success infinitesimally close to zero. The video was brief yet eloquent, with clear logic. It garnered 1 million likes and 100,000 shares. Luo Daxiang's authoritative analysis served as the sharpest blade for all those who had mocked Lu Cheng. Did you see? Even Professor Luo says it's hopeless. That Lu Cheng is nothing but a clown. It's fantastic that a professional has come forward to counter him. We have hope now. That Lu Cheng's face is likely to be bruised. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Within Zhengqing law firm, Xiao Wanqing held up her phone. The screen displaying Luo Daxiang's video. Her face pale, even her signature twin ponytails appearing lackluster. Luo Daxiang was her idol, her beacon in the realm of law. Lu Cheng lifted his gaze from the documents and took the phone. He calmly viewed the video, not even raising an eyebrow, before returning the phone to Xiao Wanqing. Boss, how can you still be smiling? Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, nearly in tears. Professor Luo is an authority in the field of criminal law. What he says is essentially conclusive. Have we perhaps been too impulsive? Lu Cheng rose from his seat and walked to the window, turning his back to her as he gazed at the myriad lights illuminating the city outside. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. He was not mistaken. Luo Daxiang was indeed an authority in the field of law. Yet this did not necessarily imply that he had perused the case files or was privy to the intricate details. Furthermore, had you not reviewed the 3 pieces of evidence? Is your legal education merely a farce? Chapter 5. The re-examination is granted. A shocking revelation in the legal sphere. The following morning at precisely 9 o'clock. Xiao Wanqing had hardly slept the previous night, her eyes bearing the weight of dark circles as she entered the law firm. She scrolled through her phone, inundated by a torrent of online vitriol, with even her photograph as an intern being dragged into the fray, accompanied by a litany of unspeakable slurs. Boss, perhaps we should consider reporting this. It constitutes cyberbullying. Her voice was frail, and the once bright allure of her peach blossom eyes now appeared dimmed. Lu Cheng leaned against the executive chair, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the desk, seemingly impervious to the clamor of the outside world. Observing Xiao Wanqing's despondent demeanor, he remarked coolly, "What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. Are they going to explode before they fly?" Xiao Wanqing slammed her phone onto the desk, her frustration palpable as she took a seat. At 10 o'clock sharp, the official website of the Shanghai High People's Court refreshed with an unremarkable announcement. Regarding Wang Yu's appeal against criminal ruling number 110 of Hu 02. The court has reviewed the case and found that the evidence on which the original conviction was based is unreliable and insufficient, with unclear established facts. Pursuant to Article 253, Paragraph 1 of the Criminal Procedure Law, the court has decided to form a new panel for re-examination. The hearing is scheduled for 3 days hence at 9 o'clock in the morning. The announcement was succinct and phrased with precision. The first to discover this announcement were those few self-media bloggers who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation. Initially, they believed they were hallucinating. Rubbing their eyes, they refreshed the page, only to confirm its existence once more. What the? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire internet erupted. The comments section, which had been rife with mockery just moments before, was suddenly inundated with an overwhelming tide of exclamations and bewilderment. Am I blind? The re-examination has been approved? No, this is not how the script is supposed to unfold. Wasn't it supposed to be dismissed? Wasn't it promised that the glaring flaws would be exposed? Unclear facts. Insufficient evidence. The High Court was effectively rubbing the face of the Second Intermediate Court in the dirt. What a monumental issue this must be. Did Lu Cheng truly accomplish this? A nearly defunct law firm overturning a seemingly ironclad case? My God, my face feels so sore, even though no one has hit me. It's just a stinging pain. The intensity of the online criticism from the previous day had left her with a figurative bruise. In a matter of minutes, the tide had turned dramatically, completing a stunning reversal of fortune. If the reaction among netizens was one of astonishment, the entire legal community was akin to a seismic upheaval. Lawyer chat groups and legal forums were set ablaze with fervor. It's madness. Absolute madness. Who possesses the original text of Lu Cheng's criminal re-examination application? I'm willing to pay handsomely. I inquired with a friend at the High Court. Internal sources indicate that the application was crafted with textbook precision, its logical progression flawless, and the legal citations astoundingly astute, striking directly at the heart of the original verdict. Not merely a matter of 7 inches. It is as if the original presiding judge's very undergarments have been stripped away. It is said that Judge Sun Lekun, upon reviewing the case, immediately requested all case files and worked through the night. Who exactly is this Lu Cheng? Is he a rising star from the capital? I have not heard of such a figure. Stop speculating. I just found out that he is merely a young man in his 20s, and his law firm is indeed on the verge of collapse. Could he possibly be a genius? At 8 o'clock in the evening, within the live stream of Luo Daxiang, the storm's epicenter, Professor Luo Daxiang's live broadcast, is inundated with frenzied comments. Professor Luo, quickly check the Supreme Court's announcement. The Wang Yu case is being retried. The professor has been proven wrong. Haha, you stepped into a bed of cotton. Professor Luo, please analyze what is happening. As Luo Daxiang was elucidating a case, he momentarily paused upon seeing the barrage of comments. He promptly instructed his assistant to pull up the Supreme Court's announcement. Under the live camera, this leading figure in criminal law adjusted his glasses and meticulously examined the brief announcement 3 times. His expression transitioned from initial confusion to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a professional shock akin to that of a worthy adversary. He remained silent for a full half-minute before addressing the camera with an unprecedented seriousness. I must concede that yesterday I underestimated this attorney Lu. I misjudged the situation. The Supreme Court's decision to retry can only stem from one possibility. Attorney Lu's application for retrial must have cited legal provisions that all of us overlooked, which are exceedingly intricate yet legally impeccable, or he has provided preliminary evidence that the Supreme Court cannot disregard. This application has circumvented all conventional defense strategies and directly undermined the legitimacy of the original verdict. This individual is indeed a master. I retract my previous statement. The suspense surrounding this case has significantly heightened, and I eagerly anticipate the subsequent hearings. This will undoubtedly be a captivating duel. Simultaneously, in an opulent apartment, Lin Weiwei and Zhang Hao are watching Luo Daxiang's live stream, their smiles gradually freezing. How could this happen? Lin Weiwei's voice trembles, her grip on her phone tightening. How? How could he possibly persuade the Supreme Court to agree to a retrial? Zhang Hao's expression has turned ghastly. For the first time, he senses that events are spiraling out of control, an unsettling emotion creeping in. Damn it. He pounds his fist on the sofa. Didn't Zhao Kongyan claim it was foolproof? He took our 100,000 and handled it like this? He swiftly grabs his phone and dials Zhao Kongyan. Lawyer Zhao, what is going on? The Wang Yu case is set for retrial. Didn't Yu say it was impossible? On the other end of the line, Zhao Kongyan's voice emerges, unhurried and tinged with a hint of offended disdain. What is the rush? It's merely a procedural review, nothing of consequence. You think the court is a playground? Without groundbreaking new evidence, how can he overturn the verdict? By mere words? Zhao Kongyan snorts. Rest assured, on the day of the hearing, I will personally attend. I am eager to see which impudent intern dares to wreak havoc on my turf. Before the gathered assembly, I shall impart a thorough lesson on the essence of law and decorum. After concluding the call, Zhang Hao's expression softened slightly. Did you hear? Lawyer Zhao reassured us that there was no cause for concern. He will personally attend the court, and that man surnamed Lu is as good as doomed. Lin Weiwei nodded. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. At the Zhengqing law firm, a piercing scream erupted, nearly shaking the very rafters of the establishment. Xiao Wanqing, akin to an exuberant koala, leaped up and clung to Lu Cheng. Her long legs wrapped tightly around his waist, arms encircling his neck, laughter and shouts spilling forth. Boss, we did it. We won. The High Court has approved it. You are incredible. You are my idol. In her excitement, the flushed face of the girl, reminiscent of first love, pressed against Lu Cheng's back, her exuberance palpable. As she cheered, her form shifted, the astonishing elasticity of her figure evident through her thin shirt. Lu Cheng, nearly breathless from her embrace, steadied himself and playfully patted her curvaceous figure. Get down. It was only then that Xiao Wanqing realized the suggestiveness of her position. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she released her grip and slid down, lowering her head, fingers nervously entwined. Boss, I didn't mean to. I was just too excited. Indeed, Lu Cheng replied, adjusting his wrinkled shirt, his expression remaining as serene as a still pond. He turned to face Xiao Wanqing, his tone unhurried. Remember, as a lawyer, regardless of the magnitude of victory or the weight of defeat, one must remain composed. Emotions are the greatest adversary of professionalism. This is the first lesson I impart to you. Xiao Wanqing gazed at him in awe, nodding vigorously. In that moment, she felt an aura of reassuring strength emanating from her boss. Lu Cheng said no more, calmly returning to his computer, issuing commands to the system in his mind. Continue extracting the remaining evidence. Command received. Evidence extraction underway. The atmosphere in the firm remained tense, yet orderly over the next 2 days. Lu Cheng diligently extracted 3 pieces of evidence each day, subsequently handing over the gathered information to Xiao Wanqing for thorough examination, urging her to absorb every detail. Xiao Wanqing immersed herself in her work, moving from chat logs to recorded testimonies, extortion recordings, forensic conclusions, and surveillance footage of bribed evaluators. With each detail, her astonishment grew, as did her admiration for Lu Cheng. She finally grasped the source of his unwavering confidence. Soon, the eve of the trial arrived, the lights of the firm still aglow. Ding! Final evidence extraction complete. Elite lawyer system. To exonerate Wang Yu. To vindicate the wronged. Lu Cheng maneuvered the mouse to open the folder ominously titled Final Judgment. Moments later, he closed the folder, exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze turning cold and sharp amidst the swirling haze. The law is a weapon to punish the wicked, not a shield to protect the vile. Chapter 6. The Trial. Live broadcast across the internet. On the day of the trial, the entrance of the High People's Court in the bustling metropolis was teeming with people. Various media outlets, armed with cameras and microphones, nearly obstructed the entire roadway in front of the court. Among the crowd were numerous internet celebrities, brandishing selfie sticks and vociferously shouting into their cameras. Family. Family. The trial begins promptly at 9. The sensational retrial of the Wang Yu false accusation case is about to unfold. Join us as we bring you live coverage from the front lines. Brothers, show your support. Let us see how the legendary lawyer, Xiao Paka, fares today under the scrutiny of Zhao Dazhuang. The Judicial Reform Initiative, known as the National Live Broadcast Trial Act, transformed every public hearing into a grand spectacle for the masses. In the official court livestream, with merely 10 minutes remaining before the session commenced, the viewership count skyrocketed, surpassing 5 million, and continued to surge at an alarming rate. Amidst this fervent anticipation, a taxi pulled over to the side of the road. The door opened, revealing Lu Cheng, clad in an impeccably pressed black suit of ordinary fabric, which elegantly accentuated his tall and well-proportioned figure. Following closely behind was Xiao Wanqing, dressed in a standard white blouse and black skirt, which snugly enveloped her striking curves. Her signature twin ponytails were neatly styled into an updo, lending her an air of professionalism, though her tightly clutched stack of documents and innocent expression belied her underlying anxiety, which was betrayed by her expressive eyes. Lastly, Wang Yu emerged from the vehicle, donning an ill-fitting, worn suit. Though his face remained haggard, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. As the trio steadied themselves, a sleek black Maybach glided silently to the court entrance. The door swung open, revealing Zhao Kongyan, surrounded by a throng of assistants. Dressed in a bespoke Italian suit, his wrist adorned with a Patek Philippe gleaming in the sunlight, he sported a meticulously styled pompadour and an air of elitist arrogance. Casting not a glance in Lu Cheng's direction as he ascended the steps, Lu Cheng, undeterred, led Xiao Wanqing and Wang Yu into the solemn court building. Inside, the public gallery was filled to capacity. The attorneys for both sides took their respective seats. Zhao Kongyan's team was numerous and well-prepared, with documents piled high like a small mountain, while Lu Cheng's side appeared somewhat meager with just the 3 of them. Xiao Wanqing nervously swallowed, feeling the oppressive atmosphere from across the aisle. Yet, Lu Cheng remained unperturbed, reclining against his chair, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table. Bang! The presiding judge, Sun Likun, rapped the gavel. All rise. The crowd stood in solemnity. We will now verify the identities of the parties involved and those participating in the litigation. Sun Likun's voice was devoid of emotion. As the proceedings reached Lu Cheng, he calmly introduced himself. I am Lu Cheng, attorney from the Zhongqing law firm in the metropolis. Just then, an incongruous voice broke the silence. Your Honor, I object. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhao Kongyan. He slowly rose to his feet, adjusting his tie. his gaze radiating unabashed disdain as he turned towards Lu Cheng. Your Honor, as far as I am aware, the opposing counsel, Mr. Lu Cheng, is still in the probationary period of his legal practice. According to the lawyer's law and related regulations, a trainee lawyer is prohibited from representing cases in court independently. I harbor serious doubts regarding the legitimacy of this representation and request the court to halt proceedings immediately to verify his qualifications. The courtroom erupted in an uproar. Xiao Wanqing's face turned ashen in an instant. How could she have forgotten this detail? Her superior had indeed mentioned that he had only recently begun practicing. Could it be? The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded instantly. Wow, what a shocking revelation. All this time, he's just an intern? Incredible. Lawyer Zhao is truly impressive. He has pinpointed a procedural flaw right from the start. This is a decisive blow. It was a disaster, and the situation had already reached its conclusion before it had even begun. I told you, a law firm that can't even afford rent can't possess any real skill. Turns out, he's just a second-rate lawyer without a proper license. A victorious smile crept across Zhao Congyan's lips. This was precisely the outcome he sought. In front of millions of viewers nationwide, he aimed to nail this brazen young man to the pillar of shame. Lu Cheng calmly retrieved a deep blue certificate from his file and handed it to the court officer. Your Honor, this is my license to practice law, which I obtained legally 3 years ago. Please verify it to prevent certain individuals from wasting the court's precious time due to their ignorance. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Congyan, a hint of a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Lawyer Zhao, is it that your eyesight has deteriorated with age? Or do you possess some extraordinary insight into our nation's lawyer's law? Should I offer you a brief legal education right here in court? A stifled laugh escaped from the audience. The live stream comments were refreshing at a furious pace. Wow, wow, wow. So charming. I declare, from this day forth, you are my one and only idol. His words are so sharp. I adore this. Deteriorating eyesight with age. Haha. That's a lethal remark. An astonishing turnaround. The big shot is masquerading as a novice. This is a dimensional strike. Did you see Zhao Congyan's expression? He looked as if he had eaten something foul, turning green with embarrassment. This is so satisfying. I become a fan. Just for this fearless attitude, I'm a fan of this lawyer. Xiao Wanqing gazed at Lu Cheng's profile, her eyes shimmering with countless little stars. Boss, you're just too handsome. Zhao Congyan's face shifted between shades of green and white. He had never anticipated that his meticulously prepared lethal blow would instead serve as a stepping stone for his opponent, rendering him a laughingstock before a national audience. Order. Sun Likun rapped the gavel with authority, his stern gaze sweeping across the room. The court officer presented Lu Cheng's credential, and after careful scrutiny, Sun Likun nodded. Upon verification, the requesters representing lawyer Lu Cheng possesses a valid and authentic license, making his representation lawful. He glanced at Zhao Congyan, his tone laced with a note of warning. Plaintiff's counsel, this is a courtroom, not a place for you to flaunt your credentials. Mind your words. Suddenly, he turned to Lu Cheng. Counsel for the applicant, please observe courtroom decorum and refrain from personal attacks. With that, the trial commenced in earnest. As Sun Likun's voice resonated within the courtroom, the original plaintiff and their representative were first to present their statements. Zhao Congyan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the ire that simmered within him, and regained the composure befitting an elite lawyer. He rose, offering a slight bow to the bench, his voice heavy yet compelling. Esteemed presiding judge and members of the court, the facts of this case have been thoroughly elucidated during both the first and second trials. The evidence is irrefutable and abundant, and the verdict arrived at is both just and lawful. My client, Miss Lin Weiwei, a pure and kind-hearted young woman, has not only been denied the justice she rightfully deserves following her inhumane violation, but she is now also enduring a devastating and merciless wave of online harassment, instigated by the malicious retrial sought by the defendant, Wang Yu. His eloquence painted Lin Weiwei as a flawless victim, struggling in darkness yet suffering further harm, while Lu Cheng and Wang Yu were depicted as shameless individuals willing to resort to any means to overturn the verdict. Upon concluding his impassioned speech, a few faint sobs could be heard from the audience. Sun Likun listened with an impassive expression before turning to Lu Cheng. Counsel for the applicant for retrial. The floor is now yours. In an instant, the gaze of the entire courtroom, along with millions of viewers in the live stream, was fixed upon Lu Cheng. Everyone was eager to see how this young lawyer, who had made an astounding opening statement, would respond to Zhao Kongyin's meticulously crafted argument. Lu Cheng rose slowly. He did not glance at Zhao Kongyin or the audience. Instead, his calm gaze was directed at the bench. Your Honor, before I proceed with my statement, I request that our first piece of evidence be presented before the court. Lu Cheng paused momentarily, his sharp gaze sweeping the room, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. A piece of evidence that is capable of overturning all established facts of this case. Chapter 7. The first piece of evidence. Will you return next time? In the courtroom, a pin drop could be heard. All eyes, whether belonging to the judges, lawyers, or those watching the live stream, were now trained on Lu Cheng. Evidence capable of overturning all established facts? Such a bold claim. The elite smile on Zhao Kongyin's face faltered, his eyes betraying a mixture of scrutiny and an almost imperceptible tension. He could not fathom how someone, who could barely afford rent, could produce any evidence of such magnitude. Presiding Judge Sun Li Kun's expression was as grave as ever. He struck the gavel with authority, his voice echoing solemnly within the hallowed court. Granted. With this permission, Lu Cheng exchanged a glance with Xiao Wanqing. Taking a deep breath to quell her own excitement and anxiety, she retrieved a disc. Soon, a court officer approached, taking the disc from her and inserting it into the courtroom's playback device. The large electronic screen behind the bench flickered to life, revealing a disturbingly familiar green chat interface. The label at the top prompted an audible gasp from the courtroom. On the left, Wang Yu's profile picture appeared, with the label reading, "My little puppy." To the right is Lin Weiwei's avatar, with a note, "My darling." What does this mean? Zhao Kongyin's pupils suddenly constricted, while Lin Weiwei beside him. Her face adorned with delicate makeup and a pitiful expression, lost all color in an instant. Your Honor, I request the court clerk to present the chat records of both parties in chronological order. Lu Cheng's voice was steady, devoid of any tremor. The presiding judge, Sun Li, rapped the gavel and nodded. The clerk's fingers began to dance on the keyboard, and the chat records commenced scrolling upwards on the enormous screen. Weiwei, darling, I miss you. When are you free? Go away, you rascal. My boyfriend is watching. Then can I come over tonight? He won't be home, right? When you arrive, don't knock. Just message me. I'll send him downstairs to buy something. Remember to bring strawberries. They need to be sweet. Darling, the position you taught me last time was amazing. I want to try it again today. You little vixen, you just know how to wear me out. Disgusting. Crass. This is hardly a victim and an assailant. They are evidently a pair of love-struck, infatuated young lovers. Boom. The courtroom's official live stream erupted. What the heck? They even called each other husband and wife. Is this really a rape case? My family, I'm shattered. Just yesterday, I passionately criticized that programmer online. And now my face hurts. Didn't Lin Weiwei claim to be terrified and resistant? What else with these chat records? Is she acting? Hold on. Maybe it's a setup? I refuse to believe it. A setup? Brother, this is a live trial in the High Court of Magic City. The evidence presented has been technically verified. A setup? You must be dreaming. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere turned palpably eerie. Journalists in the audience were typing furiously, their fingers nearly sparking fire. Each headline more shocking than the last. A century of reversal. The plaintiff in the rape case actually refers to the defendant as husband. Live courtroom footage. A chat record strips away the facade of the perfect victim. Wang Yu stared at the content on the screen, unable to contain his emotions any longer, his shoulders shaking violently. Lu Cheng disregarded the surrounding commotion, raising his hand to signal the clerk. Please locate the record to October 28th of last year. This date was precisely the day after the first instance verdict that identified Wang Yu's initial act of rape against Lin Weiwei. Everyone held their breath. The chat record on the screen accurately jumped to the specified location. A message from my darling was clearly presented before all. My darling. Husband, you were so naughty yesterday. You messed up my room, and the sheets were soaked. It took me a long time to wash them. You mustn't do that again next time. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, a tsunami of uproar. Next time, a girl who's been raped complains to her assailant about wet sheets and even makes plans for the next encounter. This is no longer a mere disruption. It is a thorough dissection of all previous case descriptions and the manipulation of public opinion, rubbed into the ground. The barrage of comments in the live stream has been completely overtaken by expressions of fury. Vile creature, return my tears. I even rewarded you $50 yesterday. Where are the authorities? Why aren't such individuals apprehended? My moral compass has shattered. What manner of green tea is this woman? My heart aches for that programmer. Ensnared by such a woman, he must have run afoul of every misfortune imaginable. Social death. She must face societal demise. Lin Weiwei gazed vacantly at the screen, her pallid face drenched in cold sweat, her exquisite makeup slightly smeared. Zhao Kangyan's expression remained impassive as he directed her with a glance. As though receiving a signal, Lin Weiwei suddenly collapsed onto the table, weeping inconsolably. No, it's not as you think. Her wails were piercing and filled with despair, resonating with deep emotion. I was coerced. He controlled me. If I didn't say this, he would harm me, harm my family. I'm so scared. I live in fear every day. I can only appease him, pretending to love him deeply. My heart is in agony. This performance was worthy of an award-winning actress. Some empathetic onlookers displayed hesitation on their faces. Zhao Kangyan seized the opportunity, springing to his feet. Your Honor, I request to speak. Proceed, came Sun Lichio's tone, already tinged with impatience. Your Honor, esteemed judges. Zhao Kangyan's voice boomed, striving to regain control of the courtroom's rhythm. Firstly, we express grave doubts regarding the authenticity, legality, and relevance of the evidence submitted by the opposing party and request a judicial appraisal. Secondly, he shifted his tone, elevating his voice sharply. Even if, for the sake of argument, this chat record is genuine, so what? According to Article 236 of our criminal law, the core element of the crime of rape is the violation of a woman's will. The violation of a woman's will. He reiterated, emphasizing his words. Romantic relationships, even marital bonds, do not serve as a shield against acts of rape. If at the moment of the sexual act, the woman clearly expresses refusal and the man persists through violence or coercion, it constitutes rape. This is a matter of legal knowledge. Zhao Kangyan's words resonated powerfully, impeccably grounded in legal logic. He deftly shifted the focus from whether the two were lovers back to the pivotal issue of the woman's consent at the time of the incident. The direction of the live stream once again became nebulous. It seems that what lawyer Zhao said isn't entirely wrong. Indeed, one cannot force themselves upon someone in a relationship, right? The crux remains whether consent was given at the last moment. This is chaotic. My mind cannot process it. Who is telling the truth? Zhao Kangyan truly possesses remarkable skills. He has managed to turn the situation around. Xiao Wanqing's heart leapt to her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat. She gazed at Zhao Kangyan, whose facade of righteousness and distortion of truth incited a deep-seated resentment within her. Yet, she could not deny the formidable expertise he possessed. He was indeed a formidable opponent. With concern, she glanced at Lu Cheng, only to find her employer's expression devoid of panic, his lips curving into a smirk that bordered on derision. As if everything was under his control, Lu Cheng slowly raised his hand, assuming the role of the presiding judge. Sun Lichio turned his attention towards him. We express our sincere admiration for the performance skills of the plaintiff, Ms. Lin Weiwei. Lu Cheng began, his tone laced with tension. Since the plaintiff and her representative are so intent on discussing matters of will, I hereby request the court to play our second piece of evidence. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze sharply towards the sobbing Lin Weiwei, his piercing eyes akin to two frigid blades that seemed to penetrate her very being. Under his scrutiny, her cries faltered momentarily. A piece of evidence concerning her true intentions, Ms. Lin Weiwei. Do not be hasty in your tears. The most riveting part is yet to come. Chapter 8. Teaching you to deceive your boyfriend. Is this coercion? The second piece of evidence? The most thrilling part is yet to unfold. Lu Cheng's words, light yet laden with gravity, gripped the hearts of everyone present in the courtroom. Lin Weiwei, who had been wailing inconsolably, suddenly fell silent, as if her voice had been choked. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes betraying an unmistakable terror for the first time. A sudden jolt ran through Zhao Kangyan, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He feigned calmness, yet his clenched fists began to pale. Judge Sun Lichio's keen gaze swept between Lu Cheng and Lin Weiwei, ultimately settling on Lu Cheng, uttering a single word, play. The bailiff stepped forward once more to accept the second disc from Xiao Wanqing. This time, the enormous electronic screen remained dark, and a segment of a phone recording, meticulously processed to eliminate background noise, resonated throughout the courtroom. This recording had the potential to pin Lin Weiwei to the pillar of disgrace. Wang Yu, Weiwei, are you all right? What is going on with your boyfriend? Lin Weiwei, what could possibly be wrong with me? Get a grip. If my boyfriend calls you on video, just say you dropped me off downstairs and left, understood? This voice, it starkly contrasted with the fragile girl who had just been weeping as if the sky were falling. The courtroom held its breath. The live stream's comments erupted in disbelief. Is my hearing impaired? That commanding tone. This is coercion? Does she have a split personality? Or is this woman her sister? Good heavens. This is chilling to contemplate. How can she be so composed? Is this the demeanor of a victim? The recording continued. Wang Yu, but I'm still at your place. Lin Weiwei, you fool. I didn't tell you to leave now. I meant wait until he finishes his shift. He just messaged me, saying he suspects something. He'll probably be here soon. Remember, just say you brought me back. We chatted for a while on the way, and don't mention anything else. If he asks why it took so long, just say you had a stomach ache and spent half the time looking for a restroom. And the wrapper I asked you to throw away, did you dispose of it? Where did you throw it? Make sure he doesn't see it. Wang Yu, okay. Lin Weiwei, no, pull yourself together. Don't let him see any flaws. I have to hang up, he's calling. Beep. The call ended. Inside the courtroom, an oppressive silence loomed. It was a suffocating stillness. If the first chat record tore the mask off Lin Weiwei's image as the perfect victim, then this recording stripped away her disguise down to the very bone, revealing the most grotesque and malicious truth within. What coercion? This was clearly a self-directed and composed deception. She was the one orchestrating everything. Wang Yu, the honest and naive programmer, listened to the recording and tears streamed down his muddied eyes, finally breaking free like a dam bursting. He was not sorrowful, but rather felt a deep sense of injustice. The long-suppressed grievances finally finding an outlet at that moment. Xiao Wanning stood behind Lu Cheng, clutching the documents tightly, her chest heaving violently, her innocent first-love visage flushed with excitement. Incredible. The boss was simply extraordinary. The sensation of pinning down an opponent and methodically exposing all their secrets was more exhilarating than winning the case. Fake. A shrill scream shattered the courtroom silence. Lin Weiwei abruptly stood up from her seat, appearing almost deranged, pointing at the speaker, screaming with all her might. This is fake. It's fabricated. He forged it. Presiding judge. Don't believe him. He's framing me. Her expression twisted into something grotesque, losing all semblance of the previously pitiful figure. Zhao Kongyan's face had turned a deep shade of purple. It was over. He never dreamed that the opposing party held such a lethal piece of evidence. Collusion. This was irrefutable proof of malicious intent. All his defense logic became a mere joke in the face of this recording. Silence. Sun Lichio's gavel struck down heavily, his voice barely containing his furious indignation. Having served as a judge for half his life, presiding over countless cases and encountering all sorts of individuals, he had never seen anyone like Lin Weiwei, who could lie so brazenly in court, reversing right and wrong, and perform so convincingly. This was no mere civil dispute. It was an open provocation against the law. Lu Cheng slowly rose to his feet, waiting for the courtroom to settle down before speaking, his voice clear and resonant in every corner. Presiding judge, we sincerely admire the performance skills of the plaintiff, Ms. Lin Weiwei. If she were to have a place in the entertainment industry of Xia country, surely there wouldn't be so many expressionless actors. This biting sarcasm elicited suppressed laughter from the audience. Zhao Kongyan trembled with rage, yet he could not muster a single retort. Lu Cheng disregarded him, shifting his gaze toward the judge's bench, his expression taking on an air of utmost seriousness. Your Honor, the two pieces of evidence submitted by our side have formed a complete chain of proof. The first piece substantiates that my client, Wang Yu, maintained an intimate romantic relationship with Lin Weiwei prior to the incident, contradicting her claims of harassment and coercion. The second piece unequivocally demonstrates that following the purported rape, Lin Weiwei exhibited neither fear nor resistance. Rather, she proactively and calmly incited my client, Wang Yu, to conspire, aiming to deceive her boyfriend, Zhang Hao. Such actions lay bare her malicious intent and her objective to obscure the truth, fabricating facts with criminal intent. Lu Cheng's speech was measured, yet each word struck like a bullet, precisely targeting Lin Weiwei and Zhao Kongyan. The entire courtroom, along with millions of viewers in the live broadcast, became witnesses to this public execution. The barrage of comments in the live chat had gone utterly wild. I declare Lawyer Lu a true god. This is insane. His words are landing like blows. I proclaim, today marks the end of the celestial maiden. Let you continue your assaults. Let you persist in your false accusations. I request a sentence of 10 years. No, 20 years. Such scum should not be allowed to roam free and harm society. Lu Cheng paused for a moment, drawing a deep breath. His next words elevated the atmosphere in the courtroom to a peak of intensity. His voice rose sharply, like thunder from the heavens. Thus, Your Honor, on behalf of my client, Wang Yu, I hereby formally amend the litigation request. Amend the litigation request. Zhao Kongyan's head snapped up, his pupils dilating in shock. Lu Cheng's gaze was like a blade, piercing the judge's bench as he articulated each word with resounding clarity. We request the court to no longer deliberate on the so-called rape case. Instead, in accordance with Article 243 of the Criminal Law of the Summer Kingdom, we seek to hold the plaintiff, Lin Weiwei, criminally accountable for the charge of false accusation. Boom. If the previous evidence was a reversal, this declaration was a nuclear explosion. The tide of the battle had completely shifted in that moment. From a passive defense aimed at clearing injustice, it transformed into an active offense pursuing accountability. This was no longer merely a legal battle. It was a fight to bring the opposing side to their knees. Xiao Wanqing trembled with excitement, feeling her blood ignite with fervor. Zhao Kongyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mind a blank slate. Lin Weiwei's screams ceased. She stared at Lu Cheng, her eyes filled with despair and terror. However, this was not the end. While everyone was reeling from this heavy blow, Lu Cheng slowly retrieved a third disc from his file bag. He raised it high, as if showcasing a trophy. His cold gaze swept over the crumbling Lin Weiwei, finally resting on the pallid face of Zhao Kongyan. And, Your Honor, I possess additional evidence that can substantiate this is not merely a case of simple false accusation. It is, in fact, a premeditated, organized act of extortion. Chapter 9. The Boyfriend's Extortion Recording. A scene of dog-eat-dog. In the defendant's seat, Zhao Kongyan swayed slightly, nearly slipping from his chair. Extortion? If the accusation of framing transformed Lin Weiwei from the plaintiff into the defendant, then extortion escalated this case from a mere reversal to a full-blown, organized, and premeditated criminal enterprise. And what fate awaited Zhao Kongyan as the attorney for this criminal syndicate? He dared not contemplate it. You are speaking nonsense. Lin Weiwei's scream echoed once more, but this time it was laced with undeniable fear and a facade of bravado. You slanderous fiend. I did not. We did not. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers had descended into utter chaos. What? Is there more? Another twist? I'm utterly bewildered. This is far more thrilling than any television drama. Extortion? Goodness, if this is true, those wretched individuals deserve to serve years behind bars. Lord Lu, I implore you, crush them. Do not grant them an opportunity. Xiao Wanqing stood behind Lu Cheng, her body trembling with excitement. Her ample bosom rose and fell dramatically, and her doe-like eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration, fixated on Lu Cheng's silhouette. He was simply magnificent, the way her boss toyed with his adversaries, leading them step by step toward their doom, sent her blood racing. Chief Judge Sun Likun maintained a stoic expression, gripping the gavel with an icy demeanor. Counsel for the plaintiff, please present your evidence. His voice bore no warmth. At your command, Your Honor, Lu Cheng acknowledged with a slight nod, casting a knowing glance toward Xiao Wanqing. Her chest heaved with fervor, her innocent features flushed with exhilaration, struggling to suppress her tremors. She retrieved the third disc from her folder and handed it to the approaching court officer. This time, the courtroom sound system emitted a processed recording, crackling with electrical interference. A voice, clearly modified and resembling that of a duck, exuded a cheap arrogance. Voice modulator male. Hello, is this Wang Yu? Wang Yu, who are you? Voice modulator male. That's none of your concern. I am your ancestor. Tell me, is Lin Weiwei your girlfriend? Did you sleep with her last night? Wang Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? We are in a normal relationship. Voice modulator male. Cut the crap. My sister said she didn't consent. You forced her. What do you intend to do about this? Do you want it public or private? As the recording continued, Zhang Hao in the audience began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Beside him, Lin Weiwei seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to regard him with an expression of disbelief. The recording persisted. Wang Yu, I did nothing. I'm not afraid of you. Voice modulator male. All right then. Your words are quite defiant. Let me point you in the right direction, kid. My sister is an innocent girl, and you have tarnished her reputation. You must compensate for the emotional distress, don't you think? 30,000. Produce 30,000, and we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, we will report you to the police for rape. Think carefully. Wang Yu responded, "You are extorting me. I will not give you a single cent. Go ahead and report me. I am eager to see who the police will arrest." The recording abruptly ended, leaving the courtroom in a profound silence. The truth was laid bare for all to see. Where was the furious boyfriend, charging forth for love? This was evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme. When extortion failed, they resorted to vicious slander. The official courtroom livestream was inundated with furious comments, causing the server to momentarily lag. What a disgrace. They attempted to extort first, and when that failed, they accused me of rape. What kind of animals are these two? My worldview shattered. In my 30 years of life, I have never encountered such a despicable ploy. That Zhang Hao, it is he. The camera should focus on that man. He is the extortionist. Call the police. This is no longer mere slander. It is extortion, an even graver offense. Lord Lu, please ensure that these two are imprisoned. I will support you with rockets. Within the courtroom, Lu Cheng's voice resonated once more, like the decree of death. Honorable Judge, the call in this recording took place 2 hours prior to Ms. Lin Weiwei's report to the police. We have submitted the call logs and base station information as written evidence. He paused, denying anyone the chance to catch their breath before raising his hand again. Simultaneously, we request the court to present the fourth piece of evidence. More? Zhao Kongyan felt as though his heart might stop. What other lethal evidence could Lu Cheng possibly possess? A court officer retrieved a printed document from Xiao Wanqing's hands and projected it clearly for all to witness. It was a bank's electronic receipt. Transfer, Zhang Hao. Payee, Li Feng. Amount, 5,000 yuan. Transfer time, merely 10 minutes after the extortion call concluded. Most damning of all, the remarks section explicitly stated 3 words: benefit fee. If the previous recording was a heavy blow, this transfer record was akin to a dagger piercing through everyone's psychological defenses. This was blatant evidence of profit sharing. Lin Weiwei could no longer contain herself, emitting a piercing scream. She abruptly sprang from her seat, turning to lunge at Zhang Hao, clawing at his face like a madwoman. Zhang Hao, did you extort him? Why didn't you tell me? Did you use me as a pawn? She finally comprehended. She was neither a flawless victim nor the mastermind of this affair. She had merely been a tool for this man to retaliate and escape after his extortion attempt failed. I did not. It wasn't me. Zhang Hao, his face marred with scratches, fearfully pushed Lin Weiwei away, stammering towards the bench. Honorable Judge, it wasn't me. It was Li Feng. He masterminded it. He provided the voice changer. The money was transferred as per his instructions. I merely wished to vent for Weiwei. A sordid spectacle unfolds, akin to dogs biting one another. An exceedingly grotesque internal strife is absurdly performed before a solemn court and millions of viewers nationwide. Xiao Wanqing stands behind Lu Cheng, observing this farcical scene unfold, clutching the documents in her arms while her well-rounded, peach-like figure shifts excitedly at the edge of her seat. What a thrill! Witnessing the enemies engage in self-destruction, collapsing and tearing at one another is far more gratifying than any verbal victory could ever be. On the bench, Sun Lakun's fury has reached its zenith. Silence. Silence. He pounds the gavel forcefully, bellowing at the bailiffs. Separate them at once. What a disgrace. The 2 bailiffs promptly intervene, forcibly pulling apart Lin Weiwei and Zhang Hao, who are still grappling. The courtroom is enveloped in the heavy sound of their labored breathing and muffled sobs. Zhao Kongyan slumps in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. It is over. Everything is over. As the acting attorney, faced with such irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing, he finds himself spouting nonsense, perhaps already implicated in the conspiracy to fabricate evidence and obstruct justice. His career may very well be at an end. Lu Cheng observes the chaos with cold detachment. Once the tumult in the courtroom has been reluctantly quelled, he slowly raises his hand, delivering the final blow that breaks the camel's back. His voice, though soft, resonates clearly in every ear present. Your Honor, he begins. Sun Lakun, weary, directs his gaze towards him. According to Article 274 of the Criminal Law, extortion of public or private property, in substantial amounts or through multiple instances, is punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control. It is imperative to thoroughly investigate all criminal acts of extortion in this case and identify every participant in the conspiracy. Lu Cheng's gaze sweeps over the disheveled Lin Weiwei, the terrified Zhang Hao, and the ashen-faced Zhao Kongyan. Finally, he calmly states, prior to the court session, we submitted a request to your esteemed court, which has been approved. We summoned the key witness in this case, the perpetrator of the extortion, who received a bribe of 5,000 yuan, Li Feng, to testify. Chapter 10. A fatal question. Turning against the court. The side door of the courtroom swings open, revealing a pallid young man with shifty eyes, escorted in by the bailiffs. This is Li Feng. Upon entering the courtroom, his gaze flits about like a startled rabbit, nervously scanning the crowd. When his eyes meet Zhang Hao's warning glare from the defendant's stand, he quickly averts his gaze, too fearful to look again. The atmosphere within the courtroom tightens once more at the appearance of this pivotal witness. Your Honor, the plaintiff requests to question witness Li Feng. Lu Cheng's voice pierces the silence. The presiding judge, Sun Lakun, strikes the gavel, nodding to indicate that he may proceed. Before speaking, Lu Cheng slightly turns his body, whispering to Xiao Wanqing in a tone audible only to her. Lesson 2. The battlefield of a lawyer is never confined to mere verbal sparring in the courtroom. It is also in the preparation and information warfare prior to the session. You have performed admirably. Xiao Wanqing's body trembled almost imperceptibly, a surge of indescribable shivers coursing from her coccyx to the crown of her head. Her innocent first love visage instantly flushed with two enchanting shades of crimson. The boss is praising me. In her relentless pursuit of Li Feng's vulnerabilities, she had spent the previous night poring over every public update on Li Feng's social media platforms, as well as meticulously examining the bank statements obtained through legal means. At long last, in an inconspicuous corner, she uncovered information regarding her mother's urgent need for funds due to hospitalization last month, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of Zhang Hao's bribe of 5,000 yuan. This revelation filled her with such excitement that she nearly cried out, immediately relaying the information to Lu Cheng. At that moment, receiving her boss's affirmation, Xiao Wanqing felt that all her prior hardships had been worthwhile, her ample peach-shaped posterior shifting slightly in exhilaration on the chair. Lu Cheng had already turned towards the witness stand, commencing his interrogation. Li Feng, what is your relationship with the defendant Zhang Hao? We are childhood friends, very close. Li Feng replied, his voice dry and hoarse. Was that extortion phone call made by you? Why, yes, it was. What device did you use? Was the voice changer a mobile application or a separately purchased hardware? It was software. Which software? On what brand of phone was it operated? Does it require a subscription? A rapid-fire succession of questions caused beads of cold sweat to appear on Li Feng's forehead, his responses becoming increasingly stammered and riddled with inconsistencies. I can't recall. At that moment, a serious-looking middle-aged female prosecutor, who had remained silent until now, stood up. Her expression was grave, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Li Feng at the witness stand. Witness Li Feng, I hereby remind you, according to Article 305 of the criminal law, in criminal proceedings, witnesses, evaluators, recorders, and translators who deliberately provide false testimony, evaluations, records, or translations regarding facts of significant relevance to the case, with the intent to frame others or conceal evidence of a crime, shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 3 years or criminal detention. For severe circumstances, the sentence shall be between 3 and 7 years. Moreover, according to Article 274 of the criminal law, extortion will also incur corresponding criminal responsibility based on the amount involved and the circumstances. However, the prosecutor shifted her tone. The law also stipulates that those who voluntarily surrender after committing a crime and truthfully confess their offenses shall be considered as having surrendered. For offenders who surrender, leniency or a reduction of punishment may be applied. For those with lighter crimes, punishment may be exempted. Significant contributions may result in reduced or exempted penalties. Each word of this declaration resonated like thunder in Li Feng's ears. On one side lay imprisonment, and on the other, a chance for leniency. How to choose? Did he even need to ponder? Lu Cheng seized the moment, seemingly casually posing a question. Li Feng, on October 29th of last year, the day after you received Zhang Hao's 5,000 yuan bribe, was your mother not admitted to the municipal third hospital due to a sudden heart attack? Was the surgery fee gathered? This seemingly innocuous inquiry became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Feng abruptly raised his head, staring at Lu Cheng with a look of sheer horror, as though confronted by a specter. The matter of his mother's hospitalization was known only to the family. Who exactly is this man? How does he know everything? Fear has completely consumed the last remnants of his sanity. He felt that if he continued to conceal the truth, this man would ultimately destroy him. In that moment, Li Feng's psychological defenses utterly collapsed. He collapsed on the witness stand, weeping inconsolably, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I will confess everything," he cried out, as if clinging to a final straw of salvation. With all his might, he pointed at Zhang Hao in the spectators' gallery and shouted, "It was Zhang Hao. He instigated me to do it." He claimed that Zhang's girlfriend, Lin Weiwei, had been wronged by Wang Yu, the seemingly innocent man, and was dissatisfied. He wanted Li Feng to help him stage a scene to extort money from Wang Yu, promising to share the spoils afterward. The voice changer was purchased by him. The call was made by me. The script was all his design. He said that a timid programmer like Wang Yu would surely pay up. However, to their astonishment, Wang Yu refused to pay and threatened to call the police instead. In a fit of anger, Zhang suggested that they should go all in. Lin Weiwei should report Wang Yu for rape, thereby ruining his life. This revelation detonated like a bomb within the courtroom. Zhang Hao was left dumbfounded, pointing at Li Feng, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Lin Weiwei trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to a wounded beast. Nevertheless, in his desperation to reduce his sentence, Li Feng had completely relinquished his inhibitions. Like spilling beans, he divulged every detail. Lin Weiwei, she knew everything. She had been aware from the very beginning, before reporting to the police. The three of them had met at a CAF to coordinate their testimonies, specifically at the CAF beneath Zhang Hao's residence. They had conspired about how to speak and how to cry to convince the authorities. Zhang had declared that as long as they insisted it was rape, Wang Yu would have no defense and his life would be irrevocably shattered. At that time, Lin Weiwei had even remarked that it was a brilliant idea, as it would effectively sever her ties with her current boyfriend. A grotesque and sordid betrayal unfolded before millions of viewers nationwide. Lin Weiwei let out a scream of utter despair, her eyes rolling back as she slumped from her chair, unconscious. Zhang Hao appeared as if his spine had been removed, curling into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. The courtroom's official live stream was overwhelmed by an incessant barrage of comments. "I declare this the best courtroom trial of 2025. No contest. This twist is something even the best screenwriters in the nation couldn't conceive. Absolute madness. Lord Lu has condemned the entire opposing family. Where is Luo Daxiang? Come out and take your punishment. What happened to your professional judgment? Does your face hurt?" Countless netizens flooded into the live stream of legal expert Luo Daxiang, filling the screen with apologies to Lord Lu. The courtroom was in utter disarray. Court officers rushed to attend to the fainted Lin Weiwei, and the trial was nearly at a standstill. Yet, Lord Lu's expression remained unfazed, as if he were a detached spectator, coldly observing the farce he had orchestrated. As the tumult in the courtroom was reluctantly subdued, he slowly raised his hand and turned towards the bench. All eyes once again converged upon him. In a tranquil manner, he presented an unexpected request that took everyone, including Chief Judge Sun Likun, by surprise. "Your Honor, I request a re-examination of the injury assessment report from the first trial." He paused, his frigid gaze sweeping over the defendant's seat where the utterly incapacitated elite lawyer Zhao Kongyan sat. "I harbor suspicions that the crucial evidence which condemned my client to the dock of the accused is, in fact, falsified." Chapter 11. The Fabricated Bruises. The twilight of the elite lawyer. The injury assessment report? Wasn't he that one of the pivotal pieces of evidence in convicting Wang Yu during the first trial? The report explicitly stated that Lin Weiwei bore multiple bruises and scratches, indicative of injuries sustained under violent coercion. What purpose does raising this now serve? The case had already spiraled from a romantic entanglement to charges of collusion and extortion, culminating in the betrayal of accomplices in court. Could there still be a twist in this tale? Zhao Kanyan abruptly lifted his head, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a flicker of defiance igniting in his once dull eyes. "Your Honor, I object," he nearly shouted. "The applicant is merely engaging in frivolous disputes. The forensic report is an authoritative document with legal validity. It cannot simply be dismissed at his whim. He is undermining the credibility of our national forensic system. I request the court to dismiss this baseless motion." His assertion, delivered with righteous indignation, posed no procedural issues. "Applicant, what basis do you have?" Sun Likun's voice remained devoid of emotion. Lu Cheng slightly inclined his body. "Your Honor, I do not question the authority of the Forensic Center. My doubts lie solely with the individual who issued this report." Ignoring Zhao Kongyan's outburst, Lu Cheng extracted a document from his folder. "Your Honor, This is a forensic analysis opinion provided by our appointed forensic expert, based on the injury photographs in the first trial's dossier. He presented the document to the bailiff. The opinion stated that the bruise on Lin Weiwei's knee was a pale yellow in color with indistinct edges, according to the healing patterns of soft tissue contusions. This was characteristic of an old injury, having likely occurred at least a week prior to the so-called incident date, which was October 28th of the previous year. In other words, this bruise could not possibly have been inflicted on the day of the alleged crime. Lu Cheng's voice was soft, yet each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. An old injury? Zhao Kangyan's complexion drained of color in an instant. Preposterous. He retorted sharply. To ascertain an old injury based solely on the hue of a photograph is excessively subjective. Lighting, angles, and equipment can all affect the color of a photo. This cannot be considered evidence. Is that so? Lu Cheng finally turned to face him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lawyer Zhao, it seems you possess an extraordinary confidence in the Huazhong Judicial Appraisal Center, do you not? Zhao Kangyan's heart skipped a beat as he forced himself to respond. Naturally, the Huazhong Center is one of the most authoritative appraisal institutions in the metropolis. Their report serves as irrefutable evidence. So it is like this. Lu Cheng nodded, then shifted the topic with a hint of mischief in his tone. I thought it was because you were quite familiar with them. After speaking, he no longer regarded Zhao Kangyan, but instead cast a glance towards Xiao Wanqing. A barely perceptible shiver coursed through her body, and her innocent, youthful visage instantly flushed with a captivating crimson hue. The boss is back. She restrained her inner excitement, retrieving a disc from her file bag and handing it over to the court officer. Your Honor, since lawyer Zhao Kangyan so firmly believes in the authority of Huazhong, let's view a video that aptly demonstrates their professionalism and credibility. Lu Cheng's words hung ominously in the air, akin to a death knell. Zhao Kangyan's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had executed that affair flawlessly. How could there possibly be a video? The immense electronic screen flickered to life again. What appeared was neither a chat record nor a phone recording, but a surveillance video. In the upper right corner of the frame, the date and location were clearly displayed. November 5th of last year, 1932, Hyatt Hotel, 15th floor corridor. This timestamp coincided precisely with the pretrial proceedings. In the video, a man dressed in a tailored suit, standing tall, was seen conversing with a casually dressed middle-aged man at the door of a guest room. The man in the suit was unmistakably Zhao Kangyan. Boom! The live stream erupted in chaos. Goodness, it's Zhao Kangyan. What is he doing? In the hotel corridor? What is going on? Something big is about to unfold. I've already taken off my pants. Hurry and show me. In the footage, Zhao Kangyan discreetly retrieved a thick envelope from his briefcase and surreptitiously slipped it into the hands of the middle-aged man opposite him. His voice was clearly captured by the surveillance equipment. Dr. Wong, your efforts this time have truly been commendable. A small token of appreciation, no great honor. The report will proceed as we previously discussed. Is that acceptable? The coroner, Dr. Wong, weighed the envelope's heft, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, Lawyer Zhao, I guarantee it will be handled appropriately. Those minor injuries? They can manifest whenever you wish. I assure you, even the judge will deem that fellow a beast. Ha! That's splendid, splendid. The video abruptly cut off. Yet the screen did not go dark. A line of blood-red subtitles slowly materialized at the bottom of the video. Individuals in the video, Wang Zhengwo, Deputy Chief Forensic Physician, Huazhong Judicial Appraisal Center, Magic City. He is indeed the signatory responsible for the injury assessment report in the Lin Weiwei rape case. Silence. The courtroom was enveloped in a deathly hush. Then, a tumultuous uproar erupted like a tsunami. Fabrication of evidence. Bribery of judicial appraisers. This is no mere legal battle. This is blatant judicial corruption. A mournful cry, more beastly than human, escaped from the defendant's seat. As Zhao Kangyan's face drained of color upon seeing that line of subtitles, it turned as pale as parchment at a visible pace. His body trembled violently, and he pointed a shaky finger at Lu Cheng, his lips quivering. Yet no words escaped them. It was over. He understood that he was utterly finished. His career, his connections, his status, his future, all had crumbled into mere illusions at that moment. On the judge's bench, Sun Liqiang's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. His chest heaved with fury, and an unprecedented anger blazed in his eyes. As a seasoned judge, what did he detest the most? It was the scoundrels who treated the law as a commodity, who placed a price on justice, and who wantonly trampled on judicial fairness. The barrage of comments in the live stream was completely overwhelmed by expressions of outrage and shock. What the hell? Even the appraisal report is forged. This is an organized crime ring. The plaintiff's false accusation, the lawyer's perjury. Is there no law left? Lock him up. This lawyer named Zhao must be imprisoned. The existence of such scum among lawyers is a tragedy for society. I finally understood why Lu Cheng was taking his time. He intended to capture this entire den of beasts in one fell swoop. Xiao Wanqing stood behind Lu Cheng, her body trembling with excitement. As she beheld Zhao Kongyan's distraught and sorrowful visage, an indescribable thrill coursed through her veins. It was utterly cathartic. Lu Cheng observed everything with a cold gaze. Once the courtroom's commotion subsided slightly, he slowly straightened up, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the judge's bench. His voice, as chilling as the depths of the abyss, resonated throughout the courtroom. Your Honor, I hereby formally accuse the plaintiff's attorney, Zhao Kongyan of the Cheng law firm, in collusion with forensic expert Wang Jiangwo from the Huajing Judicial Appraisal Center. He deliberately provided false proof documents in the Wang Yu case, intending to frame another. Such actions have severely violated Article 307, Paragraph 1 of the criminal law, constituting the crimes of aiding in the fabrication of evidence and obstruction of testimony. I request the court to immediately impose coercive measures against the suspect, Zhao Kongyan, and to transfer the case to the public security authorities for investigation. Each of Lu Cheng's statements struck Zhao Kongyan's fraying nerves like a sledgehammer. This once arrogant elite lawyer rolled his eyes, his legs buckling, and he collapsed straight from his chair. Chapter 12. Arrest in Court. Next, the presiding judge. The sharp sound of the gavel echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. The face of Chief Judge Sun Liqiong turned a steely shade, his seasoned eyes, having seen through countless files, now ablaze with uncontrollable anger. His ire was not directed at Lu Cheng, but at those who trampled the dignity of the law with abandon. According to Article 197 of the criminal law, if new facts emerge during court proceedings that may impact conviction or sentencing, a postponement of the trial is permissible. His voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. Simultaneously, in accordance with Article 307 of the criminal law, assisting a party in fabricating evidence, particularly in grave circumstances, constitutes a crime. Sun Likun's gaze pierced through the fallen Zhao Kongyan on the ground, as well as the pale-faced forensic expert, Wang. Court officers, step forth. Two tall court officers strode forward, their voices booming. Immediately apprehend the suspects, Zhao Kongyan and Wang Jiangwo. Transfer them to the disciplinary inspection team and the public security agency for investigation. The order was issued, leaving no room for negotiation. Under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers and amidst the frenzy of countless flashing lights, the two court officers moved with decisive efficiency. Click! The cold handcuffs snapped tightly around Zhao Kongyan's limp wrists. Lifted from the ground, Zhao's once arrogant and elite visage now bore the pallor of despair. In the spectator area, the forensic expert, who had just been scheming to extricate himself from culpability, felt his knees weaken upon meeting the officer's gaze, nearly collapsing. Wang Jiangwo, you are suspected of obstructing testimony and providing false documentation. Come with us. The second pair of handcuffs fell mercilessly into place. What began as a highly publicized retrial of a rape case had morphed into a scene of judicial corruption and arrest. The official courtroom livestream, after a brief silence, was soon inundated with comments. What the hell? They're arresting him right in court. This livestream will echo for a lifetime. This is madness. Lu is going berserk. The plaintiff is taken in, the boyfriend is taken in, accomplices are taken in, and now even the opposing lawyer and forensic expert are being led away. Is this a lawyer? This is the lawless Lu Cheng, single-handedly dismantling a criminal syndicate. What about the gifts? Why the delay? Let us shower Lu with support. No, let us give him a battleship. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch my phone, and I said I'm witnessing a miracle at the judge's bench. Sun Likun struck the gavel with authority, silencing the tumult around him. All rise. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the now utterly stunned plaintiff and defendant. In light of the significant unforeseen circumstances during the trial, this court declares a recess for 1 hour. During the intermission, the entire internet of Xiaogu was ablaze with activity. Leading this surge was the esteemed legal scholar, Professor Luo Daxiang. Within 10 minutes of the recess, his live stream resumed, with a blunt and somewhat self-deprecating title. I was wrong. I apologize to lawyer Lu Cheng. Let us recap this divine trial. As the stream commenced, the online viewer count skyrocketed past 10 million in an instant. Luo Daxiang sat before the camera, his expression a mix of embarrassment and genuine awe. Fellow students and friends, first and foremost, I must sincerely apologize for my previous remarks to Mr. Wang Yu and his representative, lawyer Lu Cheng. He bowed deeply to the camera. With my decades of legal experience, I rendered a professional judgment. However, attorney Lu Cheng, through a courtroom performance that could only be described as textbook exemplary, revealed to us all that in the face of incontrovertible evidence and a flawless strategy, any form of empiricism is but a jest. Let us revisit the proceedings. Luo Daxiang's voice grew fervent. Beginning with the chat logs from a romantic relationship, this was the first layer, shattering the foundation of the rape case. Next came the recordings of incitement and collusion, the second layer, demolishing the victim's persona. Finally, the evidence chain of extortion emerged, the third layer, completing the transition from defense to offense. Did you think this was the culmination? No, this was merely the appetizer. Just as everyone presumed he would relentlessly pursue Lin Weiwei and Zhang Hao, he abruptly redirected his focus, utilizing a seemingly inconsequential injury assessment report to unmask the opposing attorney. Zhao Kongyan. This was the true lethal move, a decisive blow. In the High Court's lounge, Xiao Wanqing's face flushed with excitement, her innocent peach blossom eyes shimmering with admiration. She gazed at the man before her, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table, feeling as if she were lost in a dream. He was stunning. The boss had been absolutely magnificent in court. Boss, we won. That scoundrel Zhao Kongyan has been apprehended. We've achieved complete victory. Her voice trembled with exhilaration. Her pert figure, encased in a professional skirt, shifted eagerly in her seat. Lu Cheng lifted his gaze, casting a calm, unwavering look in her direction. Won? Who told you we won? Huh? Xiao Wanqing was taken aback. Zhao Kongyan is merely a small fish, at best an appetizer. Lu Cheng's eyes were profound, akin to an unfathomable icy abyss. I shall impart to you the third lesson. Never merely observe your opponent's moves. You must anticipate all their escape routes and then seal them off entirely. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced. Seal them off entirely? Could it be as she looked at Lu Cheng? A chilling thought surged uncontrollably within her. Lu Cheng seemed to perceive her thoughts, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Do you believe that a forged injury report, relying solely on a forensic expert and a lawyer, could incarcerate an innocent person? In an instant, Xiao Wanqing comprehended Lu Cheng's implication, goosebumps prickling her skin. Her lips quivered as she whispered a name, almost inaudibly. Qian Kaiwenbin? That was indeed the presiding judge for the first trial of this case. Lu Cheng did not respond. He merely lifted the teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. Yet, his silence served as the most eloquent answer. Xiao Wanqing felt as though her breath had been suspended. This was madness. The boss must be insane. That was a sitting judge. An hour later, the court reconvened. Everyone returned to their respective seats, yet both the defense and plaintiff tables lay vacant. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, awaiting the presiding judge's final verdict on Wang Yu. All believed this thrilling courtroom drama was finally approaching its resolution. Sun Lakun glanced at the applicant's seat, preparing to announce the verdict. At that moment, Lu Cheng slowly rose from his seat once more. He adjusted his tie, his calm gaze fixed upon the bench. Your Honor, we have further submissions. This statement plunged the courtroom back into an eerie silence. There's more? Sun Lakun's brow furrowed. Barely perceptibly. Applicant, please proceed. Lu Cheng's voice resonated clearly and coldly throughout the court. Your Honor, in light of the recent proceedings, it has been established that the plaintiff has engaged in false accusations and colluded with legal counsel and forensic experts to fabricate crucial evidence, revealing a series of grave judicial corruption issues. We have ample grounds to suspect that the integrity and legality of the original judgment, in this case, are fundamentally flawed. He paused, each word seeming to be extracted with great effort. Therefore, I hereby formally submit to the court, in accordance with Article 28 of the Criminal Procedure Law and relevant judicial interpretations. He withdrew the final document from his briefcase and raised a high. This is a petition for the recusal of the first instance judge, Qian Wenbin, and a request for the Disciplinary Inspection Department to initiate an investigation into his suspected judicial misconduct. As these words left his lips, time seemed to freeze. On the bench, the usually composed Sun Lakun's pupils dilated sharply, his face betraying disbelief for the first time. The courtroom fell into a profound silence. In a live broadcast room, where millions were watching, the barrage of comments paused for 3 seconds, leaving an eerie void. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, regarding Lu Cheng as if he were mad. They had envisioned countless possibilities. Yet they had never anticipated that Lu Cheng's ultimate goal would encompass the first-instance judge. He aimed to unearth the entirety of corruption and injustice within this case, from the plaintiff to the attorneys, from the forensic experts to the judges, unearthing it all in one fell swoop. Chapter 13. Judicial Bahías. Exposure of Miss Sanders' remarks. In the gallery, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of sophistication suddenly trembled, his previously gentle demeanor freezing in shock. He was Qian Wenbin. He had come today to witness firsthand how this audacious young lawyer was to be subdued by Zhao Kongyan. Yet what did he witness? He saw Lin Weiwei's reputation shattered, Zhao Kongyan and Wang Jiangwo taken away in handcuffs. Now, the bloodstained knife was inexplicably turned upon himself. "You are slandering me." Qian Wenbin could no longer maintain his composure. Abruptly standing from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Cheng, his voice sharp with fury and a hint of barely concealed terror. "This is defamation, Your Honor. I protest. He is openly challenging the authority of the judiciary. I request that he be held in contempt of court immediately." Silence. With a decisive strike of his gavel, Sun Liqiu interrupted Qian Wenbin's furious outburst. His expression was graver than ever before as he cast a complex glance at Lu Cheng. "What further cards does this young man hold?" "Applicant, your accusations are exceedingly serious. Do you possess evidence?" "Indeed," Lu Cheng replied, not deigning to glance at the frenzied Qian Wenbin. He merely inclined his body slightly toward the bench, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Behind him, Xiao Wanning felt as though she were suffocating. Her heart raced wildly as she stifled her excitement, complying with Lu Cheng's prior glance by presenting the documents to the bailiff. Lu Cheng's voice resonated once more, serene yet laced with an icy chill. "Your Honor, before presenting direct evidence regarding Judge Qian Wenbin's judicial misconduct, I wish to share some materials that thoroughly illustrate the subjective malice that Judge Qian harbored while adjudicating this case." Subjective malice? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The large screen illuminated for the third time, revealing a screenshot of a social media profile. The account name read, Winzabinbin. The profile picture was none other than a professional photo of Qian Wenbin himself. The homepage was filled with reposted legal news accompanied by grandiloquent commentaries, projecting an image of tranquil times and justice for the people. Upon witnessing this, Qian Wenbin exhaled slightly, letting out a cold snort. "What does my personal social media account prove?" "Patience, Judge Qian," Lu Cheng retorted, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The scene shifted to another account's homepage. The username read, "Justice shatters the Nan sword." The avatar depicted an animated girl raising her fist in defiance. "Your Honor, this account was registered using Judge Qian Wenbin's personal phone number and has been actively maintained by him," Lu Cheng declared. As soon as his words fell, a screenshot of the verified account was prominently displayed on the screen, featuring Qian Wenbin's name and identification number unmistakably listed. Qian Wenbin's pupils dilated in shock. How did he uncover this account? Before he could react, the screen unveiled a series of statements from this account, laid bare for all to see. "Today, I judged another case. Seeing that national man's woeful face made me want to vomit. He deserves it. Throw up. Ladies, fear not. If it's a man, he must be at fault when things go awry. Make a scene first. I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of those lawyers who defend men. Are they all marriage donkeys? A judge who does not assist women in their rulings. Are you still a jurist? Our positions are our greatest weapons." Hilarious. Domestic violence exists in two forms, either none or countless incidents. The same applies to rape. If the woman says no, it is rape, regardless of whether they were previously lovers. Each statement, rife with prejudice, discrimination, and extreme hatred, was utterly shocking. Had these words originated from an ordinary netizen, they would have merely drawn a few expletives. Yet these sentiments flowed from the pen of a judge wielding the power to determine the freedom and fate of others. The courtroom erupted in chaos. The live chat was flooded with furious comments. "No way, no way, no way. Am I seeing this correctly? This is what a judge is saying? A martial artist judge? Unbelievable. This is a terror 1,000 times more horrifying than a lawyer fabricating evidence." A judge who does not assist women. What kind of judge is that? What does he regard the law as? Upon deeper reflection, the case of Wang Yu is indeed one he presided over in the first trial. This is not justice. It is a form of extrajudicial punishment. An investigation is imperative. How many miscarriages of justice lie in the hands of Qian Wenbin? Qian Wenbin's face drained of color, and sweat soaked his back. It was over for him. Regardless of whether the charges of judicial misconduct held any weight, these statements alone signified the end of his career as a judge. Yet, being the cunning old fox that he was, he clung to the last vestiges of reason and protested loudly. These are merely my personal opinions expressed online. How can such online banter serve as evidence of my judicial misconduct? Freedom of speech. This is my freedom of expression. Presiding judge. He is using online discourse to launch a personal attack against me. This is irrelevant to the case. His defense, while it seemed to possess a modicum of legal validity, could not equate online discourse with judicial practice. Of course not. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. Qian Wenbin was taken aback. Lu Cheng gazed at him, his calm eyes revealing a keen insight. Though his opponent appeared assertive, his racing heartbeat and flickering gaze betrayed a typical facade of bravado masking inner cowardice. Judge Qian, you're indeed correct. These statements cannot directly serve as evidence of your judicial misconduct. Lu Cheng paused, then shifted his tone sharply. However, they are merely an appetizer. They serve to demonstrate that from the very beginning, you had no intention of granting Wang Yu a fair trial, displaying subjective malice. According to Article 28 of the Supreme People's Court Regulations on the Procedures for Handling Criminal Cases, if a judge's personal statements are shown to potentially influence a fair trial, the parties involved possess the right to request their recusal. With each word Lu Cheng uttered, Qian Wenbin's complexion paled further. He had even invoked such an obscure judicial interpretation. I did not. Qian Wenbin nearly shouted. My online statements are entirely separate from my judicial philosophy. Every case I adjudicate upholds the national emblem and the law. He found himself forced to defend himself, unaware that he was stepping directly into the trap meticulously laid by Lu Cheng. Excellent. This was precisely the response Lu Cheng had awaited. He abruptly turned toward the bench, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the courtroom. Presiding judge, since Judge Qian Wenbin claims that his judgments are absolutely just and can withstand any scrutiny, then the sole criterion for testing his assertions must be his past rulings. I hereby formally request the collegial panel to retrieve, immediately, all case files pertaining to emotional relationships and family disputes adjudicated by Judge Qian Wenbin over the past 3 years since his appointment. This is to verify his innocence. The final 4 words, Lu Cheng articulated slowly and emphatically. That is not an application. It is a trial. Qian Wenbin felt as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place, his mind a blank. Retrieve all case files? No, absolutely not. On the bench, Sun Lacun exchanged brief, yet urgent glances with the other 2 members of the tribunal. The astonishment and resolve in their eyes mirrored one another. The situation had escalated far beyond the confines of a mere rape case. It posed a substantial challenge to the credibility of the entire judicial system in the city. If this malignant tumor is not excised, where lies the dignity of the law? Bang! Sun Lacun's gavel came down with a resounding thud. His voice resonated with unprecedented authority and determination. The applicant's request is granted by the tribunal. This court declares a recess. Bailiffs, immediately send personnel to the court's archives to retrieve all relevant case files pertaining to Judge Qian Wenbin from the past 3 years, to be sealed for review. Furthermore, notify the disciplinary inspection team to impose control measures on Qian Wenbin. As the gavel struck, Qian Wenbin's body went limp, collapsing completely into his chair. The scholarly visage he once bore was now reduced to ashen despair. Chapter 14. The Assembly Line of Judgments. The Mass Production of Miscarriages of Justice. The gavel fell again, signaling the end of the recess. 2 clerks wheeled in a cart laden with brown paper file folders, creaking as they entered through the side door. Dozens of substantial brown paper case files, imbued with the scent of aged paper, were meticulously arranged on the vacant space before Lu Cheng. The entire courtroom, including Chief Judge Sun Lacun at the bench, gazed in silence at the towering stack of files. How to investigate this? If examined one by one, it would take until tomorrow to finish. The comments in the live broadcast were rife with confusion. What is Lu Cheng planning? A live reading performance? With so many files, will half a day suffice to peruse them all? Is this a new tactic for stalling? I cannot comprehend, but I am profoundly shaken. In the spectators area, Qian Wenbin, just assisted back to his seat, witnessed this scene, and a trace of a smug smirk emerged on his otherwise ashen face. Investigate? Go ahead. Each judgment within is impeccable on its own. Even if you searched until the end of time, do not expect to uncover direct evidence of my judicial misconduct. He even adjusted his sweat-soaked collar and straightened his posture. However, Lu Cheng did not spare him a glance. He merely turned his head, his gaze landing on the anxious intern beside him, whose palms were slick with perspiration. Xiao Wanqing's innocent peach blossom eyes were fixed on him, brimming with questions and a hint of unease. Chief Judge Sun Lakun's gaze swept over Lu Cheng, his tone grave. Applicant, all case files have been retrieved. What are your requests? Thank you, Your Honor. Lu Cheng nodded slightly, picked up the topmost file, and handed it to Xiao Wanqing. Without elaboration, his movements were decisive and efficient. He tossed the uppermost files onto the table before Xiao Wanqing. You have half an hour. Using the case analysis method I taught you, identify all cases where the plaintiff's attorney is from the Cheng law firm and compile a report on the commonalities in the verdicts. Huh? Xiao Wanqing was taken aback. Half an hour? With so many files? And I need to perform data analysis? Boss, are you joking? She instinctively shifted in her chair, her form-fitting professional skirt accentuating her unusually pert posterior, revealing her unease. Is it impossible? Lu Cheng raised his eyelids, his tone calm and unwavering. No, it is possible. Xiao Wanqing nearly shouted. Upon gazing into Lu Cheng's profound eyes, she suddenly comprehended. The boss never undertook tasks without assurance. Given his assertion, there must be sound reasoning behind it. A wave of inexplicable trust and exhilaration surged within her. She inhaled deeply, her astonishing curves rising and falling as if rallying herself. Swiftly, she opened her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared to blur. The entire courtroom's attention was riveted on the girl with twin ponytails. Time ticked by second. Qian Wenbin's cynical smile deepened. What a charade. I shall see what nonsense you can produce in half an hour. In the live stream, countless viewers were equally anxious for Xiao Wanqing. This workload is immense. It's utterly impossible to complete in half an hour. I feel for the young lady. She might lose all her hair. I believe in Lu Cheng. If he dares to say it, he must have a backup plan. 20 minutes later, just as everyone assumed this was merely a farce, Xiao Wanqing's fingers struck the enter key decisively. Boss, I'm done. Her voice trembled, not from exhaustion, but from excitement and disbelief at her own revelation. She lifted her head, her innocent face flushed with concentration, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a startling brilliance. Lu Cheng nodded and gestured toward the large screen. Xiao Wanqing understood immediately and handed the document to the court officer. Soon, a concise yet shocking data analysis report appeared before everyone's eyes. Qian Wenbin Judge's analysis report on relevant cases from the past 3 years. Total number of cases, 17. Among them, the plaintiff's attorney from certain Cheng law firm handled 15 cases. Commonalities and verdict results. 1. The male party was deemed at fault. 15, representing 100. 2. The verdict resulted in the male party leaving with nothing. 15, representing 100. 3. All cases did not support any counterclaims from the male party. 15, representing 100. A series of chilling 100 struck each heart like heavy hammers. What does this mean? 17 cases, with 15 represented by the same law firm, and all resulted in the male party leaving with nothing? Coincidence? What kind of coincidence is this? In the courtroom, murmurs surged like a tidal wave. The color drained from Qian Wenbin's face, leaving him utterly pale. He stared intently at the data on the screen, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. How could he possibly link all these cases in such a short time? Sun Lichio's expression was beyond mere pallor. It was the eerie stillness before an impending storm. He turned to Lu Cheng and said in a low voice, Applicant, please elucidate this report. Certainly, Your Honor, Lu Cheng replied, slowly rising to take over from Xiao Wanqing. This report indicates that in Judge Qian Wenbin's courtroom, there exists a conveyor belt of judgments. If the plaintiff's representative is from the Cheng law firm, the trial process is significantly expedited, invariably resulting in the male party leaving with nothing and bearing all the responsibility. He paused, introducing an even more chilling concept. Your Honor, I even have reason to suspect that the female victims in these 15 cases are not independent individuals. They follow each other on social media, maintain fixed chat groups, and even hold regular offline gatherings. They have formed an organization, a collective known as the Fairy Mutual Aid Alliance. The objective of this alliance is to specifically target men with considerable assets who are relatively meek and timid, gaining their trust through romance and marriage within a short period. Subsequently, the Cheng law firm intervenes, initiating lawsuits on baseless charges such as domestic violence and infidelity. And then Judge Qian Wenbin delivers precise judgments, thereby achieving the goal of swindling vast sums of money. Judge Qian Wenbin is a crucial link in this sinister industrial chain. He serves as the judicial shield for this alliance. Through repeated unlawful rulings, he profits immensely. The live stream's comments erupted. What the hell? A judicial industrial chain? Mass production of wrongful cases? Fairy Mutual Aid Alliance? This is a syndicate. So malicious. No wonder Wang Yu's case was decided so swiftly. It turns out to be a routine operation on the assembly line. Terrifying to contemplate. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. The Cheng law firm and the Fairy Alliance. Every last one of them must be brought to justice. You are spouting nonsense. You are slandering me. Qian Wenbin could no longer contain himself. He resembled a beast cornered with no escape, pointing at Lu Cheng and roaring furiously. Where's the evidence? You claim I accepted bribes, but where is your proof? You cannot produce any. This is slander, defamation. His voice, under immense pressure, sounded fierce yet hollow. The courtroom fell silent again. All eyes turned to Lu Cheng. Indeed, while the earlier inferences were reasonable, the crux of the matter remained the evidence of Qian Wenbin accepting bribes. Lu Cheng met the gazes of the crowd and surprisingly nodded. Judge Qian, you are correct. He candidly admitted, I do not possess direct evidence of your cash transactions. You old foxes leave no trace. How could you possibly leave such a blatant handle? Qian Wenbin froze, feeling a momentary sense of relief. However, Lu Cheng's next words plunged him into despair. With a chilling smile, Lu Cheng fixed his gaze on Qian Wenbin and articulated each word deliberately. I have found your mistress. She is willing to testify, revealing all the undisclosed assets you have transferred through her and her relatives' accounts over the years. Mistress? As these words escaped Lu Cheng's lips, Qian Wenbin felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. His mind went blank. It was over. How could he possibly locate that woman? Chapter 15. The Betrayal of the Mistress. The final trump card. As permitted by the presiding judge, the side door of the courtroom creaked open. A tall and graceful figure, adorned in stiletto heels, stepped inside with deliberate poise. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with cascading waves of chestnut hair and a meticulously crafted visage. The seemingly simple Chanel dress she wore accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Particularly, the way the fitted garment hugged her waist and hips, swaying with her every step, exuded the unique allure of a mature woman. Upon her entrance, she captured the attention of all present. The woman did not spare a glance at anyone. Striding directly to the witness stand, where, guided by the court clerk, she calmly took her oath. Witness, please state your name and occupation. The prosecutor inquired as a matter of routine. My name is Lu Feifei, currently unemployed, she replied, her voice melodious, laced with a hint of languor. Lu Cheng rose, his gaze fixated on Lu Feifei. Ms. Lu Feifei, may I ask what your relationship is with Judge Qian Wenbin, seated in the audience? Lu Feifei's gaze finally shifted toward Qian Wenbin, her beautiful eyes devoid of love or hatred, reflecting only a chilling void. We are lovers. She uttered those 4 words nonchalantly, igniting an uproar in the courtroom. The live chat erupted with fervor. What? Am I hearing this correctly? Lovers? The judge, not only a fighter online, but also maintains a mistress in reality? What a supreme double standard. What an unexpected turn of events. How did Lu manage to bring his lover here? I'm stunned. I truly am. I thought arresting the lawyer and forensic expert in court was the limit. But this is even more explosive. Qian Wenbin trembled violently, suddenly standing up and pointing at Lu Feifei, his voice hoarse and roaring. You lie. I do not know you at all. Your Honor, she is slandering me. Lu Cheng has sent her to defame me. Silence. Sun Lakun's gavel struck down heavily. Qian Wenbin, mind your identity. This is a courtroom. Lu Feifei observed Qian Wenbin's flustered demeanor, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lu Cheng's voice resonated calmly. Judge Qian, do not be hasty. I have some photographs and videos that may jog your memory. Xiao Wanqing promptly stood up, presenting a platter. On the large screen, intimate photographs of Qian Wenbin and Lu Feifei surfaced, ranging from candlelit dinners in upscale restaurants to passionate embraces on foreign beaches. And even a few selfies in a luxurious bedroom, the disheveled bed in the background speaking volumes. Qian Wenbin's roar abruptly ceased, leaving him frozen in place. Lu Cheng turned toward the witness stand. Ms. Lu Feifei, as a public official, Judge Qian Wenbin has a limited income. How does he sustain such extravagant expenditures for you? He has additional income, Lu Feifei replied nonchalantly. What kind of income? Collaborating with lawyers, engaging in lawsuits, and sharing the proceeds. Lu Feifei's words resonated clearly in the ears of all present. How exactly does this operate? I'm not entirely clear. Lu Feifei shook her head, then added. However, I have heard him speak of a rather pleasant collaboration with a law firm named Cheng, where lawyer Zhao Kanyan is exceedingly generous each time a case concludes. He promptly transfers the agreed consultation fee to a designated account, which he then withdraws in cash. He claims that the law serves the wealthy. If executed correctly, one can manipulate black into white. He also stated that those impoverished souls without power ought to reflect deeply in prison. With each of her words, Qian Wenbin's countenance grew increasingly pale. These are the intimate boasts he made in drunken revelry. This vile woman has retained every word. Such nonsense. Qian Wenbin regained his composure and made one final effort. What evidence do you possess? Merely your word? Evidence? Lu Feifei laughed, a smile laced with a sense of shared destruction. From her exquisite Hermes bag, she produced a finely crafted leather notebook and handed it to the bailiff. Your Honor, this was a gift he bestowed upon me. He remarked that a good memory pales in comparison to a poor pen, urging me to record every ounce of happiness. He has a habit of journaling, particularly noting every additional income, which he recalls with precision. He claimed this was his ledger of achievements, a capital to exchange for greater power in the future. The bailiff presented the notebook to Chief Judge Sun Likun. Upon glancing at the records, Sun Likun's pupils constricted sharply. He signaled to the technical staff to project the ledger onto the large screen. It displayed pages of meticulous handwriting, detailing every transaction of illicit funds. Date, year, month, day. Case of Li versus Wang divorce. Lawyer Zhao's visit. Consultation fee. 50,000. Success. Date, year, month, day. Honda Construction versus Zhengfu Engineering payment dispute. Dismissed. Lawyer Zhao's consultation fee. 200,000. Received. Date, year, month, day. Zhang's traffic accident case. Ruling. 3 years suspended for 4. Lawyer Zhao presented an ancient painting, valued at approximately 150,000. Each entry was precise, with time, case title, collaborating lawyer, amount, and outcome, all laid bare. This was not merely a diary. It was a dripping testament to judicial corruption. Qian Wenbin gazed at the familiar handwriting on the screen, observing the very sins he had recorded with his own hand. His mind buzzed, and darkness enveloped him. The last bastion of his psyche crumbled completely. He realized that it was all over, not due to online commentary, nor because of retrieved documents, but rather by the most trusted person in his life, wielding the damning evidence he had inscribed himself, delivering the most lethal blow. Thud! Before millions of viewers nationwide, this judge, who had just proclaimed the sanctity of justice, rolled his eyes, his body slackened, and he toppled backward, fainting in the courtroom. Doctor! Quickly, summon a doctor. The gallery erupted into chaos as bailiffs and medical personnel rushed to provide emergency aid to Qian Wenbin. The courtroom descended into a turmoil, far more chaotic than before. The audience in the live stream was rendered utterly speechless. What more can I possibly say? I can only exclaim, incredible! In the midst of chaos, Lu Cheng calmly returned to his seat. His gaze swept across the system panel in his mind, visible only to him. Supreme Lawyer System. Current case. Wang Yu's false rape accusation. Evidence and clue unlocked. 1 chat records of Wang Yu and Lin Weiwei's affair. 2 audio of Lin Weiwei instigating Wang Yu to collude. 3 audio of Zhang Hao and others extorting. 4 transfer records of Zhang Hao to Li Feng. 5 key witness, Li Feng. 6 Zhao Kanyan's purchase of forensic surveillance video. 7 Qian Wenbin's misogynistic remarks from his secondary account. 8 intimate photos of Qian Wenbin with his mistress. 9 key witness, Lu Feifei. 10 Qian Wenbin's bribery ledger. 11 audio of Lin Weiwei's boyfriend, Zhang Hao. The 11th piece of evidence had yet to be utilized. A subtle smile graced Lu Cheng's lips. It was fitting to leave a surprise for the final verdict. A last shock for the two treacherous lovers. Xiao Wanqing, sitting beside him, gazed at Lu Cheng's profile with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, feeling her heart racing to the verge of bursting. He was formidable. Her boss was nothing short of a deity. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Lacun exerted all his strength to strike the gavel repeatedly, finally bringing a semblance of order to the courtroom. His voice, tinged with fatigue, resonated with authority. Given the significant developments in this case and the serious misconduct of judicial personnel, the tribunal has decided to postpone the ruling to a later date. Court is adjourned. The prosecution and the disciplinary inspection department have formally launched investigations against Qian Wenbin, Zhao Kongyan, Wang Jiangwo, and others. No involved personnel will escape justice. As the trial concluded, Lu Cheng, accompanied by Xiao Wanqing and the tearful Wang Yu, exited the gates of the Shanghai High Court. Click, click, click. Countless flashes enveloped them in an instant. Dozens of microphones were thrust towards them from all directions. Lawyer Lu, how did you uncover such transformative evidence? Lawyer Lu, you single-handedly dismantled an entire criminal syndicate. What are your thoughts? Lu Cheng paused, surveying the excited crowd, and calmly uttered a singular statement. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Chapter 16, a viral sensation. Invitations from top law firms. Within 10 minutes of the trial's conclusion, the entire internet erupted. The entry titled, Lu Cheng Sends Off the First Instance Judge in Court, surged with unprecedented explosiveness, eclipsing all entertainment gossip and societal news. Soaring to the top of trending searches. Upon delving into the matter, one is met with a multitude of meticulously edited courtroom snippets. How could you have the plaintiff incarcerated while assisting me in winning the case? In your endeavor to prove my innocence, how could you also have the opposing counsel imprisoned? Not merely the attorney, but you dare to imprison the judge as well. During an interview outside the courtroom, Wang Yu posed 3 poignant and bewildered questions that resonated with netizens, leading to a viral sensation with shares soaring into the hundreds of millions. Following closely, Lu Cheng addressed the camera, articulating the sentiment that justice may be delayed, yet it will never be absent. The comments section became utterly inundated. I declare this to be the most handsome man of 2025. No rebuttals accepted. He's on fire. This guy is truly ferocious. One man, with his words, topples an entire criminal syndicate. Isn't this 1,000 times more exhilarating than those superhero films? I once doubted the light, but today, having witnessed Lawyer Lu, I believe. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Damn, tears are streaming down. For this statement, I am willing to call Lu Cheng a hero. Is anyone organizing a group to present a banner to Zhengcheng Law Firm? Count me in. I wish to present the largest one, inscribed with the characters, Outlaw, True Deity. In stark contrast to the online revelry, the Zhengcheng Law Firm was experiencing a different kind of fervor. The ringing of the landline had not ceased since the conclusion of the trial. Hello, this is Zhengcheng Law Firm. Yes, we're the office of Lawyer Lu. How may we assist you? I'm sorry, but Lawyer Lu's schedule is currently full. Yes, fully booked. Xiao Wanqing, with one hand clutching her phone and the other swiftly jotting notes on a notepad, found beads of perspiration forming on her polished forehead. Her professional attire accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely. At this moment, due to the incessant phone calls and her need to rise, her well-rounded form shifted anxiously in the chair, creating a captivating sight. After hanging up on yet another call, Xiao Wanqing exhaled deeply, lifted her water cup, and gulped down several mouthfuls, her remarkable curves rising and falling in tandem. Turning her gaze towards the man leisurely seated in the executive chair, she felt both exasperated and amused. Boss, the phone is about to explode. It's all potential clients, and several from out of town are even willing to pay double the lawyer's fee and fly over to request your representation. Excitement sparkled in her peach blossom eyes. Are we really not accepting any of these cases? Just imagine the fortune. Lu Cheng, unfazed and maintaining a calm demeanor, did not lift his gaze. We shall not accept. But why? Xiao Wanqing questioned, perplexed. Isn't our firm currently in need of funds? Flies do not buzz around a seamless egg. Lu Cheng finally paused his rhythmic tapping on the desk and took a sip of his tea. Those seeking our services now are, in 99% of cases, individuals with murky pasts wishing to enlist a formidable figure to tidy up their mess. Such money is tainted. Xiao Wanqing was taken aback as she observed Lu Cheng's profile. The fervor she felt from their recent victory and newfound fame was doused, akin to being splashed with cold water, bringing her back to a state of clarity. Indeed, the boss remained the same steadfast figure he had always been. His pursuit has never been for wealth. Should I then decline all requests? Lu Cheng took a sip of tea and informed them that if they wished to make an inquiry, they should first send a case summary and relevant materials to the law firm's email. I will personally review them. The moment Xia Wanqing heard this, her eyes sparkled with understanding. She realized that the boss was not refusing. Rather, he was willing to take on only those cases that genuinely required assistance, those truly wronged. This is who he is, a commendable boss. I comprehend now. Xiao Wanqing's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. At the same time, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, atop the financial center at Lujiazui, in the global financial building within the Tianhe law firm, outside the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the skyline was adorned with towering skyscrapers and a bustling flow of traffic, presenting a panoramic view of the city's splendor. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat tense. A dozen impeccably dressed men and women, each exuding an imposing presence, sat upright. Every one of them was a prominent figure in Shanghai's legal arena, senior partners of Tianhe. On the enormous LCD screen before them, a recording of the courtroom proceedings of the Wang Yu case was being played. As they witnessed Lu Cheng unveil the mistress and the bribery ledger of Qian Wenbin, which directly led to Qian collapsing in court, an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, an elderly man with slightly graying hair, yet vibrant and sharp-eyed like an eagle, suddenly slapped his thigh. Excellent. This exclamation resonated with vigor. He was Shui Yunhai, the founder and director of Tianhe. What an outstanding Lu Cheng. What an astute maneuver. What a remarkable comeback. Shui Yunhai's face radiated unabashed admiration. From a meticulous presentation of the evidence chain to the control of the courtroom tempo and the calculation of human emotions, each element was intricately interconnected, flawless. This young man is a once-in-a-century prodigy. He surveyed the room, his voice resolute. I have decided at any cost to recruit this Lu Cheng into our Tianhe. Upon his declaration, a subtle commotion rippled through the conference room. Director, I object. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a composed demeanor spoke up. He was Gao Jiqiang, one of the senior partners at Tianhe, overseeing risk control and compliance. I acknowledge that Lu Cheng is indeed talented. However, Gao adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. He resembles a wild stallion, a blade without a sheath. His brilliance is too conspicuous, and his actions disregard the consequences. While his recent takedown of the plaintiff, the lawyer, the forensic expert, and the judge was exhilarating and vaulted him to fame, it has transgressed a significant taboo within our circle. He has offended everyone. Such an approach is too reckless, too individualistic, without regard for the subsequent ramifications. Should we bring him on board? What if one day he handles a case against one of our esteemed clients? Would he employ the same ruthless tactics against them? This poses a substantial risk to our firm's reputation. Gao Jiqiang paused, presenting a more specific concern. Moreover, I have heard that recently, Su Mei of the Su Group is embroiled in a divorce. Her husband, Zhang Jianjun, has been one of our valued clients for nearly a decade. A few days ago, a woman named Su Mei consulted at Lu Cheng's law firm. If we were to recruit Lu Cheng now, and he subsequently took on Su Mei's case, how could we explain that to General Zhang? Wouldn't that be akin to undermining our own foundation? Gao Jiqiang's words resonated with many partners present who nodded in agreement. They are businessmen first and foremost, with their identity as lawyers secondary. Risk is their primary consideration. At that moment, a clear and cold female voice broke through the tension. Old Gao, I find your perspective rather conservative, spoke Qin Lan, the only female partner among them. With her chic short hair, exquisite makeup, and commanding presence, she is the litigation queen of Tianhe law firm. Her arms crossed, leaning back in her chair, a playful smile danced at the corners of her lips. What era are we in? It's the age of influence. Lu Cheng is a walking brand, the pinnacle of legal acclaim in Xia country. He alone holds the value of an entire year's output from our marketing department. While you calculate risks, I assess returns. Her gaze swept over Gao Jiqiang. What has Tianhe law firm ever shied away from challenges? What has earned us our position at the top of the industry? It is our audacity to tackle the tough cases that others fear to touch. We have grown far too comfortable It is time we felt a sense of urgency. Gao Jichang's expression darkened at her remarks. Supporters on both sides immediately engaged in a heated debate, filling the conference room with palpable tension. Enough of the bickering. Shui Yinhai slammed his hand on the table, his formidable presence silencing the room. He slowly rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the vibrant metropolis below. The risks old Gao speaks of are indeed present, and the returns Qinlan mentions are also evident. His voice took on a deep, resonant tone. But you all seem to have overlooked one crucial point. Risks can be managed, and returns can be calculated. However, true talent is something that can only be encountered by chance. Shui Yinhai turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across each individual present. In my lifetime managing law firms, I have encountered countless talents. Yet someone like Lu Cheng comes along only once in 30 years. If we at Tianhe do not seize this opportunity, he may very well become our most formidable adversary. This matter is decided. I shall personally meet with Lu Cheng. Chapter 17. The Night Before the Verdict. A recording from the demon. On the night before the verdict day, the city of magic was ablaze with lights, its neon glow illuminating the sleepless metropolis as if it were daylight. However, within the headquarters of the Magic City Daily, the chief editor's office was shrouded in silence. Chief Editor Lu, a seasoned media professional with over 2 decades of experience, sat wearing headphones, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. Behind him, several department heads and core journalists huddled, scarcely daring to breathe. Half an hour earlier, an anonymous email titled "A Gift for Everyone" had been delivered to the newspaper's public mailbox. The attachment contained merely an audio file. As old Lu clicked on the audio, within mere minutes, he sprang from his chair, his face pale, then flushed with rage, repeatedly muttering the words, "A madman, truly a madman." He immediately summoned all core personnel. Now, the hour-long recording was nearing its conclusion. The woman's voice, no longer the pitiable tone heard in court, was now laced with malice, venom, and a chilling desire for control. Zhang Hao, let me reiterate, you are utterly worthless, a complete waste. Without me, you are less than a dog. Do you understand? I tasked you with extorting that programmer, and you trembled, unable to manage even 30,000 yuan. What use are you, now that you botched things up? It's I who devised the way for you to report falsehoods to the police. Just do as I say. What is your brain for? A mere ornament? This time, you bear the weight of everything. Did you hear that? If you dare expose me, I will not only make your life miserable inside, but I assure you, your parents at home will know no peace. Does your sickly mother still wish for a pension? Cry? Do you even have the face to cry? You are merely a dog I have raised. I command you to bite whom I say. If I tell you to die, you must die. Do you comprehend? At the recording's end, the man suppressed, despairing sobs mingled with the woman's impatient scoff. Enough of your tears. It's exasperating. When you get out, I'll still deal with you. It's just a few years. Endure, and it will pass. Remember, you acted foolishly out of love for me, with no regard for the consequences. And it has nothing to do with anyone else. With a thud, old Lu removed the headphones and slammed them onto the table, his chest heaving violently. The entire office was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sheer malice and psychological manipulation depicted in the recording. A young reporter's voice trembled. Is this recording authentic? If it gets released, authenticity or not, the tech department must provide me an answer within half an hour. Old Lu's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a frenzied resolve. Everyone else now, immediately, write me an article. The headline shall read, Master Lin Weiwei, How I Turned My Boyfriend into a Dog. Extract every vile statement from the recording. I want the entire nation of Xia to witness the filthy, malevolent heart concealed beneath that beautiful facade. Tonight, no one is leaving work. Get sent out overnight. Websites, public accounts, all channels, full network push. At midnight, as countless souls drifted into slumber, the internet was ignited by a bombshell dropped by the Magic City Daily, a late-night expose. The article spread with unprecedented speed across major social platforms. That hour-long recording was dissected, shared, and analyzed by innumerable bloggers. The previously simmering public opinion surged back to a fervor tenfold greater than before. What the hell? What the hell? I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. Is Lin Weiwei a devil? The clown was actually me. A few days ago, I genuinely felt sympathy for her, believing she was merely swept away by love. However, it has become evident that she is a master manipulator treating her boyfriend like a mere pawn. My dear friends, who can comprehend this? After listening to the recording, I felt a chilling sensation coursing through me, my body trembling. Zhang Hao's plight is truly tragic. This is not a romance. It is akin to being subjected to a curse. What about those who previously empathized with Lin Weiwei? Care to step forward? Does it sting your conscience? From the very beginning, she has been a mastermind, while Zhang Hao is nothing more than a puppet thrust into the spotlight. I now comprehend why Lu Cheng was determined to dismantle her. Such a woman deserves to face the gravest of consequences. Allegations of defamation? This is nothing short of psychological torment. I retract my earlier statements. Lu Cheng is not a rogue beyond the law. He is here to purge the world of its filth. I stand in support of Lu Cheng. The verdict tomorrow must be severe. The tide has utterly turned. At this moment, no one harbors even a shred of sympathy for Lin Weiwei. She has been nailed to the pillar of public disgrace, forever unable to rise again. At the Zhongxing law firm, Xiao Wanqing stifled a yawn, rubbing her drowsy eyes, and habitually reached for her phone. Upon encountering the deluge of news, she was instantaneously awakened. She clicked on the recording, and after just a few lines, her innocent and sweet visage was overtaken by shock. She abruptly sprang from her desk, hastening to her boss's office door, forgetting to knock, and simply pushing the door open. Boss! Lu Cheng was seated in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. As she burst in, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Wanqing rushed to his desk, thrusting her phone screen towards him. In her haste, her remarkable curves swayed, and her breath quickened. Boss, look, this recording, you sent it, didn't you? Her voice trembled with suppressed excitement and confusion. Why wasn't this crucial evidence presented in court? It is an absolute game-changer. It could decisively place Lin Weiwei in the role of the principal offender. Lu Cheng's gaze did not fixate on the phone screen, but rather roamed over her flushed cheeks, which betrayed her agitation, and her slightly parted lips, exuding a sweet fragrance. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in a chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the desk, producing a soft, steady sound. Why the hurry? He murmured, his voice tinged with a languid post-slumber quality. Sit down. His eyes briefly glanced downward. If you lean in any further, I might think you are attempting to feed me breakfast with your phone. Ah. Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then followed his gaze downward, her face instantly flushing crimson. Today, she wore a somewhat loose white silk blouse, and in her fervent movements, the top button had inexplicably come undone. From Lu Cheng's perspective, the alluring expanse of her neckline was tantalizingly visible. She gasped, quickly stepping back, hands covering her chest, both embarrassed and irate, casting an indignant glare at Lu Cheng, her sparkling eyes revealing a mix of annoyance and an indescribable allure. Boss, where are you looking? I'm discussing serious matters. She fumbled to fasten her buttons before finally pulling over a chair and sitting down with utmost propriety. However, her round and pert posterior shifted restlessly upon the seat. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Cheng's lips as he leisurely began to speak. This recording, when presented in court, indeed proved to be effective. Yet have you ever considered that its legal implications are not as profound as you might envision? Why? Xiao Wanqing inquired, perplexed. Because it merely serves to demonstrate Lin Weiwei's greater subjective malice, marking her as the principal perpetrator in a joint crime. According to Article 26 of the criminal law, the principal offender should be punished according to the entirety of the crimes they participated in, Lu Cheng elucidated. However, the charges of attempted extortion and false accusation are already established. This recording may at most compel the judge to impose a harsher sentence during sentencing, perhaps adding an additional year or so. Is that significant? Not particularly. Xiao Wanqing nodded, half comprehending. Lu Cheng lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip before continuing. However, if it were to be cast into the arena of public opinion, the effect would be entirely different. His gaze deepened. The judgment of law is tangible, inscribed in the years of imprisonment stated in the verdict. Yet the judgment of public opinion is intangible. It can lead to a complete social demise for an individual. What I desire is not merely to confine her to prison. I wish for her to bear the burden of disgrace for the rest of her life. Even upon her release, she should continue to live under the scorn and derision of society. She must eternally pay the price for her malevolence. This, I find, is far more gratifying and significant than simply extending her prison term. Lu Cheng set down his teacup, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling intensity. Xiao Wanqing gazed at him, her heart racing uncontrollably. She finally grasped the magnitude of his intentions. From the outset, her boss had orchestrated a scheme. The court's judgment was merely a segment of this elaborate design. His true objective was to ensure these scoundrels faced the most severe penalties on both legal and moral fronts. His words sent a tremor through Xiao Wanqing. She stared at Lu Cheng, her understanding once again reshaped by this man. The weapon of law could be wielded in such a manner. She looked at Lu Cheng's profile with her enchanting eyes. I understand now. This is the fourth lesson you have taught me, correct? No, Lu Cheng replied, shaking his head, extending his finger to gently tap her smooth forehead. This is merely the reference answer for your homework. Oh, Xiao Wanqing covered her forehead, feeling the lingering warmth, her cheeks flushing anew. Chapter 18. The Final Judgment. A Righteous Verdict. On the day of the verdict, the Supreme People's Court of Magic City, first courtroom, was bustling with activity. The expansive courtroom was filled to capacity. The spectator area overflowed with media reporters and legal professionals from across the nation, all straining their necks as they readied their cameras and recording devices. Outside the courtroom, the online viewer count in the official live streaming room had skyrocketed to a staggering 30 million. Comments cascaded like a waterfall, dense and overwhelming, nearly engulfing the entire screen. It's here. We've finally awaited this day. My sunflower seeds, cola, and small stool are all prepared. The grand finale of the annual courtroom drama is here. Lu, deliver a severe verdict. I can hardly wait to see the expression on Lin Weiwei's face upon hearing the judgment. It must be the death penalty. Execute it immediately. Calm down upstairs. This is a society governed by the rule of law. However, I too believe a harsh sentence is necessary. Otherwise, it would fail to satisfy the public outrage. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, a crisp sound of the gavel brought silence to the courtroom. Presiding Judge Sun Likun, with a solemn expression and piercing gaze, surveyed the room. Lu Cheng sat calmly in the plaintiff's seat, while beside him, Xiao Wanqing sat upright, visibly tense. In the defendant's seat, Wang Yu trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the presiding judge, filled with anticipation and fear. On the other side, in the defendant's section, Lin Weiwei, Zhang Hao, and Li Feng appeared ashen, especially Lin Weiwei, whose once pitiful visage now bore only pallor and resentment. All rise, came a command, and the entire assembly stood in unison. Sun Likun picked up the thick judgment document and began to read, his voice resonant and devoid of emotion. Upon review by this court, it was established that the original defendant, Wang Yu, and the victim, Lin Weiwei, were in a romantic relationship, corroborated by their WeChat chat records. The original judgment relied on Lin Weiwei's assertion of being raped, which fundamentally contradicted the subsequent findings that she had actively instigated Wang Yu to conspire, alongside Zhang Hao and others, to extort him. Judge Sun Likun methodically recounted the evidence presented by Lu Cheng during the trial, analyzing each piece and ultimately affirming its legal validity. The entire process was marked by clear logic and rigorous argumentation, leaving no room for flaw. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. Wow, officially validated. All evidence submitted by Lu is effective. Incredible. This judgment is excellently written. Perfect logic. It has left those scoundrels reeling. Quick, we're nearing the verdict. My heart is racing. Xiao Wanqing's breathing grew rapid as her tear filled. Peach blossom eyes fixated on the judge's lips, her remarkable figure rising and falling with increasing intensity. Finally, after 20 minutes of elucidation, Sun Likun paused, lifting his gaze to Wang Yu. The court determined that the findings of the first and second trials, which convicted Wang Yu of rape, were unclear, lacked sufficient evidence, and misapplied the law. In accordance with Article 256 of the Criminal Procedure Law, the judgment should be overturned. His voice suddenly rose, reverberating throughout the courtroom. The verdict is hereby announced. Defendant Wang Yu is not guilty. As these words traversed countless waves, reaching every corner of Xia country, Wang Yu's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. In the next moment, this 30-year-old man could no longer suppress his emotions. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The grievances, despair, and pain that had been suppressed for months burst forth in a torrent of tears. He remained silent, merely bowing his head repeatedly in the direction of Lu Cheng and the judge's bench. I'm not a rapist. I'm not. Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. She fervently grasped Lu Cheng's arm, her astonishing softness pressed tightly against him, her body trembling slightly from her agitation. Lu Cheng gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. His gaze swept over the weeping Wang Yu before finally resting on the ashen-faced woman in the plaintiff's seat. In the live broadcast room, after a brief silence of 3 seconds, it was instantly inundated by a tsunami of comments. Justice, not guilty. I'm a grown man. Crying out loud in the office. Lu Cheng is amazing. You are my only true god. No one stopped me today. I'm going to set off firecrackers outside Zhengxing law firm. Long live justice. The court's ruling continued. Sun Liqiu's gaze turned icy as he directed it towards Lin Weiwei. The defendant, Lin Weiwei, fabricated facts with the intent to subject others to criminal prosecution. Her actions constituting the crime of false accusation as defined in Article 243 of the criminal law. With the aim of illegal possession, she conspired with others to extort citizens' property, which falls under Article 274 of the criminal law, constituting the crime of extortion. Lin Weiwei played a principal role in the joint crime and is deemed a principal offender, deserving of cumulative punishment. She is sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. 10 years. Upon hearing this number, Lin Weiwei trembled violently, her eyes filled with terror and resentment. Yet, it was not over. Sun Liqiu's tone shifted, growing increasingly severe. Furthermore, based on supplementary evidence submitted by the appeal attorney, Lu Cheng, post-trial, which includes recordings of Lin Weiwei exerting psychological control over co-defendant Zhang Hao. This evidence sufficiently demonstrates Lin Weiwei's profound subjective malice, her serious antisocial tendencies, and her dangerous manipulative behaviors toward society. This court will formally issue a judicial recommendation to the Prison Management Department based on this evidence. It is suggested that the criminal Lin Weiwei be subjected to the highest level of prison supervision. Furthermore, it is advised that during her sentence, no forms of commutation or parole be considered. No reduction in sentence. This final judgment struck like the harshest hammer, shattering all of Lin Weiwei's illusions. No, no. She sprang up from her seat in a frenzy, her beautiful face contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. You cannot do this to me. I am a victim. I am the victim. Lu Cheng, you devil. May you suffer a terrible fate. 2 court bailiffs immediately stepped forward, one on each side, restraining her with their strong arms. The cold handcuffs clasped around her wildly flailing wrists. Let me go. I am wronged. Her piercing screams echoed across the solemn court, sounding both jarring and absurd. Sun Liqiu's expression remained impassive as the gavel fell once more. Take her away. Before an audience of 50 million. This once formidable online victim was forcibly dragged from the courtroom like a rabid dog. The trial proceeded with the verdict announced. Defendant Zhang Hao was found guilty of extortion and perjury, sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. Defendant Li Feng, due to his significant contributions in exposing criminal activities during the investigation, was sentenced to 3 years, with a 2-year reprieve. The judgment was clear, with rewards and punishments distinctly stated. Finally, Sun Liqiu's gaze swept across a section of the audience, his voice regaining its initial authority. Regarding the trial, it was revealed that the plaintiff's attorney Zhao Kongyan, presiding Judge Qian Wenbin, and forensic expert Wang Jiangwo from the Huajing Judicial Appraisal Center were implicated in the crimes of fabricating evidence, obstructing testimony, accepting bribes, and judicial misconduct. Sun Liqiu took a deep breath, his voice resonating powerfully. Upon verification by this court, the evidence was irrefutable, the circumstances egregious, severely undermining the credibility of our judicial system and causing a profoundly adverse social impact. Therefore, it has been decided to formally transfer all criminal leads and related evidence to the disciplinary inspection and supervision authorities for separate handling. A thorough investigation will be conducted without leniency. Bang! The gavel fell for the 3rd time. Court adjourned. A sensational case that captivated the nation, with its tumultuous proceedings, has finally reached resolution. After a brief moment of silence, the courtroom erupted in thunderous applause. As Chapter 19 unfolds, Lu Cheng exited the courthouse, the chilling system notification echoing in his mind. Newbie task. Reassess Wang Yu's case. Clear his name. Task status. Completed. Task reward. 50,000 yuan in cash. Acquired new skill Logic Storm. Reward dispensed. Please check host. Lu Cheng's consciousness delved into the system space to examine his new skill. Logic storm for 10 minutes. Enhance brain processing capabilities to the maximum, enabling instant organization of vast amounts of information, constructing a perfect logical loop, or identifying the most critical flaw in an opponent's logic chain, available for use twice daily. The system reward was indeed impressive. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. This skill was tailor-made for courtroom debates and case analyses. He then glanced at the cash reward, where only a small line of text read. The reward will be dispersed through legitimate channels to the host. Lu Cheng's lips twitched, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Legitimate channels? How long will that take? Is it going to fall from the sky? At Zhengqing law firm, Xiao Wanqing wielded a broom, her mind elsewhere as she absent-mindedly swept the floor. Occasionally, she would check trending topics on her phone, looking around with a face full of concern. Boss, she finally couldn't hold back, pouting as she complained, we've become internet sensations, yet in reality, we're still broke. Look at this shabby place. We can't even afford a decent water dispenser. Just as Lu Cheng was about to respond, the wooden door of the law firm was abruptly slammed open. A rich and sophisticated fragrance swept in, accompanied by the hurried sound of high heels. A figure clad in a striking crimson bodycon dress, accentuating her breathtaking curves, seemed poised to break free from any constraints. It was Su Mei. Ah, Lawyer Lu, you truly are a busy person, Su Mei declared, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicking as she approached Lu Cheng, casually tossing a limited edition handbag onto the solitary sofa, her tone laced with frustration. The courtroom stirred the entire internet into a frenzy. Yet you have chosen to ignore my calls, have you? Have you blocked me? She disregarded the astonished Summer Wanqing beside her, extending her delicate hand to slam a hefty brown paper envelope onto Lu Cheng's desk. Here, 50,000 yuan, consultation fee. She gazed down at Lu Cheng, her ample bosom rising and falling with her breath. Last time you claimed to be busy. Surely you have time now? Lu Cheng's gaze shifted from the envelope to Su Mei's fiery eyes, a fleeting thought from the system echoing in his mind about disbursements through legal means. He felt a slight warmth creeping to his cheeks. The efficiency of this legal process was astonishingly rapid, almost instantaneous. Summer Wanqing's eyes widened at the sight of the thick envelope. 50,000? Just for a consultation? Su Mei dismissed the little intern entirely, fixing her beautiful eyes on Lu Cheng. What's wrong? Is it too little? Or has Lawyer Lu now achieved such success that he only takes on cases that can trend on social media? Is my trivial divorce matter beneath your notice? After bidding farewell to the prickly, wealthy woman, Summer Wanqing cradled the envelope as if it were a treasure, leaning closer to Lu Cheng to feel its substantial weight. Boss, we're rich now. We can finally replace the water dispenser, she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. But this isn't a long-term solution, after all. She shook her phone, revealing the playback interface of Lu Cheng's courtroom video, which had amassed over 10 million views. Look, so many people are watching your live stream replay. The comments are flooded with inquiries about legal issues. We should start our own live stream. We can answer viewers' questions, promote legal knowledge, build our reputation, and earn money. This is what they call monetizing traffic. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. It would sustain the momentum, filter potential cases, and provide practical training for Summer Wanqing. All right, you handle it. Half an hour later, the official account of Zhengqing Law Firm launched its inaugural live stream. The title was straightforward and bold. Lawyer Lu Online, questions answered. The moment the broadcast commenced, the online viewer count skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 100,000. 500,000, 1 million. The barrage of comments nearly obscured the entire screen. Wow, captured a wild Lawyer Lu. Lawyer Lu, you are my one true deity. No arguments accepted. Front row selfie. May I bask in the divine aura of Lawyer Lu and ensure I pass my final law exam. Summer Wanqing was taken aback by this spectacle, her hand trembling as she held her phone, exclaiming, Boss, there are too many people. The questions are coming in too quickly. I can't keep up. Lu Cheng maintained his usual calm demeanor, reclining in his chair and pondering an intriguing question. Just as his words faded, a comment highlighted in red by the super chat feature boldly appeared at the top of the screen. A user named Just Love to Argue posed a query. Lawyer Lu, may I ask you a professional question? In the tale of Madame Whitesnake flooding Jinshan Temple and drowning countless monks, what punishment would she face if this were to occur today? Her husband, Su Xian, was aware of her being a demon, yet chose to live with her. Does that make him an accomplice? Spare me the mythological context and analyze it strictly from a legal perspective. Upon the emergence of this question, the previously lively comments section fell silent, only to erupt into fervent discussion. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The professional has arrived to disrupt the show. What tricky question. How do we even respond? To say the law has no jurisdiction over demons feels too far-fetched. I'm waiting for Lu to stumble. I bet on the argument master here. Everyone was eager to witness Lu Cheng's potential blunder. Xiao watching furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance at Lu Cheng. Yet, he smiled, reclining further into his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a soft, steady sound. He addressed the microphone, his voice measured and unhurried. This question is both fascinating and representative. Let us examine it from several angles. Firstly, there is the issue of subject qualification. Baisuzhen, or Madam White Snake, is legally recognized as a demon. Under our current laws, the subjects of legal provisions are humans. The applicability of law across species, particularly between humans and demons, presents a significant jurisprudential controversy, with no definitive conclusion reached. Therefore, attempting to impose human laws upon a demon lacks rigor from a legal standpoint. His words left the 1 million viewers in the live stream in stunned silence. Wow, that's professional. Right from the start, he has dismantled the argument at its roots. I've learned a lot about subject qualification. Taking notes, Lu Cheng continued. Secondly, let's take a step back and assume that demons are subject to human laws. In that case, Baisuzhen's actions to rescue her husband inadvertently led to the flooding of Jinshan Temple, resulting in severe casualties. Her conduct could be construed as endangering public safety, as outlined in Article 115 of the criminal law. Flooding represents a form of indiscriminate destruction, typical of other dangerous methods, and can result in the death penalty if severe consequences ensue. As for Su Xian, Lu Cheng shifted his focus. To be considered an accomplice, there must be shared criminal intent. If he was aware of the impending flood and consented, or even assisted, such as by providing Baisuzhen with a map of Jinshan Temple, he would indeed be an accomplice. However, if he was unaware beforehand and only learned of his wife's grave misdeeds afterward, he did not participate in the crime and thus is not an accomplice. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng added, if he aided Baisuzhen in fleeing to evade governmental pursuit, that could constitute harboring as defined in Article 310 of the criminal law, thereby introducing another potential charge. His analysis was sound, well-reasoned, and impeccably logical. He transformed an absurd question into a vivid public legal education session. After a brief 3 seconds of silence, the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. Incredible. Listening to your words is worth more than a decade of legal study. I thought I was here to pick a fight, but instead, I'm here to learn. Lawyer Lu, you are my idol. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. This relentless professionalism is simply magnificent. The individual who had posed the question, known for his penchant for debate, silently gifted a lavish rocket, adding, Lawyer Lu, I am in awe. Consider this rocket as my tuition. The atmosphere in the live stream reached a fever pitch. Xiao Wanqing gazed at the man beside her, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with admiration. Just as Lu Cheng was preparing to address the next question, the door of the law firm was suddenly thrust open once more. This time, it was not a glamorous, wealthy woman who entered, but a woman cloaked in the weariness and despair of life. Appearing to be in her late 20s, her complexion was sallow, her eyes swollen, and her demeanor utterly exhausted. She immediately spotted Lu Cheng, who was seated before the camera and lighting. In the next moment, as if seizing her last lifeline, she stumbled forward and dropped to her knees before Lu Cheng. Lawyer Lu, her voice was hoarse. I watched your courtroom live stream. I beg you, have mercy and save my family. My brother, he is dead. My 9-year-old nephew is not my brother's biological child. Chapter 20. The Mystery of Blood Relations. An uninitiated identification. Over 1 million pairs of eyes in the live stream were fixated on this unexpected scene. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the comments exploded. What the heck? What is happening? A live stream accident? This must be scripted. What a coincidence. No, look at that woman's eyes. That kind of despair cannot be feigned. Lu Cheng's brow furrowed slightly, yet his expression remained composed. He addressed the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have encountered an unforeseen incident during today's live stream, and we will conclude for now. He then gestured subtly. Xiao Wanqing immediately understood, her face a mask of shock, yet she adeptly bowed to the camera and apologized. We sincerely apologize, dear viewers. Our firm needs to handle some urgent matters, so today's live stream will end here. Thank you for your support. With that, she swiftly closed the live stream and turned off the lighting. The law firm was instantly shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the city's neon lights filtering through the windows. Miss, please rise. Xiao Wanqing hurried over, attempting to assist the woman who remained on the floor. However, the woman seemed devoid of strength, her body limp, clinging desperately to Lu Cheng's pant leg, choking back tears, barely able to articulate a complete sentence. Lawyer Lu, I implore you. Lu Cheng regarded her with an impassive expression, retrieving a tissue from the desk and offering it to her. Get up. If you wish to resolve this matter, sit in the chair and explain the situation clearly. If you only wish to kneel and weep, the door is over there. No further assistance will be provided. His voice was cold, devoid of any trace of empathy. As Xiao Wanning listened, she couldn't help but grimace, pondering how tempestuous her boss's temperament was, especially considering the woman's dire circumstances. To her surprise, however, these words had a profound effect. The woman trembled all over, lifting her tear-streaked face to meet Lu Cheng's calm, inscrutable gaze, and astonishingly, her sobs subsided. With Xiao Wanning's support, she unsteadily settled into the chair opposite. Xiao Wanning hurriedly poured her a glass of warm water. The woman cradled the cup in her trembling hands. It took her several deep breaths before she began to speak in an extremely hoarse voice. My brother, Lin Wei, died in a car accident a month ago. My sister-in-law, Zhang Hui, showed no concern for his funeral, as if he were merely a stranger. She even forbade my 9-year-old nephew from bidding him a final farewell. As Lin Wanner recounted her story, the world around Lu Cheng pulsated with silent data flows. With the activation of absolute insight, every utterance from the woman resonated with profound sorrow, despair, and anger, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. My parents, having lost their son, were utterly heartbroken. Observing my sister-in-law's demeanor aroused their suspicions. They secretly took my nephew, Lin Xiaojie, to undergo a paternity test. At this juncture, Lin Wanner's voice quivered even more. The results revealed that my nephew has no blood relation to my parents. Xiao Wanning gasped in disbelief, her exquisite peach blossom eyes widening in shock. A grandson nurtured for 9 years, and he was not biologically theirs? We presented the paternity report to Su Zhonghui, seeking the court's declaration that Xiaojie was not my brother's biological child, thus stripping him of his inheritance rights, and demanding Zhang Hui repay years of child support. Lin Wanner clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with simmering hatred. Yet during the first trial, Zhang Hui's lawyer, a certain Gao Ming, stood up triumphantly and invoked the law. He asserted that according to Article 1073 of the Civil Code, only the father or mother can contest paternity. With my brother deceased, and Zhang Hui steadfastly refusing to consent to a paternity test, the court found itself powerless against her. Ultimately, the court declared our case invalid due to lack of qualified plaintiffs, dismissing the paternity test conducted by my parents as illegal evidence, thereby rejecting our lawsuit in its entirety. Lin Wanner slammed her fist into the ground, her nails cracking and blood seeping, unnoticed. Lawyer Lu, you cannot fathom the smugness Zhang Hui displayed in court. Her lawyer, Gao Ming, mocked my father during the recess, ridiculing us for our ignorance of the law and advising us not to embarrass ourselves in court. My parents were so enraged that my father suffered a heart attack, and they are now lying in the hospital. Ding! As Lu Cheng gazed at Lin Wanner's bloodied fingers, a wave of pent-up fury surged within him. He loathed those who wield the law as a tool, callously manipulating it to trample upon fairness and justice. I will take this case. Lu Cheng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a reassuring weight. The moment he accepted the case, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Main quest issued. The Lament of Bloodkin. Task description. The loopholes in the law should not serve as a stage for the wicked to revel. Unravel the enigma of kinship, grant peace to the departed, solace to the living, and bring all criminals to justice. Task reward. Based on the case completion, a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan will be granted, along with the unlocking of new skills. Lin Wanner suddenly lifted her head, and a glimmer of light finally sparkled in her murky eyes. After bidding farewell to Lin Wanner with numerous expressions of gratitude, Xiao Wanning promptly opened her computer to peruse relevant legal statutes and case precedents. However, the more she delved, the more her sweet visage clouded with concern. Even the playful twin ponytails at the back of her head drooped. Boss, she said, anxiously approaching Lu Cheng, her shapely figure shifting uneasily. This case is procedurally a deadlock. Mr. Lin Wei has passed away, and Zhang Hui adamantly refuses to cooperate. We are utterly unable to initiate the paternity test. Without the test, we cannot overturn her maternal bond with the child, let alone the subsequent inheritance rights. Procedures? Lu Cheng chuckled lightly, reclining in a chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Thud, thud, thud. Procedures are lifeless. Humans are vibrant. Since we cannot breach this tortoise shell through procedure, we shall extract everything from other avenues. That evening, Lu Cheng remained the sole occupant of the law firm. He sat in the darkness, illuminated only by the glow of his computer screen, which cast light upon his stern visage. The screen displayed the personal information of his sister-in-law, Zhang Hui, provided by Lin Wanner. With determination, Lu Cheng delved into his consciousness, targeting Zhang Hui, and activated the Eye of Evidence, retrieving all objective evidence related to the target individual, Zhang Hui. Retrieval complete. In the next moment, a cascade of shocking headlines refreshed upon Lu Cheng's retina like a waterfall, cold and rife with malevolence. 1. Adultery evidence. Hotel records and explicit chat logs between Zhang Hui and her lover, Chen Bin. 2. Marital fraud. Zhang Hui forged invoices and contract to siphon funds from Lin Wei's company. 3. Asset transfer. Audio recordings of Zhang Hui deceiving Lin Wei to alter property ownership. 4. Fund trajectory. Records of funds transferred to her lover, Chen Bin's securities account. 5. Criminal evidence of the lover. A complete chain of evidence showing Chen Bin's insider trading using these funds. 6. Conspiracy to fabricate evidence. Chat logs of Zhang Hui and Chen Bin discussing the forgery of a loan receipt. 7. Illegal appraisal. Records of Zhang Hui bribing appraisal agencies to interfere with the paternity test samples during the first trial. 8. Media manipulation. Records of Zhang Hui purchasing online influencers to lament being bullied by her malicious in-laws. 9. Child abuse. Testimonies from neighbors regarding Zhang Hui's long-term psychological and physical abuse towards her nephew Lin Xiaojia. 10. Asset liquidation. Records of Zhang Hui hastily selling off antiques and artworks under Lin Wei's name post-accident. 11. Medical forgery. Evidence of Zhang Hui forging Lin Xiaojia's birth certificate to alter his birth date. 12. Life insurance. Zhang Hui purchased a massive accidental insurance policy of 5 million yuan 1 week prior to Lin Wei's accident. 13. Murder evidence. Browsing history of Zhang Hui purchasing high-strength hydraulic pliers and tutorials on sabotaging vehicle braking systems. Lu Cheng gazed at the final piece of evidence, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping upon the table. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. A dispute over parental relationships? No, this was a meticulously orchestrated murder. Chapter 21. The Challenge from Tiana Law Firm. Submit or be annihilated. Lu Cheng inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within him. As his consciousness delved into the system, extract the first, second, and fourth pieces of evidence. Affair evidence, marital fraud, fund disposition. When dealing with a woman as venomous as this, one cannot unleash their strongest weapon immediately. It is essential to first shed her scales, extract her fangs, and allow her to linger in an abyss of fear and despair, awaiting her ultimate judgment. Lu Cheng required time to digest this vast amount of information, and even more so, he needed time to meticulously lay down an intricate web. The following day, outside the wooden door of the Zhengsheng law firm, a Maybach came to a halt. The car door opened, and 3 individuals emerged. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, attired in a bespoke suit, his hair meticulously styled, adorned with a smile as warm as spring's breeze, yet his eyes concealed the keen scrutiny and astuteness of one accustomed to power. He was Shui Yanhai, the true titan of the legal realm in the Magic City and the founder of Tiana Law Firm. Following him were a man and a woman. The man, Gao Jiqiang, bore an air of arrogance, his gaze perpetually critical. The woman, named Qin Lan, donned a sharp professional outfit, her eyes glinting with sharpness. Xiao Wanqing, holding 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, felt her palms damp with perspiration, hardly daring to breathe, although she did not recognize these individuals. The car and their demeanor proclaimed their formidable status. "Lawyer Lu, I have long admired your reputation," Shui Yanhai remarked, disregarding the flustered Xiao Wanqing. He approached Lu Cheng directly, extending his hand, his smile unwavering. "I have reviewed Wang Yu's case no less than 3 times. It is truly a masterpiece, a textbook-level exhibition of courtroom artistry. Lawyer Lu, you are a marvel in our legal community." Lu Cheng leaned back in his chair, unmoved, merely raising an eyelid to gesture towards the sofa opposite him. Director Shui, let's speak of business. He found even the pretense of pleasantries unnecessary when faced with such a duplicitous character. Shui Yunhai seemed unfazed, seating himself gracefully, crossing his legs, and addressing the matter at hand. I am here today, representing Tianhe Law Firm, to formally invite you, Lawyer Lu, to join us. He held out 3 fingers. As a senior partner, your annual salary would commence in the 8 figures, complete with your own independent team and all resources of the firm at your disposal. Lawyer Lu, we at Tianhe require talents, such as yourself. Xiao Wanqing, listening nearby, was taken aback. An 8-figure salary? What a staggering concept. She felt as though her breath might cease. Yet Lu Cheng merely smiled, finally sitting upright, meeting Shui Yunhai's gaze, and shook his head gently. Thank you for your generous offer, Director Shui. However, I have grown accustomed to a more leisurely lifestyle and find the current arrangement more liberating. Shui Yunhai's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this response. Before he could speak, Gao Jiqiang could no longer contain himself, sneering with a tone laden with superiority. Lawyer Lu, while youthful pride is commendable, do not mistake arrogance for sustenance. He leaned forward, his gaze fixated on Lu Cheng with a menacing intensity. I heard that Miss Su Mei from the Su Group visited you a couple of days ago to consult about a divorce. You are aware, I trust, that her husband, Zhang Jianhua, is a client of our firm. Tianhe, taking on her case means declaring war against the entire Tianhe. Do you truly believe that your small, insignificant firm can withstand such pressure? As his words hung in the air, the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. Xiao Wanqing's face drained of color as the realization dawned upon her. These individuals were not here to solicit business, but rather to issue a challenge. Gao Jiqiang, noting her reaction, smirked even more condescendingly. Lawyer Lu, I am merely offering you a word of caution. He leisurely adjusted his cufflinks. The waters of this metropolis are deceptively deep. Often, it is a minor fire inspection or an ill-advised complaint from an ungrateful client that spells doom for a small law firm. Wouldn't you agree? It was a blatant threat. Xiao Wanqing anxiously clutched her clothes, casting a worried glance at Lu Cheng. His expression had turned icy, and his long fingers began rhythmically tapping on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound resonated like a drumbeat in everyone's heart. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile laced with a hint of mischief. Thank you for your concern. However, I have an affinity for fishing in deep waters. No longer regarding Gao Jiqiang, he directed his gaze squarely at the silent Shui Yunhai. Director Shui, I bid you farewell. It was an unequivocal dismissal, a direct affront to his subordinate in the presence of the founder. The smile faded from Shui Yunhai's face as he regarded Lu Cheng with a complex expression. Rising, he straightened his suit. Young man, one must choose their own path, but also be mindful of the ground beneath. With that, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Gao Jiqiang shot Lu Cheng a venomous glare before following suit, the Maybach disappearing into the distance. Inside the car, Gao Jiqiang fumed. Director, this kid is utterly ungrateful. He is asking for trouble. Leaning back in the rear seat, Shui Yunhai closed his eyes and spoke with a chilling calmness. If he refuses to be of use to us, then let him learn the cost of defying Tianhe. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable coldness. You will handle the Zhang Hui case. Inform Gao Ming that our legal department will provide him with the most professional support. I do not wish to see that surname Lu emerge victorious. Back at the law firm, Xiao Wanqing remained in a state of shock, her face pale. Boss, a sharp notification sound from the computer interrupted her. On Lu Cheng's screen, a prompt appeared. 3 encrypted files have been successfully downloaded. He moved the mouse and opened the files. The screen displayed compromising photos of Zhang Hui with an unfamiliar man in a hotel room, documents revealing her fraudulent contracts to siphon company funds, and a complete record of over 1 million yuan ultimately transferred to a securities account belonging to someone named Chen Bin. Lu Cheng's lips curved into a wider arc, cold yet tinged with a hint of cruel delight. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed a number devoid of a name, yet hauntingly familiar. He pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. A languid voice, laced with a touch of teasing charm, emanated from the receiver, as if it possessed an alluring hook. Lawyer Lu, I hear you've managed to turn down Tianhe's daring proposal? It was Su Mei. Quite well informed. I see. Lu Cheng reclined back in his chair. Indeed, Su Mei chuckled lightly on the other end. her laughter imbued with an indescribable allure. Do you know that the old geezers at Tianhe have opened a betting pool, wagering on how long your Zhengsheng law firm can endure? The odds are quite favorable. Oh, which side did you bet on? I placed $1 million on you to win. Sume stated with an air of certainty. If you lose, you'll have to compensate with your body. Lu Cheng chuckled softly. In that case, Sister May, I believe your victory is assured. Chapter 22. The Sister-in-law's Paramour. The first piece of concrete evidence. Lu Cheng ended the call, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Sume, that woman, always managed to acquire information promptly and place what she deemed the safest bets. Boss, Xiao Wanqing was still enveloped in the overwhelming pressure brought on by Tianhe, her innocent and sweet visage etched with worry. She had heard clearly that the alluring woman on the phone had wagered $1 million on her boss to win. But their opponent was Tianhe, a colossal entity in the legal realm of the city. What if they decide to strike against us? Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly, her playful twin ponytails drooping listlessly. Strike? Lu Cheng turned, redirecting his gaze to the computer screen, the cold light reflecting off his deep-set eyes, rendering them particularly frosty. Let us see whose hands are more sinister, and whose blade strikes faster. He beckoned to Xiao Wanqing. Come over, we have work to do. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising panic, Xiao Wanqing hastily approached Lu Cheng. Her pert figure fidgeted at the edge of the chair as she leaned forward, her gaze landing on the screen. Is this a WeChat chat history? Lu Cheng had opened the first piece of concrete evidence extracted by the system. 3 years' worth of chat records between Zhang Hui and her paramour Chenbin. The interface was familiar, a standard WeChat dialog box. However, the contents within were sordid and repugnant. The initial entries merely contained explicit flirtations and the exchange of intimate photographs. Xiao Wanqing caught a glimpse, and her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze hastily averting. Yet Lu Cheng remained expressionless, scrolling down with the mouse wheel, his voice devoid of any inflection. Focus on the key points. As time progressed in the records, the exchanges between the two grew increasingly brazen. Yuzhangyue, Daling. That ATM just gave me 50,000 today, saying it's for me to buy a bag. Hee, I'll bring it all to you for stock trading. Chenbin, baby, you're amazing. Once I make a fortune, I'll buy you, this little enchantress, and pamper you every day. Zhang Hui, I detest how he belongs to you by default. Alas, facing that honest man every day, I can barely maintain the facade. There's no spark. He is as wooden as can be. Chenbin, patience, my dear. Once we have drained his resources, you can kick him to the curb, and then we shall soar far away. The term ATM honest man echoed in Xiao Wanqing's mind, igniting a tumult of nausea intertwined with fury. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving violently. How could that woman speak of her husband in such a manner? The chat logs were inundated with a plethora of hotel reservation screenshots and check-in locations, spanning from budget lodgings to five-star establishments, littered throughout the bustling metropolis. The timeline, locations, individuals. Each piece of evidence was impeccably robust. Lu Cheng paid no heed to Xiao Wanqing's righteous indignation. He meticulously compiled the records as if appreciating a work of art, then opened a second folder. What is this? Xiao Wanqing leaned in for a closer look. On the screen were impeccably scanned invoices, all bearing the marks of luxury brand purchases, bags, watches, jewels, an opulent array. Everything appears to be in order, she mused, perplexed. Lu Cheng's finger gently tapped on another document, and instantly a detailed bank statement materialized on the screen. Now observe this. As Xiao Wanqing focused, clarity washed over her. The amounts on those luxury invoices corresponded precisely to funds withdrawn from Lin Wei's company account. Shortly thereafter, the majority of those funds had been transferred to Zhang Hui's personal account, which then swiftly funneled into an account belonging to Chenbin. My heavens! Xiao Wanqing gasped. She is using fake invoices to reimburse herself from her husband's company. This is embezzlement. This is fraud. She quickly calculated. The displayed sums were nearing $1 million. Do not fret. There is more riveting evidence. Lu Cheng continued, his tone as unperturbed as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day. He clicked to the fourth piece of evidence, an audio file. After an abrasive crackle, Zhang Hui's voice, laced with a hint of boastfulness and pride, resonated through the speakers. You should have seen Lin Wei's foolish expression. I shed a few tears and lamented how, after all these years of marriage, there was no security. He obediently added my name to the property deed. That was his house before marriage. Ha ha ha. In a couple of years, when the time is ripe, I will divorce him. At that point, I'll secure at least half of that house. Several million, enough for us to enjoy life for quite some time. The audio also captured Chun Bin's lewd laughter and his crass flirtations. With a decisive click, Lu Cheng silenced the audio. The office was enveloped in a hum from the printer, the only sound remaining. Lu Cheng methodically printed out the damning evidence, each sheet stained with the ink of greed and malice, stacking them neatly on the desk. Xiao Wanqing stood transfixed, gazing at the thick pile of paper, feeling as though her entire worldview had been shattered. She had always believed that, irrespective of how depraved humanity could be, there would always be a line that should not be crossed. It is apparent now that some individuals possess no boundaries at all. Boss, she suddenly regained her senses, excitedly grasping Lu Cheng's arm. The evidence is overwhelming. Infidelity, fraud, embezzlement. Let us report this immediately. We shall apprehend this venomous woman. In her perspective, armed with such proof, Zhang Hui was essentially a dead woman. Yet, Lu Cheng merely shook his head, leaning back in his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table once more. Tap, tap, talp. Report to the authorities? He observed the eager expression on Xiao Wanqing's face, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. And then, Xiao Wanqing paused. And then she would be imprisoned. Imprisoned. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded. The embezzlement involved substantial sums, and the fraud was sufficient. With unfortunate luck, she could face several years behind bars. He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. However, Xiao Wanqing, have you considered this? Once she is imprisoned, what becomes of the child? Legally, he remains Lin Wei's biological son, the sole heir of the Lin family. In Zhang Hui, she remains the child's legal guardian. The property registered under Lin Wei's name, along with all his remaining assets post-accident, will ultimately fall into her hands and those of that unknown offspring. Lin Wei's demise would be in vain. His parents would end up with nothing, forced to witness their adversary seize all that was gained at their son's expense. Each of Lu Cheng's words struck Xiao Wanqing like a hammer, deeply impacting her heart. The color drained from her face, leaving her pale. Indeed, she had only focused on punishing the wicked while neglecting the original intent of their client. Their fundamental demand was to unveil the truth of the parentage and safeguard the Lin family's assets. What shall we do then? A hint of helplessness crept into Xiao Wanqing's voice as the procedural deadlock loomed like a mountain before them. Lu Cheng smiled, a smile devoid of warmth, imbued with a chilling aura and a touch of cruel delight. Thus, our primary objective has never been to incarcerate her. He leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with Xiao Wanqing, articulating each word with precision. Our goal is to present this evidence before the court, in front of everyone, one piece at a time, smashing it into her face. We shall tear apart the faade of the grieving widow she has so carefully constructed, layer by layer. We will transform her from a seemingly sympathetic victim into a reviled harlot, a deceiver, a venomous woman. Just consider, when everyone deems every word she utters a lie and every action a performance, what means does she have left to prove her innocence? To demonstrate any lingering affection for her husband? Lu Cheng's voice seemed to possess a mesmerizing quality, guiding Xiao Wanqing's thoughts. Her eyes widened in realization, as a wild and audacious notion exploded in her mind. She exclaimed, yes, a paternity test. She will voluntarily request a paternity test. She will utilize this to prove that the child is at least Lin Wei's, in a bid to salvage her final shred of dignity and credibility. Lu Cheng snapped his fingers, leaning back against the chair, a cold and satisfied smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a hunter witnessing his prey fall into a trap. We do not require a court's judgment to initiate the appraisal. What we seek is for her, in her despair, to place the thickest noose around her own neck with her own hands. Chapter 23. The Prelude of Public Opinion, Professional Analysis by Luo Daxiang as night deepened. The office of Zhengqing Law Firm was illuminated solely by a desk lamp in front of Lu Cheng. Xiao Wanqing had already left for the day, leaving behind a faint trace of her delicate fragrance in the air. Lu Cheng took his time organizing the numerous pieces of evidence, reclining in his chair, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he registered a new, anonymous email account. He concealed all the real identities involved in Lin Wanner's case, retaining only the most critical and oppressive legal dilemma. After the tragic death of his biological father and the resolute opposition from his biological mother, do the grandparents possess the right to file a paternity confirmation lawsuit concerning their 9-year-old grandson? A brief yet heart-wrenching statement accompanied a scanned copy of the trial court's cold dismissal, citing the plaintiff's lack of standing. The email was dispatched to a well-known legal media outlet in Xia country, awakens. Having completed this task, Lu Cheng shut down his computer and walked to the window, lighting a cigarette. He was not in pursuit of public support. Rather, he aimed to stir the waters, compelling the fish to leap out of their own accord. The following morning, as Xiao Wanqing arrived at the law firm, she gasped in astonishment. "Boss, come look," she exclaimed, brandishing her phone, her playful pigtails bouncing with excitement, her chest heaving. "Our case from yesterday is trending." The efficiency of legal awakens was astonishing. They had swiftly compiled the materials provided by Lu Cheng into an article titled "Father Deceased, Mother Refuses: The Grandparents Trapped by Article 1073 of the Civil Code," which was disseminated across all online platforms. This article detonated like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples that surged into waves. The comments section erupted with fervor. "Whoa, is this for real? After raising a grandson for 9 years, he can't even get a paternity test? That mother is definitely hiding something. If the child is hers, what is she afraid of? She's guilty, without a doubt. I just checked Article 1073 of the Civil Code, and it indeed states that only the father and mother can file. This law is so devoid of humanity. My heart goes out to those elderly folks. Having lost their son, they now can't even ascertain if their grandson is biologically theirs, and their inheritance is at the mercy of a dubious woman. How tragic." The online community, ignited by a profound sense of justice, overwhelmingly rallied in support of the grandparents. However, soon after, legal professionals began to weigh in. "Calm down, everyone. Although emotionally unacceptable, the trial court's dismissal of a lawsuit is procedurally sound. Alas, this is procedural justice, which sometimes sacrifices a portion of substantive justice. The law is thus ordained, and judges can only adjudicate in accordance with it. This is a quintessential ethical tragedy stemming from legislative flaws, leaving us to rely on future judicial interpretations or legal amendments. As it stands, this case is a deadlock." The analyses from professionals fell like buckets of cold water on the fervent netizens. Public sentiment shifted from outrage to sympathy and helplessness. At this juncture, a verified account, belonging to the esteemed lawyer of Tianhe Law Firm, commented on the topic. "The dignity of the law lies in the impartiality of its procedures. No personal feelings can supersede legal protocols. Some individuals, lacking legal understanding, foolishly attempt to resolve issues through public outcry and disturbances, which is a flagrant affront to the spirit of the rule of law. I stand in support of the first instance court's ruling." He concluded his post with a sense of self-satisfaction, believing he had once again upheld the majesty of the law, while simultaneously garnering a plethora of accolades from the legal community in the comment section. Unbeknownst to him, this screenshot had been quietly saved by Xiao Wanqing. "Boss, look at this arrogant lawyer," he asked the representative for Zhang Hui's case. "How audacious." Xiao Wanqing's face flushed with indignation, her pert figure shifting restlessly in her chair, wishing she could leap through the internet to deliver him a couple of punches. Lu Cheng merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away, a cold smile playing on his lips. A mere buffoon. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the incident reached its zenith of public interest. The titan of the legal academia in Shaohua, Professor Luo Daxiang, humorously dubbed the prototype of the legendary outlaw Zhang San by netizens, commenced a live stream titled "A Brief Discussion on the Legal Dilemma of the Case Involving a Deceased Father and a Mother Refusing Paternity Testing." As soon as the stream began, the online viewership surged past 3 million. "Good evening, everyone," Luo Daxiang greeted with his characteristic gentle smile, adjusting his glasses. "Today's case has garnered significant discussion, and many have messaged me, so I'd like to share a few thoughts from a legal perspective. Firstly, it is crucial to comprehend a fundamental principle. The issue of paternity involves the most basic personal rights and privacy rights, making it a matter of utmost seriousness. Thus, the law imposes strict limitations on who may initiate a suit for confirmation or denial. Article 1073 of our Civil Code explicitly states that only a father or a mother may do so. Why is this regulation in place? To prevent familial chaos and to avert the potential for ill-intentioned individuals or distant relatives to initiate frivolous lawsuits, which would lead to societal disorder. The peculiarity of this case lies in the fact that the father, who had the right to file a lawsuit, has passed away while the mother firmly objects. Consequently, The grandparents wishing to initiate litigation encounter a procedural barrier due to the ineligibility of the plaintiffs. This obstacle cannot be surmounted within the existing legal framework. Luo Daxiang spoke with a tinge of regret in his voice. Many have inquired whether forced paternity testing could be mandated. The answer is a resounding no. Paternity testing pertains to personal rights, and any form of compulsory personal examination is treated with extreme caution under the law. Thus, this represents a minor legislative oversight that was perhaps unforeseen at the time of enactment, yet it has undeniably culminated in a profound ethical tragedy. We can only implore the legislative body to pay attention to such exceptional circumstances in the future, perhaps through judicial interpretations, thereby providing virtuous individuals a channel to seek the truth. This discourse was articulated with clarity and rigorous logic, well supported by evidence. Luo Daxiang has stamped this case with an indelible seal of hopelessness from the most authoritative perspective. The barrage of comments in the live stream echoed with lamentations. Even Professor Luo has said so. It seems there is truly no hope. Alas, having heard this, my heart feels even heavier. The law can sometimes render one utterly powerless. I feel for that elderly couple. It seems they will never find peace in this lifetime. That lawyer named Gao Ming must be overjoyed now, for with Professor Luo's endorsement, he feels even more triumphant. Lin Wanner called nearly in tears, having just watched Professor Luo's live stream. Lawyer Lu, is it true that we have lost hope? Even Professor Luo has said so. On the other end of the line, Lu Cheng was leisurely preparing a cup of tea. The fragrant steam curled gently as he leaned back in his chair, his voice calm and unperturbed. What Professor Luo stated was based on conventional reasoning, analyzing legal texts. And he was correct. Yet, you must believe, Lu Cheng took a sip of tea and replied softly, I never tread the beaten path. After hanging up, Xiao Wanqing approached with a furrowed brow. Boss, the entire internet believes we are doomed. Tiana law firm must have seen this too. Will they? Lu Cheng did not respond. He turned his chair to face the computer. The screen was devoid of any news pages, displaying instead a folder he had named Dragon Slaying Sword. He opened the folder. Within lay a document titled Complete Evidence Chain of Chunbin's Insider Trading. Since the legal front had been obstructed, he would set fire to their backyard. Chapter 24, Intelligence from the Financier, Locking in the Paramour. Early the next morning, as Lu Cheng lifted his cup, ready to embrace the new day's work, he noticed Xiao Wanqing hesitantly approaching. Boss, the voice of the little assistant was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance. She was once again dressed in her youthful, vibrant attire. The white blouse accentuated her alluring curves, while the pleated skirt revealed her long, shapely legs. However, the twin ponytails that usually bounced with vitality now hung limply behind her. Is there something on your mind? Lu Cheng sipped his tea. Are you going out again today? Xiao Wanqing twisted the hem of her clothing, her beautiful eyes discreetly glancing at Lu Cheng, filled with an unspoken understanding of whom he was about to meet. Lu Cheng set down his teacup, amused by her expression. I'm just meeting a client. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? That's not what I meant. Xiao Wanqing puffed her cheeks. I just feel that Miss Su doesn't seem like a proper person at all. Boss, please don't let her deceive you. Oh. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. What leads you to believe she is improper? She wears so little, and she constantly touches you when she speaks. As Xiao Wanqing continued, her agitation grew, the proud rise and fall of her chest becoming more pronounced. Moreover, why does she keep seeking you out regarding a divorce case? It seems to me that she harbors ulterior motives. What kind of motives? She desires to seduce you. Xiao Wanqing finally voiced her innermost thoughts, and upon finishing, her lovely face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed, causing her to hastily lower her gaze, too shy to look at Lu Cheng. With a bemused smile, Lu Cheng shook his head. This girl is still too naive. He stood up and gently patted Xiao Wanqing on the head, saying, What are you thinking? I'm off to attend to serious matters. You stay at the law firm, review the case files, and call me if anything arises. After speaking, he grabbed his coat and strode out the door. Xiao Wanqing stood there in a daze, watching Lu Cheng's figure disappear into the hallway. Pouting in a manner that conveyed her grievances, her pert peach-shaped posterior tapping anxiously against the floor. Serious matters indeed. What could he possibly have to do with that enchantress? In the bustling metropolis, at a premier private club along the Bund, the ambience exuded understated luxury rather than gaudy opulence. Each decor item, though costly, seamlessly complemented its surroundings. Lu Cheng was escorted by a server to a booth by the window, where Su Mei was already waiting. Today, she donned a fiery red spaghetti strap gown. the fabric luxuriously smooth and perfectly hugging her breathtaking curves. With each step, her waist swayed alluringly, as though every footfall resonated with the heartbeat of the men around her. As she sat down, the pronounced curves of her figure subtly rose and fell with her breath, and the slit in her gown revealed a glimpse of her long, snow-white legs, making it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze. "Lawyer Lu, you're quite punctual," Sume remarked, lifting her coffee and casting a flirtatious smile in his direction. "Time is money." Lu Cheng, seated opposite her, wasted no time with pleasantries. He immediately retrieved a document from his briefcase and slid it across the table. "What is this?" Sume asked, somewhat surprised. "I need you to investigate a person." Lu Cheng replied, gesturing to the file. "Chen Bin. I require all his financial transactions from the past 3 months, along with a detailed list of individuals he has been in close contact with." Sume picked up the file and glanced through it, a playful smile curving her crimson lips. Instead of agreeing immediately, she leaned forward slightly, a mingling scent of coffee and her unique fragrance enveloping Lu Cheng. "Lawyer Lu, my information does come at a premium," she purred, her voice low and enticingly husky. "How do you intend to compensate me?" Her fingertips deliberately brushed against the back of Lu Cheng's hand resting on the table. Unfazed, Lu Cheng maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to the electric sensation of her touch. He too retrieved another, thicker document from his briefcase, placing it on the table with deliberate calmness. "This will serve as a retainer." Sume's gaze fell upon the document, its cover titled Preliminary Evidence Report on Mr. Zhou Qihua's marital asset transfers and concealments. Zhou Qihua was none other than her seemingly upright husband. In an instant, her demeanor shifted. She discarded her alluring fade, snatching the file and flipping through it rapidly. With each page, her eyes sparkled brighter, and her breath quickened with anticipation. Within the document lay not only the intricate details of the 3 clandestine trust accounts that her husband had secretly established overseas, but also the evidence of his covert transactions to a young model mistress, alongside the purchase contract for the luxurious dwelling he had acquired for her in Kyoto under the company's name. Such revelations had eluded even the private investigator she had hired at great expense, who had spent months uncovering merely the surface of this treachery. Was it sufficient? Lu Cheng lifted the glass of water presented by the attendant and took a sip. Indeed, it was more than sufficient. With a decisive snap, Sume closed the file and directed a gaze at Lu Cheng that transformed from admiration to shock, tinged with a hint of reverence. What sort of man was he? His methods were nothing short of inscrutable. She carefully tucked the evidence report into her Hermes bag and promptly retrieved her phone. "Hello, Lao Wang. It's me. I need you to look up a person, yes, right now. I'll send you the details via WeChat shortly." "How fast?" "I expect the entirety of his ancestral lineage in my inbox within 15 minutes. You set the price." The voice on the other end seemed somewhat hesitant, yet Sume merely replied coolly, "ISN T Shui Yunhai from Tiana Law Firm, the one who wanted to treat you to dinner, but couldn't he reach you?" Silence fell on the line. "Once this matter is resolved, I will make the arrangements." "All right, Mai, 10 minutes. I'll have it done within 10 minutes. Sume hung up the phone and casually tossed it onto the table, resuming her languid and alluring demeanor as she shot a flirtatious glance at Lu Cheng. "It's taken care of. Now, shall we discuss other matters?" Lu Cheng glanced at his watch. In less than 10 minutes, his phone received an encrypted email forwarded by Sume. The efficiency was astonishing. He opened the email, revealing a comprehensive report on Chen Bin, even more detailed than he had anticipated. Chen Bin, male, 32 years old, employed at Haitong Securities as the investment department manager. Recent personal account activity includes 13 transactions totaling 5,300,000 yuan, with sources of funds remaining unclear and counterparties being multiple anonymous personal accounts. This individual has recently been in frequent contact with an underground financier known as Li Gue, often meeting at the Blue Night Bar in the western part of the city. Attached, recent call logs, hotel records, and expenditure records of Chen Bin. Upon seeing the name Li Gue, Lu Cheng lightly tapped his knuckles against the table. Tap, tap, talp. He had found it. This was the hilt of his dragon-slaying sword. "Who is this Li Gue?" Lu Cheng inquired. Sume, cradling her coffee, blew gently on the steam rising from the cup, her red lips parting slightly. "A money launderer. He operates in both legitimate and illicit circles, specializing in handling funds that must remain concealed. However, he is quite astute, never directly handling the money himself. He merely acts as an intermediary, making it difficult to catch him. She looked at Lu Cheng, cautioning him. Individuals like him can be quite troublesome. If you wish to find a breakthrough through him, it would be wise to tread carefully and avoid ensnaring yourself. Lu Cheng turned off his phone, feeling a surge of confidence. With this lead, the seemingly insurmountable deadlock had suddenly come to life. He gazed at Su Mei, this woman not only exuding charm, but also radiating the formidable energy of an intelligence queen. Thank you once again. Lu Cheng stood up, speaking earnestly. Consider it a favor owed to you. Su Mei also rose, her captivating fox-like eyes appraising him, her crimson lips drawing near to his ear, exhaling a warm breath. I do not desire a favor. I want a person. Chapter 25. The third evidence collection. The fatal insurance policy. The warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying the unique scent of Su Mei, reminiscent of ripe peaches, infiltrating Lu Cheng's nostrils. Unwavering, he withdrew his hand from the table as if that fleeting warmth had never existed. He forced a formulaic smile, his voice devoid of emotion. Miss Su's price is too high. I fear I cannot afford it. I will remember the favor. With that, he donned his coat and briskly rose from his seat. The intelligence was quite useful. No longer regarding the stunning woman whose eyes flashed with surprise, he turned and exited the upscale club directly. At Zhengqing Law Firm, Lu Cheng pushed open the door and was met by a pair of beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Wanqing, clutching a mop, appeared distracted, her lips pouting, and her signature twin ponytails hung listlessly behind her. Boss, you're back, she drawled, her tones stretched out, imbued with an indescribable grievance. Lu Cheng walked past her, his coat carrying a hint of an unfamiliar, luxurious fragrance. Xiao Wanqing's nose twitched, her eyes deepening with resentment. It's that little vixen scent. Boss, did that Miss Su make advances on you again? She couldn't help but ask, her voice barely above a whisper. Without turning back, Lu Cheng plopped down into his office chair. Focus on your work. His calm tone was more effective than any reprimand. Xiao Wanqing puffed her cheeks but dared not speak further, stomping her foot in frustration, her pert peach-shaped bottom quivering as she turned to pretend to mop the floor. Lu Cheng paid her no further mind. His mind had transformed into a high-speed computing machine. The intelligence from Su Mei served as a catalyst, weaving together all the clues provided by the system into a golden thread. A complete, even somewhat audacious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He closed his eyes, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the desk, creating a steady beat. System, initiate Eye of Evidence for the Zhonghui case. Command confirmed, directed retrieval in progress. Retrieval target, Chun Bin, associated crime evidence, insider trading. Extracting evidence. A new series of evidence lists emerge in his mind, clearer and more detailed than before. Evidence Chain 1. Recorded conversations between Chun Bin and insiders at Haitong Securities involving undisclosed significant asset restructuring information. Evidence Chain 2. All trading order records showing Chun Bin precisely establishing positions through multiple secret accounts he controlled before the announcement. Evidence Chain 3. Detailed financial transactions between Chun Bin and the underground money dealer, clearly outlining the laundering path of his illicit gains. Ding. The documents have been sent to your computer desktop. The list unfolds item by item, forming a perfect, suffocating loop of crime, sufficient to condemn Chun Bin, his financial elite, to a decade or more of subsisting on stale bread. This is the knife, a blade poised at the soft underbelly of Zhonghui. Yet, when Lu Cheng's thoughts brushed against the very end of the systematic inventory, his rhythmic tapping abruptly ceased. There, nestled among the final strands of evidence against Zhonghui, lay a line of chilling text. 13th piece of evidence. In the 7 days preceding Lin Wei's accidental death, the beneficiary of a 5 million yuan substantial accident insurance policy was Zhonghui. An insurance policy. 5 million. Lu Cheng's eyes narrowed in an instant. A potent intuition surged within him. This was no mere piece of evidence. This was Pandora's box. Once unveiled, the entire nature of the case would irrevocably plunge into a dark, bloody abyss he was not yet prepared to confront. It would transcend mere property disputes, and even marital fraud. This was a matter of life and death. Boss, a steaming cup of coffee was gently placed on the table. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wanqing had approached, her small face etched with concern, her prior melancholy evaporated. You look unwell. Have you encountered some trouble? Lu Cheng lifted his gaze to meet her clear, untainted eyes, momentarily tempted to divulge everything, to reveal the abyss he was peering into. But he restrained himself. This darkness was far too heavy for this girl, who still held a naive belief in the law. He shook his head, softening his expression as he grasped the coffee. It's nothing. He sipped, warmth flooding through him, contemplating whether the malice of humanity indeed possessed a limit. He made a decision. This insurance policy was his final and most lethal trump card, his nuclear weapon. No one wields a nuclear weapon in urban combat. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from deploying it. With his resolve set, his actions became extraordinarily swift. He opened his laptop, registered a new anonymous account, and his fingers danced over the keyboard like shadows. He meticulously compiled all evidence of Chun Bin's insider trading, recordings, transactions, money laundering routes, into an irrefutable report. The document was so thorough that it resembled not a report, but a pre-written verdict. He encrypted it, uploaded the attachment. Recipient: the official reporting email of the Xia National Securities Regulatory Commission. Subject: a formal report on Chun Bin, manager of the investment department at Haitong Securities Company, for suspected major insider trading. Naturally, he didn't use his own name, but rather an unremarkable pseudonym, that of an ordinary citizen who revered Xia. Click send. A storm targeting Chun Bin, and by extension, Zhang Hui, was silently brewing, unbeknownst to them. Lu Cheng closed his laptop, a sense of mastery washing over him, filling him with immense satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair, the old springs emitting a contented creak. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who still wore a puzzled expression. All right, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips. We can submit our complaint now. Huh? So soon? Xiao Wanqing immediately brightened with excitement. Is the litigation request still to confirm the non-existence of the parental relationship? Yet Professor Luo has stated that it is a futile endeavor. No, Lu Cheng shook his head. The litigation request has changed. He deliberately paused, reveling in the growing confusion reflected in his assistant's eyes. We shall sue Zhang Hui. Firstly, we demand the return of the joint marital assets, amounting to 123,000 yuan, which were illicitly appropriated through fraudulent means during the course of the marriage. Secondly, we seek compensation for the immense emotional distress inflicted upon our client, tentatively set at 1 million. Xiao Wanqing's mouth gradually formed an O shape, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. What, boss? Are we not addressing the matter of the paternity test? Wasn't that the purpose of our case? She was utterly bewildered. What kind of operation is this? This is completely counterproductive, forsaking the essence for the trivial. Lu Cheng perceived her thoughts with keen clarity. He leisurely sipped his coffee, his gaze glinting with the sharpness of a hunter, seemingly savoring the final struggles of his prey caught in a trap. Setting down his cup, he flashed her a cryptic smile. Wanqing, remember this. Sometimes, if you wish for someone to willingly open the door, the most effective method is not to politely knock, but rather to set their house ablaze. Chapter 26. Striking at the Root. Xiao Wanqing handed Lu Cheng a freshly printed document, her playful twin ponytails swaying gently with her movements. Boss, the complaint has been revised as per your instructions and is ready for submission at any moment. Her youthful face still bore traces of lingering confusion. But are we truly abandoning the paternity test? Isn't that what Lin Warner is most concerned about? By pursuing this property case, haven't we taken a roundabout route? Lu Cheng accepted the complaint, his eyes scanning the clear provisions therein. Instead of responding directly, he lifted his gaze to meet that of his inquisitive assistant. Wanqing, do you recall how we brought down Judge Qian Wenbin in the last case involving Wanyu? Xiao Wanqing paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up. The correlation case analysis method. We uncovered his collusion with Zhao Kongnian's law firm in other cases. Exactly, Lu Cheng replied, a smirk curving his lips. Sometimes, just because a fortress cannot be breached from the front does not render it invincible. You can always maneuver to its rear, locate its ammunition depot, and then ignite it. He pushed the complaint forward. Right now, we are seeking Zhang Hui's ammunition depot. Go, deliver this incendiary device to the court. Xiao Wanqing nodded vigorously, a surge of confidence coursing through her as she turned to dash out, her spirited form radiating determination beneath her pleated skirt. 2 days later, a summons from a Shanghai Intermediate Court was delivered to Zhang Hui. Upon seeing the words Plaintiff Lin Wei's parents, Defendant Zhang Hui inscribed on the summons, she was initially taken aback, only to be rendered utterly dumbfounded upon reading the litigation requests. There was no paternity test, no confirmation suit. The document plainly stated, The defendant Zhang Hui is to return the joint marital property, amounting to 123,000 yuan, which was maliciously transferred and appropriated through fraudulent means during the marriage. What on earth is this? Zhang Hui promptly dialed the phone number of attorney Gao Ming. Attorney Gao, has that rascal Lu Cheng lost his mind? He accuses me of transferring assets. He no longer mentions the child. On the other end of the line, Gao Ming was savoring freshly ground coffee in his spacious and well-lit office. Upon hearing her words, he let out a disdainful scoff. Madame Zhang, do remain calm. This precisely indicates that he has exhausted all options. Leaning back in his leather chair, his tone brimmed with intellectual superiority. I have already analyzed this matter. The paternity test case is undoubtedly a deadlock for him. His current antics are merely an attempt to vex us with property disputes and buy himself more time. This is a typical act of desperation, trying to apply pressure from the sidelines, compelling us to initiate the paternity test. What should we do then? Zhang Hui still felt a twinge of unease. What should we do? Let it be. Gao Ming chuckled lightly. If he wants to engage in a property lawsuit, we shall indulge him. Such cases are intricate in gathering evidence and lengthy in process. It will take no less than a year or more to conclude. We have ample time to wear him down. Can his nearly defunct law firm withstand such a drawn-out battle? I assure you, this is merely bluster. You need not pay it any heed. When the court convenes, I guarantee he won't even lay a finger on us. Listening to Gao Ming's professional analysis, the weight in Zhang Hui's heart finally lifted. Indeed, it must be so. That Lu Cheng, having run out of options, is trying to intimidate us with this approach. She ended the call, and a triumphant smile returned to her face, as if she could already envision Lu Cheng's disheveled appearance in court. However, her delight was short-lived. The very next afternoon, shortly after her conversation with Gao Ming, the atmosphere at Haitong Securities Company's trading department remained as tense and bustling as ever, with the clattering of keyboards and ringing phones filling the air, infused with the scent of money. Chunbin was holding a cup of coffee, boasting to a colleague about his stellar performance in the last quarter while contemplating which new watch he could purchase with this month's bonus. Suddenly, the glass door of the office swung open. Several men in dark suits, with serious expressions, strode in, ignoring the receptionist's inquiries. They made their way directly through the open office area, heading straight to Chun Bin's workstation. The middle-aged man at the forefront displayed his credentials, the national emblem gleaming brightly. Mr. Chun Bin, we are from the Inspection Division of the Securities Regulatory Commission. You are suspected of being involved in a significant insider trading case, and we need you to accompany us for an investigation. The entire trading department fell into a hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone ceased their tasks, dozens of eyes fixated on the scene. Chun Bin's smile instantly froze, and the coffee cup in his hand clattered to the floor. Why, you must be mistaken. There is no mistake. You will find out once we return. Another investigator, with an impassive expression, gestured for him to follow. Come along, Mr. Chun. Our time is precious. Amidst the astonished, disdainful, and gleeful gazes of his colleagues, Chun Bin, who had been so confidently pontificating moments before, now appeared ashen, his legs trembling, nearly supported by two investigators as they escorted him out of the company. Within half an hour, this shocking news reached Zhang Hui through a female colleague harboring a secret affection for Chun Bin. Hello, is this Sister Hui? Something terrible has happened. Brother Chun has been taken away by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Zhang Hui, who was selecting the latest handbag in a mall, dropped her phone with a resounding crack as the screen shattered upon hitting the marble floor. Ignoring the broken device, a chill enveloped her, and in a frantic state, she dialed Chun Bin's number. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. The cold, automated response struck her heart like a heavy hammer. It was over. Panic washed over her as she disregarded her poised demeanor, lifting her skirt as she dashed out of the mall, heading straight for Gao Ming. Lawyer Gao, it's terrible. Something has happened. Zhang Hui burst into Gao Ming's office like a madwoman, her voice trembling with urgency. Chun Bin has been taken by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Just moments ago, Gao Ming, leisurely reviewing documents, was startled by her outburst and frowned. Ms. Zhang, please mind your composure. What does Chun Bin's arrest have to do with you? Why are you so flustered? How can it not be related? A portion of the money I transferred was handled by him. Zhang Hui's voice quaked with fear. What if he implicates me? The Securities Regulatory Commission. The calm demeanor on Gao Ming's face vanished. He abruptly stood up, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. This was no coincidence. Lu Cheng had just submitted a lawsuit regarding property disputes, and now Zhang Hui's lover was under investigation for insider trading by the Securities Regulatory Commission. The two events were undoubtedly interconnected. Lu Cheng was not merely pursuing a property lawsuit. From the outset, his target had been Chen Bin, an astute strike aimed at the very foundation. A cold sweat broke out on Gao Ming's back as he realized he may have severely underestimated this adversary. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Tianhe law firm in a magical city, Gao Jiqiang stood gravely before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, reporting to Shui Yanhai, who had his back turned. Director Shui, we just received news. There has been a development in Lu Cheng's case. Oh, Shui Yanhai turned, playing with two smooth jade beads in his hands. Lu Cheng has initiated a property lawsuit against Zhang Hui, but that is merely a FAAD. Gao Jiqiang spoke rapidly. Earlier this afternoon, Zhang Hui's lover, Chen Bin, was publicly taken away by the Securities Regulatory Commission for suspected insider trading. I've investigated, and Chen Bin is merely a minor player with no backing. This investigation was undoubtedly initiated by someone who filed a formal complaint, armed with solid evidence. Lu Cheng has begun employing underhanded tactics. He has no intention of entangling himself with Gao Ming in court, but has instead struck directly at his opponent's Achilles heel from the outside. After listening to the report, Shui Yanhai fell into a long silence. In the office, only the crisp sound of jade beads colliding in his palm broke the stillness. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice betraying no trace of emotion. Interesting, he remarked. Inform Gao Ming to maintain his composure and not to act recklessly. A mere paramour cannot stir significant turmoil. Shui Yunhai's gaze drifted towards the dazzling nightscape of the bustling metropolis outside the window, his expression deepening with intrigue. I am curious to see what tricks this Lu Cheng can still conjure. The betrayal of a paramour. In the interrogation room of the Summer National Securities Regulatory Commission's Inspection Division, the air was colder than the chill emitted by an air-conditioned environment. Chen Bin sat in the interrogation chair, facing two middle-aged men clad in dark suits, their expressions devoid of any discernible emotion. He forced a smile, striving to appear innocent. Gentlemen, I am merely here to assist with the investigation. Please feel free to ask any questions. I assure you I will speak candidly. Before he could finish, one of the men abruptly slammed a thick, brown paper bag onto the metal table before him. A stack of documents spilled out. Chen Bin, manager of the investment department at Haitong Securities. Quite accomplished for your age, the leading man remarked in a flat tone, his words striking Chen Bin like a hammer. He picked up the top document and waved it before Chen Bin's eyes. This is the recorded conversation between you and Wang Hai, the vice president of Tianxing Technology, 3 days prior to their company's announcement of a significant asset restructuring. It appears you had quite an enjoyable discussion. Chen Bin smiled faitut. The man continued without acknowledging him, picking up a second document. This comprises all transaction records of your securities accounts, belonging to your second aunt, third cousin, university classmates, and others, 7 distinct individuals, all of whom precisely acquired Tianxing Technology stocks in multiple batches before the announcement. Your methods are both professional and clandestine. A sheen of cold sweat began to form on Chen Bin's forehead. The man then slammed a third document before him. Following your profits, you laundered a total of 5,300,000 illicit earnings through an underground money house named Li Gui, with every transaction documented in pristine detail. Each entry is crystal clear. So, Manager Chen, do you require me to continue? The interrogation room fell into a deathly silence. Chen Bin stared blankly at the pile of white papers adorned with black text, each sheet resembling a death warrant. The manipulations he once took pride in, the seemingly flawless tactics he believed he had mastered, appeared laughably fragile in the face of such irrefutable evidence. He could not fathom how they had obtained this information, how it could be so meticulously detailed, more complete than his own recollections. According to Article 180 of the criminal law, the crime of insider trading involves particularly vast sums and exceptionally grave circumstances. The lead man's voice, though not raised, resonated like thunder in Chen Bin's ears. This is sufficient for you to rot away in prison. Boom! The last thread of Chen Bin's resolve snapped. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to slide from the chair, his hands clutching the table's edge for support, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't my idea. Grasping at the last vestiges of hope, he cried out frantically, I will tell everything. Please, grant me a chance. The two men across from each other exchanged glances, one of them curling his lips into a barely perceptible sneer. Oh, then enlighten me. Where did the principal for this operation originate? And who provided you with the insider information? Think carefully before you speak. Voluntarily confessing and cooperating with the investigation to earn some merit, you ought to understand this principle. Understand. Understand. Chun Bin nodded vigorously, his desperation to reduce his sentence overshadowing any hesitation. Without a trace of reluctance, he completely betrayed the woman with whom he had recently shared a tumultuous affair. It was Zhang Hui. That wretched woman orchestrated everything. He wept bitterly, portraying himself as a quintessential victim. The principal was siphoned from her deceased husband's company. She deceived me into believing it was rightfully hers and urged me to assist her in managing her finances. And the insider information? She insisted I purchase that stock, though I have no idea how she acquired it. I was merely a tool, esteemed officers, to bolster his credibility. He even volunteered to provide evidence. I still have our chat records on my phone. She meticulously instructed me on how to proceed, how to transfer funds. It's all documented. I was momentarily confused, ensnared by her emotional manipulation and financial lure. I am a true victim. His display of anguish and sudden realization was so masterful that it could earn him a small golden statue. At Tianhe Law Firm, Gao Ming sat at his genuine leather executive chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Zhang Hui paced anxiously like a caged beast, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to conceal the turmoil in her eyes. Lawyer Gao, I still can't reach him. Chun Bin's phone has been off since yesterday afternoon. He wouldn't have come to harm, would he? Ms. Zhang remained calm. The investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission follows its own procedures. It is entirely normal for communications to be restricted during this period of inquiry. Do not frighten yourself. But what if he can't withstand the pressure and implicates me? He wouldn't dare. Gao Ming interrupted, his tone resolute. To exonerate himself by implicating you? That would make him the principal perpetrator of this case. He is not that foolish. Trust my professional judgment. At most, he is an accomplice, and clinging to silence is his most advantageous choice. Listening to Gao Ming's astute analysis, Zhang Hui's panic subsided somewhat. Indeed, Chun Bin was overwhelmingly selfish. How could he sacrifice himself for his own sake? She must have overthought it. That brat Lu Cheng was merely bluffing. The following morning, after Zhang Hui had just finished her beauty treatment and returned to her opulent apartment, the doorbell rang. Impatiently, she opened the door to receive a package from courier. Another court document? She wondered as she signed for it, only to find that the contents were not a summons, but a startlingly titled document, Property Preservation Civil Ruling. Her gaze swiftly scanned the text, and upon reading the damning lines, she felt as if struck by lightning. According to the latest valid evidence provided by the plaintiff, all bank account deposits under the name of the respondent, Zhang Hui, are now subject to freezing and a property located in Yiping community, as well as a Porsche Panamera, have been seized. What is the latest valid evidence? What evidence? Zhang Hui's mind was blank. The ruling document slipped from her trembling hands and fell to the floor. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. Numbly, she answered, and on the other end was the cold, formulaic voice of a bank representative. Dear Ms. Zhang Hui, we regret to inform you that due to judicial freezing, transactions on your savings account ending in this number have been suspended. With a snap, the phone dropped to the ground. She finally understood. That beast, Chun Bin, had sold her out. Completely and utterly. That scoundrel, Lu Cheng, had accused her of transferring assets, which was no mere bluff, but a declaration of war. Zhang Hui's legs turned to jelly as she slowly slid down the smooth wall to the floor. It was over. Everything was over. The grace and pride that once adorned her face were replaced by a hollow despair, drained of all strength. Chapter 28. The Dark Hand from Tiange. Tiange Law Firm, Basement Office. Bang! The office door was violently flung open from the outside. Zhang Hui's carefully maintained demeanor of an elegant woman had vanished. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed, and she clutched the property preservation ruling tightly. The paper crumpled in her grip. Lawyer Gao, my money, my house and car, everything has been frozen. She slammed the ruling onto Gao Ming's desk, her voice piercing, tinged with a cry. Did you not say he was at his wit's end? Did you not say he was merely bluffing? Is this bluffing? Gao Ming trembled at her shout, and for the first time, he felt the gravity of the situation with this seemingly deranged woman. Was he not also at his wit's end? A copy of the ruling had also been sent to him by the court. when he read the line about the latest valid evidence provided by the plaintiff. Cold sweat trickled down his back. That fool, Chen Bin, had indeed revealed everything. Lu Cheng's move was a masterstroke. Ms. Zhang, please calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down? My card 1T work. Everything under my name has been seized. I am left with nothing. Zhang Yu chuted hysterically. Tears and snot mingling together. You must find a way. Immediately. Instantly. Unfreeze my assets. Otherwise, I will not pay you a single penny. Gao Ming's temples throbbed as he took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. He knew this matter had escalated beyond his control. Lu Cheng was playing by his own rules. With no other option, he picked up the phone on his desk and, in front of Zhang Hui, dialed the internal number of the law firm. Once connected, his previously arrogant demeanor diminished, and a hint of humility crept into his voice. Hello, Director Gao, this is Gao Ming. A young voice, laced with mockery, echoed from the other end of the line. Ah, the esteemed lawyer. What a rare pleasure to receive your call. Wasn't your case supposed to be foolproof? A guaranteed victory? It was Gao Jiqiang. Gao Ming felt a flush of heat rush to his face. Director Gao, please do not jest. I find myself in a bit of trouble. That scoundrel Lu Cheng. Now you realize his prowess? Gao Jiqiang interjected, his tone dripping with scorn. You truly believed that a lunatic, bold enough to confront even our Tiana's founder, would be an easy target? Yes, I was careless. Gao Ming hastily agreed, lowering his demeanor. Director Gao, considering that Zhang Hui is under President Zhou's wing, you must intervene. Gao Jiqiang snorted dismissively. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, do not worry. Just wait. With that, he hung up the phone decisively. In the upper office of Tiana Law Firm, Gao Jiqiang placed his phone down, a sly smile playing on his lips. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down at the bustling city below and dialed another number. Hello, is that you, old Lu? Is Judge Sun Lacun at the Intermediate Court currently handling a property preservation case? Yes, the respondent is Zhang Hui. Please convey a message for me. The preservation measures are excessive. Kindly persuade him to lift the ruling for now. Just say it's from me. However, half an hour later, Gao Jiqiang received a return call, and the smile on his face faltered. What? He rejected it. The voice on the other end sounded troubled. Gao Xiao, Sun Lacun is an old relic, impervious to pressure. He insists that the preservation procedures are entirely legal and that the plaintiff's evidence is substantial. There's no persuading him. He instructed us not to interfere with judicial integrity. Judicial integrity? Gao Jiqiang laughed in disbelief, hanging up the phone with a countenance so dark it could have dripped with water. An unappreciative old fool. The failure to exert pressure felt akin to receiving a public slap in the face. Very well, Gao Jiqiang's gaze hardened. If I cannot outmaneuver you within the rules, then do not blame me for bending them. He picked up the internal phone. Bring Black Panther in. Soon, a robust man with a fierce gaze entered. Young Master Gao. Go, investigate a man named Lu Cheng, the owner of Zhengsheng Law Firm. Gao Jiqiang's voice was frigid. Dig up his entire ancestry. I care not for the means you employ. I require his dark secrets. The more scandalous, the better. I want to ensure he is utterly disgraced throughout the entire metropolis. As night deepened, Lu Cheng had just finished a shower when his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Su Mei. A freshly taken selfie appeared. The woman in the photo donned a silk robe, the neckline perfectly cut to reveal her delicate collarbone and a breathtaking expanse of porcelain skin. Her lips slightly parted and her gaze dreamy. Lu, dear lawyer, are you asleep? Lu Cheng disregarded the image and typed back, speak plainly. Anticipating his reaction, Su Mei quickly sent another message, this time with a serious tone. Tiana has begun employing underhanded tactics, recruiting some unsavory characters to dig up your dirt. Lu Cheng's expression sharpened. Immediately thereafter, a third message popped up. Be cautious when going out recently, especially concerning your charming young assistant. Such individuals often resort to despicable tactics, severing your support and unsettling your mind. Upon reading this message, Lu Cheng's pupils abruptly constricted. A chilling sense of dread surged from the depths of his heart, rapidly enveloping his entire being. He grasped his phone, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the screen. Thank you. Please convey to certain individuals that if they dare to lay a finger on anyone close to me, they will come to understand the true meaning of regret. After sending the message, he cast his phone aside and approached the window, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his visage was as frigid as ice. The following morning, Lu Cheng summoned Xia Wanqing into his office. Boss, what do you need me for? Xia Wanqing, ever the picture of youthful exuberance, wore a crisp white blouse that accentuated her figure, her twin ponytails bouncing with vitality as she hurried in. Lu Cheng gazed into her pure, peach blossom eyes, his expression unusually solemn. Wanqing, there may be danger in the near future. He succinctly outlined the potential methods that Tianhe might employ. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's countenance turned ashen, her hands instinctively twisting the hem of her clothing as her body trembled slightly. Any girl just stepping out of school would feel terror at the notion of being followed or slandered. Lu Cheng observed her, his tone softening. Hence, you should refrain from pursuing this case any further. Take an extended leave, return home for a while, and come back once this all blows over. Xiao Wanqing lowered her head, remaining silent for a considerable time. Lu Cheng presumed she was frightened and was about to speak again when she suddenly lifted her gaze. Although her beautiful eyes still held a hint of fear, they were predominantly filled with an unprecedented resolve. She fixed her eyes on Lu Cheng and stated emphatically, "Boss, I will not leave. This is my choice, my battle. I have studied law for so many years not to become a coward in the face of wrongdoers." She even went so far as to comfort Lu Cheng and proactively suggested, "I have a senior from university who joined a private detective agency after graduation and is doing quite well. I could discreetly inquire about the kind of people Tianhe is engaging with. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries will better prepare us for any eventuality." Lu Cheng regarded her, observing how this girl, who had moments ago appeared pale, was now contemplating her counterattack with determination. Somewhere within him, a gentle chord was struck. He silently walked to the window, gazing at the incessant flow of traffic outside. The war against Tianhe had transcended the confines of the law firm and courtroom, spilling into the shadows. They had crossed the line. Lu Cheng's gaze deepened profoundly. He closed his eyes and, in his mind, accessed the system interface he had not touched in ages. The list of evidence re-emerged. His thoughts glided slowly over the 12 pieces of evidence before ultimately resting upon the 13th, exuding an ominous aura, the most lethal clue. 13th piece of evidence. A 5 million yuan accidental injury insurance policy for Zhang Hui, the beneficiary, issued 7 days prior to Lin Wei's accidental death. His knuckles gently tapped against the windowsill. Tap, tap, tap. Since you wish to play with fire, I shall stoke the flames even higher. Chapter 29. The court is in session. This is my domain. At the entrance of the third court of the Shanghai High People's Court, 5 minutes before the hearing. At the end of the corridor, Xiao Wanqing hurriedly caught up with Lu Cheng, clutching a thin brown paper bag in her hand, her palm already damp with perspiration. Her voice was low, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lu Cheng halted and turned to look at her. Today, Xiao Wanqing sported her signature twin ponytails, and a slightly snug white blouse accentuated the curves of her upper body, subtly rising and falling with her rapid breaths. On her innocent, youthful face, her peach blossom eyes conveyed an unusual determination. "This is some information I managed to obtain through a friend," she said, handing over the paper bag. "It contains some unsavory records about that lawyer Gao Jiqiang from Tianhe Law Firm. It might prove useful." Lu Cheng accepted the bag, though light in weight. Its significance was profound. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, noting that she had learned to take the initiative. He asked no further questions, merely nodded, placing the paper bag into his briefcase. "Well done." Encouraged by his affirmation, Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Her tense shoulders relaxed as she exhaled deeply. "The hearing is starting. Let us go. MHM, all rise." As the clerk's voice echoed, Sun Likun, donned in judicial robes, solemnly took his seat at the judge's bench, and the gavel struck. The court is now in session. The trial officially commenced. Meanwhile, on the official live streaming platform of the Xi'an National Court, the Lin Family Property Division case had already surpassed 3 million viewers, with numbers continuing to soar. The front row is selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Today promises a spectacular show. I heard the defendant's lover was apprehended by the Securities Regulatory Commission a couple of days ago. This case is getting more thrilling. I came just to see Lu Cheng. After his legendary victory in the Wang Yu case, I'm eager to see how he continues to send the opposition packing. Under the camera's gaze, Lu Cheng appeared composed at the plaintiff's table, while Lin Wanner beside him clenched her fists tightly. Her parents, 2 elderly figures, looked on with hopeful eyes at Lu Cheng's back. The defendant's table, however, painted a starkly different picture. Zhang Hui looked haggard, dark circles under her eyes betraying a profound terror that even heavy makeup could not conceal. Her lawyer, Gao Ming, feigned calmness as he adjusted his tie. attempting to project the poise of a seasoned attorney, yet his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed him. In the front row of the spectator section, a young man clad in a bespoke suit sat with his legs crossed, coldly observing the proceedings. It was Gao Jiqiang from Tiana Law Firm. As the trial commenced, Gao Ming could hardly contain himself and rose swiftly. Your Honor, we object to all evidence submitted by the plaintiff regarding the alleged transfer of my client's assets. His voice boomed, seeking to seize the initiative. On what grounds? Sun LeCun inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. That portion of evidence severely infringes upon the personal privacy rights of my client, Ms. Zhang Hui. All bank statements and personal accounts have been obtained by the plaintiff through illicit means. According to the relevant provisions of the civil procedure law, illegal evidence should be excluded, and I request the court to disregard it. Gao Ming spoke with righteous indignation, his procedural defense flowing effortlessly. In a live broadcast, many viewers expressed their concerns. Wow, this lawyer is impressive, coming out with a big move right away. Oh no, Gao Ming's tactic is ruthless, directly attacking the source of the evidence. Privacy rights? That has seemed rather problematic. A glimmer of hope ignited on Zhang Hui's face. Lu Cheng stood up slowly. Your Honor, I oppose the defendant's lawyer's viewpoint. Firstly, all evidence submitted by our side has been obtained through legal channels, as we have requested objective documentary evidence from the bank and industry authorities, with no illegal acquisition involved. The defendant's lawyer's accusations lack factual basis. Secondly, the crux of this case lies in whether the defendant, Zhang Hui, has maliciously transferred marital property during the marriage. Therefore, the related bank statements and company accounts are the most direct and core evidence in this case. How can there be an infringement of privacy? Is it to say that if a thief hides stolen money at home, a police search would also be considered an infringement of the thief's privacy rights? His argument was logically sound and the metaphor sharp. Gao Ming's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Sun LeCun did not even glance at Gao Ming as he lightly struck the gavel. The defendant's objection is invalid. The plaintiff's evidence is accepted. Court will continue. It was decisive and efficient. Gao Ming felt a surge of frustration rising within him. He took a deep breath and launched his second line of defense. Your Honor, even if those financial transactions are authentic, they do not prove that my client acted with malicious intent. He turned to the jury and the audience, exclaiming, in fact, my client transferred funds to Mr. Chinbin as part of a normal private lending transaction. Both parties have a clear agreement, and there is a promissory note as evidence. As he spoke, he extracted a document from his briefcase and handed it to the court officer. Your Honor, this is the loan agreement between my client and Mr. Chinbin. I request the court to verify it on the spot. The document was projected clearly on the courtroom screen. It appeared to be a formal promissory note, detailing the amount, interest, and repayment date, complete with the signatures of both Zhang Hui and Chinbin. A satisfied smile returned to Gao Ming's face. He was confident that Lu Cheng could not conjure evidence out of thin air to overturn this written agreement. Zhang Hui sighed with relief. Her gaze towards Lu Cheng filled with provocation. The sentiment in the live broadcast began to shift. Wow, there's even a promissory note? This complicates things. I said it all along. Anyone who can afford Tiana Law Firm must have some tricks up their sleeve. Just when everyone assumed Lu Cheng would be at a disadvantage, he looked at the promissory note on the screen and suddenly smiled. Your Honor, Lu Cheng stood up, his voice calm and powerful. Regarding this promissory note, we request to summon the first witness in this case to testify. Sun LeCun inquired, what is the name of the witness? Lu Cheng enunciated each word deliberately, uttering a name that instantly froze the atmosphere in the defendant's seat. Chinbin. Objection. Gao Ming nearly leaped from his seat. Your Honor, Chinbin is currently under investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission for serious economic crimes. He does not meet the qualifications to serve as a witness in this civil case. Zhang Hui's complexion began to pale, seemingly undeterred by Gao Ming's outburst. Lu Cheng calmly continued, Your Honor, I insist on summoning him. According to Article 73 of the Supreme Court's provisions on evidence in civil litigation, parties may request the People's Court to notify individuals with specialized knowledge to appear in court to provide explanations on specialized issues pertaining to the case. In this instance, the genuine nature of this substantial sum of money constitutes the most pressing specialized issue. Mr. Chinbin is not only the direct handler of these funds, but also the sole counterpart in the alleged loan relationship from the defendant's side. Moreover, ththese funds are central to the insider trading case he is implicated in. Thus, Summoning Chun Bin to court to elucidate the origins and trajectory of this money is indispensable for clarifying the property dispute at hand and the associated insider trading case. I request the court's approval. The logic was impeccably interwoven, the reasoning irrefutable. Gao Ming stood agape, rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that Lu Cheng had so deftly intertwined two cases, leveraging the rules of civil litigation to pry a key figure from criminal detention. Sun Lacun cast a deep glance at Lu Cheng, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. The defendant's objections were rendered void. He struck the gavel decisively. The plaintiff's request is granted. Witness Chun Bin is summoned to appear. As the words fell, the side door of the courtroom slowly creaked open. Under the escort of two imposing law enforcement officers, a man clad in a deep blue prison uniform, handcuffed and with his head bowed, staggered into the room. His hair was greasy, his beard unkempt, and he had lost considerable weight, shedding the former elegance of the financial elite, replaced instead by a visage filled with despair and dread. It was indeed Chun Bin. Upon seeing Chun Bin's glaring prison attire, Zhang Hui's body jolted violently, her vision darkening as she nearly collapsed from her chair. Gripping the edge of the table tightly, her knuckles whitened from the strain, her face devoid of color, pale as a sheet. Gao Ming was equally stunned. The composure and confidence he had prided himself on shattered in an instant. He stared blankly at the fallen figure, his mind buzzing with disbelief. How could he have truly brought someone out from the Securities Regulatory Commission? In the audience, Gao Jiqiang's mocking smirk also froze. He sat upright abruptly, his gaze darkly fixated on Lu Cheng, as if he wished to consume him whole. The entire courtroom, in that moment, was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The next second, the live stream exploded, inundating the entire screen. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Is that Chun Bin? The Chun Bin taken away by the Securities Regulatory Commission? A fantastical collaboration. This is undoubtedly a fantastical collaboration. Lu Cheng has directly summoned a figure from the adjacent realm. What kind of divine operation is this? Bringing suspects of significant cases under the purview of the Securities Regulatory Commission to testify in civil court? Is Lord Lu's reputation made of gold? I hereby declare that this lawsuit has concluded prematurely. Such a heart-wrenching betrayal. Even the astute are left bewildered. Just look at his expression, as if he has seen a ghost. This is no longer a mere legal battle. This is a dimensional strike. It is sorcery. Lord Lu, forever the enigma. Such audacious maneuvers are utterly unreasonable. Chapter 30. A promissory note? It is the contract of a lover's servitude. On the defendant's stand, Zhang Hui's lips trembled, unable to produce any sound. She fixed her gaze on Chun Bin, her eyes filled with fear, disbelief, and the venom of betrayal. Beside her, Gao Ming found his mind utterly blank. His proud defense strategy and meticulously prepared promissory note had become a mockery the moment Chun Bin appeared. In the front row of the spectators, Gao Jiqiang's playful smile vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Witness, please state your name and occupation. The presiding judge, Sun Lacun, shattered the heavy silence. Chun Bin lifted his head. Beneath his greasy hair, his bloodshot eyes glanced at Zhang Hui in the defendant's seat, filled with profound hatred. I am Chun Bin, a former investment manager at Haitong Securities. Lu Cheng rose, his expression calm as he directed his gaze toward the witness stand. Mr. Chun Bin, please look at the big screen. The projector illuminated the promissory note, which Gao Ming had regarded as his lifeline. Do you recognize this agreement? Is the signature on it yours? Lu Cheng's voice remained devoid of any tremor. Gao Ming's heart raced, his eyes fixed on Chun Bin, still hoping he would adhere to their prior collusion and insist that this was merely a lending relationship. Chun Bin gazed at the note on the screen and suddenly let out a hollow laugh, his voice raspy, filled with self-mockery and resentment. I recognize it. The signature is indeed mine. A flicker of hope crossed the faces of Gao Ming and Zhang Hui simultaneously. However, Chun Bin's next words plunged them into an abyss of despair. But this is not a promissory note, he nearly shouted, his voice echoing in the courtroom. This is a hush-money agreement. It was she, Zhang Hui, this venomous woman, who coerced me into signing this contract of servitude to conceal her fraudulent activities concerning the company's assets. An uproar ensued. Objection. Gao Ming sprang to his feet, declaring that the witness's statements were inconsistent with the facts, rife with subjective assumptions and personal attacks. Sun Lacun frowned, turning to Chun Bin. Witness, be mindful of your language. stick to the facts. Very well. I shall speak the truth. Chunbin, as if clutching the last straw of salvation, emotionally pointed at Zhang Hui. 3 years ago, she began instructing me step by step on how to use falsified invoices and create fake procurement contracts to siphon money from her husband Lin Wei's company. The total amounts to nearly $1 million. She told me that Lin Wei was simple-minded and lacked financial acumen. As long as the accounts looked good on paper, he would never suspect a thing. She even said that we could invest the money, and if we profited, it would be ours, but if we lost, it would be the company's loss. All the funds were deposited into my account before being transferred to several secret accounts designated by her. Chunbin became increasingly agitated, revealing all the intricate details. This so-called IOU was something she coerced me into signing, suspecting that the Lin family might scrutinize the accounts. She insisted that, should the matter come to light, I alone would bear the burden, claiming it was my personal loan and had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she lamented about Lin Wei, expressing her frustrations, and declared that once he was no longer alive, the company, the house, and all assets would rightfully belong to us. At this proclamation, the courtroom erupted in shock. Lin Warner and her parents in the audience widened their eyes in disbelief, the elderly couple visibly enraged, clutching their chests. If the matter had previously been merely a financial dispute, this statement cast a terrifying shadow over the entire case. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. On the defendant's bench, Zhang Hui finally broke down, leaping to her feet and pointing at Chunbin while screaming, "You beast! It was you. You deceived me with your sweet words. You taught me to do this. Now that you have been caught, you wish to lay all the blame on me? I curse you to a wretched fate. May your entire family suffer." Her outburst shattered the carefully curated image of a refined lady, leaving it in tatters. Silence. Silence. The court officers rushed forward to restore order. Gao Ming's face turned ashen. He realized it was all over. Yet he still sought to make one final stand. Your Honor, I protest. Witness Chunbin has a significant vested interest in this case due to his serious economic crimes. In his pursuit of a reduced sentence, he is entirely capable of providing false testimony to frame my client. His statements are utterly unreliable. I request the court to disregard them. Such words might have held some weight under normal circumstances, but at this moment, they seem pitifully feeble. In a live stream, the comments had gone completely wild. What an astounding twist. The IOU has become a hush money. I give us a perfect score. This is insane. Lu Cheng has unleashed the dogs, letting them tear into each other in court. Once he dies, all the assets belong to us. I'm getting chills. This woman is truly ruthless. Gao Ming is still struggling. This is just like the saying, even though I smoke, drink, and perm my hair, I know I'm a good girl. This is heart-wrenching. Just look at Zhang Hui. Her facade has been completely stripped away. Lu Cheng paid no mind to Zhang Hui's screams or Gao Ming's desperate attempts. He patiently awaited the courtroom silence before addressing the presiding judge. Your Honor, the defense counsel deems the witness's testimony unreliable. Therefore, to substantiate the authenticity of the witness's statements, I would like to present a second piece of evidence. As he spoke, he gestured to Xiao Wanqing, who promptly submitted a document to the court officer. Soon, the courtroom's large screen shifted to display screenshots of the WeChat conversations between Zhang Hui and Chunbin, spanning from several months prior to just days before the incident. Zhang Hui, the two old folks from the Lin family have been incessantly inquiring lately. I fear they might be scrutinizing the accounts. Chunbin, what is there to be afraid of? Aren't the accounts in impeccable order? Zhang Hui, no. We must devise a foolproof plan. Let us fabricate a loan agreement, backdating it slightly, and claim that the money was borrowed by you from me due to your investment losses. That way, should an investigation arise, it would merely be a matter of a debt dispute between us. Chunbin, brilliant. Hui, you truly are my own Zhuge Liang. Zhang Hui, remember, in the event that something goes awry, if there is a problem, you must steadfastly assert that it was a loan. You shall reap the benefits. This dialogue vividly captures the conspiratorial machinations of the two as they plot to forge a loan agreement, aiming to conceal their misappropriation of assets. The evidence is irrefutable. The content of the chat logs perfectly corroborates Chunbin's recent testimony, forming an unassailable circle of evidence. Gao Ming gazed at the screen, mouth agape, utterly speechless. Slumping into his seat, Zhang Hui too was frozen, staring at the messages she had sent, the color draining from her face at a visible pace. Ultimately transforming into a pallid gray, the courtroom fell into a profound silence. Only Lu Cheng's calm, yet icy voice remained. Presiding judge, the evidence has been presented. Judge Sun Li-kun's expression reflected disappointment and anger as he glanced at the utterly speechless Gao Ming, then at the ashen Zhang Hui. He raised his gavel, not striking it down, but bringing it down heavily onto the table. Defendant, he spoke coldly, devoid of warmth. Do you have any further explanations regarding this evidence? Chapter 31. The Final Frenzy. She demands a paternity test. Explanations? Faced with Judge Sun Li-kun's frigid inquiry, what could Zhang Hui possibly articulate? Her mind was a blank slate. The sound of her heart pounding echoed in her ears, and before her were the words she had typed, each letter striking her like a resounding slap across the face. The sweet nothings exchanged with Chun Bin, the malicious schemes devised against her husband's assets, each now served as a nail sealing her coffin. Her lips moved, throat parched. Unable to produce a sound, she could only direct a gaze filled with venomous resentment towards Chun Bin at the witness stand, as if wishing to pierce him with her eyes. It was over. In the spectators' gallery, Gao Jiqiang unconsciously clenched his hands in a fists on his lap, knuckles turning white. He fixated on the composed young man at the plaintiff's stand, his eyes dark with an intensity that seemed to drip with malice. He had miscalculated. He had believed this to be an ordinary property dispute case, one easily managed by Tiana's influence. Yet, he had underestimated Lu Cheng, who played by no conventional rules, employing ruthless tactics that struck at the heart of the matter. Defendant's counsel, does your client have any further explanations? Judge Sun Li-kun's voice resounded once more, his gaze piercing into Gao Ming. Gao Ming jolted upright, his complexion pale as a sheet. He cast a glance at Zhang Hui, whose expression resembled that of a dazed individual, and then at the irrefutable evidence displayed on the screen. His mouth opened slightly, yet no words emerged. How would he explain this? To claim it was merely a graphic? Did they consider the Judicial Appraisal Center of Xia country a mere ornament? To assert that this was a scheme devised by Chun Bin to steal identities? Such nonsense would not even convince a child of 3. The presiding judge, Gao Ming, swallowed hard, his voice parched. I request a 10-minute recess. Sun Li-kun shot him a cold glance, and the gavel struck down. Recess for 15 minutes. Within the court's lounge, Gao Ming slammed his briefcase onto the table with a resounding thud. His earlier bravado vanished. He loosened his tie, his complexion pale, and shouted at Zhang Hui, who was slumped on the sofa. We have lost. Zhang Hui, do you comprehend? In this property dispute, we have suffered a crushing defeat. And that's not all. He paced restlessly, falsifying loan notes, maliciously transferring marital assets. These are trivial matters. You and Chun Bin conspired to embezzle nearly $1 million from the company. This constitutes a crime of embezzlement. The amount is substantial. You will face at least 5 years in prison. Zhang Yu trembled, a flicker of fear finally breaking through her vacant gaze. No, I refuse to go to prison. Lawyer Gao, you must save me. You must. She lunged at him, gripping his arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Save you? How can I save you? Gao Ming forcefully shrugged her off. The chain of evidence is complete. Witnesses and material evidence are abundant. Not even a deity could rescue you now. Observing the utterly broken Zhang Hui, Gao Ming inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. After all, he was a lawyer at Tianhe law firm. If this case ended so disgracefully, it would leave a significant blemish on his career. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, the smoke swirling around him as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. At this point, exonerating yourself is no longer an option, he said slowly. Exhaling a ring of smoke, his voice lowered. The only way forward is to preserve your last glimmer of hope. What hope? Zhang Hui grasped at this lifeline. Your child, Gao Ming enunciated deliberately. Your son's inheritance rights. The property under Lin Wei's name, as well as the remaining shares in the company. Legally, your son is the primary heir. As long as this portion of the assets remains intact, even if you go to prison upon your release, you will be ensured a life free from want. This is your sole avenue of escape. A spark ignited in Zhang Hui's eyes. Yes, the child. She still had her child. 15 minutes later, the trial resumed. All eyes were fixed on the defendant's seat. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Zhang Hui suddenly stood up, tears streaming down her face. Her previously vengeful and frenzied expression transformed into one of profound grievance and sorrow. Your Honor, she choked, her voice quivering with emotion. I confess. I admit I was bewitched by Chun Bin's deceitful words and acted wrongly. I was greedy. I was foolish. I am willing to accept the law's punishment. Her sudden confession left everyone in stunned silence. Lin Wanner and her family exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of her motives. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments paused for a moment. Is she just accepting this? Not even putting up a fight? Has this woman had a change of heart? That seems unlikely. Zhang Hui paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd, clutching her chest. She wore an expression of utter heartbreak as she continued her performance. But my feelings for Lin Wei are genuine. I bore him children and managed our household. Our child, our innocent child, is the only bloodline he has in this world. With a sudden shift in her tone, she pointed an accusing finger at Lin Wanner and her family in the plaintiff's seat, her voice becoming piercingly sharp. Yet they, in their insatiable greed for a larger share of the inheritance, have descended into madness, slandering my child as not being of the Lin lineage. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. How could they be so malicious? I refuse to accept this. I demand a paternity test, right here in court. She unleashed this declaration with all her might, embodying a tragic mother, cornered and rising up to defend her child's innocence. I will use the court's determination to vindicate my child. Boom. The courtroom erupted at her words. Lin Wanner and her parents were rendered speechless. They had never imagined that the very woman they once begged for a paternity test would now demand one herself. What sort of turn of events was this? The live chat room, having fallen silent for 2 seconds, exploded with fervor, filling the screen in an onslaught of comments. What the hell? Did I hear that right? She's requesting a paternity test? Is she out of her mind? What a shocking twist. Is she really condemning herself? Has this woman lost her wits? Wait, is there a possibility that the child is indeed her biological offspring? Was her previous refusal an act of spite? And now, pushed to the brink, she strikes back? Goodness, the mere thought sends shivers down my spine. If he is her biological child, then Lu Cheng has certainly miscalculated. The drama of the year. This is undoubtedly the best suspense drama of the year. Quick, bring me an oxygen tank. This is too exhilarating. Amidst the collective shock and uproar, only one individual remained unperturbed. In the plaintiff's seat, Lu Cheng leaned back against his chair, observing Zhang Hui's seemingly deranged performance, a subtle, undetected smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The moment had arrived. He had awaited this very instant. The fish had finally latched onto the bait he had cast aside. Rising calmly, he adjusted his attire, and under the multitude of astonished, puzzled, and concerned gazes, he addressed the presiding judge with a clear and steady voice. Your Honor, since the defense has made this request for a paternity test, we have no objections. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Gao Ming, whose face was ashen, before finally resting on Zhang Hui's contorted visage, his tone tinged with a hint of compassion. We too hope to employ the most scientific means to uncover the truth for the deceased, and to provide an innocent child with a clear identity. His words were impeccably crafted, resonating with righteousness. A fleeting glimmer of triumph danced across Zhang Hui's face, a sign of her scheme coming to fruition. She had won. Once the results of the test were revealed, if the child was indeed her biological offspring, the vast inheritance would forever belong to her son. Hope for her resurgence was still alive. However, she failed to perceive the fleeting glimmer of coldness in Lu Cheng's eyes, akin to gazing upon a corpse. From the plaintiff's seat, indeed, after setting her house ablaze, she would obediently open the door. Yet, she would never comprehend that behind that door lay not a path to salvation, but rather a descent into hell. Chapter 32. The appraisal result. The final straw. The gavel struck down. Chief Judge Sun Lakun's voice was devoid of any emotion. Due to the emergence of critical issues requiring further verification, this court is now adjourned. The court will commission the Summer National Judicial Appraisal Institute to conduct a paternity test between Lin Wei and Lin Xiaojia. A new date will be set for the hearing. Once these words were uttered, the courtroom's live stream was instantly inundated with a deluge of question marks. A 3-day recess. For the millions of internet users following this case, every minute and second felt excruciatingly prolonged. The online discourse reached a boiling point, dividing into two starkly contrasting factions. I bet 5 dimes the child is definitely not biological. That woman has conspired with her lover to transfer assets. What else might she not do? The request for a paternity test is merely a desperate ploy to morally tarnish the Lin family. Don't be overly confident upstairs. What if? What if the child is indeed biological? Zhang Hui's prior refusal was merely a fit of pique. Now cornered, she might just flip the table with a bombshell. Where would that leave the Lin family and lawyer Lu? Damn, your words are making me anxious too. This case has turned too many times. My heart can hardly take it. Who cares? I trust Lu Cheng. He never undertakes uncertain ventures. Let us await the results and see how that viper meets her end. The entire internet felt akin to a colossal pressure cooker, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the moment the lid would be lifted. At the top office of Tianna Law Firm, a vast floor-to-ceiling window framed the bustling financial district of the metropolis. Gao Jiqiang stood before Shui Yunhai's desk. An expression of disdain and relaxation etched across his face. Director Zhang Hui is but a fool, led by Lu Cheng like a puppet, cornered by mere words. However, this is for the best. Once the appraisal results are in, the case will be settled, and we will have an explanation for Mr. Zhou. Shui Yunhai remained silent. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed pensively at the incessant flow of traffic below, his thoughts a mystery to all. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Is that so? I rather believe the real drama is just beginning. At Zhengqing Law Firm, Lu Cheng had just concluded discussions with Lin Wanner and her family, escorting them out before returning to his office, where his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Mei. Congratulations, Lawyer Lu. You're about to send the opposing party packing. Are you free tonight? I've prepared a celebratory feast for you. You pick the venue. Lu Cheng glanced at the message, his long fingers tapping out 2 words on screen. Court session. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside. In the law firm, Xiao Wanqing paced anxiously, her fitted white shirt accentuating her remarkable curves with every movement, while her iconic twin ponytails swayed, betraying her inner turmoil. Her innocent first-love visage was adorned with a pair of peach blossom eyes, brimming with concern. She halted before Lu Cheng, her hands nervously entwined. What if that child truly is his biological offspring? What shall we do? Leaning against his chair, Lu Cheng closed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the desk. He was activating a logical storm in his mind, employing accelerated computational prowess to fervently extrapolate every detail of the impending court proceedings and the myriad potential variables that could arise from the identification results. Upon hearing Xiao Wanqing's words, he did not even lift his eyelids. Rest assured, science does not deceive. 3 days later, at the High People's Court of Magic City, courtroom number 3, the trial commenced once more. The atmosphere within and outside the courtroom was palpably tense. The spectator seats were filled to capacity, and even the aisles overflowed with people. The official live-streaming room boasted an astonishing online viewership surpassing 5 million, shattering the platform's highest record since its inception. All eyes were riveted on the judge's bench. On the defendant's stand, Zhang Hui, adorned in heavy makeup and clad in designer attire, endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet her subtly trembling frame and pale lips betrayed the fear within her. Beside her, Gao Ming was already beaded with perspiration upon his brow. In the front row of the spectators' seats, Gao Jiqiang maintained his casual posture with one leg crossed over the other, yet his countenance had lost its earlier ease. Now shrouded in gloom, present the identification report, intoned Judge Sun Likun. A court officer, bearing a sealed craft paper bag with a composed gait, approached the bench and solemnly submitted it. The bag was emblazoned with the vivid red seal of the Summer National Forensic Science Institute, marked as top secret. Click! The sound of camera shutters filled the air. Before the gathered assembly, Sun Likun meticulously inspected the integrity of the seal, then slowly tore open the bag. He extracted several sheets of paper, bowing his head to scrutinize them. In that moment, the entire courtroom was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Sun Likun's expression remained inscrutable. He lifted his gaze, sweeping over the plaintiff's bench, then the defendant's. Before clearing his throat, in a live-streaming room, countless viewers instinctively held their breath. It was coming. It was about to be revealed. Sun Likun, in a tone of unparalleled solemnity, devoid of personal emotion, pronounced each word with precision. According to the report issued by the Summer National Forensic Science Institute, identification No. 2025-0731. The conclusion is as follows. He paused, grasping the gavel and striking it down heavily upon the hearts of all present. Upon comparison, the biological samples submitted, those of Lin Wei and Lin Xiaojie, have been confirmed to exhibit a biological father-son relationship. Boom! Like a deep-sea bomb detonating, the silence of the courtroom shattered, reverberating within the hearts of millions of viewers. In the plaintiff's section, Lin Wanner could no longer contain herself, unleashing a wail as she collapsed into her mother's embrace. sobbing uncontrollably. Her father, a man in his 50s, was at that moment covering his face, his shoulders shaking violently as tears, long suppressed, surged forth through his fingers. A sense of injustice, sorrow, and indignation. All emotions found their most profound release at that instant. In the defendant's seat, Zhang Hui jolted sharply upon hearing the words exclusion. When the final phrase, father-son relationship, was uttered, the color drained from her face at an alarming rate, leaving it a pallid gray. A buzzing filled her mind, as if the entire world had been silenced. It was over. Her last lifeline, her sole hope for a turnaround, her final fade of dignity, had been severed, completely severed. In the next moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly flooding the entire screen. What the hell? Excluded. Family members. I declare, Lu Cheng, forever a deity. I knew it. I knew this would be the outcome. So satisfying. Absolutely exhilarating. After 3 days of pent-up frustration, it has finally burst forth. A great relief. A tremendous relief. Look at that venomous woman's face. As if she has lost her father. Oh no, wait. Her husband indeed has died. I'm in tears. Witnessing the Lin family's old couple weeping has brought tears to my eyes as a grown man. It's been so difficult. At this moment, I shall call it the dawn of justice. Lawyer Lu, magnificent. Now it's clear, not only has she transferred assets, but even the child isn't hers. What fate awaits this woman? Death penalty, please. Amidst the uproar of the crowd and the online jubilation, Lu Cheng slowly rose to his feet. His gaze did not linger on the weeping Lin family, nor on the collapsed Zhang Hui. He calmly directed his attention to the presiding judge, his voice clear. Your Honor, since the parent-child relationship has been definitively established, we shall amend our original claims. All eyes once again focused upon him. Lu Cheng's lips curled into a chilling arc as he regarded the direction of the defendant's seat. His gaze cold as if fixed upon a lifeless object. Now, let us discuss another matter. A life insurance policy valued at 5 million. Chapter 33. The End of the Road, a deadly insurance policy. Amending the claims? The noise in the courtroom, which had only just settled, reignited with Lu Cheng's seemingly casual statement. All gazes shifted from the crumpled Zhang Hui to Lu Cheng's face. In a live stream, the comments that had recently praised Lu Cheng transformed into a flurry of question marks. Amending the claims? More? Isn't that enough? The parent-child relationship is non-existent. The asset transfer is a fact. This woman is socially dead, sentenced to prison time already. I suspect Lu Cheng intends to pursue additional compensation for emotional distress. He must demand it fiercely. Let this venomous woman leave with nothing. Gao Ming suddenly jolted up, startled from his stupor, and protested sharply. Your Honor, I object. The appraisal conclusion has been reached, and the facts are clear. The plaintiff cannot endlessly propose new demands. He was frightened. A dread that originated from the depths of his marrow sent shivers coursing through his scalp. He harbored an extremely ominous premonition. Lu Cheng was akin to a box of hidden mechanisms, concealing countless deadly traps, leaving one perpetually uncertain whether the next surprise would be a dagger or a poison needle. In the spectator's gallery, Gao Jiqiang furrowed his brow, instinctively leaning forward. He too was baffled. The outcome seemed predetermined, yet Lu Cheng appeared intent on weaving further complications. Lu Cheng did not cast a glance at Gao Ming. Instead, he fixed his gaze steadily upon the presiding judge, Sun Likun. Your Honor, we do not seek to alter the compensation amount, he stated, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the courtroom. What we wish to add is not a request for further claims. He paused, and under the collective breath of the audience, slowly raised a hand, extending a solitary finger. Here, I possess one final piece of evidence that requires submission. Gao Ming's heart plummeted to the abyss. Objection. I vehemently object. He nearly screamed. The facts have been established. The parent-child relationship is the crux of this case, and a conclusion has been reached. Presenting any further evidence is futile. This is a waste of judicial resources. Whether it is futile or not is not for you to decide. Lu Cheng finally cast a sidelong glance at him, the look akin to that of one observing a mere buffoon. He turned back to face Sun Likun, his voice suddenly sharp and frigid. This evidence pertains to another victim in this case, Mr. Lin Wei. The true cause of death. The true cause of death. The 4 words reverberated like a thunderclap across the courtroom, striking without warning at its center. Boom! The courtroom erupted in chaos. What? Am I hearing this correctly? The true cause of death? Was it not an accident? The revelations seemed endless. The gallery devolved into pandemonium, prompting the bailiffs to repeatedly call for silence to restore order. On the plaintiff's side, the Lin family, who had just moments ago been embracing in tears, stood frozen. Lin Warner raised her tear-streaked face, incredulously gazing at Lu Cheng's silhouette, her mouth slightly agape, yet producing no sound. After a prolonged silence of 3 seconds in the live broadcast, the barrage of comments inundated the screen like a nuclear explosion. What the hell? Grass. A plant. What the hell did I just hear? The true cause of death. Is this civil dispute morphing into criminal murder? A buy one get one free? Lu Cheng, are you pushing them to the brink? My scalp is tingling. Every hair on my body is standing on end. If this is true, then good heavens, I cannot even fathom it. At this moment, Sun Lakun's pupils constricted sharply. He fixated on Lu Cheng, his grip on the gavel tightening unconsciously. As a seasoned judge, he instantly comprehended the terrifying weight behind those 4 words. Granted, he uttered without hesitation, his voice steady as he pronounced the 2 words. Amidst countless astonished, horrified, and incredulous gazes, Lu Cheng calmly opened his briefcase, retrieving an envelope and presenting it to the bailiff. Your Honor, please direct your attention to the big screen. As the court officer presented the documents to Sun Lakun, the large screen in the courtroom simultaneously displayed a document. It was a scanned copy of an insurance contract. Siagwoping and life insurance, million at your command, personal accident insurance contract. The policyholder, Lin Wei. The insured, Lin Wei. The beneficiary, Zhang Hui. The insured amount, 5 million yuan. The insurance effective date, 7 days prior to Lin Wei's accident. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the room. If the true cause of death moments ago had been a thunderclap, then this insurance policy was a searing brand, indelibly searing itself into the eyes of all present. Gao Ming stared at the 2 characters, Zhang Hui, displayed on the screen, his legs weakened. Had he not steadied himself against the table, he would have collapsed to the floor. Gao Jichang's expression also shifted. The composed arrogance that had been etched on his face, emblematic of the elite from Tianhe, dissipated, leaving behind only gloom and horror. The presiding judge, Lu Cheng, spoke again, his voice resonating like a grim reaper pronouncing a sentence. We apply to present exhibit number 13. The screen transitioned to a report from the insurance company's internal investigation. In the conclusion section, a passage was highlighted in red, based on on-site investigation and debris analysis. The vehicle driven by the insured, Mr. Lin Wei, exhibited abnormal were in the braking system and signs of critical component loosening. Preliminary judgment suggests the possibility of human interference. However, due to the severe damage and combustion of the vehicle in the accident, direct physical evidence is lacking, rendering a definitive conclusion impossible. Impossible to conclude. Yet, in this moment, against the backdrop of the 5 million yuan insurance policy, those words were more chilling than any definitive judgment. A logical storm had already erupted in Lu Cheng's mind, with countless clues, evidence, and timelines rapidly interlinking, forming an impeccable web of logic. He slowly turned, step by step, toward the defendant's stand. His pace was unhurried, yet each step felt as though it were crushing Zhang Hui's heart. Zhang Hui trembled uncontrollably, her makeup obliterated by cold sweat and terror. She gazed at Lu Cheng, who advanced toward her like a demon rising from the depths of hell. Lu Cheng halted before her, looking down with a chilling void in his gaze. Zhang Hui, his voice was terrifyingly calm. In 10 years of marriage, you have never purchased a single insurance policy for your husband. Your relationship with him has long since deteriorated. You have strayed and conspired with your lover to conceal marital assets. You cunningly deceived him into adding your name to the property deed before marriage. You have been keeping a paramour while carrying another man's child, fooling everyone into believing it is Lin's offspring. With each word, Zhang Hui's body convulsed, her pallor deepening. His pace was deliberate, yet each word pierced her heart, methodically stripping away the facade of the grieving widow, exposing the most sordid and venomous core beneath. Finally, Lu Cheng's voice rose sharply, like the tolling of a judgment bell, resounding with finality. Now, do you dare to stand before the court and the millions of viewers nationwide and explain why, just a week before your husband's unfortunate incident, you suddenly purchased an exorbitant accident insurance policy worth 5 million? Do you dare to do so? Chapter 34. Arrest in the court. Transfer to criminal investigation. In the defendant's seat, Zhang Hui's meticulously crafted visage was now utterly distorted. slumped in her chair. Her eyes were vacant, and she emitted incoherent sounds. It wasn't me. I know nothing. It was all that beast Chunbin who harmed me. Her voice was shrill and grating, her words a chaotic jumble, thoroughly shredding any semblance of dignity, resembling a madwoman throwing a tantrum on the streets. Gao Ming's face had turned ashen, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. He understood that it was over. The moment that insurance policy was projected onto the large screen, he realized that this lawsuit, no, this war had stripped them bare, leaving them with nothing. Lu Cheng observed her final descent into madness with an unfeeling gaze, his expression unwavering. Gradually, he turned to face the judge's bench, his voice regaining a calm, untroubled demeanor, yet infused with undeniable authority. Your Honor, he slightly inclined his body. According to Article 112 of the criminal law, any individual or entity that discovers criminal acts or suspects is entitled and obligated to report to public security organs, the People's Procuratorate, or the People's Court. Given that the defendant, Zhang Hui, possesses a significant motive to harm her husband, Lin Wei, in order to defraud a substantial insurance sum, and the existing evidence strongly indicates the likelihood of human interference in the victim Lin Wei's death, I, as the attorney representing the plaintiff in this case, hereby request the court to transfer the suspect Zhang Hui to the public security organs for criminal investigation. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiqiang, who had been steadfast in his seat, could no longer contain himself. Madwoman! He sprang from his seat, his eyes wide with shock and fury. A civil lawyer audaciously demanding that his client be treated as a murder suspect? This was utterly unprecedented. It was a blatant affront to Tianhe law firm. However, just as he was about to voice his indignation, a hand like an iron clamp rested heavily on his shoulder. It was Shui Yinhai. The leader of Tianhe law firm remained seated, yet his usually impassive face was now clouded with an intensity that seemed capable of wringing water from it. He fixed his gaze on the upright figure at the center of the courtroom, his hand pressing on Gao Jiqiang's shoulder, his knuckles turning white from the force. Judge Sun Liqiu's expression was more serious than ever before. He did not immediately respond to Lu Cheng, but instead picked up the insurance policy and the vehicle inspection report, reviewing them meticulously once more. Then, he leaned towards the two jurors beside him to engage in urgent whispered consultation. The entire courtroom fell into a profound silence. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast were so captivated that they even forgot to comment. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. 1 minute later, Sun Liqiu straightened in his seat. He cast a glance at Zhang Hui, who sat in the defendant's seat, utterly dazed, then shifted his gaze to the pale-faced Shui Yinhai in the spectators' area, before finally resting his eyes back on Lu Cheng, his expression imbued with complexity. Bang! The gavel struck down with authority. Due to the emergence of significant criminal suspicions, in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Supreme Court's interpretation, the civil proceedings must be suspended. It is now declared that the court is adjourned, without allowing anyone a moment to react. Sun Likun grasped the red internal telephone on the table and, in full view of everyone, dialed a number. The moment the call connected, his steady and powerful voice resonated throughout the courtroom. Is this the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau? I am Sun Likun from the High Court. During the hearing of Case No. Xia Gao F.A. Minzhong, number 173 in the Third Court, we have discovered that the defendant Zhang Hui is suspected of serious criminal offenses, including intentional homicide and insurance fraud, with clear evidence pointing to her guilt. Please dispatch personnel immediately to take custody of the suspect and the relevant evidence materials. With that, he hung up the phone. The entire process did not exceed 30 seconds, decisive, efficient, and brimming with judicial authority. The spectator area erupted in chaos. The sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air as reporters sought to capture this historic moment. Gao Jiqiang slumped in his chair, his face ashen, muttering to himself incessantly. It's over, it's all over now. Shui Yinhai slowly closed his eyes, his tightly clenched fists finally relaxing in defeat. He understood that Lu Cheng's move was not merely strategic, it was a lethal blow. Not only did he intend to win the case, but he also aimed to publicly and brutally nail the clients of Tianhe firm to the pillar of shame. Within 5 minutes, the side door of the courtroom swung open, and several detectives clad in deep blue uniforms, equipped with gear at their waists, entered with measured steps. The leading officer, adorned with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder, possessed a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Under the nationwide broadcast, under the scrutiny of millions, They approached the defendant's stand with unwavering resolve. The leading officer, expressionless, retrieved his identification from his pocket and presented it before the already crumpled Zhang Hui. Zhang, we are from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. You're being criminally detained on suspicion of intentional homicide and insurance fraud. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Another detective stepped forward, producing a pair of handcuffs that glinted coldly. No, no. As if awakened by the chilling metallic sheen, Zhang Hui finally emerged from her profound terror. She screamed hysterically, thrashing about with all her might. I didn't kill anyone. I'm innocent. It's Lu Cheng. He set me up. You can't arrest me. However, her struggle appeared feeble against the professionally trained detectives. Click. With a light sound, the cold handcuffs were firmly locked around her pale wrists. In that instant, all her aides, all her malevolence, all her greed were utterly shattered by that sharp sound. I am wronged. Zhang Hui was dragged out of the courtroom by two detectives, one on each side, resembling a lifeless dog. Her piercing cries echoed within the solemn courtroom, rendering the scene all the more ironic. Until her figure vanished from the doorway, the courtroom remained enveloped in an atmosphere of shock that rendered all speechless. In the next moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted fervently. What on earth am I witnessing? A civil court apprehending a murderer right here. A historic moment. I am witnessing history today. Who could possibly believe this? A property lawsuit has turned the plaintiff's wife into a murder suspect. So, you engage in litigation, and you send the opposing party to jail? No. The divine Lu intends to imprison the entire family. I am utterly astounded. Lu, from this day forth, you are my sole idol. I bow before you. Please accept my homage. Incredibly impressive. This is what a lawyer should be. This is true justice. Exposing all evils to the light. It's exhilarating. Did anyone else notice the expressions of those from Tiana Law Firm? They looked as if they had just eaten something vile. Serves them right for defending such a venomous woman. Now, not only has she concealed assets, but her son is illegitimate, and she is even responsible for her husband's death? Goodness, this woman must be a werewolf. No, even a werewolf pales in comparison to her ruthlessness. Amidst the online revelry, the camera shifted to the spectator area. Gao Jiqiang, a senior partner at Tianhe Law Firm, was ashen-faced, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He gazed at Lu Cheng's silhouette, his eyes filled with dread, murmuring to himself, a madman. He is an unequivocal madman. Meanwhile, his enigmatic boss, Shui Yanhai, sat quietly, observing the empty defendant's seat, his gaze profound, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Chapter 35, The Final Judgment. Commissioned by the billionaire widow. 3 days later, at the High People's Court of the Magic City, in Courtroom 3, Judge Sun Lakun's countenance remained as solemn as ever. Yet today, his severity bore an added air of judicial gravitas. The number of viewers in the live stream had already shattered all records since the platform's inception. Countless netizens awaited with bated breath for the final judgment against that venomous woman. All rise. With the clerk's commanding call, everyone stood in unison. Judge Sun's gaze swept across the vacant plaintiff's seat before settling on the two figures in prison garb at the defendant's table, their faces ashen. His voice resonated, devoid of any sentiment. Upon thorough examination by this court, supplemented by investigations from the prosecutorial authorities, it has been established that the defendant, Zhang Hui, conspired to unlawfully acquire substantial insurance funds. For an extended period, she colluded with the co-defendant, Chun Bin, abusing her position to repeatedly misappropriate the property of the victim, Lin Wei, totaling over 980,000 yuan. To fulfill her ultimate objective, 1 week prior to the crime, she procured a life insurance policy for the victim with a coverage amount of 5 million yuan, employing the despicable method of sabotaging the vehicle's braking system, which directly resulted in Lin Wei's death due to loss of vehicle control. Her actions display extreme malevolence, with exceptionally grave criminal circumstances and significant societal harm, utterly intolerable by moral standards. With each word spoken by Judge Sun, Zhang Hui's body trembled violently. Beside her, Chun Bin, paralyzed by fear, had lost all control, collapsing in his chair, exuding a foul stench. The final verdict for this case is now being pronounced. Sun Likun lifted the judgment paper, his voice suddenly ascending like thunder in a storm. The defendant, Zhang Hui, was found guilty of intentional homicide and, according to Article 232 of the Xi'an National Criminal Law, was sentenced to death, deprived of political rights for life. for the crime of insurance fraud, based on Article 198 of the Xi'an National Criminal Law. She received a 15-year prison term and a fine of 2 million yuan. For the crime of embezzlement, she was sentenced to 6 years in prison and a fine of 500,000 yuan. With multiple sentences combined, the execution of the death penalty was decided, along with the lifelong deprivation of political rights and a fine of 2,500,000 yuan. She was ordered to repay all illicit gains. Bang! The gavel struck down, a resolute conclusion. Upon hearing the words life imprisonment, Zhang Hui rolled her eyes and fainted completely. The defendant, Chen Bin, being an accomplice and exhibiting significant meritorious behavior, received a lighter sentence. For the crime of intentional homicide, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison with multiple sentences combined, resulting in a 20-year prison term. With the sentencing concluded, the court officers approached and dragged Zhang Hui and Chen Bin out of the courtroom like discarded dogs. What a fitting punishment. This poisonous woman deserves death. Even execution wouldn't suffice. A great relief for the public. Lu Cheng is impressive. Judge Sun is remarkable. This is the verdict we hoped for. Repay all illicit gains. Ha ha ha. After all that effort, they ended up empty-handed and will have to toil in prison for life. 20 years for Chen Bin, he's finally accounted for, as deserved. Such is the fate of a sycophant. The live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Outside the courtroom, Lin Wanner and her parents were already in tears. Lawyer Lu, thank you. We are truly grateful. Lin's father, a man in his 50s, was so overwhelmed that he spoke incoherently, shaking Lu Cheng's hand vigorously. This is what we ought to do. Lu Cheng responded with calm composure. Lin Wanner wiped her tears and, with a few taps on her phone, Lu Cheng received a bank notification. Your account ending in 8888 has received 200,000,000 yuan. Lawyer Lu, this is the agreed final payment. You must accept it. You are a benefactor to our entire family. Just then, a chilling system prompt echoed in Lu Cheng's mind. Ding. Main task, the Whale of Bloodkin. Completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. The host has employed a thunderous approach, unveiling the mystery of blood relations and bringing the true culprit to justice, perfectly embodying the majesty of the law. Task reward. Cash of 100,000 yuan. New skill, crisis warning, has been granted. Crisis warning. When a host or a designated important protective object faces malicious schemes from third parties through illegal means, the host will receive a strong premonitory alert. Looking at the elderly Lin couple with their graying hair, Lu Cheng felt a stirring in his heart and said to Lin Wanner, Ms. Lin, I will only accept the portion of the payment that corresponds to my legal fees. The remainder, I wish to donate in the name of the Lin Family Charity Trust to my firm, specifically for subsequent legal aid projects, assisting those who, like you, are afflicted by injustice. Lin Wanner was taken aback. Then her eyes reddened once more as she nodded emphatically. All right, we will follow Lawyer Lu's wishes. Zhengqing Law Firm. Xiao Wanqing gazed at the long string of zeros in the law firm's account, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Lu Cheng, we finally have money, she exclaimed, leaping up from her chair and wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Cheng's neck, her legs encircling his waist, her entire form dangling from him as she swayed back and forth. Hey, calm down. Lu Cheng gasped for breath, feeling her astonishing softness and elasticity. Particularly as she wore a pair of tight jeans that clung to her rounded curves, the sensation almost overwhelming. How can I remain calm? Xiao Wanqing shouted excitedly in his ear, her twin ponytails brushing against his cheek. This is several million. Our law firm has never been this wealthy. We can move to a larger office, hire more people. No, I want to buy a car. A red one. Lu Cheng chuckled, patting her bouncy backside. All right. Get down now. This is quite improper. Xiao Wanqing's face reddened as she realized the suggestiveness of her position and hurriedly slid off him. She straightened her clothes but dared not meet his gaze, murmuring softly, It's just that you're too impressive. Lu Cheng paid no heed to her shyness and reopened the live-streaming software. Are we doing this again? Xiao Wanqing inquired curiously. Strike while the iron is hot. Let's review the case, and it will also provide closure for the viewers following the case. As soon as the live stream commenced, the audience surged like a rocket, instantly surpassing the 10 million mark. Without wasting words, Lu Cheng delved into the procedural controversies of the case, discussing tactics to compel Chen Bin to turn against his accomplices, and ultimately revealing the insurance policy to dissect the entire litigation strategy and legal principles in an accessible manner. Wow, I had no idea there were so many complexities. I was just enjoying the show. Hearing you speak is worth more than 10 years of study. It's a pity you aren't a law professor, Lu Cheng. This is the textbook definition. Goodness, our teacher doesn't explain half as clearly as Lu Cheng. Just as the live stream reached its peak, a request to join the stream appeared. It was from Professor Luo Daxiang, a universally acknowledged legal authority who surprisingly sought to connect. Lu Cheng accepted the request. Professor Luo's distinctive square face appeared on the screen. Gazing at Lu Cheng with admiration and awe. Lawyer Lu, I have watched all the recordings of your trial. It's remarkable. Truly remarkable. This isn't just a court case. This is a masterclass in litigation artistry. I am genuinely impressed. The chat went wild at such high praise from Professor Luo. At that moment, a news alert suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Breaking. Lin Xiaotian, chairman of the 100 billion gaming company Huanyo, has allegedly succumbed to long-term poisoning by his subordinate Su Yao and passed away yesterday after failed rescue efforts. The police have detained the suspect. This news struck like a bomb, instantly igniting a frenzy online. Xiao Wanqing gasped at the report, instinctively exclaiming, "Heavens, this Su Yao was a top student. How could he commit such a cruel act?" Truly, one cannot judge a person by appearances. Lu Cheng's gaze, however, fell upon the accompanying image in the news. The photograph of the bespectacled and cultured suspect, Su Yao, his expression momentarily tightening. By the time the live broadcast concluded, it was already deep into the night. After bidding farewell to the still excited Xiao Wanqing, Lu Cheng found himself alone in the spacious office, reflecting on the newly acquired skill. The crisis warning seemed to be a valuable asset for survival. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door of the law firm was rapped upon in an unhurried manner. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. Who could possibly arrive at this hour? He approached and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman, adorned in a well-tailored black gown that elegantly accentuated her tall and curvaceous figure. She wore no makeup, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her features were exquisite, exuding an air of chilling grace. Even amidst profound sorrow, she maintained a poise and detachment characteristic of a woman of high society. She was none other than Shen Bingning, the billionaire widow who had just lost her husband. Lawyer Lu, she addressed him, her voice hoarse from prolonged weeping, yet every word resonated with an unwavering resolve. The news is false. My husband did not die in that manner. She paused. I want you to ensure he dies. Chapter 36. An irresistible price. System task triggered. Shen Bingning entered the law firm, her eyes swiftly scanning the somewhat shabby office before settling back on Lu Cheng, her expression unchanged. She cared little for the lawyer's display. Her concern lay solely with his capabilities. Please, take a seat. Lu Cheng gestured toward the sofa in the reception area. He then proceeded to the bar, pouring 2 cups of warm water. One offered to Shen Bingning and the other placed before himself. Miss Shen, my condolences. Lu Cheng began with a rather formulaic opening. He was not there to provide emotional solace. Shen Bingning accepted the cup but did not drink, merely cradling it in her hands as if seeking warmth. Lawyer Lu, you must have seen in the news that the police have apprehended the suspect, Su Yao, my husband's chief technology officer. Lu Cheng nodded, acknowledging yes. The reports indicated he acted out of impulsive revenge due to a position adjustment and long-standing grievances. Impulsive revenge? Shen Bingning's lips curled into a cold, sardonic smile. A person who, over a span of 6 months, administered at least 3 different chronic poisons, meticulously controlling the dosage to lead my husband to his demise without his knowledge. This is what the police term impulsive? Lu Cheng's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, came to a halt. 3 poisons? The police's public statement had only mentioned 1 chemical agent. Is it possible they did not disclose all the details? They only identified 1. Shen Bingning's voice remained steady, yet was as frigid as winter's ice. They informed me that the metabolites of the other 2 toxins are challenging to detect through standard toxicology tests. It was only through forensic experience that they discerned an exceedingly minute abnormal reaction in my husband's organ samples, leading to their conclusion. She lifted her gaze, fixing him with a stare that burned with obsessive fervor. Lawyer Lu, my husband distinctly told me a week before his death that there was a mole within the company, continuously leaking critical data from the Fire Seed project. Su Yao was merely a scapegoat, or perhaps just 1 cog in a much larger scheme. Behind him, there must be others. Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened, for this was no mere homicide. The insidious act of poisoning corporate espionage. In the core data of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, this matter ran profoundly deep. What do you wish for me to do? Lu Cheng inquired. I seek the truth. Shun Bingning pronounced emphatically. The entire truth. I demand that Su Yao and all those behind him pay an agonizing price. I do not desire the legally prescribed death penalty. I want them to perish under the sun in the most excruciating and despairing manner, reviled by all. Her words chilled the air. This was a woman's lament, a widow's most venomous curse. Lu Cheng regarded her, as if he were gazing upon a reflection of himself. The obsession for truth and the loathing of evil mirrored his own sentiments. You are aware, such cases incur astronomical legal fees, Lu Cheng cautioned her. Shun Bingning seemed unfazed by this remark, retrieving a document from her Hermes bag and sliding it across the table to Lu Cheng. This is a deed of asset transfer. According to the law, I am entitled to inherit half of all my husband's estate. The current market value of Huanyo Group is approximately 23 billion. I am willing to allocate 1% of my inherited assets as your legal fee. She paused, adding, after tax. In the adjoining office, the door creaked open slightly. Xiao Wanqing peeked in, her doe-like eyes wide with astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. She had not left. Rather, she was waiting for Lu Cheng to finish so she could invite him for a celebratory late-night meal. Instead, she had stumbled upon this explosive conversation. Half of 23 billion equated to 11.5 billion. 1% of that amounted to 115 million. 100 million. Xiao Wanqing felt her mind short-circuit. Her breath momentarily suspended. What unimaginable wealth was this? Instinctively, she covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. The enormity of the revelation nearly caused her to falter. But she managed to steady herself against the doorframe. Lu Cheng's demeanor, however, remained composed. He did not even glance at the agreement, his focus solely on Shun Bingning's eyes. You have but one request? Indeed, Shun Bingning affirmed resolutely. To uncover every truth and consign all criminals to hell. Money is not an issue. Lu Cheng gradually rose and extended his hand toward her. May our collaboration be fruitful. Shun Bingning stood as well, clasping his hand. Her grip was cold, akin to unyielding jade. Please review the agreement. If there are no issues, then sign. No need to review, Lu Cheng replied, releasing her hand to pick up a pen from the table and signing his name at the bottom of the document without hesitation. For a woman who was intimately familiar with the details surrounding her husband's death, a mere agreement was the least of her concerns. As Shun Bingning observed his flowing signature, a flicker of emotion broke through her icy demeanor. She had chosen the right ally. The man, like her, was a lunatic. After signing the agreement, Shun Bingning did not linger. She had too many matters to attend to. My legal team will deliver all case files and the evidence they have gathered to your law firm by tomorrow morning. Should you require any resources, funding, or connections moving forward, do not hesitate to contact me. Having bid farewell to Shun Bingning, Lu Cheng closed the door. Suddenly, an uncontrollable scream erupted from behind. Xiao Wanqing leapt onto Lu Cheng's back once more, her long, toned legs wrapping around his waist, while her arms tightly encircled his neck. Lu Cheng, 100 million. 100 million, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She clung to him, swaying with enthusiasm, her ample and soft bosom pressing against his back. While her form-fitting jeans accentuated her curvaceous figure, the warmth and elasticity palpable through the fabric. Cough, cough, calm down, calm down. Lu Cheng struggled to breathe, bemused as he playfully patted her shapely rear. Get down or someone might see. I can't calm down. Xiao Wanqing blushed, but refused to let go. Excitedly whispering in his ear, her lively ponytails tickling his cheeks. We could buy a 3-story villa for the law firm. I want a sports car. A pink one. Lu Cheng, resigned, allowed her to revel in her excitement. Just then, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Major commission detected. Main quest triggered. Quest title, The Lament of the Billionaire Family. Quest background. Beneath the glamorous facade of wealth, greed and betrayal have long since corroded the core. Death is merely the prologue to this tragic ballad. Quest requirements. 1. Expose all crimes committed by the suspect Su Yao, ensuring a death sentence with immediate execution. 2. Identify all accomplices behind Su Yao and bring them to justice without exception. Quest rewards. Depending on the completion level, cash rewards of 1 million to 5 million. Unlocking the system all function and 1 skill point. Lu Cheng's gaze deepened instantaneously. Finally, it had arrived. He gently calmed Xiao Wanqing, who still clung to him, and sat back in his office chair. All right, enough of the antics. It's time to get down to business. He opened his computer, preparing to organize the known details of the case. Meanwhile, the system panel conveniently displayed a new window. It was a preview of evidence related to the Su Yao case. Detected a total of 7 pieces of criminal evidence related to this case, far exceeding what the police currently possess. Would you like to use the evidence to extract it immediately? 7. Lu Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. The police had only secured 1 piece of evidence regarding poisoning. Shen Bingning suspected 3 based on forensic analysis. Yet, the system had revealed 7. Just how many crimes had Su Yao committed? How many individuals were entangled in his web? A cold smile slowly curved Lu Cheng's lips. How intriguing. This case is even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Chapter 37. The Overlooked Victim. Lu Cheng resumed his position in his office chair, his demeanor reflecting an unruffled calm. Xiao Wanqing's delicate face still bore a flush of excitement as she leaned closer to Lu Cheng, lowering her voice as if whispering a secret to a fellow treasure seeker. 100 million. Should we first take a look at the property? That spacious flat by the riverside, with floor-to-ceiling windows. Let's focus on the task at hand. Lu Cheng interrupted her daydream, gesturing toward the computer screen. Xiao Wanqing stuck out her tongue playfully and obediently stood behind him. Resting her hands on the back of his chair, her curiosity piqued. She too was filled with anticipation for this new case. A case that could prompt someone like Shen Bingning to pay an exorbitant retainer fee must be fraught with complexities and dangers beyond imagination. Lu Cheng did not rush to organize the documents that Shen Bingning's legal team was about to send over. Those were mere details accessible to anyone. What he sought were the elements hidden from public scrutiny. With a thought, he activated his computer, issuing a mental command. System. Initiate evidence retrieval for the case concerning the murder of Lin Xiaotian, the chairman of Huanyo Company. Command received, invoking the eye of evidence. Retrieval complete. In the next moment, a semi-transparent window materialized solely within Lu Cheng's field of vision. A series of alarming titles unfurled before him. 7 pieces of criminal evidence related to this case have been detected, far exceeding the scope of what the police have uncovered. Please select for extraction. 1. Records of procurement and preparation of chronic poison. 2. Evidence of poisoning against victims Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong. 3. Records of money laundering and asset transfer through offshore companies. 4. Evidence of theft and sale of core data from the company's Firebrand project. 5. Contracts and transfer records related to hiring internet trolls and purchasing social media influence. 6. Audio recordings of fabricating mental illness histories and rehearsing exoneration with psychologists. 7. Video records of live poisoning experiments conducted on stray cats and dogs. 7 pieces. Even Lu Cheng's pupils constricted sharply upon glimpsing the gravity of these 7 pieces of evidence. The information disclosed by the police was merely the tip of the iceberg. This seemingly cultured individual, Su Yao, was nothing short of a supercriminal, embodying traits of corporate espionage, financial fraud, animal cruelty, and serial poisoning. Any one of his transgressions could warrant a life sentence. Yet, he had managed to conceal all of this perfectly beneath the facade of an outstanding scholar. What is the matter? Xiao Wanqing noticed Lu Cheng's prolonged silence, fixated on the screen, and couldn't help but inquire. Nothing of great concern, just some rather intriguing findings. Lu Cheng replied, a cold smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from selecting the most direct evidence of poisoning, reserving that as a final trump card for the most critical moment. He also bypassed the 3rd and 4th options, as those tasks were meant for the prosecution and financial investigation units. His intention was to create a breach from an angle that no one would anticipate. System. Extract the 2nd piece of evidence. Evidence of poisoning against victims Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong. Instruction confirmed. Extraction in progress. Evidence package has been sent to the host computer's desktop. A compressed file titled The Forgotten White Mouse materialized on the desktop. Lu Cheng opened the compressed folder. Inside were several video files and a document. He first opened the document, which contained an experimental log recorded by Su Yao. On March 12th, 5 milliliters of reagent No. 0 was added to Zhao Wendy's water dispenser. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he experienced mild dizziness and nausea, aligning with expectations. On March 15th, 8 milliliters of reagent number 0 were added to Li Hong's coffee machine reservoir. He suffered severe dizziness in the afternoon and left work early. The dosage seemed somewhat excessive. A reduction will be necessary next time. On April 2nd, Zhao Wendy took sick leave, diagnosed by the hospital with neurasthenia, a group of incompetent doctors indeed. On April 20th, during a health check, Li Hong was found to have mild liver function abnormalities. Reagent number 0 poses potential damage to the liver and requires improvement. The log continued for 3 months before Lin Xiaoyin's demise. Xiao Wanqing glanced at it, horrified, covering her mouth. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in terror and disgust. He actually conducted experiments on his colleagues. Lu Cheng remained silent and opened another video file. The video, captured by a pinhole camera, offered a low perspective, seemingly installed beneath a desk. In the footage, Su Yao stealthily approached a workstation when the office was empty, pulling a small vial from his pocket and dripping its contents into a thermos on the desk. The timestamp in the bottom right corner of the video matched the log records precisely. Is this person a devil? Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled. She couldn't fathom that a colleague she laughed and conversed with daily was clandestinely using her as a test subject for poison. Merely contemplating such a thing sent chills down her spine. More terrifying than a devil, Lu Cheng coldly remarked. A devil at least admits their malevolence. Yet he disguises himself in human skin. He turned off the video and immediately issued a command. Wanqing, promptly investigate Zhao Wendy and Li Hong. I need all their information, especially their current status and contact details. Understood. Xiao Wanqing was shaken by this stunning revelation, but quickly regained her composure, seated herself at her workstation, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Utilizing her accumulated connections and several paid inquiry channels, within 10 minutes, she lifted her head, her expression somewhat peculiar. Lu Cheng, I found them. Both Zhao Wendy and Li Hong are veterans of the illusionary travel company, but less than half a month after Lin Xiaoyin's incident. They both resigned due to health reasons. Their resignation letters cited long-term neurasthenia, rendering them incapable of handling high-intensity work. Moreover, they have both left Magic City, returning home for recuperation. As anticipated, Lu Cheng's fingertips rhythmically tapped on the desktop. Everything aligns. Su Yao, that beast before targeting Lin Xiaotian, had used 2 colleagues with whom he had worked conflicts as clinical test subjects for over 3 months, repeatedly testing the dosage and effects of the poison. The 2 unfortunate victims, until this day, likely still believe they are merely suffering from the pressures of work, afflicted by some form of neurosis. The police have entirely overlooked this lead. They must be located. Lu Cheng's gaze was sharp. They held the key to unmasking Su Yao's hypocritical FAOD. While the police might argue that Su Yao acted out of passion, what if we include these 2? A fervent individual having slain 3 people? Who would believe that? I must find a way to reach them. Xiao Wanqing nodded emphatically. Just as Zhengqing law firm commenced its rapid operations surrounding this new clue, at the Tianhe law firm in Lujiazui, the opulent office resembled a palace. Through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling nightscape of the city unfolded. Shui Yanhai, holding a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, stood by the window, surveying the traffic below, resembling a river of stars. Behind him, Gao Jiqiang bowed his head, reporting the recently received news. Director, our sources have confirmed that Shun Bingning entrusted Lin Xiaoyin's case to Lu Cheng of Zhengqing law firm. There was a hint of resentment and bitterness in Gao Jiqiang's tone, recalling how Lu Cheng had publicly humiliated him during Zhang Hui's case. Oh, Shui Yanhai turned, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. This Lu Cheng truly has a penchant for handling such hot potatoes. Director, should we employ some underhanded tactics? Gao Jiqiang gestured subtly. Shui Yanhai shook his head, settling into his genuine leather chair, fingers interlaced before him. When dealing with clever individuals, employing foolish methods will only heighten their vigilance. Wasn't the last lesson sufficient? Gao Jiqiang's expression stiffened, and he dared not speak further. Shui Yanhai regarded him, stating lightly, the outcome of a single case is inconsequential. However, if we can leverage this case to annihilate a rising star while simultaneously elevating Tianhe's reputation, that is true business. He paused, his gaze deepening. Everyone believes that the crux of Su Yao's case revolves around whether it was a crime of passion or premeditated murder. Yet, they have all forgotten the most critical element in criminal cases. Gao Jiqiang was taken aback. What is it? It is evidence. Shui Yunhai's smile exuded a confident aura of strategic foresight. As long as we can render all evidence in the prosecution's possession as inadmissible or create irreparable flaws in the evidence chain, no matter how grave Su Yao's crimes may be, the court cannot convict him. How is that even possible? Gao Jiqiang exclaimed. The police's evidence collection procedures are strictly regulated. Regulations are lifeless. Humans are alive. Shui Yanhai picked up the phone on his desk, dialing a number with a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Old Joe, this is Shui Yanhai. Please assist me in contacting Su Yao's family, informing them that the best law firm in the city, Tianhe, is willing to provide Mr. Su with the finest legal services. He paused slightly, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. Our goal is an acquittal. Chapter 38. The Disdain of the Queen of Prosecution. People's Procuratorate of Magic City, Reception Room. The air was thick with an atmosphere of solemnity unique to governmental institutions. Lu Cheng leaned against the rigid sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, his gaze fixed upon the imposing inspection emblem on the wall opposite him. It was thanks to Shun Bingning's extensive connections that he was able to secure a meeting with the lead prosecutor in such a brief span following the incident. The door to the meeting room swung open, and the crisp sound of high heels echoed from afar, drawing closer as a figure entered. The newcomer appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated her tall and slender frame. Beneath, she wore a pure white silk blouse, with the top button undone, exuding an air of undeniable professionalism devoid of any frivolity. The perfectly fitted skirt showcased her long, straight legs, enveloped in nude stockings, while her feet were adorned with black high heels that elevated her stature by 7 centimeters, each step resonating like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with a high nose and piercing phoenix eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the soul. Qin Jiu, the youngest chief prosecutor at the Shanghai District Prosecutor's Office, was known in the legal community as the Queen of Prosecution for her iron-fisted style and nearly flawless conviction rate. Lawyer Lu? Qin Jiu approached and took a seat opposite him, her voice as devoid of warmth as her expression. She did not extend her hand, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Prosecutor Qin. Lu Cheng returned the nod. Ms. Shun has already made the necessary introductions. You have 15 minutes. Qin Jiu glanced at her wristwatch, cutting to the chase. Speak. What is it? I am here to alert you, Prosecutor Qin, that there may be oversights in the police investigations direction, Lu Cheng stated calmly. A barely perceptible raise of her eyebrow hinted at her impatience, her gaze sharpening. Lawyer Lu, I am aware of your online reputation, but this is the prosecutor's office. She interlaced her fingers on the table, leaning slightly forward, a formidable pressure emanating from her presence. If your so-called oversights refer to the baseless conspiracy theories circulating online, you may as well leave. No, Lu Cheng met her gaze unwaveringly. What I mean is that, aside from Lin Xiaotian, Su Yao has also been poisoning 2 other colleagues for an extended period. One is named Zhao Wendy, and the other is Li Hong, both former directors of Huanyo Company. He pushed the organized documents prepared by Xiao Wanqing towards her. Qin Jiu's eyes scanned the 2 resignation reports, the diagnosis of neurosis glaringly evident. However, her expression remained impassive as she pushed the documents back. Is this all you have? Her voice turned even colder. Lawyer Lu, this is mere conjecture, not evidence. 2 employees suffering from work-related stress and a murder case bear no legal relevance to one another. I warn you, do not attempt to disrupt judicial proceedings with your sensationalist tactics. Qin Jiu stood, looking down at him from her elevated position. If this happens again, I will issue a prosecutorial recommendation to your firm for obstructing the administration of justice. With that, she turned and exited, leaving no room for further discourse. In her world, everything must adhere to evidence and legal statutes. Any conjecture lacking empirical support is merely a futile exercise in verbosity. Lu Cheng observed her resolute silhouette as his absolute insight quietly activated. The information that returned bore no hostility, no disdain, only a realm of pure, almost mechanical rules and order. This woman was not targeting him. She was defending the procedural justice she ardently believed in. Suddenly, Lu Cheng smiled. He comprehended that to set this intricate legal machine in motion, one could not reason with her. One must present her with undeniable, irrefutable evidence that she could not dismiss. Upon returning to the Zhengcheng law firm, Xiao Wanqing immediately approached him, her small face etched with anxiety. How was it? Was that prosecutorial queen particularly fierce? Not fierce per se, Lu Cheng replied as he settled into his office chair, but she lacks fuel. Fuel? Xiao Wanqing was perplexed. Without elaboration, Lu Cheng opened his computer, allowing his thoughts to delve deep. System, activate the eye of evidence for the 2nd time today and extract the 6th piece of evidence. Command confirmed, Extraction in progress. Evidence package. The genius's performance has been sent to the host computer's desktop. Lu Cheng opened the package, which contains several audio and video files. He first clicked on an audio recording titled Communication with Dr. Zhang. A steady male voice emerged, none other than Su Yao. Dr. Zhang, I require a diagnostic certificate for intermittent explosive disorder. It must be seamless. An older voice responded, Mr. Su, this carries risks. Su Yao's voice held a hint of laughter. Risks and rewards are proportional. Once accomplished, I will cover all expenses for your daughter's studies abroad. After a brief silence, the older voice replied, very well. You must remember, during the evaluation, your primary symptoms are. Xiao Wanqing, listening nearby, turned pale, her small hands tightly covering her mouth. Lu Cheng remained expressionless as he clicked on another video file. The video displayed an opulently decorated conference room. Su Yao sat at the center, facing 3 or 4 impeccably dressed men, presumably a team of lawyers. We will now commence the mock interrogation, one lawyer stated. Mr. Su, why did you murder Lin Xiaotian? Su Yao's gaze instantaneously morphed into one of emptiness and madness as he clutched his head and screamed in anguish. He deserved to die. He stole my ideas. He's a thief. I cannot control the voice in my head. It compelled me to kill him. His performance, encompassing demeanor, tone, and gestures, was nothing short of Oscar-worthy. Stop, the lawyer called, then calmly analyzed. Your expression is commendable, yet the logical thread is too coherent. A mental patient's thought process is erratic. You should exhibit more chaos. For instance, while accusing him of stealing your ideas, you could suddenly interject with something like the moon is particularly round today. Su Yao nodded, his eyes regaining clarity as he diligently took notes. Understood. Introduce irrelevant information to disrupt the logical chain. In the video, they meticulously scrutinized every detail of exoneration. The clarity of Su Yao's thoughts and the rigor of his logic starkly contrasting with the persona of a madman. This was hardly the behavior of a lunatic. This clearly serves as irrefutable evidence of his mental stability, recorded by his own hand. At that moment, at Tianhe law firm, Gao Ming, brimming with excitement, reported to Gao Jiqiang, Mr. Gao, it's settled. Su Yao's family has signed the power of attorney, and we are officially his defense lawyers. A satisfied smile spread across Gao Jiqiang's face. Excellent, he said, raising his coffee cup. Next, we shall promptly submit a request for a judicial psychiatric evaluation to the court, claiming our client has long exhibited signs of mental instability. Understood, Gao Ming replied confidently. Once the evaluation results are in, we will have won half the battle. Even if Lu Cheng possesses extraordinary abilities, he cannot contend with a madman. They all believed they had made a masterful move. Meanwhile, within Zhengcheng law firm, Lu Cheng observed the computer screen where Su Yao repeatedly rehearsed his act of madness. A cold smirk graced his lips as he retrieved a disk and copied all audio and video files onto it. Chapter 39, Crisis Alert. The Dark Hand from Tianhe. Lu Cheng removed the disk and weighed it lightly between his fingers. It contained irrefutable evidence capable of sending Su Yao to the guillotine. A piece of information potent enough to compel the esteemed prosecutor, Qin Jiyu, to alter her stance immediately. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against immediate action. It was time to turn to the next phase of the plan. Xiao Wanqing, are you there? Xiao Wanqing promptly dashed over from her workstation, her signature twin ponytails tracing lively arcs in the air. With each movement, the perfectly tailored professional skirt accentuated her form. The other 2 victims of the Su Yao poisoning case, Zhao Wendi and Li Hong, needed to be located urgently. Lu Cheng's fingers drummed lightly on the table. Tianhe will undoubtedly apply for a psychiatric evaluation. We must secure testimonies from these 2 individuals before they do, to completely thwart Su Yao as pretense of madness. Understood. Xiao Wanqing nodded emphatically, her charming eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. I've already asked my family to investigate. We should soon have their exact addresses. I'll prepare to set out immediately. Observing her enthusiasm, Lu Cheng cautioned, this time is different from the last. Tianhe's methods are more ruthless. Exercise caution in all matters. Rest assured, Lawyer Lu. Xiao Wanqing playfully saluted. My current capabilities are far from those of the past. Besides, if trouble arises, my family connections are not to be trifled with. With that, she turned and hurried off to make preparations. Lu Cheng watched her retreating figure, a smile forming on his lips, and chose not to say more. This spirited girl was indeed maturing rapidly under the influence of her sense of justice. He redirected his focus to the computer, beginning to untangle the intricate web of personnel relationships within Huanyo Company, attempting to uncover further motives behind Su Yao's actions. The office was filled solely with the crisp sound of keystrokes as time ticked by. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Cheng was engrossed in a financial report, striving to identify any irregularities in the flow of funds. Suddenly a jolt. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing a sudden, sharp pang. A suffocating wave of intense palpitation surged forth from his chest without warning, instantly enveloping his entire being. Lu Cheng's movements abruptly froze, his expression darkening in an instant. This was not mere physical discomfort. Crisis alert. Almost simultaneously, a crimson system notification defiantly materialized before his eyes. Warning, designated protection target Xiao Wanqing is currently under malicious surveillance and threat. Lu Cheng's pupils constricted to a perilous pinprick. Tianhe Agency. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his phone and dialed Xiao Wanqing's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was finally answered, and her voice came through, trembling with suppressed panic. Lu Cheng, where are you? What has happened? Lu Cheng's tone was as icy as a shard of glass. I just obtained the address of Zhao Wendy's hometown from a friend and was about to drive back. But I felt a black Buick tailing me for a while now. Xiao Wanqing's voice was barely above a whisper. I turned several corners, but couldn't shake it off. I pulled over to assess the situation, only to discover that someone had slashed my tire. Lu Cheng's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, it was them. Do not panic. Stay in your car, lock the doors, do not exit, and refrain from speaking to anyone. Lu Cheng's directives were clear and swift. Send me your exact location. All right. Upon hanging up, Lu Cheng did not rush out. Anger would not resolve the issue. He closed his eyes, activating the logic storm skill instantaneously. Countless streams of information collided, reorganized, and analyzed within his mind. The Tianhe Agency had immediately targeted the most important person in his life by slashing her tire and following her. The intention was not to harm. Had it been for silencing or kidnapping, the methods would have been more direct and discreet. Such blatant harassment served only as a warning and intimidation. They sought to use this despicable tactic to delay his pursuit of the witness, hoping to distract him with worries for Xiao Wanqing's safety, leading him to lose his composure. What a cunning and foolish Su Yuhai. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, a frigid glint residing within them. He did not contact the police. Dealing with such murky affairs that skirt the gray area would only lead to mere mediation, rendering them ineffective. He scrolled through his contacts, locating a familiar name, and dialed directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, my esteemed lawyer. Have you missed me already? Su Mei's voice, laced with a hint of languor and allure, came through the receiver. There's no time for jest. Lu Cheng's tone was succinct. My associate has been attacked by the dogs of the Tianhe Agency. Su Mei posit, het, tonichiding. Clarify. Xiao Wanqing, at the intersection of Chongning Road and Anhua Road. In a white Jetta. She is being followed by a black Buick. The license plate is likely Hu, and her tire has been slashed. Can your people handle it? Su Mei emitted a meaningful, soft laugh from the other end. The dirty work of the Tianhe Agency has always been outsourced to a fellow named Black Panther, a rather notorious local figure. Her voice suddenly turned cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. How do they set their sights on me? They possess quite the audacity. Rest assured, 5 minutes. With that, the call was decisively ended. Lu Cheng set down his phone and gazed quietly out the window, aware that the game had commenced. Meanwhile, Shui Yinhai had just escalated a legal contest into a full-blown war. On Chongning Road, Xiao Wanqing gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing. Through the rearview mirror, she fixated on the black Buick parked nearby, its windows tinted dark, obscuring the occupants within. Although Lu Cheng's call had provided some reassurance, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt unafraid in such a predicament. Just as her palms began to sweat and her mind spiraled into anxious thoughts, a screech. The jarring sound of tires grinding against the pavement shattered the street's tranquility. 3 black Mercedes-Benz vans surged forth like beasts from the depths of hell, their reckless drift forming a wedge that trapped the Buick in an instant. The doors swung open with a crash. 7 or 8 imposing men clad in black suits and sunglasses leaped from the vehicles, their movements synchronized and exuding an air of lethal intent. The occupants of the Buick appeared momentarily stunned, caught off guard. The leader of the suited thugs approached directly, delivering a powerful fist to the driver's side window. Crash! The tempered glass shattered instantly, prompting a startled scream from within. Almost immediately, the door was yanked open violently, and two shifty-eyed men were unceremoniously yanked from the vehicle like frightened chicks. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We're with Black Panther. What awaited them was a merciless onslaught of fists and feet. The sounds of their anguished cries, pleas for mercy, and the dull thud of bones colliding echoed clearly through the car window. Xiao Wanqing, witnessing the scene reminiscent of a cinematic gang confrontation from the safety of her own car, stared wide-eyed, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes round with shock, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Is this truly how Sister Su handles matters? How astonishingly efficient. In less than 3 minutes, the two pursuers lay crumpled on the ground, akin to lifeless dogs. The leader of the suited thugs approached Xiao Wanqing's window, gently tapping on it. Hesitating for a moment, she lowered the window slightly. Miss Xia, we are sent by General Manager Su, the man said, bowing slightly, his tone respectful. You're safe now. We have called a tow truck for your vehicle, which will be taken directly to the repair shop. Additionally, General Manager Su has asked me to deliver this to you. He handed her a note. Xiao Wanqing took it, her pupils contracting as she recognized the two addresses inscribed on it, those of Zhao Wendy and Li Hong. Furthermore, General Manager Su instructed me to convey a message. The suited thug added expressionlessly. She said that if ever again such blind nuisances harass you, simply call her, and she will break their legs and send them to their boss. After speaking, he once again bowed slightly and, accompanied by others, dragged the two nearly lifeless individuals into the car before speeding away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a Buick with shattered windows. Xiao Wanqing clutched the note in her hand, glancing at the message just received from Lu Cheng. Is it resolved? She took a deep breath and replied, it's resolved. Not only that, but I also receive an unexpected surprise. Her phone vibrated again. It was a message from Su Mei. The matter is settled. It was that little brat, Gao Jiqiang from Tiangang, who took care of it. Additionally, I managed to obtain the address you wanted. No need to thank me. Just remember to have your Lu Cheng owe me a favor. Reading this message, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but smile wryly. The threats from Tiangang not only failed to hinder their progress, but instead served as a fortuitous assist. This maneuver was simply brilliant. Chapter 40. The Deal in the Hot Spring. When Xiao Wanqing returned to the law firm, her face was still somewhat pale, yet her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a survivor. As soon as she entered, she animatedly recounted the dramatic events on Chongning Road, embellishing the details. You should have seen it, Lawyer Lu. 3 luxury cars surrounded that old Buick in an instant. It was like a scene from a movie. Then, 7 or 8 men in black suits descended, and with a single punch, they shattered the car window. Those 2 stalkers nearly wet themselves on the spot. As she spoke, she waved her small fists, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall, the curves beneath her professional attire swaying energetically. Lu Cheng leaned back in his office chair, his expression calm and unperturbed by the outcome. And then, he prompted. Then they dragged the people out and beat them senseless like dead dogs. The leader even came over and told me it was Su Mei who sent them. If I ever get harassed again, I should just call her, and she'll break their legs and send them to their boss. At this point, Xiao Wanqing stuck out her tongue, a mixture of fear and thrill coursing through her. Su Mei was indeed quite formidable. Lu Cheng picked up his phone and searched for Su Mei's number. One must repay a favor. Upon dialing, he set the phone to speaker mode. Hello, my esteemed lawyer. Missing me so soon? Su Mei's distinctive voice, laced with a hint of languor and magnetism, resonated through the receiver. Thanks for today, Lu Cheng replied succinctly. Just saying thank you isn't enough. The voice on the line carried a playful tone. I had to pull quite a few strings for your little assistant, scaring my clients and incurring significant losses. Come by tonight. I've reserved a pool for you at Yinding Club. Xiao Wanqing listened intently, particularly taken aback by the mention of the pool, which left her mind momentarily blank. A pool? What pool? At this late hour? Before Lu Cheng could respond, Xiao Wanqing, alarmed, stepped forward and whispered urgently in his ear, Lawyer Lu, you can't go. She definitely has ulterior motives. Whatever pool it is, it must be a trap. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and Lu Cheng could even sense her body trembling slightly with anxiety. He cast a glance at her and spoke blandly into the phone. All right, I'll arrive later. After hanging up, Xiao Wanqing's innocent and sweet visage had contorted into a frown, her peach blossom eyes wide with astonishment. You really are going, aren't you? What if she? Are you worried I'll be devoured? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. I didn't mean that. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she stammered her retort. I'm concerned you'll suffer losses. That Sister Su Mei is clearly not to be underestimated. Rest assured, Lu Cheng replied, rising and donning his coat. I'll be back shortly. Please organize the information on Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong. Tomorrow we will split into 2 teams. Watching Lu Cheng's unwavering departure, Xiao Wanqing stamped her foot in frustration, her twin ponytails whipping through the air in a display of indignation. What a big oaf. In the depths of the night, at the Yunding private club, a veritable den of iniquity in the heart of the metropolis, security was stringent, ensuring utmost privacy. Guided by server, Lu Cheng traversed the elegant garden and arrived at an open-air private hot spring. The mist enveloped the surrounding bamboo grove and artificial rocks, creating an ethereal ambience. In the pool, a graceful figure reclined against the jade stone at the edge, clad in a semi-transparent silk bathrobe that clung enticingly to her mature, voluptuous form, revealing her charm in full splendor. It was Su Mei, holding a glass of red wine in her slender fingers illuminated by the dim light. Her skin appeared as flawless as high-quality mutton fat jade. As the water rippled gently, her slender waist was accentuated, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an irresistible allure. Have you arrived? Su Mei raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an innate seductiveness. Yes, Lu Cheng settled into the chaise beside her. Come closer. Why sit so far? Afraid I might devour you? Su Mei beckoned him with a playful gesture. Obeying her request, Lu Cheng took a seat on the stone steps by the pool. Su Mei glided over, enveloped in a warm aura infused with the scents of wine and body wash, nearly pressing against Lu Cheng. The events of the day warrant more than mere gratitude. She breathed softly, her voice a delicate whisper. I have incurred significant losses. You must compensate me. As she spoke, her foot, concealed beneath the water, silently approached, its toes smooth and warm, lightly grazing Lu Cheng's calf in a flirtatious manner. Such an ambiguous gesture would have sent any man into a frenzy of desire. Yet, Lu Cheng remained unperturbed, retrieving a tray from his pocket and placing it on the nearby stone table, pushing it toward her. This is your compensation. Su Mei's movements faltered as she regarded him with sultry eyes. Then she picked up the tray. What lies within? Evidence of the collusion between your husband, Zhou Qihua, and Hongyuan Technology. Lu Cheng's tone remained calm and unwavering, including all the financial transactions through third-party companies to inflate stock prices. With this, you could secure at least an additional 5% in your divorce proceedings. The flirtatious demeanor on Su Mei's face gradually faded, replaced by surprise and gravity. She gazed deeply at Lu Cheng, then let out a soft laugh, imbued with sincerity. Lawyer Lu, you truly lack any sense of romance. Accepting the tray, she adjusted her posture, abandoning her earlier playful antics. Very well, I shall accept this compensation. Allow me to share a piece of news with you. As a gesture of reciprocity, Su Mei swirled the wine glass in her hand, the crimson liquid dancing within. Shui Yanhai from Tiana Law Firm is not merely protecting Su Yao for the sake of avenging his subordinates or for simple retribution. Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened. Su Mei lowered her voice. Do you think Shui Yanhai is just a legal advisor for Huanyo Company? I tell you, he is one of the invisible shareholders of Huanyo, having acquired significant original shares through multiple layers of proxy ownership. The recent investigation into the data leak of the Spark Plan, which Lin Xiaotian is probing, sees Su Yao merely as an executor. The true buyer is another major client of Tianhe, a foreign gaming giant, the one orchestrating the connections, selling the technology, and laundering the money back is none other than Shui Yanhai himself. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Lu Cheng instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The reason Shui Yanhai was so intent on safeguarding Su Yao, resorting even to unscrupulous methods, was not for the sake of a law firm's reputation. He feared that Su Yao might spill the beans about his own involvement in commercial crimes, compromising client interests and embezzling state assets. Protecting Su Yao was essentially protecting himself. I understand, Lu Cheng slowly uttered, rising to his feet. Thank you. Are you leaving already? Su Mei leaned against the pool's edge, watching him. The hot spring here is truly a marvel of the magic city. Won't you get a try? No, I have matters to attend to. Lu Cheng replied without turning back. Observing his retreating figure, Su Mei shook her head in resignation and took a sip of red wine. This man was indeed a stubborn and unyielding rock. Yet, It was precisely this rock that intrigued her even more. Upon returning to Zhengcheng law firm, it was already midnight. Surprisingly, Xiao Wanqing had not yet left. She was asleep at her workstation, draped in Lu Cheng's coat. Lu Cheng treaded lightly back to his office and closed the door. Sitting before his computer, he shut his eyes and delved into his thoughts. System, initiate the third extraction of evidence for today, targeting the fourth piece of evidence. Command confirmed. Extraction in progress. Evidence package. Chips of betrayal has been sent to the host computer desktop. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and opened the package. Inside lay a series of encrypted emails, chat records, and transfer receipts. The evidence clearly indicated that Su Yao had sold the core code of the SPAR plan in batches through an overseas intermediary, codenamed Sea Serpent. The account receiving the funds was laundered and transferred through an underground money house known as Li Gui. That name was familiar to Lu Cheng. In the previous case, Zhang Hui had also used this channel to transfer assets from Lin Wei's company. It seemed this invisible network of illicit wealth was far more extensive than he had anticipated. Lu Cheng encrypted and saved all the documents. He gazed at the complete chain of evidence on the screen, with Shui Yunhai's name prominently displayed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. This card could not yet be played. The Su Yao case was merely an appetizer. He needed to firmly secure Su Yao as a pawn on the chessboard through legal means. As for Shui Yunhai, this formidable trump card, capable of uprooting him and the entire alliance, must be reserved for the most critical moment to deliver the most lethal blow. Chapitre 41, A Duel Offensive. Qin Jiyu's astonishment. The following morning, at the Chengzheng law firm. Are you all clear? Lu Cheng inquired, sliding 2 documents towards Xiao Wanqing. Absolutely. Xiao Wanqing replied with a vigorous nod. Today, she had purposefully styled her signature twin tails high, exuding an air of determination. Clad in a fitted professional skirt suit that accentuated her youthful curves. Her confident posture further highlighted her alluring silhouette. Zhao Wendi is at the First People's Hospital of the neighboring city, while Li Hong is at the Third People's Hospital. We shall proceed separately. Lu Cheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Remember, our objective is not sympathy. It is to compel them to take a stand. Rest assured, Lawyer Lu. Xiao Wanqing playfully winked, her eyes sparkling. I am no longer the intern who merely theorized. With that, she grasped the documents, and, as she turned, the hem of her skirt traced an enticing curve, propelling her out the door with fervor. At the First People's Hospital of the neighboring city, in the neurology department, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. In a shared room, Lu Cheng encountered Zhao Wendi. In his early 30s, he should have been in the prime of life. Yet now his eyes were sunken, his complexion waxen, and he huddled beneath the covers, his expression rife with terror and anxiety, resembling a frightened rabbit. I won't go. I won't testify. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's purpose, Zhao Wendi's reaction was even more intense than anticipated. He nearly shrieked, his voice trembling. Su Yao is a devil. He will kill me. You cannot contend with him. He has the wealth to hire the best lawyers, and he will be out soon. His words were a disjointed stream, his emotions on the verge of collapse. Lu Cheng refrained from soothing him, patiently allowing him to finish before he spoke coldly. Are you done? Zhao Wendi was momentarily rendered speechless by Lu Cheng's frigid gaze. First question, Lu Cheng extended a finger. Do you think that by refusing to testify, he'll be unable to find you? He has the audacity to slowly poison a billionaire chairman of a gaming company. Do you truly believe he would spare you? A mere colleague whom he treats like a guinea pig? Zhao Wendi's face blanched instantly. Hiding here is merely a desperate measure. If he escapes conviction, the first to be silenced will be a timid insider like you. Who do you think will protect you then? I could report to the police. Zhao Wendi's voice faltered. Report to the police? Lu Cheng scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He has the means to employ the best team to portray him as having intermittent explosive disorder. He could spend 2 years in a mental institution and emerge unscathed. By then, he will have countless ways to orchestrate your accidental demise, and the police will merely issue a certificate of accidental death. Each word struck precisely at Zhao Wendi's deepest fears. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Lu Cheng leaned closer, lowering his voice. Thus, you have only one path before you, not for others, but for your own survival. He paused momentarily, casting forth his final gamble. Step forward and testify against him. Deliver him to the gallows, and bring this matter to a decisive conclusion. After this, Mrs. Shun Bingning, the widow of Lin Xiaotian, will provide you with a compensation of $2 million. This sum is sufficient for you to relocate to a different city, assume a new identity, purchase a spacious residence, and secure a life free from financial worries while receiving the finest medical care. Will you continue to live in perpetual fear, awaiting your silencing? Or will you grasp the money and embark on a new life? The choice is yours. Fear and hope, hell and heaven, are laid bare before Zhao Wendy in a gruesome display by Lu Cheng. The hospital room was enveloped in a heavy silence. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Wendy lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Lu Cheng. Is everything you said true? Will he really be sentenced to death? Yes, you. Lu Cheng's tone brooked no argument. Very well, I will sign. Zhao Wendy, as if expending every ounce of his strength, tremblingly penned his name on the witness statement prepared by Lu Cheng. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital, Xiao Wanqing donned a sharp professional suit. Her signature twin ponytails styled high today, exuding an air of confidence. She faced another victim, Li Hong. The situation was strikingly similar. Li Hong was equally paralyzed by fear. However, Xiao Wanqing lacked the cold, oppressive demeanor of Lu Cheng. In her doe-like eyes burned a fierce flame. Mr. Li, are you still a man? That beast has done this to you, and you lack the courage to stand up and testify against him? Look at yourself now, hiding in the hospital, relying on medication to survive. Does that truly constitute living? It amounts to waiting for death. Are you afraid of his retaliation? Let me tell you, our boss has stated that if he dares to lay a finger on you, we will ensure his entire family pays the price. Tiana Law Firm is nothing. Our boss has even sent judges to prison. The girl's melodious yet fiery voice echoed throughout the ward, her graceful figure beneath the professional attire quivering with fervor, radiating a primal strength. Li Hong, stunned by her verbal onslaught, ultimately succumbed to tears, covering his face as he wept. Half an hour later, Xiao Wanqing emerged from the hospital, holding the signed witness statement. She dialed Lu Cheng's number, her excitement palpable as she reported, "It's done. Lawyer Lu. He signed. I scolded him," he cried, "and then he signed." On the other side, at the city prosecutor's office, the atmosphere was serious and oppressive. Known as the Queen of Prosecution, Qin Jiu sat in her impeccably organized office, reviewing case files. Clad in a well-tailored black suit, her piercing phoenix eyes seemed to penetrate the very souls of those she scrutinized. Below her desk, her elegantly crossed legs, clad in skin-toned stockings, showcased perfect lines. "Director Qin, there's a delivery for you." With no sender information, her assistant announced as he knocked and entered, presenting a thin brown paper envelope. Qin Jiu frowned slightly. She had a strong aversion to such cryptic communications. According to regulations, anonymous letters were to be destroyed. Without lifting her gaze, her voice remained icy. "Very well." The assistant acknowledged, preparing to turn away. "Wait." Qin Jiu inexplicably called him back. The lawyer, named Lu Cheng, with his confident and somewhat arrogant visage, inexplicably flashed through her mind. "Let go." After the assistant departed, Qin Jiu gazed at the document pouch, hesitating for a few seconds. Ultimately, a flicker of professional curiosity triumphed over her procedural fastidiousness. She tore open the seal, revealing only a black disc devoid of any notes. This was unconventional, she admonished herself internally. Yet her fingers, almost involuntarily, inserted the disc into her computer. A video file began to play automatically. The screen displayed a luxuriously appointed conference room. Seated at the head was Su Yao, surrounded by several impeccably dressed lawyers, unmistakably the team from Tiana Law Firm. Remember, when the judge inquires about the poisoning, your gaze must be vacant, yet not devoid of life. Your hands should twitch subconsciously. Like this, Su Yao demonstrated calmly, his demeanor chillingly composed. Answer questions sluggishly, with muddled logic and disjointed responses. Remember, you suffer from a delusional disorder, not idiocy. You must convince them that your heinous actions stemmed from an uncontrollable illness. That's the expression. A touch of confusion, a hint of anguish, and 3 parts of innocence. Perfect. Let us go again. In the video, Su Yao and his legal team rehearsed repeatedly how to perform in court, like a director and his actors. Qin Jiu's body gradually stiffened, the color draining from her face inch by inch. Her grip on the mouse tightened, causing her knuckles to whiten. Initial shock swiftly morphed into an overwhelming fury of feeling deceived and challenged. Qin Jiu, the ace prosecutor of the Shanghai prosecutor's office, her once proud professionalism, her unwavering chain of evidence, at this moment, had become a grand joke. She and her entire team were mere puppets in the hands of this high-intelligence criminal. A chill coursed down her spine, racing to the crown of her head. Had it not been for this disc, she would have followed protocol to approve Su Yao's psychological evaluation request, unwittingly stepping into the meticulously crafted trap set by him. Xiao Wang. She seized the internal phone, her voice quivering slightly with barely contained rage. Qin District Attorney? Immediately, halt the Judicial Appraisal Commission letter sent to the 3rd Municipal Hospital regarding Su Yao's case. Huh? The subordinate on the other end sounded bewildered. But, District Attorney Qin, this is against protocol. The process has already progressed this far. Execute the order. Qin Jiu nearly shouted those 4 words before abruptly hanging up. Silence enveloped the office once more. Leaning back in her chair, she removed her glasses, vigorously rubbing her throbbing temples. The image of Su Yao's cold and malevolent face intermingled with Lu Cheng's confident and incisive visage in her mind. For the first time, she wavered in her steadfast commitment to procedural justice, which she had upheld for over a decade. Could it be that the ironclad procedures truly lead to complete justice? What else did that internet-famous lawyer Lu Cheng hold in his arsenal? Chapter 42. The Battle of Public Opinion. The prophetic insights of Luo Daxiang. At dawn the following day, the tide of public sentiment shifted inexplicably. Breaking. The billionaire's death case. Unprecedented legal fees fueling unethical exploitation. Zhengqing law firm harasses suspect's family for publicity. Is it justice or sheer exploitation? Unveiling internet celebrity lawyer Lu Cheng. From rape cases to poisoning scandals. A series of meticulously orchestrated media sensations. Several prominent media outlets in the city, seemingly in concert, launched a vehement assault on Lu Cheng and his law firm at the same time, presenting various angles of attack. The articles bore striking similarities, subtly insinuating that Lu Cheng's involvement in the Su Yao case was driven not by a quest for justice, but by the exorbitant legal fees stemming from Shun Bingning's vast inheritance. In a desperate bid to secure a victory, he resorted to unscrupulous tactics, harassing the elderly parents of Su Yao, attempting to fabricate a so-called hidden mastermind, and muddying the waters of a clearly defined passionate homicide case to obstruct judicial fairness. The accompanying images were provocative snapshots of Su Yao's grieving parents, their faces streaked with tears, adding to the emotional weight of the narrative. The reports ignited a frenzy across the internet, turning public opinion on its head overnight. Just the day before, netizens had applauded Lu Cheng. Now, they were swept away by a wave of indignation. I knew there was something off about that lawyer. Turns out it was all for money. 100 million in legal fees? Damn, I'd go mad too. Who cares about ethics? Disgusting. Using the sorrow of the deceased family to harass the suspect's kin. This is what they call a lawyer? So it turns out he's just a bloodsucker. Unfollowing. I knew no lawyer could be that miraculous. It was all a script. All hype. A deluge of negative comments and orchestrated trolling inundated the official account of Zhengqing law firm and Lu Cheng's personal page. Lu lawyer. Look at this hellish mob. Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, her phone trembling in her grip, her body quaking with indignation. Today, her hair was still styled in high twin tails, yet the lively arcs now tightened in response to her fury. The contours of her professional attire rose and fell with intensity, while her striking eyes, usually vibrant, glowed with irritation. This must be the doing of Tianhe law firm. How despicable. How shameless. She paced furiously in the office, her fitted skirt swaying with her movements, radiating restless energy. In contrast, Lu Cheng remained composed, reclining in his executive chair, scrolling through the web, seemingly undisturbed by the vitriol. He was well aware of this tactic. When one cannot win in court, the next strategy is to tarnish one's reputation, obscuring the public's focus from the case itself to the lawyer's moral failings. This was a strategy capitalists excelled at, albeit a most base one. Calm down, Lu Cheng advised, casting a glance at her. Sit down. Is this really worth the fuss? Is this not worth the fuss? Xiao Wanqing felt utterly wronged. They're painting us as a heartless law firm out for blood. If this continues, we'll lose before we even step into the courtroom. I have never lost a battle of public opinion. Lu Cheng's demeanor was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. He accessed an encrypted email account and composed a message, succinctly outlining several pivotal doubts regarding the Su Yao case, such as the existence of 2 additional victims, Su Yao's unsettling composure, and the sophistication of chronic poisoning that far exceeds the realm of impulsive crime. There was no signature, nor unnecessary verbosity. In the recipient field, he entered that familiar name, Professor Lu Cheng from the law school. Having completed this task, he closed the email account, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter. Just watch, he said to the bewildered Xiao Wanqing. The stage they built will soon transform into our arena. At 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Cheng's live stream commenced punctually. As a leading figure in the legal community, his broadcasts were consistently packed with viewers. Today, due to the public discourse surrounding the Huan Yu poisoning case, millions of onlookers flocked to the stream, filling the chat with noise. Professor Luo, please discuss that lawyer Lu Cheng. Did he stumble? To resort to any means for money. Can such a person even be called a lawyer? Professor Luo, you praised him last time. What are you saying now? Dressed in his signature check shirt, Lu Cheng faced the camera with his customary seriousness. Contrary to the audience's expectations, he refrained from discussing Lu Cheng's ethical standing as a lawyer or even mentioning the online quarrels. Good evening, students. Tonight, we shall not indulge in gossip. Instead, we will explore a legal concept. He adjusted his glasses and inscribed several large characters on the whiteboard. Intermittent paranoid behavioral disorder. Many students might find this term unfamiliar. In simple terms, it is categorized as a type of mental disorder. However, it differs from the conventional understanding of mental illness. Such individuals, when not in an episode, exhibit no distinction from normal people and may even display greater intelligence and organization. Yet Lu Cheng's tone shifted, growing somber. Once an episode occurs, they may experience severe delusions, paranoia, and even engage in violent behavior. The crux of the matter lies in the law. If a person's criminal actions are determined by forensic assessment to have occurred during an episode of such a mental disorder, they may be classified as having limited criminal responsibility. The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned. What does limited criminal responsibility mean? Lu Cheng posed the question and answered himself, his tone increasingly grave. It means they may not face the death penalty. In some extreme cases, they might only receive a fixed-term imprisonment, serving a few years before release. Boom. This statement detonated like a bombshell in the minds of millions of viewers. No way. Such a benefit exists? Kill someone, feign madness, and escape death? What kind of law is this? I get it. I completely understand. Su Yao will surely employ this tactic. No wonder Tiana law firm dared to take on this case. The ace is in their hands. Observing the explosive barrage of comments, Lu Cheng continued to analyze with an unhurried demeanor. This defense strategy, while fraught with peril in judicial practice, promises immense rewards if successful. It is often referred to as a get-out-of-jail-free card, serving as a last bastion of hope for many serious offenders. I boldly prophesy, he declared, gazing into the camera, articulating each word with precision. In the forthcoming trial, the defense attorney from Taiyang law firm will undoubtedly petition the court for a psychiatric evaluation of Su Yao. This will be their sole, albeit most perilous, gambit. Lu Cheng's analysis was marked by professionalism, rigor, and clarity of logic. He refrained from defending Lu Cheng, yet with a deft touch. He swiftly redirected everyone's attention from the sordid gossip surrounding lawyers motivated by monetary gain to the core. Most infuriating issue, whether a murderer would exploit legal loopholes to evade justice. The public sentiment underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift in an instant. Damn, I almost lost sight of the main point. The crux is not the lawyer's fee, but that this beast, Su Yao, must not escape punishment. A chilling thought. If he successfully feigns madness, wouldn't Ti Lin Xiaoyan's death be in vain? I take back my earlier criticisms of Attorney Lu. I apologize. Now I only hope he prevails. Su Yao must be brought to justice. Those wretched dogs at Taiyang law firm, willing to assist a murderer for money. Attorney Lu, bring them down. The fear surrounding Su Yao's potential acquittal, the anger towards judicial loopholes, and the disdain for Taiyang law firm converged into a profound sympathy and anticipation for Lu Cheng. The expectation of public opinion surged to unprecedented heights. At Taiyang law firm, the atmosphere was electric. Gao Mingzheng, brimming with satisfaction, reported today's developments to his superior, Gao Jiqian. Your strategy is remarkable, Gao. The internet is rife with criticisms of Lu Cheng. Let us see how he turns this around. Gao Jiqian, nursing a cup of coffee, wore a faint smirk, poised to offer accolades, when suddenly the office door swung open. A young attorney rushed in, flustered. Gao, it's bad. You must see Lu Cheng's live broadcast. Gao Mingzheng scoffed, What is so fascinating about a washed-up internet celebrity? As soon as the words left his lips, his expression froze upon witnessing Lu Cheng dissect their carefully crafted strategy, prepared over the past month, on the screen. His smile morphed from pride to shock, then to a pallid hue, ultimately fading into a ghostly gray. A chilling dread coursed from his toes to the crown of his head. He felt like a stripped clown, every calculated maneuver laid bare before a nationwide audience. How could this be? How did Lu Cheng uncover their confidential internal meeting? Incompetent, Gao Jiqiang exclaimed, hurling his coffee cup to the floor, scalding liquid splattering onto Gao Mingzheng's trousers, who remained oblivious. At Zhengqing Law Firm, Lu Cheng switched off Lu Cheng's livestream. He gazed at the online comments like a flurry of snowflakes, rallying in support and expressing hope that he would bring the perpetrator to justice, his expression calm. The stage of public opinion had been set, and all spotlight was now directed towards him. He opened his computer and began to methodically organize the last few pieces of evidence. Chapter 43. The Research Journal of the Demon. On the eve of the trial, the smoke of public opinion warfare had momentarily dissipated. Inside the Zhengqing law firm, Xiao Wanqing was no longer the boisterous figure she had been the day before. She sat at her workstation, engrossed in a mountain of case files. Yet, when she occasionally glanced at Lu Cheng, her eyes were filled with a complex mix of admiration and concern. Leaning back in his executive chair, Lu Cheng's eyes were half closed, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Cheng's livestream had been a masterstroke in the chess game of public opinion, effortlessly turning the tide and not only returning all the slander hurled by Tiana Law Firm, but also elevating the collective anticipation across the internet to its zenith. Now, everyone awaited to see how he would fulfill that silent promise to nail the murderer to the stand. However, he understood that this was merely insufficient. Public sentiment was akin to water. It could buoy a vessel or capsize it. To ensure Su Yao had no chance of resurgence, a sufficiently heavy hammer was required to deliver a decisive blow. In his mind, Lu Cheng issued a command to the system. Today, he unhesitatingly activated the final usage of the Eye of Evidence. Before him, the familiar virtual screen unfolded once more, presenting 7 titles of incriminating evidence against Su Yao, quietly laid out. 1 procurement and configuration records of chronic poison. 2 evidence of poisoning victims Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong. 3 money laundering and asset transfer records via foreign companies. 4 evidence of theft and sale of company trade secrets. 5 contracts and transfers for hiring trolls and bribing media. 6 audio recordings of fabricating mental health history and conducting exoneration rehearsals with a legal team. 7 video of live toxicology experiments on pets. Lu Cheng's gaze traversed the first 6 pieces of damning evidence, ultimately resting on the final line. This was it, the last piece of the puzzle. Extracting the 7th piece of evidence, he issued the command, and an icon for a compressed file promptly appeared in the bottom right corner of the desktop. The progress bar loading swiftly until it culminated in an encrypted video file. Lu Cheng donned his headphones, lowered the volume, and gently clicked the mouse. The video began to play. The footage was steady, likely captured from fixed position. The backdrop resembled a garage of a private villa, transformed into a makeshift laboratory. At the center of the frame stood Su Yao, clad in a white lab coat, a gentle, scholarly smile gracing his face. He donned medical gloves and held a syringe filled with a pale yellow liquid. Before him, on a stainless steel laboratory table, a beautiful ragdoll cat was bound securely by straps, its sapphire-like eyes brimming with fear and a silent plea. Meow. The faint cry resonated clearly through Lu Cheng's headphones. Su Yao appeared utterly oblivious. He even extended his hand to gently stroke the cat's head, softly murmuring, "Do not be afraid. It will be over soon. For the sake of science. Your sacrifice is monumental." Before his words had fully dissipated, he deftly pierced the needle into the hind leg of the ragdoll cat. The liquid was gradually administered. In the initial seconds, the cat merely struggled violently for a moment. Soon, however, the transformation commenced. Its body began to convulse uncontrollably, with increasing intensity, as if subjected to invisible electric shocks. Its beautiful blue eyes widened abruptly, the eyeballs protruding, mouth agape, emitting a piercing and pitch-altered wail. That cry transcended mere feline whimpers, resembling a primal scream of sheer terror, wrung from the depths of its throat. Su Yao remained utterly impassive. He adjusted his glasses, one hand clutching a stopwatch while the other held paper and pen, meticulously documenting the data with a calm demeanor. At 30 seconds, muscle spasms manifested. At 45 seconds, respiration quickened and heart rate soared. At 1 minute and 12 seconds, opisthotonos appeared and pupils dilated. His voice remained tranquil, objective, devoid of any emotion, as if recording an utterly commonplace chemical reaction. The cat in the video ceased its lamentations. Its body stiffened in excruciating agony, limbs contorting unnaturally, until, with a sudden convulsion, it lay completely still. A pool of foul liquid seeped from beneath it. At 3 minutes and 21 seconds, vital signs vanished entirely. The preliminary conclusion indicated that reagent number 3 exerted an irreversible and devastating effect on the nervous systems of mammals. The dosage could be reduced by an additional 5% for the next subject. Satisfied, Su Yao noted the final data and nodded approvingly. He removed his gloves and discarded them into the trash, even offering the camera a smile reminiscent of a successful achievement. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. "Lawyer Lu, I made you a cup of coffee to invigorate you." Xiao Wanqing entered, holding a cup, her signature high ponytail accentuating her youthful curves. Clad in a tailored professional outfit that elegantly showcased her figure. As she placed the coffee on the desk, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Cheng's computer screen. The image was frozen, capturing Su Yao's smiling close-up alongside the lifeless ragdoll cat on the experimental table. In a mere tenth of a second, Xiao Wanqing's pupils constricted sharply. The color drained from her face at a visible pace, rendering her pale. "What is this?" Her words remained unspoken as a wave of nausea surged violently from her stomach to her throat. Ugh! She barely had time to utter another syllable before she abruptly turned, covering her mouth and rushing toward the restroom. Her sudden movement caused her well-defined curves, concealed beneath her skirt, to tremble violently, her high heels clattering frantically against the floor. Soon, the restroom echoed with her uncontrollable retching. Lu Cheng, expressionless, removed his headphones and turned off the video. He understood that this evidence, from a legal standpoint, might only serve to exacerbate Su Yao's culpability in light of other serious circumstances. In the current laws of Xi'an Nation, animal cruelty lacks a clear criminal designation. Yet, in the court of humanity, it is akin to a nuclear bomb, capable of obliterating Su Yao's carefully constructed facade of passion-fueled vengeance and mental instability. A devil who can smile while dissecting life as mere data, whose every justification becomes laughably pale. Lu Cheng copied the video file onto a disk. A final grand gift for Su Yao. Meanwhile, at the municipal prosecutor's office in the Magic City, a call from Tianhe law firm inquired about Su Yao's judicial appraisal authorization letter. Additionally, superiors were also calling to express concern about the case. The assistant reported cautiously. Known as the Queen of Public Prosecutions, Qin Jiu sat in her meticulously organized office, adorned in a well-tailored black suit. Her sharp, phoenix-like eyes were fixated on the application from Tianhe law firm laid before her. Below the desk, her elegantly crossed legs, encased in flesh-colored stockings, displayed perfect lines yet radiated an air of impenetrable coldness. The image from the black disc flashed in her mind. Su Yao and his legal team rehearsing, like director and actors, how to perform madness in court. That scene was the greatest humiliation of her career. Rejected, Qin Jiu's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of hesitation. What? The assistant was taken aback. Director, this goes against protocol. Their documents are complete. We have no grounds for rejection. Grounds? Qin Jiu lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades. State that there are significant doubts regarding the application materials, pending further verification. Until clarified, our office will suspend all relevant judicial appraisal procedures. For the first time, she placed her steadfast commitment to procedural justice on the scale's opposing side. She understood that adhering strictly to protocol would betray true justice. What else was that internet celebrity lawyer, Lu Cheng, concealing? At Tianhe law firm, in the director's office on the top floor, Shui Yinhai hung up the phone, his expression dark enough to drip water. Rejected? Gao Ming stood beside him, incredulous. How is that possible? Our materials are flawless. On what grounds could Qin Ji reject them? Shui Yinhai remained silent. He slowly approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. He didn't need to think to know it was Lu Cheng. That young man must have conveyed something to Qin Jiu through some channel, something potent enough to sway her resolve. He had underestimated this adversary. What he had assumed was a mere fledgling had turned out to be a wolf, skilled in the art of precise attack. Director, what shall we do now? The plan for immunity has stalled at the first step? Gao Ming asked anxiously. Shui Yunhai turned, the last flicker of emotion fading from his eyes, replaced by an unfathomable calm. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the internal line. Notify everyone. All plans proceed as usual. His voice was tranquil and icy. Commence the trial. Chapter 44. The trial begins. The queen of public prosecution's flurry of attacks. Magic City High People's Court, First Tribunal. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the trial commenced. The courtroom was already filled to capacity. The flashbulbs flickered wildly before the court proceedings. And it was only after the presiding judge, Sun Lakun, commanded everyone to rise that the solemn hall fell into complete silence. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Outside the courtroom, the number of online viewers on the official livestream platform of the Xia Nation surged past a staggering 50 million. Comments and effects nearly inundated the screen, forcing technicians to repeatedly increase the server's load capacity. This was no ordinary trial broadcast. It had transformed into a phenomenal spectacle, capturing the attention of the entire nation. In the defendant's seat, Su Yao donned a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair meticulously styled. A faint, refined smile, characteristic of the elite, graced his face, as if he were not the accused, but a guest attending an academic seminar. Beside him, his attorney from Tiana law firm wore an expression of arrogance. He adjusted his tie, casting a disdainful glance at the prosecution table and then at the front row of the spectators, where Lu Cheng sat, curling his lips in contempt. To him, the prosecution's evidence merely hinted at a crime of passion, riddled with inconsistencies. This battle was assuredly in their favor. Order! The gavel struck, and Judge Sun Lakun's voice boomed with authority. The defendant Su Yao, charged with intentional homicide. Prosecutor, you may begin your statement. All eyes instantly converged on the woman clad in a black prosecutor's uniform. Qin Jiu rose, her posture poised, the shoulder pads of her black suit accentuating her professional demeanor. Her famously cold visage betrayed no emotion. Habitually, she adjusted the documents on her desk before casting a quick glance towards the audience. In that fleeting moment, her gaze landed on Lu Cheng, who leaned back in a chair, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers against his thigh. Upon meeting her eyes, he offered a slight nod. Qin Jiu withdrew her gaze, her voice icy yet thunderous. Your Honor, prior to delivering the prosecution statement, I, representing the state prosecution, request to summon 2 new witnesses, Zhao Wendy and Li Hong, to testify. Upon hearing this, the defense attorney, Gao Ming, was taken aback. Zhao Wendy? Li Hong? He vaguely recalled these names belonging to 2 inconspicuous former employees of Huanyo Company. Why summon them? A barely perceptible rigidity crossed Su Yao's smile for an instant. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Judge Sun Lakun appeared somewhat surprised as he turned to the prosecutor's table. Director Qin, what relevance do these 2 witnesses have to this case? They are the 2 additional victims in this case. Qin Jiu's cold voice resonated throughout the courtroom. A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the audience. The livestream chat went into a frenzy. What is going on? There are 2 more victims? I'm stunned. It's a bombshell from the start. I've never seen the script. Was it just Lin Xiaodian who was killed? For the first time, Gao Ming's expression shifted. He sprang to his feet. Objection. Your Honor, the prosecutor's claim is unfounded. This is completely inconsistent with the materials we received in the case file. This is a surprise witness. Qin Jiu did not even glance at him, merely addressing the presiding judge. Your Honor, the relevance of the witnesses to this case will be elucidated through their testimonies. Sun Lakun pondered for a moment before striking the gavel. Objection overruled. The prosecution may call the witnesses. Soon, 2 pallid and emaciated men were escorted to the witness stand by the bailiffs. They were none other than Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong, persuaded separately by Xiao Wangqing and Lu Cheng. Under the scrutiny of the courtroom, both men trembled slightly. Qin Jiu's tone softened, a rarity. Mr. Zhao Wendy, please inform the court of the symptoms you experienced prior to your departure from Huanyo Company. Zhao, when he took a deep breath, his voice quivering, I was constantly dizzy, nauseous, unable to eat, suffering from sleepless nights, and losing clumps of hair. I went to the hospital for examination, but the doctors could not identify any issues, merely diagnosing me with neurosis and prescribing sleeping pills. And you, Mr. Li Hong? I experienced similar symptoms, accompanied by severe diarrhea and muscle weakness. At times, I could scarcely hold a cup. Gao Ming immediately seized the opportunity to retort loudly. Your Honor, these so-called symptoms are merely common afflictions of modern professionals, a mere consequence of a 996 work culture. This cannot serve as evidence. Many viewers in the livestream agreed. Indeed, I experience these symptoms daily. Could it be that our entire company is being poisoned? Qin Jiu paid no heed and submitted 2 documents. Your Honor, these are the toxicological test reports conducted by professional institutions on the 2 witnesses. The reports reveal the presence of residue from a type 3 neurotoxin in their hair and blood samples. This toxin shares a common origin with that which led to the death of the victim, Lin Xiaotian. A thunderous silence engulfed the courtroom. If the earlier reaction had been one of astonishment, now the atmosphere was thick with dread. Gao Ming's mouth fell agape, his mind a blank. How could this be? Su Yao had actually harmed others? In the defendant's seat, Su Yao's once genteel visage darkened for the first time. His gaze fixated on the 2 former colleagues at the witness stand, brimming with resentment and confusion. How dare these 2 fools? Your Honor, Qin Jiu's voice suddenly rose, sharp as a drawn sword, aimed directly at the defendant. The accused, Su Yao, for a duration of 6 months, utilized his colleagues Zhao Wendi and Li Hong as test subjects, ruthlessly experimenting with dosages and effects of poison. His methods were exceedingly cruel, and his nature profoundly malignant. The so-called passionate revenge was, from the very outset, an utter fabrication. Goodness, he actually used colleagues as guinea pigs for drug testing. This man is utterly wicked. Now it makes sense. No wonder their symptoms were so similar. They were poisoned. A murderer, a serial killer. And the defense team still intends to argue for his innocence? Ha! What worthless lawyers. Public opinion had entirely flipped. Gao Ming was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that their carefully crafted defense of passionate murder had, at this moment, crumbled entirely. Yet before he could devise a countermeasure, Qin Jiu's next blow was already on the horizon. The presiding judge inquired if the prosecution had a second piece of evidence, requesting it to be presented in court. What evidence? Qin Jiu's gaze resembled 2 cold searchlights, firmly locking onto Su Yao. It was a crucial piece of evidence closely related to the defendant's mental state and whether he intended to exploit legal loopholes to evade sanctions. Sun Lacun furrowed his brow, but ultimately granted approval. The large screen in the center of the courtroom illuminated. Initially shrouded in darkness, a somewhat noisy voice soon resonated. Mr. Su, you must remember that the essence of paranoid personality disorder is not violence, but conviction. You need to convince everyone that you firmly believe Lin Xiaotian is persecuting you. This conviction has rendered you incapable of rational thought. The voice belonged to one of the lawyers who had previously rehearsed with Su Yao. The footage displayed was from the clandestinely recorded rehearsal. Su Yao sat in a chair, facing several lawyers. In a tone laced with confusion and anger, Su Yao exclaimed, "But he looks down on me. Moving me from the core project team was an insult. Is it wrong for me to kill him? No, no, no. The tone is incorrect." The lawyer immediately interrupted. "Your anger is too superficial. It must be restrained, suppressed. You need to portray the madness of someone whose mental world has twisted from prolonged depression. Let's try again." The video continued. "Your gaze. Pay attention to your gaze. It must lack focus, be scattered. While speaking, incorporate some involuntary gestures, such as repeatedly rubbing the hem of your clothing, as this reflects nervous tension. When the judge asks you why you poisoned, first remain silent, then burst into laughter. The more neurotic, the better." In the video, Su Yao resembled the most dedicated of actors, rehearsing time and again under the guidance of his legal team on how to embody a mentally ill individual. Each line he spoke, every expression he wore, was akin to a resounding slap across the face of Gao Ming, who sat in the defense seat. Gao Ming's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, feeling as if all the blood had drained from his body, his hands and feet chilling. He could not fathom how this rehearsal video, which they regarded as a top-secret asset capable of nailing their entire team to the pillar of shame, had come into the hands of the prosecution. After a silence of several seconds in the live-streaming room, an unprecedented torrent of comments erupted. "What the hell? What more can I say? An Oscar-worthy performance. Feigning madness to escape punishment. Teacher Luo Daxiang's prophecy has come true. It's identical. This wave is akin to Queen Qin's atmosphere, the very depths of Tianhe. I take back my previous remarks about Queen Qin being rigid. This is far from rigid. It's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. So satisfying. Well done, Queen Qin." As the video concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Qin Jiu stood at the prosecution desk, her chest rising and falling slightly. For the first time, she executed a combination of tactics in a manner she had once scorned. Yet, as she gazed upon the two pallid men in the defendant's seat, she felt no trace of indignation at the tainting of the proceedings, only an unprecedented exhilaration. Her eyes darted once more to Lu Cheng in the gallery. The man remained reclined in his chair, his expression serene, as if the earth-shattering scene before them had long been anticipated by him. A fleeting glimmer of complex emotions, mingled with gratitude and admiration, flickered in Qin Jiu's gaze. Chapter 45. The Counterattack of the Cultured Scoundrel. The courtroom temporarily adjourned due to this earth-shattering evidence, granting everyone a moment to breathe, or perhaps to collapse. In the recess room, Gao Ming lay slumped in a chair like a puddle of mud, his tie askew, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. As he muttered incessantly, "This is it. Everything is ruined. My reputation shattered." That video was a hammer capable of nailing Tienga to the pillar of disgrace. "Enough of this noise," a cold voice interjected. Gao Ming jolted at the sound, abruptly lifting his head to see Su Yao standing by the window, leisurely polishing his gold-rimmed glasses with a silk handkerchief. His face bore no trace of panic, not even a flicker of emotional upheaval, as if the public humiliation just endured in the courtroom had not involved him at all. This extreme calm sent a shiver deep within Gao Ming's bones. "Mr. Su, why the panic?" Su Yao donned his glasses and turned around, a perplexing smile gracing his cultured features. "The game has merely begun." He approached Gao Ming, looking down upon him, his gaze as tranquil as a bottomless, icy pool. "When the court reconvenes, you need not utter a word. I shall handle everything. All you must do is submit the materials I instructed you to prepare when I signal." For the first time, Gao Ming perceived that he was not representing a mere client, but rather a devil cloaked in human guise. 15 minutes later, the trial resumed. The hearts of over 50 million viewers across the internet were in their throats. Everyone was eager to witness how this cultured scoundrel would wriggle out of the ironclad evidence presented against him. Gao Ming returned to the defense seat, his complexion still grim. Yet his gaze had transformed from frantic to a numb steadiness. Taking a deep breath, he stood. "Your Honor, we request that the defendant, Su Yao, conduct a cross-examination of witness Zhao Wendy." Gasps filled the room once more. The defendant personally interrogating a witness? This was exceedingly rare in the courts of Xia country. What on earth is happening? Is he defending himself? Is this a case of reckless abandon, or does he have some grand strategy up his sleeve? Is he trying to showcase his skills at this juncture? Qin Jiu furrowed her brow, acutely aware that the true adversary had only now made their formal entrance. In the gallery, Xiao Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her body tense beneath her professional attire. She glanced anxiously at Lu Cheng, only to find him still reclining in his chair, his gaze as tranquil as water. After a brief consultation between Chief Justice Sun Likun and the panel of judges, the gavel struck, granted. Su Yao rose to his feet. He did not approach the inquiry stand. Instead, he remained at the defendant's seat, gazing gently at the witness stand where Zhao Wendy sat, akin to an old friend reminiscing. "Mr. Zhao Wendy, we have worked together for 3 years, and I have always believed we were friends." Zhao Wendy's body trembled, unable to meet his gaze. "I recall that on May 12th of last year, due to a critical operational error, you mistakenly deleted the database backup of the company's core project. Am I correct?" Su Yao's tone remained gentle. Zhao Wendy's complexion changed dramatically as he abruptly raised his head. You're talking nonsense." "Am I indeed?" Su Yao chuckled lightly, and Gao Ming immediately understood. Presenting a document to the court. "Your Honor, this is the internal accident handling report from Huanyo Company, which bears Mr. Zhao Wendy's handwritten signature. That incident resulted in nearly $1 million in direct economic losses for the company." The court clerk projected the evidence onto the large screen, elucidating the report's content and signature with clarity. At this moment, Su Yao's voice adopted a subtly chilling tone. A person who was nearly dismissed due to a significant blunder, ultimately reassigned from a core position, deprived of bonuses, now stands here accusing me, his immediate superior who initially reported his mistake of poisoning him. He paused, surveying the courtroom, and articulated deliberately, "Your Honor, esteemed jurors, do you not find the motives of revenge and slander glaringly evident in this matter? Goodness, is there more to this? So, could it be that the witnesses' statements are indeed driven by vengeance? The logic is clear. I can't comprehend this twist." Zhao Wendy, in a state of agitation. Shouted with a flushed face, "No, I did not. He truly poisoned me. I admit, I did indeed place something in the company's water dispenser." Su Yao conceded openly. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Qin Jiyu's pupils constricted sharply. "However, what I placed was not a neurotoxin of type 3. Su Yao's face even bore a hint of guilt and self-mockery, but a potent laxative purchased online. He gestured to Gao Ming, who presented a second piece of evidence, a screenshot of a transaction record from an online shopping platform, prominently displaying the purchase information for a powerful laxative from an adult goods store. I acknowledge this was an exceedingly excessive, if not cruel, jest. Under the pressure of work, I intended to lighten the atmosphere with a prank among colleagues. I deeply regret my childish behavior and am willing to accept any administrative penalties and civil compensations." Su Yao bowed deeply to the bench. Yet, jesting and attempted murder are entirely distinct concepts. He suddenly straightened, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Zhao Wendi. "Zhao Wendi, you possess a cowardly disposition, shrinking from challenges, trampled upon by anyone in the company. Do you dare to claim that your testimony today is devoid of external influence? That no one has bribed you with money? Can you look me in the eye and explain the sudden influx of funds in your bank account?" I do not have that. It was compensation." Zhao Wendi, overwhelmed by Su Yao's imposing presence and precise psychological assault, crumbled under the pressure, his words incoherent and emotions spiraling out of control. His demeanor, to everyone, resembled the nervousness of a lie laid bare. This courtroom drama was nothing short of a celestial duel. I find myself wavering. Could this truly be an elaborate ruse? A manipulation? Su Yao's eloquence and logic were formidable, transforming black into white with ease. Qin Jiyu's expression was more grave than ever before. She realized that, despite possessing two irrefutable pieces of evidence, she was being utterly subdued by this devil in terms of legal interpretation and the rhythm of the trial. Eventually, Su Yao directed his gaze toward the video of the exoneration rehearsal. As for the video, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Your Honor, when an individual is suddenly informed that they are a suspect in a murder case, potentially facing the death penalty, what mental state do they experience? Is it not one of collapse, fear, and helplessness? In that state of extreme stress, I implore my attorney to assist me in envisioning various worst-case scenarios. This phenomenon is recognized in psychology as traumatic stress simulation, a form of self-preservation under abnormal circumstances. I could even present several analogous cases from abroad. Such behavior is not unlawful." With a series of well-coordinated arguments, he weaved an unassailable narrative. Intentional poisoning was dismissed as a prank. Solid evidence was recast as retaliatory slander. Premeditated exoneration was portrayed as stress simulation. The tide of public opinion began to shift dramatically within the live broadcast. Qin Jiyu, seated at the prosecution's table, felt her body tense beneath her black suit. Her long legs, elegantly crossed beneath flesh-colored stockings, exuded an ominous chill as if a storm were brewing. She had lost control of the trial's tempo. At that moment, the presiding judge, Sun Likun, turned his attention to the audience. "Counsel for the victim, do you have anything to add?" The spotlight finally fell upon the man who had remained largely silent since the trial began. Lu Cheng rose slowly. He did not glance at Su Yao or Qin Jiyu, but instead fixed his calm gaze upon the judge. In the eyes of millions online, filled with anticipation, skepticism, or ridicule, he spoke. "Your Honor, I request that a video be played in court." Sun Likun frowned. "What video?" A cold smile crept across Lu Cheng's lips as his gaze finally shifted to the defendant, the cunning gentleman who had nearly turned the tide single-handedly. "A video about pets." Chapter 46, The Rigorous Nature of Science. A video about pets? Judge Sun Likun's brow visibly furrowed in confusion. This was no circus in such a serious, nationally scrutinized murder trial. To screen a video about pets seemed utterly ludicrous. The courtroom erupted in murmurs, and the over 50 million viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Everyone was bewildered. Just moments ago, it was an intense legal battle, a clash of logic and deceit, and in the next instant, the focus shifted to a pet video. What on earth did this have to do with the case? A pet video? What is going on? What is Attorney Lu attempting to do? Did I hear that correctly? My dear brother, this is a murder case. What is the purpose of showing a video of cats and dogs? Is it an attempt to suggest that Su Yao's alleged cruelty towards animals somehow undermines his humanity? However, such insinuations hold no legal weight. On the defendant's stand, Su Yao, who had just single-handedly turned the tide, transforming black into white and the deceased into the living, displayed a fleeting moment of genuine astonishment on his genteel visage. His eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, fixated intently on Lu Cheng, as his mind raced to decipher the latter's intentions. Was he attempting to assault my character by invoking animal cruelty and inciting public sentiment? How juvenile. A smirk of mastery reappeared at the corners of Su Yao's mouth. Qin Jiu, with her piercing phoenix eyes, also directed her gaze towards Lu Cheng. Her expression filled with confusion. She could not fathom what this man, known for wielding lethal weapons, was truly up to. Indeed, Your Honor. Lu Cheng's voice was calm, yet resonant. I firmly believe that the content of this video bears direct and significant relevance to the defendant, Mr. Su Yao's so-called defensive prank. Sun Lacun exchanged glances with the presiding judges and ultimately brought down the gavel. Permission granted for playback. The large screen in the courtroom lit up once more. The image revealed a converted garage. Su Yao, clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, wore a gentle smile as he injected a syringe into the body of a stuffed cat bound to the examination table. The piercing cries echoed throughout the courtroom. What the hell? This is barbaric. The audience erupted in uncontrollable gasps and curses. In the front row, Xiao Wanqing, despite having seen it before, felt her body tense involuntarily at the sight of this cold and cruel scene. The barrage of comments in the livestream chat exploded after a brief moment of silence. What the hell? Is this what a human does? I'm disgusted. To commit such an act in front of the camera. This pervert. Call the police. Such scum should not exist in this world. Murderer. Cat abuser. Truly the worst of the worst. How can a legal firm still defend such a wretch? Where's the conscience? On the defendant's stand, the color drained from Su Yao's face. His pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the screen, leaning forward uncontrollably. How could he possess this video? This research record, which he believed to be securely hidden within an encrypted hard drive. How could it have surfaced here? Objection. Gao Ming sprang to his feet, his voice sharp. Your Honor, we strongly oppose this. The content of this video is gruesome and irrelevant to the case. The plaintiff's representative is engaging in malicious manipulation of public opinion, intending to incite courtroom emotions and severely compromise judicial impartiality. I concur with the defense attorney's perspective. Lu Cheng's voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the room. He gazed steadily at the presiding judge. The mere provocation of emotions holds no significance in this case. What I request the court to focus on is not the defendant's cruelty, but rather his meticulousness. Meticulousness? The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. Lu Cheng raised his hand, gesturing towards the screen. Clerk, please pause the video at 1 minute and 25 seconds. And enlarge the notes recorded by the defendant in the upper right corner. The clerk complied promptly. Soon, a close-up appeared on the screen, revealing a page of data meticulously recorded by Su Yao, with neat handwriting and clear organization. Experimental subject, ragdoll cat, male, 15 kilograms. Reagent, neurotoxin number 3. Dosage, 0.5. Injection method, intramuscular. Onset time, 30 seconds. Time to death, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Rows of cold, precise data were laid bare before everyone. The courtroom fell into a profound silence. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased, as all were rendered speechless by this astonishing revelation. The act of slaughter had been documented as a rigorous scientific report. Lu Cheng's voice emerged like a chilling wind from the abyss, each word striking like a heavy hammer. May I inquire, dear defendant, one who merely sought to play a cruel prank on his colleagues with a potent laxative, does one require several months in advance, utilizing pets worth hundreds of thousands, to conduct such a precise and meticulous live dosage test of a toxin, with data accurate to the second? Boom! Su Yao's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of blankness. All the defenses he had meticulously constructed were torn asunder in that instant. Lu Cheng offered him no respite, turning to the clerk. Please display the poisoning symptom reports of witnesses Zhao Wendi and Li Hong alongside this experimental data. On the screen, the image bifurcated. To the left, the grim data of the cat's demise. To the right, the poisoning reactions of 2 living individuals. Lu Cheng's voice transformed into a tempest of logic, sweeping through the courtroom. The experimental report indicated that a dosage of 0.5 could cause a 15-kilogram cat to succumb within 30 seconds. May I ask the esteemed forensic experts if we account for weight ratio? Would it not be astonishing that a 75-kilogram adult male would exhibit symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, and muscle weakness approximately half an hour after ingesting a minuscule amount of toxin? Is this timeline not remarkably consistent? The defendant claimed he merely added a laxative to the water cooler. Then I ask, which laxative in the world can precisely replicate the initial poisoning symptoms of neurotoxin No. 3. You tell one lie, and you must craft 100 more to cover it. Yet your greatest flaw lies not in your deceit, but in your arrogance. It is your misguided belief in your own scientific rigor. Lu Cheng stepped forward abruptly, arm extended towards the defendant, his voice escalating sharply. You are not playing a prank. You are conducting an experiment. Zhao Wendy and Li Hong are not your subjects of jest. They are the guinea pigs for your new drug efficacy tests. And Lin Xiaotian is the final, official target after you confirm the success of your agent. This is the complete chain of evidence. Every word pierced the heart. Su Yao's meticulously crafted narrative of a prank was shattered by the very rigor of his own video. The polished facade he had so carefully constructed began to crack. Piece by piece, his once proud intellect and logic had become the very noose that strangled him. Su Yao opened his mouth, yearning to retort, yet no words emerged. He felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, which began to tremble uncontrollably. The face that had always exuded calm and composure now resembled a deathly pallor, drenched in cold sweat that soaked through his expensive dress shirt. He had lost. In the arena where he excelled, he had been thoroughly defeated by an internet celebrity lawyer whom he held in contempt, using his own evidence against him. In the gallery, Xiao Wanqing gaped, her peach blossom eyes reflecting shock and admiration. On the prosecution bench, Qin Jiu's fingers, gripping a pen, had turned pale from exertion. She gazed at Lu Cheng's silhouette, her long legs encased in flesh-colored stockings instinctively shifting their cross position, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. This man had wielded the law, logic, and humanity as an indomitable sword in a manner she had never conceived. At that moment, the tide of the courtroom had irrevocably turned. Chapter 47. The Unseen Maneuver of Tianhe Law Firm. Recess. The presiding judge, Sun Likun, delivered the verdict with a decisive bang of his gavel. After a brief deliberation, the case was scheduled to continue 3 days hence at 9 in the morning. This short half-day trial had contained a wealth of information and twists dense enough to be inscribed in the annals of Xia country's judicial history. In the gallery, an eerie silence enveloped the room for a full 3 seconds before an uproar of discussions erupted like a tsunami. Over 50 million viewers in the live stream, having traversed a roller coaster of shock, anger, reversal, and renewed astonishment, had their emotions ignited to a fever pitch. The bullet comments had ceased to debate the case itself, instead unilaterally pronouncing Su Yao's death sentence. In the entire courtroom, only 2 individuals remained composed. One was Lu Cheng, reclining against the back of his chair as though he had merely witnessed an engaging film. The other was Qin Jiu, who elegantly parted her long legs. Rising from her seat, her typically frigid countenance bore a hint of crimson, reminiscent of the calm following a storm. She cast a profound glance at Lu Cheng's back, her expression a whirlwind of complexities. This man had defended the most pristine justice in the most brutal of manners. In the court's holding room, Su Yao's once genteel visage had contorted into a mask of madness. Like a feral dog, he furiously rammed his head against the cold walls, producing dull thuds. Lu Cheng, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. His lavishly tailored suit was in tatters, his gold-rimmed glasses flung aside, shattered in a corner. Those eyes, once in complete control, were now bloodshot, brimming with hatred and insanity. 2 court officers rushed in, exerting immense effort to pin him to the ground. That video, that cat, that meticulously crafted scientific report. Lu Cheng had used his most cherished weapon to nail him to the pillar of shame. This comprehensive crushing of his intellect and character had obliterated his pathological pride. Under the scrutiny of the entire internet, his psychological defenses had crumbled, reduced to mere fragments. Meanwhile, in Lujiazui, the bustling district of the Magic City, Tianhe Law Firm stood resolute. In the office of the top-level director, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a skyline adorned with towering skyscrapers, emblematic of the city's power and wealth. Shui Yinhai silently turned off the live-stream playback, the screen frozen on Lu Cheng's calm, yet mocking visage. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gao Jiqiang stood before the desk, scarcely daring to breathe. Having followed Shui Yunhai for a decade, he had never witnessed such a stormy countenance on the director. It was an unsettling stillness, reminiscent of the ocean's depths before an impending tempest. Su Yao, the director, was a fool. Shui Yunhai's voice sent a shiver down Gao Jiqiang's spine. An arrogant fool, undone by his own hubris. Shui Yunhai slowly rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below. He understood that Su Yao's fate was sealed. Death was a certainty. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Su Yao's demise would inevitably implicate him, the player behind the chessboard. If the police pursued the core data leak case of the Huanyo Company's Fire Seed project, it would assuredly draw him into the fray, a perilous pitfall from which he could never recover. Gao Jiqiang, with his back turned to Gao Jiqiang. Shui Yunhai's voice was devoid of warmth. Director, I am here. Su Yao, the pawn, was already dead, yet a dead piece cannot speak. Shui Yunhai turned to face him, his eyes gleaming with a serpentine ferocity. Zhao Wendy, Li Hong, these two must not appear in court 3 days hence. Gao Jiqiang's heart contracted violently, and he struggled to swallow. Director, do you mean? I do not care what methods you employ, Shui Yunhai interjected, stepping closer to him, gently patting his cheek, a gesture that seemed affectionate. Yet his gaze was that of a man surveying a corpse. Use money, threaten their families, or orchestrate a sudden illness that requires them to lie low for a fortnight. I desire no process. I demand results. Do you understand? A chill coursed through Gao Jiqiang, cold sweat instantly saturating his shirt's back. He recognized this as a death sentence. I understand, Director. I shall take care of it. Shui Yunhai waved him off and resumed his seat in the imposing leather chair that symbolized authority, as if the one who had just issued the life-and-death command were not himself. Gao Jiqiang, in a daze, exited the office and immediately retrieved his phone. Dialing a familiar number. Black Panther? It's Gao Jiqiang. I have a job, 2 targets, and they must vanish from everyone's sight within 3 days. Name your price. As the city lights flickered to life, Lu Cheng drove Xiao Wanqing home. The car was filled with soothing music, and Xiao Wanqing, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at Lu Cheng's profile with her sparkling peach blossom eyes, her lips never ceasing to chatter. Lawyer Lu, you were simply amazing. Truly, my heart nearly leapt from my chest in the courtroom today. That last pet video was a masterstroke. I thought to myself, what does this have to do with the case? I never imagined it could be employed in such a way. Su Yao's face shifted from pale to green, then to a ghastly gray like a painter's palette. It was utterly satisfying. She donned a perfectly tailored professional skirt suit, her excitement causing her ample bosom to rise and fall, while her pure, first-love visage radiated admiration. Lu Cheng smiled, about to utter a few words when suddenly, thud, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, causing it to lurch violently. A wave of anxiety, tenfold stronger than when Xiao Wanqing had been stalked, engulfed him in an instant. Crisis alert. Lu Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt at the roadside. What's wrong, Lawyer Lu? Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, startled, her gaze filled with concern. Lu Cheng offered no reply. His mind raced. The court session had concluded. Su Yao was in custody. What could possibly pose a threat? No, that was incorrect. Su Yao was finished, but Shui Yunhai, the mastermind behind him, remained at large. Tiana law firm must be cornered. Their targets must be the 2 pivotal witnesses, Zhao Wendy and Li Hong. This intense forewarning was no mere threat. It was a matter of life and death. Without hesitation, Lu Cheng retrieved his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he dialed the first number. The call was answered almost instantly. Ms. Shun, it's me, Lu Cheng. His voice was calm, yet urgent. There has been a change in circumstances. Shui Yunhai intends to eliminate the witnesses. I need you to deploy all available security resources and, at all costs, locate Zhao Wendy and Li Hong immediately. Protect them and their families, relocating them to the safest secret location you have. Provide round-the-clock surveillance and cut off all external contact. On the other end of the line, Shun Bingming did not inquire further. She simply replied with composure, understood, Lawyer Lu. My team will locate them within half an hour. You can rest assured. Upon ending the call, Lu Cheng did not pause for a moment before dialing the second number. The phone rang several times before a languid and slightly seductive voice emerged. Oh, ISNT this our heroic Lawyer Lu? What's the matter? Finished with the trial and thinking of little old me? It was Su Mei. I need a favor, Lu Cheng stated directly. Investigate a gang called the Black Panther. I want all their dirt as quickly and as thoroughly as possible. I intend for them and their backers to face justice. On the other end, Su Mei chuckled softly, her laughter imbued with a sense of playful mastery. Lawyer Lu, you're calling a bit late, aren't you? What do you mean? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. I mean, what you desire, dear brother, I have long since prepared for you. Su Mei's voice paused, akin to a cunning fox. I happened to uncover some intriguing information. The Black Panther you mentioned is linked to the programmer's wrongful accusation case you previously handled. The financier behind the Fairy Mutual Aid Alliance seems to be the same individual. Don't you think the world is rather small? Chapter 48. A grand gift for Qin Jiyu. Small? No, this invisible web is far larger than one might imagine. From the programmer's wrongful accusation case and the Fairy Mutual Aid Alliance to the imminent threat against witnesses by the Black Panther. It turns out they're all connected to the same benefactor. Lu Cheng leaned against the backrest of the driver's seat, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. He understood that this was no longer a mere grasshopper on a single line, but rather an entire labyrinthine black industrial chain. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated, revealing a notification for an encrypted email. It was from Su Mei, remarkably efficient. Upon returning to the law firm, Xiao Wanqing was still shaken by the earlier crisis alert, her complexion pale. Lu Cheng offered her some comforting words before plunging into his office. He downloaded the email to his computer and extracted its contents. To his surprise, the dossier was more detailed than he had anticipated. It contained personal information, photographs, assets, and frequently visited locations of a security consulting company named Black Panther. More critically, there was an audio file. Lu Cheng donned his headphones and clicked play. After a brief crackle of static, the familiar yet ominously harsh voice of Gao Jiqiang emerged. Black Panther? I am Gao Jiqiang. There's a job. 2 targets. Make them vanish from everyone's sight within 3 days. You set the price. A coarse male voice responded from the other end. Tall lawyer. Making someone disappear is a technical job. Should they simply lie in a hospital to disappear? Or should we dig a grave for them in the suburbs? Gao Jiqiang paused for 2 seconds, then replied. My boss means they cannot appear in court 3 days from now. I don't care about the process, just the outcome. Make it clean. Understood. 1 person, $1 million as a deposit. Upon completion, for million. For 2, $10 million. Agreed. Send the account details. The recording ended there. Lu Cheng removed his headphones, his gaze icy. Taking lives was, to them, as casual as discussing a $10 million deal. What would happen if this evidence were handed to the police? The process of filing a case, investigation, and applying for an arrest warrant would take 3 days, ample time for the Black Panther gang to resolve matters and disappear. Shui Yunhai had sufficient time to erase all traces. Justice at times may be delayed, but this time Lu Cheng would not allow it to be postponed, not even for a second. He required a swifter blade, one that was sharp, furious, and thoroughly incensed. Qin Jiyu. This name immediately surfaced in Lu Cheng's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he repackaged all evidence, including the information on the Black Panther gang and the damning audio recording, into an encrypted file. He composed a new email, addressing it to the internal inbox of the Magic City prosecutor's office, which he had only used once before. In the body of the email, he typed a single line. Prosecutor Qin, someone wishes to silence your witness forever. Justice demands efficiency. He clicked send. In the late hours, the Magic City prosecutor's office still held a light in one of its offices. Qin Jiyu rubbed her weary temples, having just closed a thick case file. The case of Su Yao had drained her energy over the past few days. Suddenly, an inconspicuous email icon flickered in the lower right corner of her computer screen. Another message from that anonymous email address. Qin Jiyu's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, a complex emotion surging within her. She opened the email and downloaded the attachment. When Gao Jiqiang's voice echoed through her headphones, declaring, I don't want the process, only the result, Qin Jiyu's typically composed and icy visage drained of color, her limbs turning cold. She abruptly rose to her feet, and the swift motion caused her chair to slide backward, producing a jarring screech. This was not a mere threat. It was a declaration of war. A war against her, Qin Jiyu, a war against the entire public prosecution system, a flagrant provocation against the judiciary of Xi'an Nation. During the trial, an attempt was made to eliminate key witnesses through violent means. Tiana Law Firm, Shui Yunhai. An unprecedented fury surged from her chest, striking her like a lightning bolt, causing her to tremble slightly. The indignation she had felt from the humiliation of the exoneration video orchestrated by Su Yao and Tiana law firm was magnified 100-fold in that moment. She hesitated no longer. If the so-called procedures became shackles in the face of absolute evil, then she would shatter them with her own hands. Grabbing her mobile phone and the disc containing evidence from the table, she strode out of the office in her high heels. Her long legs, encased in nude stockings, were now taut and radiated a sense of power. She bypassed any internal protocols and directly seized the red confidential phone on her desk, dialing the personal mobile of the chief of the municipal bureau. Director Wang, this is Qin Jiyu. Her voice was as frigid as ice. There is a significant emergency regarding the Su Yao case. The suspect's party is undertaking physical elimination of key witnesses. In my capacity as the head of the special task force of the municipal prosecutor's office, I demand that your department immediately activate the emergency plan for major cases with the highest authority and execute arrests without delay. After hanging up, Qin Jiyu took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She gazed out at the myriad lights of the bustling metropolis, and within her sharp phoenix eyes, flames of determination ignited. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the nightlife of the city was just beginning, yet an invisible net was silently tightening. Dozens of unmarked black vans, like phantoms, surged from various corners of the city, each heading towards different targets. In a luxurious private room, the notorious Black Panther embraced two heavily made-up women, belting out songs when the door was violently kicked open. Armed special police officers descended like heavenly soldiers, their dart gun barrels pressed against his forehead in an instant. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts, a group of burly men polishing restricted knives were caught off guard, pinned to the ground by descending officers. The operation commenced simultaneously at 7 different locations. The Black Panther gang, comprising 23 core members, was entirely apprehended. The final net was cast at Tiana law firm in Lujiazui. Gao Jiqiang sat in his spacious office, having just received a call from one of Black Panther's subordinates, confirming that the operation had begun. He smugly crossed his legs and lifted a glass of red wine, envisioning the bewildered expression on Lu Cheng's face when he learned of the witness's unexpected injury. Suddenly, the office door was violently thrust open. Gao Jiqiang was startled, about to erupt in indignation, only to see several stern-faced officers in uniform striding directly toward him. The leading officer, with a grave countenance, produced identification and an arrest warrant. Gao Jiqiang, you are suspected of inciting and organizing a gang with a mafia nature, as well as intentionally causing harm to others. You are now being criminally detained in accordance with the law. The cold handcuffs clicked as they were fastened around his wrist. Gao Jiqiang was utterly bewildered. The goblet in his hand clattered to the floor, and the dark red liquid spread across the carpet like blood. No, you must be mistaken. I'm a partner at Tiana law firm. On what grounds do you arrest me? He was dragged out of the office by 2 police officers, resembling a lifeless dog. The employees working late at the firm peered out from their cubicles, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Isn't that Lawyer Gao? My heavens! How could he be arrested by the police? And in handcuffs? Did you hear? They say he organized a criminal syndicate. This is serious business. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. On the upper floor in the director's office, Shui Yunhai stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sleepless city. He did not turn around, yet he could hear the commotion below with crystal clarity. Slowly, he picked up the purple clay teacup from the coffee table, intending to take a sip to quell his rising agitation. However, his well-maintained hand tightened uncontrollably. Crack! A faint, sharp sound resonated as the precious teacup was marred by a crack under his grip. In the law firm's common area, the television was broadcasting the midnight news from Magic City Satellite. The latest report stated that the city's police had launched a thunderous operation tonight, successfully dismantling a violent crime syndicate that had long plagued the city, capturing 23 suspects led by the notorious Black Panther. It was reported that this gang was linked to the recent highly publicized poisoning case, and Gao Jiqiang, a senior partner at Tiana law firm, had also been criminally detained this evening due to his involvement. The news footage showed Gao Jiqiang being shoved into a police car, his once imperious face now etched with terror and disarray. Lu Cheng switched off the television and took a sip from the cola on his desk. Chapter 49, Xiao Wanjing's Confession. 2 days later, the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the steel jungle of Lujiazui. The lights of Zhengsheng law firm were among the few still illuminated in this financial empire, yet they bore no relation to wealth. Less than 10 hours remained until the final trial in the Su Yao case. The air was thick with a unique tension that mixed caffeine and adrenaline, characteristic of a night before a crucial stand. Lu Cheng leaned back in his office chair, his feet casually resting on the desk. He was not perusing the case files. Instead, he closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his knuckles against the armrest. He was replaying the scenario in his mind, from all possible defense strategies Shui Yunhai might employ, to every procedural challenge that Chief Judge Sun Liqiong could raise, as well as the potential antics that Qin Jiyu might conjure in court. The entire battlefield had been simulated in his mind countless times. The news of Gao Jiqiang's detention and the capture of the Black Panthers gang struck Tiana law firm like two heavy blows, leaving a lasting impact. The old fox, Shui Yunhai, had been driven into a corner. A corner dog may leap over a wall, but a desperate fox only becomes more cunning and lethal. Thus, tomorrow's trial would be the true final showdown. A discordant jingling sound emanated from the T-corner of the law firm, interrupting Lu Cheng's thoughts. He opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. At this hour, Xiao Wanqing should have long since returned home. Almost immediately, an indescribable aroma wafted over, a burnt smell reminiscent of overcooked vegetables, mingled with a hint of savory meat. "Lawyer Lu, please don't order takeout. I prepared something," came Xiao Wanqing's voice from the T-corner, tinged with a hint of timid hesitation. Moments later, she emerged, carefully balancing two plates. Today, she was not clad in her usual sharp business attire, but wore a loose white shirt and simple jeans that accentuated her stunning curves. A pink apron adorned with cartoon cats was tied around her waist, adding a touch of homely warmth to her youthful, innocent visage. However, her delicate face bore a few suspicious smudges, akin to a mischievous kitten caught in the act of stealing food. She placed the two plates on Lu Cheng's desk. One plate contained a blackened dish that was barely recognizable as stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat, while the other held a more color-appropriate serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "This is my first attempt. I didn't quite master the timing, so please make do with it," Xiao Wanqing said, removing her apron. Her fair cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue from both nervousness and the kitchen's heat. She dared not meet Lu Cheng's gaze, her small hands anxiously fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. Lu Cheng surveyed the dish that resembled a dark culinary disaster, then glanced at her eyes, which sparkled with unspoken encouragement and a plea to refrain from disdain. Remarkably, he refrained from unleashing his usual acerbic wit. "Is it poisonous?" he inquired with a serious demeanor as he picked up his chopsticks. And no, Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his question, then quickly regained her composure, stamping her foot in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "I've tasted it. It's just a bit salty." Lu Cheng picked up a mouthful of the dark meat and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, it was quite salty, and the meat was slightly tough, having been cooked at too high a heat. Yet, he maintained his composure and swallowed it down before taking another bite. Not bad, better than takeout in terms of hygiene. His simple assessment instantly illuminated Xiao Wanqing's eyes, transforming her beautiful orbs into crescent moons of delight. She eagerly produced a bottle of red wine and two elegant glasses from behind her. "I've also opened a bottle of wine to celebrate our anticipated success tomorrow." Clumsily, she uncorked the wine and poured it for both of them. The office was devoid of music. Only the distant hum of the city outside filled the air. They sat across from each other, partaking in an unremarkable dinner, sipping wine, yet the atmosphere grew curiously warm. As they consumed several glasses of wine, Xiao Wanqing's courage visibly swelled. The rosy hue on her innocent face had spread to her alabaster neck. Cradling her glass with both hands, her doe-like eyes remained fixed on Lu Cheng as if she had summoned a great resolve. After a moment of hesitation, her lips quivered before she finally mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Lawyer Lu, will you wait until this case is entirely resolved?" Her voice diminished gradually, her head lowering as she fixated on the swirling red liquid in her cup. "Can we, like ordinary people, go on a date?" Upon uttering this phrase, she appeared to expend every ounce of her strength, nervously holding her breath, the sound of her heartbeat resonating distinctly in the silence. The entire office fell into an immediate hush. Lu Cheng paused mid-motion, his chopsticks suspended in the air as he gazed at the girl before him. Beneath the gentle glow of the lights, her long eyelashes quivered slightly from anxiety, resembling two butterflies poised for flight. Those eyes, typically radiant with light and a sense of justice, were now filled with anticipation, shyness, and a barely perceptible hint of the vulnerability that accompanies the fear of rejection. Accustomed to the verbal duels of the courtroom, familiar with the ugliness and greed of humanity, he had long learned to shield himself with a hard, professional, even acerbic exterior. Yet, at this moment, confronted by such pure and fervent emotion, his sharp tongue and composure seemed to lose their potency. He remained silent, offering no reply. Instead, he extended his chopsticks, deftly selecting a generous piece of golden scrambled egg from the most appealing dish of tomato and egg, and gently placed it into Xiao Wanqing's bowl. Xiao Wanqing's shoulders subtly slumped, and the light in her eyes dimmed a fraction. The absence of an answer, in truth, served as the most profound response, did it not? A wave of grievance mixed with the alcohol surged within her, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Sniffling, she abruptly stood and circled behind the sofa. Before Lu Cheng could comprehend the situation, soft arms embraced his neck from behind, gently yet resolutely. A warm, fragrant presence pressed closely against his back. In the next moment, those same tender arms wrapped around him with unwavering determination. Lu Cheng's body stiffened abruptly, the warmth of her cheek against his back, infused with the subtle aroma of red wine, mingled with her unique scent, enveloped him. Her form trembled slightly, whether from nervousness or fear, he could not tell. "I don't care whether you agree or not." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of tears, yet imbued with a stubborn resolve. "I simply like you. Ever since you took on Wang Yu's case, ever since you sent those scoundrels to prison one by one in court, I have liked you. I am resolutely yours for this lifetime. If you dare seek another woman, I will charge you with bigamy." By the end of her declaration, a smile broke through her tears. Lu Cheng felt the fabric of his shirt on his back dampened by a warm drop of liquid. He sat there rigid, neither moving nor pushing her away. Outside, the dazzling neon lights of the city shimmered like a flowing river of stars. Inside, there existed a rare warmth capable of melting steel. After a long pause, he finally lifted his hand, gently and somewhat awkwardly patting the delicate hand that clung to his chest. "I understand." His voice remained calm, yet it shed its sharpness, becoming slightly hoarse and tender. "Let us eat. The food will get cold. Tomorrow, a formidable battle awaits." Xiao Wanqing's body trembled slightly. She then buried her face deeper, emitting a sound thick with nasal tones. Gradually, she released her grip and stepped back 2 paces, swiftly wiping her face with the back of her hand. When she raised her head once more, although her eyes were still red-rimmed, a smile blossomed on her innocent and charming visage, radiating a brilliance surpassing all the neon lights outside. Chapter 50, Evidence from Hell. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Supreme People's Court of the Demon City. First trial courtroom. The atmosphere was tense, and every seat was occupied. The entire gaze of Xian Nation was focused here. With over 50 million viewers flooding the official live stream, the barrage of comments refreshing at such a rapid pace that the content was nearly indecipherable. Here it comes. The final chapter of the century's grand trial. Front row snacks and bottled water. Does Tianhe Law Firm dare to show up? Gao Jiqiang is already inside. Their audacity is truly astounding. My heart aches for this new lawyer. Look at his trembling legs, as if powered by a motor. He must be a temp. Su Yao's expressionless face is a sight to behold. Today, it's all about witnessing how Lord Lu sends him on his way. I bet 5 dimes. Lord Lu has a backup plan. It can't possibly be as simple as just one murder charge. On the defendant's stand, Su Yao was clad in prison garb, his hair shorn to a buzz cut, devoid of even a trace of his former refined and elite demeanor. He sat expressionless, his gaze vacant. Beside him was a young, unfamiliar defense attorney, having replaced the already detained Gao Jiqiang, sitting upright but with trembling legs beneath the table, betraying his inner trepidation. The presiding judge, Sun Likun, struck the gavel, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the courtroom. "Bring in the defendant Su Yao. Now, let the hearing continue." The proceedings were devoid of any unnecessary delay. Rising from the prosecution table, Qin Jiu stood with an icy countenance, her face shrouded in a layer of frost. "Your Honor, prior to this session, the prosecution has new circumstances to disclose." "Proceed." According to the latest evidence provided by the Municipal Bureau, the former defense attorney Gao Jiqiang colluded with the Black Panther criminal gang during the recess to orchestrate organized harassment and threats against key witnesses Zhao, Wendy, and Li Hong, with the intent to obstruct judicial fairness. Qin Jiu's voice, though soft, was clear and laden with a sense of oppression. I request the court to record this nefarious conduct as a significant factor to be weighed against the defense. Upon her declaration, the spectators and live stream erupted in uproar. Resorting to dirty tactics when they can't afford to lose? Tiana law firm has utterly lost its shame. The new defense attorney turned pale, opening his mouth but unable to utter a single word. Sun Lacoon's expression darkened, and he nodded. The prosecution's opinion has been duly noted by the deliberation bench. Defense, do you contest the facts presented by the prosecution? The young lawyer, trembling, stood up, and no objections. Sun Lacoon's gaze shifted to the other side. Victim's representative, do you have any new evidence or opinions to present to the court? The focus of the courtroom instantly converged on the man reclining in his chair, who had remained silent since the trial commenced. Lu Cheng slowly opened his eyes. In the corner of his vision, a pale, blue virtual interface, visible only to him, meticulously displayed a plethora of information. Supreme Lawyer System. Case, the tragedy of a billionaire family. Target, Su Yao. Evidence chain extracted. 1. Piece of evidence 1. Records of chronic poison purchases. 2. Piece of evidence 2. Medical reports of 2 victims. 3. Piece of evidence 3. Testimonies of 2 victims. 4. Piece of evidence 4. Video of simulated mental illness. 5. Piece of evidence 5. Video of live toxic experiments. 6. Piece of evidence 6. Records of overseas money laundering. 7. Piece of evidence 7. Core code transaction records. The final 2 cards were about to be revealed. Lu Cheng rose, his tranquil visage betraying no emotion. Your Honor, I request to submit the final 2 pieces of evidence to the court. Granted. The first piece of evidence is a comprehensive bank statement detailing the illegal money laundering activities conducted by the defendant Su Yao through his offshore shell company, No Investments. Since 3 years ago, the total amount is $37,680,000. Lu Cheng's voice resonated clearly throughout the courtroom via the microphone. He handed a thick, notarized document to the bailiff. The large screen vividly illustrated a complex flowchart of the funds. Large sums of money, originating from the dark web, flowed into the reservoir of NOAA investments like murky streams, undergoing multiple splits, transfers, and consolidations, ultimately masquerading as legitimate investments in several private accounts of Su Yao within the borders of Xia country. Tracing the source of the funds revealed that all these amounts stem from the defendant Su Yao's sale of the company's confidential information to illegal organizations abroad. Boom! If the previous court session had been a roller coaster, this moment was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb. A murder case now entangled with an immense multinational money laundering and commercial crime. The ashen face of Su Yao finally revealed a flicker of emotion. His hollow gaze stared incredulously at Lu Cheng. How could he possibly know about his seemingly flawless overseas asset arrangement? Objection. I object. The newly appointed defense attorney sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This is unrelated to the charge of intentional homicide. The victim's representative is attempting to confuse the issue. Unrelated? A cold smirk graced Lu Cheng's lips as he directed his gaze not at the lawyer, but fixed intently on presiding Judge Sun Lacoon. Your Honor, I request the court's attention. The reason the defendant Lin Xiaotian was silenced was precisely because he inadvertently uncovered Su Yao's theft of the core data from the company's Project Fireseed and his subsequent attempt to sell abroad. Su Yao committed murder to conceal his greater crimes. Motive, action, consequence, and a complete chain of evidence. How could this possibly be unrelated? Sun Lacoon's countenance had turned gravely serious. He glanced at the pile of evidence before him and declared in a low voice, "The defense's objection is overruled." Victim's representative, please continue. Lu Cheng nodded, preparing to deliver the final and most lethal blow. Your Honor, I request to submit the second and final piece of evidence. He once again presented a tray. Within it lay the defendant Su Yao, whose transaction records over the past 3 years reveal a series of clandestine sales of the core source code from the Huanyo Company's SPAR project to the illicit foreign technical organization, Sea Serpent, via encrypted channels. The phrase commercial espionage resounded like 5 colossal mountains crashing down. The nature of the case had irrevocably transformed. This was no longer a mere criminal matter, but a significant economic crime involving the leakage of core secrets from a leading technology firm in Xia country, capable of undermining the very foundations of the entire industry. Su Yao's sculpted form trembled violently. He had relinquished all pretense, all pride, and all arrogance, which were shattered in that instant. He slumped in the defendant's seat like a puddle of mud, his eyes reflecting nothing but boundless despair and lifelessness. He had lost. He had been utterly defeated, his dignity in tatters. Qin Jiu also rose, her gaze towards Lu Cheng filled with shock and complexity. This man always managed to pull out a pair of aces from his sleeve when one thought he had played all his cards. She inhaled deeply and, with a chilling voice, offered her final support for this trial. The presiding judge, in light of the defendant Su Yao's crimes, which far exceed the original scope of prosecution, requests the collegiate bench to impose the most severe sentence due to the profoundly detrimental impact of his actions on society and the economic security of the nation. The courtroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the series of astonishing reversals. Presiding Judge Sun Likun surveyed the mountain of irrefutable evidence before him, each piece capable of sealing Su Yao's fate. He raised the gavel and brought it down with force. Court adjourned. The collegiate bench will merge the various charges against defendant Su Yao for trial. This case will be announced soon. The trial concluded. As Lu Cheng exited the courthouse, the midday sun was glaring, causing him to instinctively squint. A throng of reporters surged forward, thrusting microphones and cameras in his direction, but he remained oblivious. Forging a path through the crowd, not far off beside a black Bentley, Shun Bingning stood quietly, clad in a simple yet elegant black gown. Her face bore no sorrow, only a serene expression of relief. Upon seeing Lu Cheng approach, she said nothing but instead deeply bowed to him, a profound and solemn 90-degree gesture, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the top-floor office of Tiana Law Firm, Shui Yunhai observed the live courtroom proceedings with an impassive expression. He shut off the computer, the screen freezing on the image of Shun Bingning bowing to Lu Cheng. There was no anger, no panic. His face revealed not a hint of tumult. Su Yao was finished, as he had anticipated. Yet, he had not expected such a swift and complete defeat. Lu Cheng, he murmured, the name escaping his lips, a glint of cold malice flashing in his dark eyes. He slowly picked up a black encrypted phone from the coffee table and dialed a number. The call connected, and he issued his command in a tone devoid of any emotion. Initiate the cleansing protocol. Erase all evidence related to the Su Yao case, without exception. Chapter 51. The Dust Settles. A frenzy across the internet. The final trial of the Su Yao case has concluded, yet discussions surrounding him are only just beginning. The entire online landscape of Summer Country has transformed into a vast, open courtroom. From bustling financial forums to university campus threads, and even culinary groups where housewives exchange recipes. Everyone is abuzz with speculation. What do you think will be Su Yao's final verdict? Will the death penalty be executed immediately? It's hard to say. Although Lu Cheng has presented damning evidence, the involvement of foreign forces and corporate espionage raises the question. Might they spare his life to extract more information? Surely, those upstairs are overthinking it. Such scum should not be allowed to live. He has leaked the Fire Sea project. This is treason. He must die. Exactly. Support the death penalty. Execute it immediately. I declare this. If he isn't sentenced to death, I will live-stream myself washing my hair upside down. Amidst the torrent of public opinion, various speculations ran rampant. Most people were still reeling from the immense shock brought about by Lu Cheng's final two pieces of evidence. Yet the overall picture of the case remained obscured. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at the Zhongqing Law Firm, Lu Cheng refrained from reading any online comments. Instead, he sat before his computer, compiling all the desensitized key evidence from the Su Yao case, from records of purchasing chronic poisons to rehearsal videos of feigning mental illness, to notes on cat torture experiments, culminating in two pieces of irrefutable evidence related to transnational money laundering and corporate espionage. He refrained from lengthy discourse, opting instead for the most concise logical framework to weave these pieces of evidence into a visually engaging and comprehensible case recap package. Having completed this task, he opened an email with the recipient unmistakably being Professor Luo Daxiang. The body of the email contained a singular sentence. Professor Luo, here is some material for you. That evening at 8 o'clock in Kyoto, legal expert Luo Daxiang commenced his live broadcast punctually. The title of the stream was straightforward yet striking. The ultimate review of the century's major case. Within mere minutes, the viewer count skyrocketed beyond 10 million, with comments flooding the screen, nearly drowning it out. Professor Luo has finally arrived. We've waited all day. Quickly, Professor Luo, break down the Su Yao case for us. What level of revelation do those last two pieces of evidence hold? I'm still in disbelief. How does a murderer become a corporate spy? Observing the scrolling comments, Luo Daxiang cleared his throat, his expression radiating an excitement unique to scholars. Dear students, please remain calm. Today's lesson will not cover legal statutes. Instead, we shall discuss a case, or rather, a man. He paused, his gaze becoming remarkably bright. Before we begin, I wish to express my gratitude to an anonymous lawyer, surnamed Lu, who provided me with exceptionally detailed course materials. As he spoke, he displayed the recap package sent by Lu Cheng onto the live stream. Let us commence with the widely known aspects. Su Yao, a high IQ elite, engaged in chronic poisoning of his superior Lin Xiaotian due to workplace conflicts. This is the first layer. On the screen, the purchase records of the poison and the poisoning reports of the two victims were displayed with crystal clarity. Subsequently, in a bid to absolve himself, he enlisted the services of the most prestigious law firm in the nation, Tianhe, to craft a narrative of insanity for his defense, rehearsing it meticulously. This marked the second layer. The video of the controversial performance, which incited outrage across the internet, began to play, and the comments section erupted. An acclaimed actor, this performance deserves an Oscar. Tianhe is truly unscrupulous. Luo Daxiang disregarded the barrage of comments, continuing his narrative at his own pace. Just as everyone assumed that his defense hinged on crimes of passion or mental instability, lawyer Lu Cheng unveiled a video of cat abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention. This is not merely cruelty, it is scientific. With his trademark precision, he demonstrated the premeditated nature of the actions. This constituted the third layer. On the screen, Su Yao's composed expression as he recorded the data of the deceased ragdoll cat elicited a visceral discomfort among the viewers. Luo Daxiang inhaled deeply, his tone growing gravely serious. Do you all believe that a meticulous and ruthless murderer encapsulates the entirety of Su Yao? If that were the case, then Lu Cheng would merely be an excellent lawyer. Yet, what elevates him to the status of a god among lawyers is his ability to transform what everyone perceives as an endpoint into a starting point. As his words hung in the air, he clicked to the next page. A complex diagram illustrating multinational financial flows instantly filled the screen, with a striking figure encircled, $7,368,000. The fourth layer, financial crime. Su Yao was not merely a murderer. He was also a master of money laundering. Through offshore shell companies, he laundered the immense proceeds acquired from selling corporate secrets. For the first time, his motive for murder became clear: to silence those who could expose him. The live stream fell momentarily silent, only to be inundated by a tidal wave of astonished exclamations. What? Over $37 million? I've never seen so many zeros in my life. He killed merely to conceal his money laundering? This plot is something I've only witnessed in films. Wait, selling corporate secrets? What secrets of Huanyo could possibly be worth that much? A knowing smile curled at the corners of Luo Daxiang's lips. Excellent question. This leads us to the fifth layer, the most crucial aspect of Su Yao's malevolence: industrial espionage. He opened the final document. On the screen appeared shocking phrases such as Project Ember, Core Source Code, and Overseas Organization Sea Serpent. Luo Daxiang's voice resonated like a hammer, each word striking the hearts of all viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, Project Ember represents the highest level of secrecy for Huanyo Corporation, and indeed for our nation in the realm of artificial intelligence gaming engines. Su Yao sold it for money. He betrayed the lifeblood of our country's leading technology company to an illegal overseas organization. He murdered Lin Xiaotian not out of some petty workplace grievance, but because Lin Xiaotian inadvertently uncovered traces of his treachery. Boom! If the previous revelations were akin to bombs, this last revelation detonated a nuclear bomb in the minds of millions of viewers. The entire live stream erupted into chaos. My goodness. I initially believed I was watching today's legal affairs, only to discover you were referring to Mission Impossible. A murderer? No, this is a traitor to the nation, a collaborator. I retract my previous statement. The death penalty is too lenient for such a wretch. Such individuals deserve to be subjected to the most excruciating punishments. I finally comprehend why Attorney Lu has been relentless in his pursuit of justice. This transcends personal vendettas. It is a matter of righteousness. This is no mere lawyer. This is an upheaval of hell itself, brought forth into the courtroom. I implore you, deliver the verdict tomorrow. It must be the death penalty, executed immediately. with no room for rebuttal. Amidst the utterly frenzied barrage of comments, Luo Daxiang's eyes reflected genuine admiration and astonishment. Once the tumult of comments began to subside, he adopted an unprecedentedly grave tone to deliver his final summation. Classmates, as we conclude today's lesson, I wish to express that attorney Lu Cheng is safeguarding not merely the justice owed to a victim. He is protecting our society's last vestige of faith in fairness and justice, which is being eroded by capital and darkness. This live broadcast has ignited an unwavering yet fervent anticipation across the internet for the final verdict the following day. Everyone awaits, poised for that gavel, symbolizing ultimate justice, to come crashing down. Chapter 52. Attention from the Supreme Court. Judgment Day. The morning sun has yet to fully dispel the faint mist over the bustling metropolis. Yet the entrance of the Municipal First Intermediate People's Court has already become a thronging mass. Cameras, akin to ravenous sharks, have sealed every exit tightly. Countless reporters are squeezed beyond the barricades, their faces illuminated with excitement and anxiety, as anyone emerging from the court could potentially become the focal point of their front-page news. Even more fervent than the journalists are the citizens who have come spontaneously, along with internet broadcasters rushing to the scene. Brothers, we've arrived too late. There's no space to stand. The atmosphere here is electric. A broadcaster wielding a selfie stick shouts into his phone, "We must witness history today. How will the scoundrel Su Yao be judged? Is there even question? It must be the death penalty, executed immediately." I nearly lost my temper watching Luo Daxiang's live stream yesterday. What transpired is not merely murder. It is treachery against the nation. Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of discussions, insults, and speculations amalgamated into a colossal roar, nearly drowning out the solemn national emblem of the court. At that moment, a further commotion erupted within the crowd. "Oh my, look at your phones. The official account of the Supreme Court has issued a notice." "What notice?" "They will broadcast the entire verdict of the Su Yao case live." "My goodness, is this real?" Countless individuals frantically retrieve their phones, and upon seeing the title "Live Broadcast of the Verdict on Su Yao's Case of Intentional Homicide, Corporate Espionage, and Money Laundering" beneath the golden emblem of the Supreme People's Court, they were left in utter disbelief. A local criminal case had ensnared the attention of the highest judicial authority in the country and was being announced in such an unprecedented manner across the nation. This is no longer a mere court trial broadcast. It represents a stance, a definitive characterization of the case from the nation's highest judicial echelon. The situation has truly escalated. With this move, Lu has taken the case to the Supreme Court's level of direct supervision. Su Yao is undoubtedly doomed. Even divine intervention would be unable to save him. Mark my words, the tide of public opinion has reached its zenith at this moment. Everyone comprehends that today's verdict will hold no suspense. It will merely be a public execution of evil. In stark contrast to the uproar outside, the Zhengqing law firm is enveloped in a silence so profound that one can hear the gentle hum of the air conditioning. Lu Cheng sits behind his desk, the computer screen displaying the Supreme Court's live broadcast announcement that has set the internet ablaze. His expression is inscrutable, fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a dull sound. Xiao Wanqing, clad in a fitted women's suit that accentuates her youthful curves, moves gracefully, her signature twin ponytails swaying with her every gesture. She places a freshly brewed cup of coffee beside Lu Cheng, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. "Lawyer Lu, the Supreme Court has personally intervened. This is indeed a rarity in our nation's judicial history, isn't it?" she whispers, her tone brimming with astonishment. "Not rare," Lu Cheng replies, his gaze shifting from the screen as he takes a sip of coffee. "This indicates that someone is more eager than us for Su Yao's demise." Xiao Wanqing pauses, then quickly comprehends. It must be Qin Jiyu. Only she could report the heinous nature of this case as a new type of high IQ crime, drawing the attention of the higher-ups in Kyoto. That queen of prosecution has ignited the final spark for this trial in her own unique manner. At that moment, Lu Cheng's personal phone vibrates. Upon seeing the name Su Mei flash on the screen, his expression sharpens, signaling Xiao Wanqing to remain unfazed as he answers the call. "Speak." On the other end, Su Mei's voice carries a hint of gravity, devoid of any pleasantries. Shui Yanhai has made his move. His cleansing plan is underway. Lu Cheng's fingers hover in the air, contemplating the implications. He intends to make several individuals responsible for handling illicit funds and those who have interacted with the core code vanish unexpectedly. Should they speak, they could irrevocably bind him to Su Yao. Su Mei's voice hurries on. My insider has risked everything to relay this information. It is a list, along with their potential escape routes. I have sent it to your encrypted email. Understood, Lu Cheng replies, his tone eerily calm. After hanging up, he opens his email, where an encrypted file lies quietly. The list contains 7 names, accompanied by a complex web of exit routes involving several small Southeast Asian nations. Shui Yunhai indeed proves to be a formidable adversary, sacrificing pawns to protect the king, severing ties to survive without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Wanqing observes the sudden chill that envelopes Lu Cheng's face, fearful to breathe. Although she cannot discern the contents of the call, she senses a new, more perilous storm brewing. Lawyer Lu, everything is fine, Lu Cheng responds, closing the file and leaning back into his chair, resuming his languid demeanor. He dialed Su Mei's number once more. Keep an eye on the individuals on the list, but do so discreetly. Let them flee and observe how far they can go. Su Mei, on the other end, seemed momentarily taken aback before letting out a soft laugh. Are you attempting to fish for a bigger catch? No, Lu Cheng replied, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want him to believe he has erased all traces, to feel completely at ease, convinced of his safety. Only then will I uproot him entirely. Once the verdict is rendered, I shall present him with a gift he will never forget. This declaration rendered Su Mei silent for a brief moment. She could envision the glint in Lu Cheng's eyes as he spoke those words. Very well, I appreciate your strategy. She responded, a hint of amusement now lacing her tone. Let me know what you require. I am at your service. After hanging up, Lu Cheng's mind became a whirlwind of fragmented information, rapidly colliding and reorganizing. The cleansing plan of Shui Yunhai, the 7 pivotal figures, various escape routes, the internal structure of Tianhe, and the public authority represented by Qin Jiyu. Logical storm activated. An invisible net formed instantaneously in his mind. Each node, every step, was strikingly clear. He picked up his phone and retrieved a rarely used number, sending a message to Qin Jiyu. After the verdict, surprises await. After sending the message, he deleted the record and tucked the phone back into his pocket. Having completed these tasks, he stood up, adjusting the collar of his suit with an air of calm confidence. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who was looking at him with a mixture of admiration, concern, and unwavering trust, and a faint smile graced his lips. Let us go. It is time to witness the conclusion of a devil's tale. Xiao Wanqing nodded vigorously, all her emotions coalescing into a resolute light in her eyes. She understood that when Lu Cheng uttered those words, it signified that yet another soul was destined to meet its reckoning. Chapter 53, Death Sentence. To be executed immediately. On the way to the first intermediate people's court of the city, the ordinarily spacious road was choked with an unyielding crowd. Lu Cheng's vehicle came to a halt several hundred meters from the courthouse, unable to advance any further. Let us disembark and walk, Xiao Wanqing suggested. Her gaze fixed on the dense throng and the flashing police lights, her peach blossom eyes betraying her anxiety. All right, Lu Cheng replied, unfastening his seatbelt, his expression calm as he opened the car door. The moment they emerged, keen-eyed reporters immediately recognized them. Is that Lawyer Lu Cheng? This way, please. Do you have complete confidence in today's verdict, Lawyer Lu? There are rumors suggesting a more formidable force behind Su Yao. Is that true? A multitude of microphones and cameras surged forth, the flash of lights illuminating the scene like midday. Lu Cheng remained unperturbed, shielding Xiao Wanqing with one hand as they proceeded along the pathway cleared by court staff, advancing step by step toward the solemn edifice that represented the judicial authority of Xiagua. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the courtroom was filled to capacity. The air felt as though it had solidified, pressing down on the attendees, making it difficult to breathe. In the spectators' gallery, Shun Bingning, clad in black, wore a stoic expression, yet her tightly clenched clothing revealed the turmoil within her. Beside her stood the parents of Lin Xiaotian, 2 elderly figures whose hair had turned white overnight, their eyes bloodshot and fixed intently on the direction of the defendant's stand. At the prosecution's table, Qin Jiyu donned a sharply tailored prosecutor's uniform, her flesh-toned stockings enveloping her long legs as they crossed elegantly. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Everyone, please rise. With the bailiff's authoritative command, the presiding judge, Sun Lakun, entered the courtroom. Bearing the judgment in his hand, his countenance grave as he took his seat at the bench. Bang! The gavel struck. We now commence the public pronouncement regarding the case of the defendant, Su Yao, accused of intentional homicide, the use of hazardous substances, money laundering, and industrial espionage. Sun Lakun's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing through every corner of the courtroom and reaching the ears of millions of viewers in the Supreme Court's live broadcast. In the defendant's stand, Su Yao wore prison garb, his hair shorn to a buzz cut. The refined and cultured image he once projected now utterly vanished. His face resembled parchment, lips cracked, and his body trembled uncontrollably, his gaze vacant as it stared ahead. Without a glance in his direction, Sun Lakun opened the thick judgment document before him. After thorough examination by this court, it was established that the defendant, Su Yao, harbored resentment over the normal job transfer of the victim, Lin Xiaotian, and sought revenge. The reading commenced. There were no impassioned speeches, only the frigid, objective, and meticulous recitation of legal statutes and factual statements. From Su Yao's procurement of lethal toxins through foreign channels to his use of Zhao Wendi and Li Hong as living subjects for toxicological experiments. From a months-long process of chronic poisoning Lin Xiaotian endured to how, after the incident, he hired lawyers from Tianna law firm to rehearse a FAAD of insanity for exoneration. From laundering over $37 million through offshore shell companies to selling the core source code of the Huanyo Company's pivotal project to the illegal organization, Sea Serpent. 7 grave charges, one after another, struck Su Yao like relentless hammers, pummeling his already shattered psyche. Behind each charge lay an irrefutable chain of evidence, transaction records, recorded conversations, toxicology reports, rehearsal videos, notes from cat abuse experiments, money laundering trails, and emails concerning source code transactions. These irrefutable pieces of evidence, painstakingly unearthed by Lu Cheng from the depths of hell, formed an unassailable mountain of guilt under the organization of the National Prosecution Agency. In the defendant's stand, Su Yao's body shook increasingly, akin to a leaf trembling in a biting wind. The last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished completely as the presiding judge continued his reading. He was finished. He understood that any hope of turning the tide had vanished. Sun Lakun turned a page of the judgment, his tone suddenly heavy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Finally resting upon Su Yao, this court finds that the defendant, Su Yao, as a highly educated individual, ought to have contributed to society with his knowledge. Yet, in his narrow-mindedness, he resorted to murder over workplace disputes, demonstrating a motive of the utmost baseness. To ensure the success of his murderous intentions, the perpetrator employed colleagues as subjects for prolonged and repeated live poison tests. Subsequently, he resorted to exceedingly covert and cruel methods to administer poison to the victims. During the trial, he engaged in elaborate evasions, exhibiting no signs of remorse, thus demonstrating the extreme brutality of his criminal acts. Motivated by self-interest, he illicitly appropriated and trafficked in crucial secrets from key state-supported high-tech enterprises, thereby posing a significant potential threat to the safety of our nation's related industries. His actions have constituted a severe detriment to national interests, with profound social ramifications. In light of the above, the defendant Su Yao exhibits profound malevolence and poses a considerable danger to society. His crimes are extraordinarily grave, and he lacks any legal or discretionary circumstances that would warrant leniency in sentencing, thus deserving of severe punishment. Upon hearing these words, Su Yao could no longer maintain his composure. His body weakened dramatically. Had he not been firmly supported by the law enforcement officers on either side, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. The entire courtroom, indeed the whole of the internet, awaited the final verdict. Sun Lakun inhaled deeply and raised the gavel in his hand, his resonant voice echoing through the air. According to Articles 232, 115, 191, and 219 of the criminal law, the court, after deliberation by the Judicial Committee, has rendered the following judgment. He paused, and it felt as though the entire world had been placed on hold. Defendant Su Yao is convicted of intentional homicide and sentenced to death. For the crime of endangering public safety, he is sentenced to life imprisonment. For money laundering, he is sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. For corporate espionage, he is also sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. The sentences for multiple crimes shall be served concurrently. Sun Lakun's gaze swept across the courtroom, finally resting upon the national emblem, his words deliberate and thunderous. Death penalty. to be executed immediately. Political rights shall be revoked for life. Thud. The gavel fell heavily, a decisive verdict. In the audience, Shun Bingning could no longer contain herself, covering her face as she released a cry long suppressed. It was a cathartic release of vengeance fulfilled, mingled with boundless sorrow. The elderly Lin couple embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with grief. At the prosecution table, Qin Jiu slowly closed her eyes, exhaling deeply. In the law firm section, Xiao Wanqing's eyes also glistened with tears as she regarded the emotionless man beside her, her heart brimming with unparalleled shock and admiration. In that moment, the entire internet erupted in jubilation. We have triumphed. The death penalty, to be executed immediately. Huzzah! Lu Cheng is magnificent. This is the outcome we long to witness. A life for a life. Betrayal of a nation warrants death. Justice is served. Within the courtroom, 2 law enforcement officers approached, preparing to drag the now utterly defeated Su Yao from the court. As they passed by Lu Cheng, Su Yao's vacant gaze suddenly refocused. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Lu Cheng with a look of deep-seated resentment, as if he were a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. He neither screamed nor struggled, but summoned the last remnants of his strength to silently mouth 3 words to Lu Cheng. Chapter 54. The Demise of Shui Yunhai. 7 days have elapsed since the day of the verdict. In the span of 7 days, the metropolis lay in tranquil silence, until the 8th morning when a bold black headline appeared punctually at the top of all official news platforms. Approved by the Supreme People's Court. The criminal Su Yao was executed by lethal injection at 9 a.m. today. There were no superfluous comments, no embellishments, only the chilling starkness of reality. At the same time, in the western suburbs of the metropolis at the first detention center, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the air carried a hint of damp chill. Su Yao donned a clean outfit, not a prison uniform, but a simple gray tracksuit. His hair had grown out somewhat, no longer the stark buzz cut, yet his complexion was even paler than at the time of sentencing, with sunken eyes that seemed to have drained him of all vitality. He offered no resistance, nor did he scream. He was as tranquil as a still pond. Escorted by 2 court officers, he traversed the long, empty corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply in the silence. The execution chamber door swung open. Contrary to the anticipated horror, the room was clean and well lit, furnished only with a bed and some medical instruments. As the needle pierced his vein, Su Yao's body trembled slightly before settling back into calmness. He slowly closed his eyes, and the faces that flickered through his mind were neither Lin Xiaoyan's nor Shun Bingning's tears, but rather the perpetually unruffled visage of Shui Yunhai, who had always regarded him as a mere pawn. Shui Yunhai, I am dead, and you shall not fare better. This was the final thread of thought he imparted to the world. The drug began to take effect, his breathing gradually slowed, and his heartbeat neared cessation. A once formidable figure who stirred the winds of fortune, an alleged elite with a high intellect, quietly transformed into a cold corpse. 24 hours prior to his demise, a lengthy denunciation letter, penned by his own hand, spanning over 10 pages, was delivered to Qin Jiu's desk. In the letter, Su Yao outlined in near boastful detail how Shui Yunhai had lured him step by step, instructing him to pilfer the core code of the Fire Seed project, utilizing resources from Tianhe Institute to establish an offshore money laundering conduit, and how he meticulously orchestrated the entire process of feigning insanity to evade justice. He even included secrets known only to him and Shui Yunhai, such as clandestine accounts and contact information. Aware of his impending death, Su Yao, in his final moments, bestowed upon the master who had forsaken him the most malevolent of gifts. On the same day, at 10 a.m., at Pudong International Airport, Terminal 2, a middle-aged man clad in an Armani suit was elegantly savoring coffee in the VIP lounge. His name was Wang Jiangwo, the chief financial officer of Tianhe Institute, and one of Shui Yunhai's most trusted financial confidants. The screen of his mobile phone displayed a first-class ticket to Singapore. Director Shui's cleansing plan was impeccably seamless. He was set to depart with 6 other core members from various ports of exit under different identities, embarking on a new life within the day. He sipped his coffee, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Lu Cheng, Qin Jiu, merely 2 buffoons. In the face of the colossal and intricate machinery of Tianhe Institute, they were ultimately no match. The boarding announcement resonated through the air. Wang Jiangwo adjusted his tie, grasped his suitcase, and confidently proceeded toward the boarding gate. Just as he was about to present his passport and ticket to the ground staff, a voice interrupted him. Mr. Wang Jiangwo? Two impeccably dressed men, exuding an air of competence, had appeared behind him seemingly out of nowhere. One of them revealed his credentials, the national emblem glaringly piercing his eyes. We suspect you are involved in a significant transnational money laundering case. Please accompany us. The smile on Wang Jiangwo's face instantly froze, and his passport fell to the ground with a sharp thud. Simultaneously, at Hongqiao Airport, a technician preparing for a flight to Tokyo was halted at security. At the Wizunko International Cruise Terminal, a financial supervisor ready to board a cruise to Jeju Island was escorted into an office by customs officials. An elaborate net, meticulously orchestrated by Qin Jiyu and involving multiple departments, such as the Economic Investigation Division, Customs, and Border Defense, had silently been cast. The list and route map provided by Lu Cheng served as the coordinates for this web. Shui Yunhai's misguided cleansing plan had transformed into a precisely executed targeted elimination. 7 core individuals had been apprehended at 4 different departure points. In a luxurious office of the Tianhe law firm in Lujiazui, Shui Yunhai, dressed in a traditional Chinese collar shirt, calmly engaged in the ritual of tea preparation, each motion reflecting an air of control and elegance. The arrests of Gao Jiqiang and Su Yao were merely minor setbacks. As long as he eliminated the final 7 traces, he would be entirely safe. He was convinced that it would not be long before he received reassuring news from his capable subordinates around the globe. By then, neither Lu Cheng nor Qin Jiyu would possess any evidence capable of threatening him. At that moment, the heavy wooden door of the office was brutally thrust open from the outside. Bang! The resounding noise caused him to jolt, nearly spilling his tea. Furrowing his brow, he was about to express his frustration when he caught sight of the intruder. Qin Jiyu, clad in a crisp prosecutor's uniform, her legs wrapped in flesh-toned stockings and accentuated by high heels, entered with an air of icy authority. Behind her trailed 4 stern-faced prosecutors and a squad of armed economic investigation officers clad in bulletproof vests. All the lawyers and assistants at Tianhe were left in shock, emerging from their cubicles to witness a scene reminiscent of a police drama. Prosecutor Qin, what is the meaning of this? Shui Yunhai slowly set down his teacup, feigning calmness while forcing a smile. Even if you're conducting an investigation, must it be such a grand spectacle? The repercussions for our firm's reputation could be detrimental. Qin Jiyu approached his desk, her phoenix eyes narrowing, devoid of any emotion. Reputation? She scoffed, slamming a brown paper folder onto the desk before him. You will soon find that you no longer require this. Shui Yunhai's eyelids twitched as he reached for the folder. A stack of photographs slid out from within. In the photograph, Wang Jiangwo, Li Ming, and Zhao Qian, his 7 most trusted subordinates, are depicted in a state of disarray, handcuffed at the airport in the dock. Shui Yunhai's breath caught suddenly in his throat. How could this be possible? How could his meticulously crafted plans have been exposed? Before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Jiyu slammed another document onto the table. It was a handwritten letter, scrawled in a frantic and chaotic script, brimming with resentment and bitterness. It was indeed the personal denunciation letter penned by Su Yao. At the moment he laid eyes on the letter's contents, Shui Yunhai's mind erupted in a deafening silence. All his carefully constructed psychological defenses were obliterated in an instant by these 2 pieces of infernal evidence. He had anticipated everything, yet he had not foreseen that Su Yao would strike back in his final moments. Even more astonishing was that Lu Cheng, that devil, had managed to discern his every strategic move, even predicting his predictions. Qin Jiyu received a document stamped with the crimson seal of the Supreme People's Procuratorate from a colleague behind her and unfurled it before him. You are hereby arrested on charges of commercial espionage, money laundering, sheltering criminals, and obstructing judicial justice, with approval from the Supreme People's Procuratorate. As her words fell, 2 special police officers stepped forward, gripping Shui Yunhai's shoulders firmly, 1 on each side. The cold clank of handcuffs echoed ominously, binding this once mighty titan of the legal realm in the bustling metropolis. Shui Yunhai's body went limp, his face ashen, devoid of the elegance and composure he once exuded. He had lost, utterly and completely. This formidable figure who had wielded influence in the legal landscape for 2 decades collapsed into his chair, utterly defeated. Take him away. With a command from Qin Jiyu, 2 judicial officers approached, securing Shui Yunhai on either side as he was escorted out of the office. As he was led away, the entire Tianhe law firm descended into a profound silence. The curtain had fallen on an era. Chapter 55. The Earthquake in the Legal Sphere of the Metropolis. The image of Shui Yinhai, handcuffed and escorted out of the Tianhe law firm building, surged to the top of social media trends within mere minutes. The headlines were blood-red and shocking. Breaking. Shui Yinhai, head of the premier law firm Tianhe, arrested in court on multiple felony charges. Tianhe law firm has been sealed. The legal community may face the largest upheaval in history. From Su Yao to Shui Yinhai, who single-handedly capsized this vessel of the legal domain. In the video, the once mighty legal figure appeared pallid, being escorted by two special police officers, a picture of utter disgrace. Outside the revolving doors, which had symbolized power and status. The camera flashes illuminated the scene as brightly as day, stripping away his last vestiges of dignity. The entire legal community in the metropolis was in turmoil. Countless law firms were inundated with phone calls. Partners convened emergency meetings under the cover of night, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The colossal beast that was Tianhe had fallen, leaving behind a vast carcass, a sumptuous feast for all its competitors. A frenzied battle for clients, case sources, and legal teams erupted silently amidst the chaos. At the eye of the storm, the Tianhe law firm stood empty, a seal proclaiming the end of an era. At the heart of the tempest, the office of Cheng law firm was so tranquil that one could hear the soothing sound of tea leaves unfurling in boiling water. Lawyer Lu, you must see this. It's pandemonium. The internet is ablaze with news about you and Tianhe law firm. Xiao Wanqing nearly bounded to Lu Cheng's desk. Her petite smartphone screen displaying a close-up of Shui Yunhai's arrest. Today, she donned a fitted white shirt, the fabric accentuating a breathtaking arc across her chest, while her signature twin ponytails danced excitedly with her movements. Her youthful visage radiated a healthy blush of excitement, and her sparkling peach blossom eyes were brimming with unabashed admiration. Tianhe law firm is finished. Truly finished. Major law firms are scrambling to poach their clients. Many lawyers have resigned overnight. Lu Cheng did not even raise an eyebrow, methodically pouring out the first infusion of tea, rinsing the cup with fluid motions, as if the tumult outside had no bearing on him. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. Fly? They've already exploded into a mushroom cloud. Xiao Wanqing thrust her phone before him, her enthusiasm palpable as she scrolled. Look, Professor Luo has gone live. The title reads, "The curtain falls on an era." He says you are the Demon King who has purified the entire industry single-handedly. Only then did Lu Cheng cast a glance at the screen. In a live broadcast, Professor Luo Daxiang wore a grave expression, the backdrop a wall of books in his study. We must acknowledge that behind Shui Yunhai's downfall stands a figure we can all not overlook, Lu Cheng. I once questioned his methods, deeming them overly radical, skirting the edges of procedure. Yet, the truth has emerged that in the face of genuine darkness, the adherence to protocol often proves ineffectual. If law is the weapon of justice, then he wields it as the Demon King. Luo Daxiang paused, stating, "A Demon King wielding thunderous means, cleansing the filth, purifying the entire industry single-handedly." The live chat was a flurry of comments, nearly obscuring the visuals. Professor Luo's praise has elevated him to a divine status. Demon King? I adore that title. It's so cool. To topple industry giants single-handedly. If that is not a Demon King, what is? From this day forth, Lu Shun is my sole idol. Xiao Wanqing beamed at the comments, her delight surpassing even her own accolades. Just then, Lu Cheng's personal phone rang. It was Shun Bingning. Lu Cheng pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone. On the other end, Shun Bingning's voice, now devoid of its previous tension and sorrow, bore a hint of relief. Lawyer Lu, thank you. There were no superfluous pleasantries, only the sincerity of those 3 words. It was my duty, Lu Cheng replied softly. I have avenged my husband. Shun Bingning paused, her voice tinged with a slight catch. As per our prior agreement, the attorney fee of 115 million has been transferred to your firm's account. Additionally, I will personally contribute an extra 5 million as special risk capital for this case, in gratitude for all that you and Assistant Xiao have undertaken. The money is no longer significant. What matters is that justice has been served. After ending the call, Xiao Wanning was still reeling from the shock of the staggering sum of 1.15 billion when Lu Cheng's phone emitted a notification sound. It was a message from a bank. Xiao Wanning instinctively leaned in to take a glance. Xiago Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 6666 has received a transfer on the day of the month at 10:35, amounting to 12,000,000 yuan. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Wanning extended her delicate finger, meticulously counting the long string of zeros 3 times. 1,200,000,000. She abruptly covered her mouth, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widening in astonishment. As a wealthy second generation, she had never encountered such a vast amount of money. And now, this astronomical figure lay quietly in the account of their seemingly somewhat dilapidated law firm. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, appeared considerably calmer. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, his thoughts occupied with the prospect of using this money to renovate the firm and perhaps hire a few more people. At that moment, a cerulean light screen, visible only to him, slowly unfolded before his eyes. Ding! Main quest. The elegy of a billionaire family has been perfectly completed. And quest evaluation. Calculating rewards. Reward calculation complete. 1. Cash reward. 5,000,000 yuan. 2. Justice points. 5,000. 3. Feature unlocked. System all has officially opened. 4. New skill acquired. Crime scene recreation. Lines of information flowed past. Lu Cheng's attention instantly fixated on the newly acquired skill. Crime scene recreation can consume 1,000 justice points to recreate events that occurred within a specific time frame in the host's mind. Cooldown time, 24 hours. What a remarkable tool. Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled. This was practically a detective's artifact. With this, any case involving locked room murders or stage scenes would be laid bare before him. With a thought, he opened the newly unlocked system all. A dazzling array of products instantly filled the entire screen. Skill type, item type, physical enhancement type. Lu Cheng's gaze swiftly swept across. I have evidence. Priced at 2,000 justice points. Mind reading. Priced at 30,000 justice points. Photographic memory. Priced at 50,000 justice points. Hypnotic pocket watch. A one-time item that can deeply hypnotize a target. Priced at 8,000 justice points. Truth serum. Priced at 5,000 justice points. All the items were excellent, yet the prices were exorbitantly high. With his current 5,000 justice points, he could hardly acquire anything substantial. His gaze continued downward, ultimately resting on a passive skill at the bottom of the list. Absolute defense, immune to all lethal damage from conventional physical means. Price, 100,000 justice points. 100,000 justice points? Gazing at this price, Lu Cheng's expression subtly tightened. The presence of such an item in the system mall was no mere coincidence. Shui Yunhai has fallen, but the hidden benefactor behind the programmer's rape wrongful conviction case, and this case remains concealed beneath the depths. Chapter 56. The purpose of 120 million. 120 million. Xiao Wanqing extended her delicate fingers, counting the dazzling digits in that lengthy string 3 times before finally confirming that she was not hallucinating. She abruptly covered her mouth, her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide with astonishment, utterly dazed. As a privileged second-generation rich kid, she had seen money, but she had never witnessed such a substantial amount. Earned by her own hands, quietly resting in the account of their modest law firm. This sum left her somewhat dizzy. Her boss, in response, stumbled over his words. Lu Cheng, however, remained composed, lifting his teacup, blowing gently on the steam, and taking a sip. Look at your level of excitement, he remarked without lifting his eyelids. Just a small sum, and you're all worked up? Xiao Wanqing, is this merely a small sum? With Tiana law firm collapsed, it's time for Zhengcheng to upgrade. Lu Cheng set down his teacup, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table, and stated, I plan to allocate it as follows. 50 million will be used to purchase a new office building. I have my eye on a location in Pudong with a good view and ample space. 30 million will serve as the development fund for the law firm for the upcoming year, covering recruitment, operations, and marketing. The remaining 40 million, Lu Cheng paused, his gaze fixating on the now completely petrified Xiao Wanqing, will be divided 2 to 8. Xiao Wanqing's mind went blank. 2%? That would amount to 8 million from 40 million? No, that is not right. Observing her stunned expression, Lu Cheng added, Oh, the 5 million risk compensation that Shun Bingning just called about also counts as your project bonus, rounding it up to a neat 10 million after tax. The remaining 35 million is mine. 10 million? Xiao Wanqing felt as though her heart was about to leap from her throat. How long had it been since she graduated? What had she done? Merely assisted her boss, and now she was a millionaire? This overwhelming fortune had fallen upon her like a deluge. Boss, this is too much. I cannot accept it. She waved her hands repeatedly, her face flushed with urgency. She was just an assistant, performing her duties. How could she take so much? This is what you deserve, Lu Cheng asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. You are a partner at Zhengcheng, not a mere errand runner. In the future, profit distribution will adhere to this ratio. He stood up, grabbing the coat draped over the back of his chair. What are you dazed for? Let us go. Where to? Xiao Wanqing was still in a daze. The law firm is upgrading, and our equipment must keep pace. Lu Cheng cast a glance at her. We cannot possibly meet clients with cases worth over 100 million and still take a taxi, can we? Half an hour later, in the Jiaoding International Automobile City of the Magic City, Lu Cheng used the company account to purchase a top-spec business vehicle outright, citing convenience for team travel and client reception. Next, he unlocked his personal account and picked up a black Mercedes at the adjacent dealership. Xiao Wanqing followed closely behind. Watching Lu Cheng's sign contracts with the nonchalance of a market vendor purchasing cabbage, leaving her utterly bewildered. She felt as if she were witnessing a live broadcast of extravagant spending rather than accompanying her boss on a business errand. Boss, we have a business vehicle now. Xiao Wanqing murmured as she gazed at the imposing steel beast. That one belongs to the company, while this one is mine. Lu Cheng patted the robust front of the vehicle, asserting, driving this will convey authority when negotiating with those who owe money. Xiao Wanqing envisioned the scene, a formidable lawyer arriving in a grand vehicle to discuss debt repayment. Indeed, the physical presence was utterly persuasive. She thought this was the end of the conversation, but to her surprise, Lu Cheng pulled her back into the Porsche Center. Cool, let's select one for you as well. Huh? Xiao Wanqing was genuinely alarmed now. She grasped Lu Cheng's arm tightly, her face flushed with urgency. Boss, no, this is absolutely out of the question. It's far too expensive. I cannot accept this. Who said it was for you? Lu Cheng shot her a sidelong glance. Huh? Xiao Wanqing was taken aback. This is the official vehicle the firm has provided for you, Lu Cheng stated with a straight face. In the future, when you independently meet clients and attend court, you must have a respectable car. If you arrive in that Beetle, clients might think our firm is on the verge of bankruptcy. This is an investment in the firm's image. Do you understand? Xiao Wanqing found herself bewildered by his twisted logic, and before she knew it, she was being ushered into the driver's seat of a pink Panamera by the sales consultant. The soft leather seats, the high-tech dashboard, and the alluring emblem left her flustered, her cheeks burning. This was no ordinary company asset. It was something else entirely. Lu Cheng leaned down to adjust the seat's position and the angle of the backrest. His proximity enveloped her in a faint scent of tobacco mingled with his unique aroma, filling her nostrils. She could even feel his warm breath brushing against her ear as he spoke, sending shivers down her spine. The girl's body tensed, her heart racing like a startled deer, and she even forgot to breathe. From her vantage point, Lu Cheng's profile was sharply defined, his long eyelashes framing a gaze that was intensely focused. In that moment, the clamor outside the car faded away, leaving only this intimate space and the man beside her. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with ambiguity. Just then, an abrupt video call notification shattered the tranquility. It was Xiao Wanqing's phone, coming back to reality. She hurriedly answered the video call, and a vibrant, striking face appeared on the screen. Xiao Wanqing, where have you been? A week without a message. Have you been abducted by some wild man? On the other end, her university best friend and roommate, Lin Feifei, appeared, impeccably made up and fashionably dressed, gesticulating animatedly. Feifei, I'm out, Xiao Wanqing replied in a small, guilty voice. Out? It sounds so quiet. Lin Feifei narrowed her eyes suspiciously, and then her gaze drifted over Xiao Wanqing's shoulder, landing on the Porsche's emblem on the steering wheel. After a brief silence, she exclaimed, a Porsche. Xiao Wanqing, have you struck it rich? Lin Feifei's shrill scream nearly pierced Xiao Wanqing's eardrums. Almost immediately, she noticed Lu Cheng sitting upright in the passenger seat. Whoa, and there's a man. Lin Feifei's curiosity ignited, her tone shifting dramatically. Come clean. This car. This man. What's going on? Are you being kept? Xiao Wanqing's face flushed crimson, reaching down to the nape of her neck. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my boss. Boss. Which boss bought you a Panamera? Lin Feifei exclaimed with a disbelieving expression, winking at the camera. Well, Xiao Wanqing, you've been quietly up to something significant. Quickly, turn the camera around. Let me assess this. Xiao Wanqing, feeling utterly embarrassed, wished for a hole to hide in, fumbling with her phone in a daze. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng nonchalantly nodded at the camera, acknowledging its presence. Lin Feifei scrutinized Lu Cheng for several seconds through the screen before issuing Xiao Wanqing an ultimatum. Next weekend, bring your boss to the Cloud Top restaurant of the Bund. It's on me. If you dare not show up, I will storm into your law firm. With that, she hung up abruptly, leaving Xiao Wanqing gripping her phone, feeling as though her life had spiraled completely out of control that day. At that moment, Lu Cheng's personal phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. On the other end, Qin Jiyu's unusually serious voice resonated. Lu Cheng, I need your assistance with a particularly challenging case. The victim's family is kneeling at the entrance of the Luo City Intermediate Court, cradling their son's head. Chapter 57. She brought her son's severed head to file a case. The flush on Xiao Wanqing's face instantly vanished, leaving her pale as a ghost. Clutching her phone, she felt as though her life had been thrust onto a maddening roller coaster, plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair within mere minutes. Lu Cheng's expression turned icy as he hung up, exited the car, and contacted the sales consultant, instructing her to ensure the Panamera was moved to the designated location after confirming all documentation was in order. After attending to these trivialities, he took hold of the still-shocked Xiao Wanqing and strode out of the dealership without a backward glance. Boss, book the earliest high-speed train ticket to Luo City, immediately. Lu Cheng's tone brooked no argument. An hour later, aboard the train bound for Luo City, Lu Cheng remained silent, leaning against the window, watching the scenery blur past. His knuckles rhythmically tapped on the small table, producing a dull thud. The carriage was quiet, yet Xiao Wanqing felt each tap resonating like a hammer, striking her heart. Ding! A case brief from Qin Jiyu arrived. Lu Cheng opened it and turned his phone screen towards Xiao Wanqing. Case brief. Victim: Chen Jia, male, 24 years old. A miner at the Tianfu coal mine in Yinshan, Luo City. Case details. 3 days ago, Chen Jia was found dead in the downstream river of Yinshan. Local police intervened, and the following day, they released a statement concluding that Chen Jia had accidentally drowned after a fall while intoxicated, ruling out homicide. Current status. The victim's mother, Lu Cheng, strongly disputes the conclusion of accidental death. As local authorities have refused her appeals, this morning, Lu Cheng brought her son's severed head to the Luo City Intermediate People's Court, kneeling at the court's entrance, demanding a case review. Upon merely glancing at the brief, Xiao Wanqing felt her stomach churn violently, her complexion turning ashen. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, suppressing the urge to retch in a moment of utter distress. To present her son's severed head as a grievance? What profound injustice and despair must drive a mother to commit such a horrifying and heart-rending act? She could not fathom the image, and merely reading those few chilling lines sent shivers down her spine, leaving her scalp prickling with dread. Is this true, boss? Her voice trembled as she turned to Lu Cheng. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of any response to her inquiry. He withdrew his phone, replying to Qin Jiyu with just 2 words, received. Later that evening in Luo City, the taxi had yet to approach the Intermediate People's Court, becoming ensnared several streets away. Ahead, police lights flickered, casting an eerie red and blue hue across the sky. The cacophony of voices surged, tumultuous enough to threaten the very heavens. Lu Cheng settled the fare and, taking Xiao Wanqing by the hand, plunged into the throng. At the court's entrance, the area had been secured with 3 layers of barricades. Yet beyond the lines, a sea of heads bobbed in the darkness. There were reporters wielding cameras, social media influencers with selfie sticks, and countless ordinary citizens drawn by the news. Each individual held their phone aloft, the lenses fixed unwaveringly on a singular point. Within the barricades, at the center of the desolate square, knelt a middle-aged woman, ragged and with hair as white as snow. She was Lu Cheng, alone and motionless upon the cold stone steps, her expression numb, her gaze hollow like 2 black voids, as if her soul had perished alongside her son. In her arms, she clutched something swathed in a bright red cloth. A fabric that should signify celebration now exuded an indescribable aura of strangeness and sorrow. Everyone knew what lay within. Thus, no one dared to speak loudly. Despite the throngs of thousands, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Dozens of court security and judicial officers stood in a line at the foot of the steps, their faces ashen, torn between duty and turmoil. They could neither advance to forcibly remove her, an act that would ignite a public outcry, nor could they allow her to remain there. And they certainly could not permit her entry through the court's doors. The atmosphere was suffocatingly stagnant. Meanwhile, the online live stream had erupted in outrage. What the hell? Am I watching a movie? Is this really 21st century summer country? How long has that poor woman been kneeling? Is there no one to offer her a sip of water? Are the court officials blind to the sight of a desperate mother cradling her son's head at the entrance? Where's your conscience? There must be an immense injustice at play. Otherwise, who would resort to such a display of grievance? It's as if she laid her very heart bare for all to see. I just received news from Yinshan County that they deleted all posts related to this incident. They even issued a statement claiming it's a rumor. Damn it all. Lu Cheng pushed through the final layer of the crowd, standing before the barricade, ignoring the reporters who had recognized him. He took a deep breath, lifted his leg, and stepped across the line. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in there. A young judicial officer immediately stepped forward to block his path. Lu Cheng paid no heed to him and resolutely walked towards Lu Tsolan. The two judicial officers, witnessing this, immediately rushed over to intercept him. However, Lu Cheng maintained his stride, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority and an air of menace. Stand azida. The officers instinctively halted their movements. Under the gaze of countless astonished, puzzled, and curious onlookers, Lu Cheng ascended the steps, ultimately pausing 3 paces away from Lu Tsolan. He did not glance at the object wrapped in red cloth. Instead, he bent down to meet his kneeling mother's gaze, slowly crouching beside her. At that moment, the entire world seemed to press the mute button. All cameras and eyes were fixated on this unexpected young man. Lu Cheng looked into Lu Tsolan's hollow eyes and spoke in a voice that was almost a whisper, yet remarkably clear. Annie, I am a lawyer, Lu Cheng. I am here to assist you. Lu Tsolan's numbed expression betrayed no reaction. After a brief pause, Lu Cheng's gaze shifted downwards to the glaring red, and his tone became increasingly gentle. However, before I can help you, you must promise me one thing. Take care of him. It is cold, and the ground is chilly. We must afford him his final dignity. The phrase final dignity acted like a key, unlocking a long-dead heart within Lu Tsolan. A subtle shift flickered in her vacant gaze as she slowly raised her head to look at the squatting, unfamiliar young man. His eyes were clear and pure, devoid of sympathy, pity, or curiosity. Only a steadfast and unadulterated essence remained. Lu Tsolan's lips, cracked and bleeding, trembled violently. 2 streams of murky tears silently cascaded down the furrows of her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, she finally nodded slowly, observing her assent. Lu Cheng's taut jawline relaxed slightly. He rose and turned to the already arrived Xiao Wanqing, instructing, go fetch a bottle of warm water and a blanket. Take good care of Annie. All right. Xiao Wanqing nodded vigorously. Her eyes reddened as she hurried away. Only then did Lu Cheng pivot, advancing towards the group of court officials and judicial officers who appeared as if bracing for an impending threat. He retrieved his lawyer's credentials from his pocket and presented them before the leading middle-aged official. Zhengcheng Law Firm, Lu Cheng. From this moment forth, I am the representative attorney for Ms. Lu Tsolan and her deceased son, Chen Jie. I request immediate intervention and assistance in handling the scene. The official's gaze fixated on the characters of Lu Cheng's name on the credentials, his pupils constricting sharply. Just then, a chilling system notification reverberated in Lu Cheng's mind. Ding! Detected host engagement with a significant criminal miscarriage of justice. Yuzhou corpse case. The nature of the case is exceedingly severe with substantial societal impact. Do you accept the commission? Yes, Lu Cheng silently affirmed. Main quest has been accepted, generating evidence list for the case. In the next moment, a cerulean light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. On the luminous screen, rows of gray, locked entries were clearly enumerated. Key evidence list of the case. 1 forged official autopsy report, 2 audio recordings from the crime scene, 3 images of the vehicle used for body transport, 4 coercive calls to key witnesses, 5 identity evidence left by the perpetrator, 6 recorded calls with a coerced forensic expert, 8 Wei's bribery records. A total of 8 items. Gazing at these 7 damning pieces of evidence, Lu Cheng's eyes sharpened with acute intensity. He raised his head, his gaze transcending the silent courtroom personnel before him, fixating on the grand edifice that symbolized the solemnity of justice in Xi'an Nation. Excellent. If heaven intends to eliminate someone, It must first drive them to madness. Chapter 58. The court finally files the case. In the temporary reception room of the court, the air was stifling, almost suffocating. Xiao Wanqing had procured a blanket and warm water, carefully draping them over Lu Cheng's emaciated form. The mother trembled uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from the despair seeping from her very bones. The object, wrapped in crimson cloth, was solemnly placed on the adjacent chair, as if it were an offering. "Auntie, please take your time. There is no rush." Lu Cheng spoke softly, pulling a chair to sit opposite Lu Cheng. She cradled a cup of warm water, her cracked lips quivering as murky tears welled up once more, her voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "My child is named Chen Jie. He is honest and straightforward, never confrontational. He works at the Tianfu coal mine in Yinshan County, which is owned by Si Hai, the local magnate." Lu Cheng's sobs were heart-wrenching, her words fragmented, yet sketching the outline of a tragic human saga. 3 days ago, the mine suddenly claimed that gold had gone missing, and the owner, Si Hai, insisted that Chen Jie was the thief. Chen Jie, being stubborn, argued with them, claiming innocence. Then, the county's police officer, Zhang Tao, arrived and took him away without a word. I sensed something was amiss. My son could never steal. I sought out Zhang Tao, but he refused to let me see him, saying he was being interrogated. Later, they informed me that my son had drowned after drinking and falling into the river. Lu Cheng's wails crescendoed, her body curling in anguish. "He hardly drinks. He is an excellent swimmer. How could he possibly drown?" They would not allow me to see the body and insisted on cremating it. I fought desperately to stop them. I saw my son's body covered in wounds. There was a deep mark on his neck. That was not drowning. He was beaten to death. They denied me justice. The county court refused to accept my plea, and the municipal petition office expelled me. I was left with no recourse. I truly felt helpless. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lu Cheng. "Lawyer, my son is innocent. He was murdered. It was by Si Hai. It was at Zhang Tao." Amid Lu Cheng's heart-rending lamentations, Lu Cheng's absolute insight skill had already been passively activated. In her line of sight, a pale blue halo, emblematic of emotion, enveloped Lu Cheng entirely. Its radiance was pure to the extreme, devoid of any trace of deceitful crimson impurities. Only an unfathomable sorrow and an all-consuming resentment remained. Lu Cheng listened quietly, his expression unaltered. He patiently awaited Lu Cheng's emotions to settle slightly before retrieving the letter of authorization and a pen from his briefcase, sliding them across to her. "Auntie, please sign here." His voice, though soft, carried a strength potent enough to pierce through all sorrow. "I shall retrieve this justice for your son." Under immense pressure from the media and public opinion, coupled with the unseen machinations of Qin Jiu, the Luoqing Intermediate Court decided, with unprecedented efficiency, to initiate a review of the case concerning Chen Jie's death. After Lu Cheng signed the authorization, Lu Cheng instructed Xiao Wanqing to contact a local charitable organization to ensure Lu Cheng, on the brink of a mental breakdown, was appropriately cared for. Having accomplished this, he cast a glance out at the night that had fully descended and said to Xiao Wanqing, "We shall head to Yinshan County." Xiao Wanqing's face paled instantly. "Boss, shall we go now? It's dark, and that place is their territory. It's too dangerous for us to go there." Lu Cheng turned to her, observing the color drain from her face in fear, and replied calmly, "It is only in darkness that we require light." He opened the car door and settled into the taxi he had just summoned. The official conclusion was accidental death. Thus, they would commence by dismantling that conclusion. The taxi sped through the night. Yinshan County was over 2 hours away from the urban area of Luocheng, the road increasingly desolate, streetlights growing sparse, until they were entirely engulfed by boundless darkness. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy. Xiao Wanqing clutched her clothing tightly, gazing at the shadowy outlines of mountains outside, feeling as though a colossal beast awaited them with its maw agape. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered, "Boss, what do we do first once we arrive? Do we go directly to find that officer, Zhang Tao?" "No." Lu Cheng kept his eyes closed, as if in a light slumber. "We shall do nothing for now. Let's first find a place to stay." "Huh. When hunting a snake, one must strike at its vulnerable spot, until we identify that critical weakness. Any rash action might provoke a counterattack." At 11 o'clock at night, the taxi finally entered the town of Yinshan County. An eerie sense of oppression pervaded the small county. The streets were nearly deserted, illuminated only by a few flickering yellow street lamps swaying in the night breeze. Lu Cheng instructed the driver to stop at the only seemingly reputable establishment, the Yunshan Grand Hotel. He strode directly towards the front desk. "I would like to book a room." Xiao Wanqing, following closely behind, abruptly halted, instinctively tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Boss, just one room?" Without looking back, Lu Cheng calmly addressed the front desk attendant. "I require the finest suite." It was only after he had received the room key and was heading toward the elevator that he explained to the flustered and blushing Xiao Wanqing. "This is by Sihai's territory. The entire county is under his watchful gaze. If we separate, I cannot guarantee your safety." This reasoning was unassailable. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed deeper, yet a sense of inexplicable calm settled within her. She was aware that her boss was protecting her, yet the manner in which he did so caused her heart to race uncontrollably. The room, located on the top floor, was a suite with a small living area. Upon entering, Lu Cheng refrained from turning on the overhead lights. Instead, he merely pulled back a corner of the curtains, gazing down at the little town slumbering in darkness. It felt stifling, desolate. Xiao Wanqing stood behind him, weary from a day of toil, her body sticky and her spirit utterly exhausted. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak softly. "Boss, I'm going to take a shower." "Go ahead," Lu Cheng replied, still fixated on the view outside, securing the door behind her. "Oh." Clutching her change of clothes, Xiao Wanqing approached the bathroom door but paused, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as she summoned the courage to ask the most pressing question. "Where will you sleep tonight?" Lu Cheng finally turned to meet her gaze. The girl wore a fitted white shirt, and perhaps due to her nervousness, the contours of her chest were particularly pronounced. Her signature pigtails were slightly disheveled, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes reflected a mix of anxiety, shyness, and a hint of expectation unbeknownst to her. Lu Cheng pointed to the sofa in the living room. "I'll sleep here." "Oh," Xiao Wanqing exhaled in relief, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. A subtle wave of disappointment washed over her as she hurriedly retreated into the bathroom. Chapter 59. The Forensic Expert's Fatal Draft. With a click, the bathroom door locked, severing her from the outside world. Leaning against the door, Xiao Wanqing sighed deeply, her heart still racing uncontrollably. In this one room, the suite, her boss was indeed protecting her. She patted her flushed cheeks, her mind a whirlwind filled with Lu Cheng's calm profile. Her boss sleeping on the sofa was a perfectly reasonable arrangement, arguably a gentlemanly display of decorum. Yet, what was this faint, imperceptible sense of disappointment she felt? "Xiao Wanqing, what nonsensical thoughts are swirling in your mind? Your boss is merely looking out for you." She firmly slapped her heated cheeks, attempting to dispel these unwarranted thoughts. Just as she prepared to remove her wrinkled white shirt, her phone in her pocket vibrated violently, a harbinger of doom, with the ominous name Lin Feifei flashing across the screen. Feeling guilty, she answered the call, bringing the phone to her ear, only for Lin Feifei's signature boisterous voice to explode forth. "Xiao Wanqing, you heartless wretch, you've arrived in the Magic City, yet you're ignoring my calls and messages. Speak. Have you been abducted by some wild man and locked away in a dark room?" "Feifei, keep it down. I'm on a business trip," Xiao Wanqing whispered, fearful that Lu Cheng in the living room might overhear. "Business trip? With whom? A man or a woman? Is he handsome? Does he treat you well?" Lin Feifei's gossip radar activated instantly, unleashing a barrage of questions. "It's my boss." "Your boss?" Lin Feifei's voice soared an octave higher, laced with skepticism. "Is it the one we saw at the Porsche Center? Wow, you've moved fast. Sharing a hotel for a business trip. Come clean. How far have you two gone? What nonsense are you spouting? We're here to handle a case. A very serious case." Xiao Wanqing's face flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from it, her agitation manifesting in rapid foot stomps. "Investigating a case? I do believe that when pigs fly," Lin Feifei scoffed. "Cut the nonsense. I am currently in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, having just disembarked from my flight. You have half an hour, immediately, without delay. Show up at Hongqiao Airport to receive me. Otherwise, I shall compose an 800-word essay detailing your affair with a wealthy benefactor and post it on your school's forum." "What? How did you arrive in Magic City?" Xiao Wanqing exclaimed. "Do I need to report my arrival to you?" Lin Feifei retorted with unabashed confidence. "Hurry up. I'm wearing high heels, and my legs are aching from standing." With that, she hung up the phone with a decisive snap, not waiting for Xiao Wanqing's response. Xiao Wanqing stood there, phone in hand, utterly dumbfounded. It was the middle of the night, and she was hundreds of kilometers away in Yanshan County. How was she supposed to fetch her? In stark contrast to the chaos in the bathroom, in the living room, Lu Cheng stood by the window, his demeanor stern and unyielding. He paid no heed to the faint sounds emanating from the bathroom. Instead, he plunged his focus deeply into contemplation. System, activate Eye of Evidence. Beep. Eye of Evidence has been initiated. Please confirm the retrieval target. Target. The case of Chen Jie's death. Fabricated official autopsy report. Instructions received. Conducting targeted retrieval. A barely perceptible ripple stirred in the air before Lu Cheng. The laptop, resting on the arm of the sofa, suddenly illuminated, revealing an encrypted compressed file that materialized on the desktop. Decompress and open. Within the file, two identically formatted documents awaited scrutiny. The first bore the title Forensic Identification Report on the Accidental Death of Chen Jie, the very report released to the public by the Yanshan County Police. The conclusion, boldly inscribed in a bold font, declared, the deceased fell and drowned due to intoxication, with no signs of foul play. Lu Cheng's gaze swiftly bypassed this. Opening the second document, the title bore an ominous addition. Its content mirrored the first. Yet the section detailing the external examination revealed several harrowing lines. The deceased exhibited evident subcutaneous bruising from blunt force trauma to the occipital region, ligature marks on the neck, and circumferential abrasions on both wrists and ankles indicative of binding. Numerous linear contusions from blunt objects were present on the torso and limbs. The conclusion section starkly proclaimed, the deceased succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation following a blunt force strike to the occipital area, with drowning not being the primary cause of death. Comprehensive assessment indicates homicide. At the report's conclusion, the forensic signature, elegantly inscribed, read, Li Jiangguo. Lu Cheng's gaze turned frigid as ice. Just as suspected, he continued to scroll, discovering an attached photograph on the final page. The image depicted an evidence bag containing a mud-stained miner's uniform, the personal belongings of the deceased, Chen Jie. There were a few, barely noticeable tears in the fabric. Yet Lu Cheng's attention was fixated on a corner of the shirt pocket. There, a small, dried, dark red stain, the size of a fingernail, caught his eye. Not blood. Under high magnification, the texture of the stain became discernible. It was paint. Lu Cheng, his expression devoid of emotion, meticulously encrypted the signed draft report along with the photograph of the clothing, saving them separately. Having completed these tasks, he leaned back into the soft embrace of the sofa and closed his eyes. The serpent's weakness had already been found. At that moment, the bathroom door emitted a soft click as it opened. A wave of warm air, infused with the fragrance of shower gel, wafted out. Xiao Wanqing emerged, clad in a white bathrobe provided by the hotel, her head bowed. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, revealing a smooth and full forehead along with a delicate stretch of fair nape. Her freshly washed skin glowed with a healthy pink hue, and her exquisite collarbone peeked enticingly from the wide neckline of the robe. Perhaps the robe was ill-fitting. The tightly cinched belt accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous hips, creating a captivating silhouette. She seemed somewhat uneasy, her hands nervously clutching the edges of her garment as she stepped towards the water dispenser, turning her back to Lu Cheng. My boss, my close friend, she began, but before she could finish, Lu Cheng opened his eyes. She called me just now. I've already replied to her message. Huh? Xiao Wanqing spun around abruptly, causing water in her cup to slosh over. Lu Cheng waved his phone. She accused me of being a miser, dragging you out to work late at night. I told her to find a hotel for the night. You can reimburse the bill. Xiao Wanqing gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. The flicker of anxiety within her was swiftly soothed by a warm wave. Thank you, boss, she murmured, her cheeks tinged with warmth. Lu Cheng did not respond, his gaze lingering on her for a brief moment before shifting away. He reclined back into the sofa, intertwining his hands behind his head, shattering the slightly ambiguous silence. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the forgetful forensic expert, Li Jiangguo. Chapter 60. A visit to the forensic expert. The following morning, the figure on the sofa stirred. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. He rose, moving lightly, and glanced at the closed bedroom door before making his way into the bathroom. When Xiao Wanqing, her double ponytails slightly disheveled and her eyes still heavy with sleep, pushed the door open, Lu Cheng was already dressed in a crisp casual suit, seated in the living room, perusing documents on his phone. Good morning, boss. Xiao Wanqing's voice, soft and sleepy, filled the air. It's not early. Lu Cheng replied without lifting his head. You have 15 minutes to freshen up. Breakfast is downstairs. Then we'll rent a car. Your Panamera hasn't arrived yet. Oh, okay. Xiao Wanqing jolted awake, her drowsiness evaporating as she dashed into the bathroom. Outside the Yinshan County Public Security Bureau, the gray, oppressive architecture resonated with the county's ambience. As Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing approached the entrance, one of the guards extended an arm to halt them. What do you want? This is the Public Security Bureau. No entry for the idol. The guard's tone was impatient, sizing Lu Cheng up with a hint of the local's characteristic exclusivity. Lu Cheng retrieved his lawyer's badge from his briefcase and presented it. We are the attorneys for the Chenjie case and wish to meet with the forensic expert, Li Jiangwu. The security guard received the lawyer's credentials, scrutinized them for a moment, and then returned them with an air of indifference, declaring, What Chenjie case? I haven't heard of it. If you wish to meet someone, let them come out to greet you. We have rules here. Without an appointment, no one can enter. His demeanor was rigid and unyielding, embodying a bureaucratic formality. Xiao Wanqing grew somewhat anxious, asserting, We are lawyers, we have rights. However, Lu Cheng raised his hand to silence her. He refrained from further discourse with the guard, promptly retrieving his mobile phone and dialing a number before their eyes. Hello, Prosecutor Qin, this is Lu Cheng. I'm at the entrance of Yinshan County Bureau. Yes, they're not allowing us in, insisting that someone from inside must come out. Could you please coordinate with the Luochang City Bureau to issue us a letter of inquiry? His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of the two guards. One of the guards scoffed, exchanging a knowing glance with his companion, clearly implying that this was yet another pretentious phone call meant to exert pressure. However, within 5 minutes, the phone in the security office rang urgently, startling them. The guard who had been obstructing entry answered it with impatience. Hello. The next moment, his expression froze, his posture instinctively straightened as he nodded vigorously into the receiver. Yes, Director, I didn't know. I'll do it right away. After hanging up, the guard's gaze towards Lu Cheng shifted from irritation to trepidation. Before he could utter a word, a black Passat sped out of the courtyard, screeching to a halt at the entrance. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a protruding belly tumbled out, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. You must be Lawyer Lu, he said, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful, extending his hands in greeting. It's all a misunderstanding. I am Deputy Director Wang Hai, and I welcome both Lawyer Lu and Lawyer Xia to Yinshan County to oversee our work. Lu Cheng cast a fleeting glance at him, declining to shake his hand, and calmly stated, Deputy Director Wang, we wish to speak with forensic expert Li Jiangguo. Of course, no problem. Wang Hai responded eagerly, leading the way with excessive enthusiasm. I'll take you there right now. Forensic expert Li is in his office. His overzealous demeanor betrayed an underlying insincerity. In a cramped conference room, Li Jiangguo was summoned. In his 50s with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses, he avoided making direct eye contact with Lu Cheng, his gaze darting around nervously. Forensic expert Li. Regarding the autopsy of Chenjie, can you confirm the accuracy of your conclusions? Lu Cheng asked directly. Why, yes, absolutely. Li Jiangguo adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain composure. The deceased's blood showed a high concentration of alcohol, and the body exhibited typical signs of drowning. The conclusion is accidental drowning, and it cannot be incorrect. Xiao Wanqing, listening intently from the side, furrowed her brow. The signs of his deceit were glaringly apparent. Yet Lu Cheng merely smiled. He did not press further, but instead retrieved 2 printed documents from his briefcase and slid them across the table towards Li Jiangguo. Forensic expert Li, could you please take another look and tell me which of these 2 is your report? Li Jiangguo peered down in confusion. The first document was the official report released by the Yinshan County Bureau. As he beheld the second document, his gaze fell upon the glaring words following the title and the lines of deleted text in the autopsy section. His face drained of color, turning pale as parchment. Beads of cold sweat cascaded from his brow, landing on the table surface. His hand, clutching the report, trembled violently. Within Lu Cheng's view, the absolute insight had already discerned Li Jiangguo's emotions with crystal clarity. The blue aura, emblematic of fear and struggle, seemed on the verge of boiling over. Lu Cheng leaned slightly forward, drawing close to his ear, and spoke in a voice audible only to the 2 of them. Forensic Officer Li, Article 305 of the criminal law pertains to the crime of perjury, punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment. He paused, lowering his voice further. his words piercing Li Jiangwo's heart like an icy dagger. However, Article 310 addresses the crime of harboring and concealing. If the concealed individual is a murderer facing the death penalty or life imprisonment, the maximum sentence is, indeed, death. Your son, he has just been admitted to Kyoto University this year, has he not? A promising future awaits him. The final statement utterly shattered the fragile, psychological defense Li Jiangwo had been clinging to. He abruptly raised his head, his lips quivering, his eyes brimming with desperation and pleading. It wasn't me. I never intended to do this. He grasped at the last thread of hope, his voice trembling. It was Deputy Director and Criminal Investigation Team, Leader Zhang Tao. He coerced me into altering the report. He said it was the boss's directive that this matter must be treated as an accident. He even gave me 50,000 yuan. The defense crumbled. Recording. Lu Cheng signaled to Xiao Wanqing. She immediately understood, silently pressing the button on the recording device. Over the next half hour, the completely broken Li Jiangwo divulged everything. How Zhang Tao had threatened and enticed him, how he had compelled him to alter the initial report, and how he had orchestrated a perfectly crafted conclusion of accidental death, spilling the entire account as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Lu Cheng instructed Xiao Wanqing to transcribe it into a witness statement, and Li Jiangwo, trembling, signed his name and pressed his red fingerprint. The first and most crucial piece of testimony was secured. With his burning testimony in hand, Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing exited the police station. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop at the roadside nearby. The rear window rolled down, revealing a face marred by excess flesh. A burly man with a buzz cut and a thick gold chain around his neck was coldly staring at them. He grinned, exposing a set of yellowed teeth, then raised his hand to Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing, slowly making a gesture across his throat. The window ascended, and the black Mercedes sped away. Xiao Wanqing's face turned pale with fright, instinctively tightening her grip on Lu Cheng's arm. Yet, Lu Cheng's expression revealed no trace of fear. He merely squinted, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fish, at last, had taken a bait. Chapter 61. Pursuit in the Darkness. The black Mercedes-Benz silently blended into the flow of traffic, vanishing around a street corner. Yet, the menacing gesture of slicing the throat sent a chill racing from the soles of Xiao Wanqing's feet straight to the crown of her head. The grip on Lu Cheng's arm instinctively tightened, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the fabric of his casual suit. The voice of their boss, Xiao Wanqing, trembled with fear, her beautiful first love visage devoid of color, revealing only terror. Lu Cheng turned his head slightly, casting a glance at her white-knuckled grip. Yet his expression exhibited no trace of panic. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice steady. "Dogs that bark the loudest are often the most cowardly. Those who truly wish to strike never announce their intentions in advance." Despite his calm words, Xiao Wanqing's heart raced. They were in Yinshan County, the territory of Bai Hai, and the glint in the eyes of the man moments ago unmistakably hinted at a ruthless killer. "Get in the car." Lu Cheng offered her little time for idle thoughts, pulling her towards the ordinary domestic vehicle rented by the roadside. Xiao Wanqing slid into the driver's seat, her hands and feet still trembling, perspiring coldly as she gripped the steering wheel. "Are we returning to the hotel?" she inquired. "No." Lu Cheng fastened his seatbelt and leaned back in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. "Just drive around the county." "Ah." Xiao Wanqing was puzzled, yet she instinctively started the engine. The Volkswagen merged into the sparse flow of traffic, and soon, through the rearview mirror, Xiao Wanqing discerned something amiss. A black Mercedes, akin to a relentless shadow, trailed them at a distance of approximately 200 meters. It neither flashed its lights nor honked, following them silently, exuding an ominous pressure. The county was not large. After several loops along the main roads, the Mercedes remained obstinately close behind. Xiao Wanqing's palms were now drenched with sweat, her voice dry. "Boss, they are still following us." I see." Lu Cheng responded with unyielding calm, his attention still on the external surroundings as if searching for something. Suddenly, he pointed towards a dimly lit entrance sign of an underground passage ahead. "Drive in there." It was an old shopping mall, its underground parking entrance narrow and dark. Without hesitation, Xiao Wanqing turned the steering wheel, plunging the car into the shadows. The parking garage was dimly lit, with the majority of lights malfunctioning. Complex support columns fragmented the space, creating numerous visual dead angles. The ground was uneven, with several puddles collected. "Do not stop. Drive to level B2, Lu Cheng instructed coolly. Following his command, Xiao Wanqing maneuvered the car into the deeper, darker B2 level. Here, the absence of vehicles rendered the space so empty that they could hear their own breaths. The Mercedes followed them down, its glaring headlights flashing in the rearview mirror, only to be obscured by a massive column. Now, Lu Cheng commanded urgently, turn left, navigate around that row of columns. Then turn off the headlights and park behind that fire hydrant. Xiao Wanqing's adrenaline surged to its peak. She felt as if she were starring in a crime thriller. She sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a flawless drift, silently gliding into an absolute dark corner. Turn off the engine, extinguish the lights. The world around them fell into an immediate silence. Xiao Wanqing held her breath, her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. In the darkness, she could distinctly perceive the faint, distinctive scent emanating from Lu Cheng, a comforting aura of masculinity enveloping her. Before long, the roar of a Mercedes engine echoed from afar, circling aimlessly twice in the basement, its headlights sweeping across the columns like searchlights, yet failing to uncover their concealed presence. Ultimately, perhaps losing patience, the Mercedes grumbled as it ascended the ramp, departing the garage. After remaining quietly in the shadows for another 5 minutes, ensuring that the threat had passed, Lu Cheng finally spoke. All clear. Xiao Wanqing exhaled deeply, her body melting into the seat. The thrill of those few minutes surpassed all the excitement she had experienced in her 20 years of life. Turning her head, she glanced at Lu Cheng's profile illuminated by the faint glow of her phone screen, her eyes brimming with admiration. Boss, you are remarkable. Lu Cheng did not respond to her compliment. Instead, he retrieved his laptop from the back seat and placed it on his lap. Since they're so eager to know what we are doing, let's give them something to occupy their time. His fingers danced across the keyboard, the ethereal light from the screen casting a glow on his stern visage. System, activate evidence I. Beep. Evidence I has been initiated. Please confirm the search target. Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened as he articulated commands in his mind. Target, the traffic system of Yinshan County and all surveillance along the route. Time, the night of Chen Jie's death, January 8th, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following morning. Scope, all intersection surveillance footage leading to the disposal site at Moon Bay. Command received, initiating targeted search. The search range is extensive, data filtering in progress. A luminous screen, visible only to Lu Cheng, unfurled before him. Main task, the body disposal case of Yuzhou, key evidence list. 3 images of vehicles transporting the body. One by one, video files materialized on the laptop screen as if by magic. Xiao Wanqing leaned in with curiosity as Lu Cheng clicked through the files. Most of the video footage was of poor quality, either filled with static or pitch black. Occasionally, a few segments were visible, capturing large trucks speeding through the night. Boss, with so many videos, will we find anything? Xiao Wanqing expressed her concern. We will, Lu Cheng replied with unyielding certainty. His fingers swiftly glided across the touchpad, playing the videos at 8 times the normal speed. As time ticked by, fatigue began to set in for Xiao Wanqing, her eyelids growing heavy. When Lu Cheng's actions suddenly halted, he clicked on a video file titled Northward at Suburban Intersection Number 3. This footage was equally blurred, and it seemed to have snowed that night, the lens shrouded in mist. Lu Cheng dragged the playback bar directly to 2:45 in the morning. On the screen, an old blue, 3-wheeled motorcycle, battling the wind and snow, sputtered past the camera. Its speed was slow, heading directly towards the disposal site at Moon Bay. Most crucially, a large, bulging black tarpaulin covered the motorcycle's cargo bed. Beneath the oilcloth, a vague, irregular silhouette of a human figure emerged. Summer Wanqing's heart raced sharply. Lu Cheng remained silent, pausing the image and magnifying it repeatedly. His gaze was fixated on the mudguard of the rear wheel of the tricycle. There, a conspicuous, dark red paint chip, roughly the size of a fingernail, was worn and flaked. That's it. Lu Cheng immediately retrieved the physical evidence photographs previously obtained from forensic expert Li Jiangguo. In the image, a small dark red stain was visible on the corner of the pocket of the deceased Chen Jie's mud-stained miner's jacket. Placing the 2 images side by side, the colors and the distinctive texture of the paint matched almost perfectly. They had identified the vehicle used for transporting the body. Summer Wanqing's voice trembled with excitement. Yet, Lu Cheng's expression remained composed as he continued to enlarge the video, attempting to discern the driver's face. Unfortunately, The individual wore a thick cotton coat, a hat, and a mask, making identification impossible. However, the figure's slightly hunched silhouette and habitual driving movements conjured a familiar image in Lu Cheng's mind. Lu San, the dedicated driver of Bai Si Hai. Lu Cheng whispered this name. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated, vibrating gently. It was an encrypted message from Su Mei. Upon opening it, he found the content succinct yet explosive with information. They had discovered something. Bai Si Hai, nicknamed by Yin Wang, was the largest gold miner in Yinshan County and a representative of the county's People's Congress. Ostensibly engaged in legitimate business, he had built his empire through nefarious means. His hands stained with crime. His most formidable ally was Ma Dong, the head of the county police bureau, with whom he had grown up. Attached was their network of relationships and some incriminating evidence. Caution was advised. Upon seeing Ma Dong's name, Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes. No wonder there was an unsettling atmosphere permeating the entire county bureau, from the deputy director to the forensic expert and even the security guard at the entrance. It all made sense now. He closed his laptop, plunging the car into darkness once more. "Boss, what shall we do now?" Summer Wanqing inquired softly. Lu Cheng leaned back against his seat, gazing into the unfathomable darkness outside, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Return to the hotel and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we shall meet this Lu San." Chapter 62, The Dangerous Witness. In the hotel suite, the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a floor lamp casting a dim, warm glow. The air still bore the faint scent of adrenaline from their recent pursuit. Lu Cheng sat on the sofa, his laptop resting on his lap, the screen's soft light illuminating his composed profile. His long fingers glided over the touchpad, displaying the two pieces of evidence side by side. On the left, the signed testimony from forensic expert Li Jiangguo, shattering the facade of the official accidental drowning conclusion. On the right, the surveillance footage from the snowy night, featuring a dilapidated tricycle, an irregularly shaped oilcloth, and the dark red paint chip that matched almost perfectly with the deceased's clothing. Witness testimony, physical evidence, an initial chain of evidence had begun to take shape. As the evening sun began to wane, Xiao Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, clad in a pair of loose-fitting athletic wear. However, the soft fabric could not entirely obscure the alluring contours of her figure, particularly when she leaned over to glance at her computer screen, inadvertently revealing a tantalizing glimpse at the neckline, causing the atmosphere in the room to become decidedly charged. "Boss, we now have Dr. Li's testimony and the video from the corpse transport vehicle. Can't we just call the police and have the authorities in Lu Cheng apprehend the suspect?" Her voice carried a hint of exhilaration, as the fright from the previous night was swiftly replaced by the anticipation of impending justice. Lu Cheng raised his eyelids, casting a glance in her direction, his knuckles lightly tapping on the laptop's exterior. "Call the police?" He chuckled softly. "And then have Director Ma Dong personally attend to us? Afterward, they'll safeguard our evidence only to inform us that it is insufficient and that the suspect possesses an impeccable alibi." Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed. She had momentarily forgotten that the local police chief was in cahoots with Bai Si Hai. "Then what shall we do?" "Strike at the snake's vital points," Lu Cheng concluded. Shutting his laptop, Li Jiangguo is merely the snake's tail, easily severed and discarded. The driver of the corpse transport is but a segment of its body, readily replaceable with a scapegoat. He rose from his seat and approached the window, slightly parting the curtain to gaze at the overcast sky outside. "What we seek are the snake's fangs and its head, Zhang Tao, the police officer, and the mine owner Bai Si Hai. To confront them, our current evidence is insufficient. We must deliver a decisive blow, leaving them with no chance of recovery." The following morning, the vehicle rented by the two departed from the main thoroughfare of the county town, veering into a dilapidated and chaotic urban village. This was yet another facet of Yinshan County. Narrow alleyways adorned with a web of haphazardly strung electrical wires overhead, flanked by overcrowded self-built homes, their plaster peeling to reveal the dark red bricks beneath. The air was thick with the damp scent of mildew and the acrid aroma of refuse. According to the address provided by Su Mei, the car halted at the mouth of an alley. Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing proceeded on foot, navigating the uneven, puddle-ridden concrete until they ultimately arrived before a rickety, three-story building. The iron gate was rusted, and faded spring couplets clung to the door. Lu Cheng stepped forward, rapping on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." The dull sound reverberated through the stillness of the alley. After what felt like an eternity, a sluggish shuffle echoed from within, followed by the creaking of the iron gate as it opened just a crack. Behind the door appeared a haggard woman with a waxy complexion, likely in her 40s. Her hair brittle, and her sunken eyes brimming with weariness and unease. "What are you looking for?" she rasped. "Is this Lu San's residence?" Lu Cheng inquired in a tranquil tone. Upon hearing the name Lu San, the woman visibly stiffened, her wariness swiftly morphing into terror. "He is not home. He has gone to work, and 1T returned for ages. What do you want with him?" She spoke hastily. "We are attorneys," Xiao Wanqing interjected, peering around Lu Cheng, striving to soften her voice. "We wish to inquire about Chun Jie from Tianfu coal mine." "I know nothing." The woman interrupted her with a shriek, gripping the door tightly as she attempted to shut it. Lu Cheng extended a steady hand to block her. "Do not be alarmed," he said, observing the woman's eyes filled with terror. "We harbor no ill intentions." In his mind, the ability of absolute insight had already been quietly activated. The blue aura surrounding the woman, emblematic of deceit and fear, was so intense it seemed on the verge of overflowing. Her inner dread was not directed at Lu Cheng before her, but rather stemmed from a far greater and more despairing presence. Forcing the issue would be futile. Lu Cheng withdrew his hand and retrieved a business card from his pocket, sliding it through the crack of the door. "Here's my card. Should Lu San return, or if you come to any realizations, do not hesitate to call this number. We can assure your safety." The woman hesitated for a moment, but swiftly snatched the card, only to slam the door shut with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of a lock clicking into place. Xiao Wanqing felt somewhat disheartened. "Boss." She refused to say anything at all. "Let us depart," Lu Cheng replied, turning away without a trace of reluctance. As they emerged from the alley, the woman slumped against the door, trembling uncontrollably. With quaking hands, she fished her phone from her pocket and dialed the number that filled her with dread. The call was quickly answered. "Boss, a lawyer has come looking for Lu San regarding Chun Jie." Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. On the other end, a chilling male voice inquired, "Where are they?" "They've left." "I said nothing," she replied. "Good job. Remember to keep your mouth shut for both you and your husband. Otherwise, your son at County Number 1 High School may face some hardships." The woman's hand trembled as she held the phone, and it slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Upon returning to the hotel, she asked, bewildered, "Boss, what now?" "The lead has gone cold. It is not entirely lost," Lu Cheng said calmly. "It merely confirms that Lu San's lead has been extinguished by C-High. As soon as we arrived, they caught wind of our presence. Since the obvious path is blocked, there is no need to waste further time." Lu Cheng closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his mind. "System, activate Eye of Evidence." Ding. Eye of Evidence has been initiated. Remaining attempts for today. 1. Please confirm the target for search. In Lu Cheng's mind, the logical chain of the entire case rapidly formed. The forensic evidence and body disposal tools have been identified, but the crux of the matter lay in the act of the crime itself. Target locked. All sound wave information preserved from the first crime scene on the night of Chun Jie's death, located within the abandoned shed number 3 at Tianfu coal mine. Command received, initiating wide area sound wave retrieval and information reconstruction. The laptop resting on Lu Cheng's lap illuminated once more, and an audio file appeared as if conjured from thin air. The file icon resembled a small sound wave symbol, and its lengthy name consisted of a series of timestamps and coordinate codes. Xiao Wanqing, intrigued, leaned closer. Lu Cheng produced a pair of headphones, sharing one with her. As they donned the headphones and pressed play, it felt as though they were instantaneously transported to that stormy night. The first sound to greet their ears was the howling wind, akin to a wail of ghosts, piercing their eardrums with its intensity. Following that, a young and defiant voice broke through, the voice of Chun Jie. "I did not steal. You are framing me. Damn it. How dare you still talk back?" A harsh and arrogant voice resounded, and Lu Cheng immediately recognized its owner, by C-High. A crisp crack echoed as a belt struck flesh. "Ah!" Chun Jie let out a muffled groan of agony. "I didn't steal." Crack, crack, crack. The relentless sound of blows, mingled with the dull thud of a wooden stick against flesh, and Chun Jie's screams, which transitioned from restraint to desperation, reverberated through the headphones. Xiao Wanqing's face turned ashen, her fingers gripping the steering while turning white. This was no interrogation. It was pure torture. At that moment, a third voice emerged. This voice was cold and steady, imbued with an official authority, yet uttering words of a devilish nature. "Xiao Bai, don't kill him. Leave him breathing." It was Zhang Tao, the deputy director and head of the criminal investigation team. Zhang, this kid has a tough bone. By Sihai's voice dripped with mockery. Let me handle this. Zhang Tao's voice drew closer to the recording source. Chen Jie, I will ask you once more. Did you steal the detonators from the mine? It wasn't me. You were slandering me. Chen Jie's voice had grown hoarse. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin, Zhang Tao scoffed, pressing his hand down. The next moment, the headphones filled with the sickening sound of cracking bones, accompanied by Chen Jie's heart-wrenching wails. Xiao Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She ripped off the headphones and rushed to the roadside to gag. Lu Cheng's expression had turned so cold it could freeze the air. He did not remove the headphones, but continued listening. The one-sided beatings and torment persisted for nearly an hour. Chen Jie's voice shifted from initial protests and curses to later cries for mercy, until finally, only faint groans remained. At the end of the recording, all sounds ceased. In the deafening silence, Bai Sihai's voice emerged, tinged with a barely perceptible panic. Zhang, it seems he has no breath left. Zhang Tao remained silent for a few seconds, his voice still icy. Throw him into the river. Make it look like an accident. Be clean about it. I will take care of the autopsy report. The recording concluded. Lu Cheng slowly removed the headphones. The air in the car felt as though it had solidified. Expressionless. He saved the recording that could very well send Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao to the guillotine. This dark web of crime, which had thrived in Yinshan County for many years, now had its two central nodes and their heinous acts fully grasped in his hands. Boss Xiao Wanqing returned after retching. Her face pale as paper, eyes rimmed with red. They are devils. Lu Cheng turned to her. No. His voice was soft yet laced with chilling resolve. They are merely scum waiting to be sent to hell. Bang, bang. The abrupt sound of knocking echoed. Chapter 63, Midnight Tutoring. In a hotel, Xiao Wanqing's pale face still bore traces of tears, her eyes red-rimmed, her body trembling slightly from fear and anger. She had just opened her mouth to speak when bang, bang. The jarring sound of knocking pierced through the oppressive atmosphere, causing Xiao Wanqing to startle, her hairs standing on end. At this critical juncture, who could it be? Have Bai Sihai's people come knocking? Lu Cheng gestured for silence to her, then quietly approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside, the corridor was brightly lit. A woman, adorned with exaggerated, oversized sunglasses and clad in the latest Chanel ensemble, radiated an air of unyielding confidence as she impatiently crossed her arms. Behind her stood two imposing figures in tailored suits, their stern expressions clearly indicating their role as professional bodyguards. The woman dragged a flamboyant pink Rimawa suitcase, her toes tapping rhythmically against the floor, clearly growing weary of the weight. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, barely perceptibly. He turned to see the anxious expression on Xiao Wanqing's face. Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing recalled something, her face turning pale as she stammered, "Boss, I forgot to tell you, my best friend said she's growing impatient in the Magic City." Before she could finish, the woman outside had lost her patience and began to pound on the door. "Xiao Wanqing, open the door. I know you're inside. If you don't open up, I'll have the hotel break it down. I want to see which fool has taken my precious cabbage." Her voice was sharp and resonant, laced with a touch of mockery. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed crimson, a mix of urgency and embarrassment washing over her as she wished for a hole to hide in. However, Lu Cheng remained unfazed. He opened the door. Outside, Lin Feifei, poised to kick the door, froze in mid-action upon seeing not Xiao Wanqing, but a tall, aloof stranger with a striking presence. She adjusted her sunglasses, her keen, gossip-seeking eyes scanning Lu Cheng from head to toe. He was strikingly handsome, with a physique rivaling that of top male models, and an air of unapproachability that was utterly magnetic. Well, Lin Feifei whistled, sidestepping Lu Cheng to enter the room, where she promptly enveloped the flustered Xiao Wanqing in a hug. Like a protective hen, she turned to glare at Lu Cheng. "So you're the unscrupulous boss who has taken our innocent Xia Qing away? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Cheng leaned against the doorframe, his tone unruffled, his nonchalant demeanor, entirely unfazed by her confrontational stance, caught Lin Feifei off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I hereby declare that, from this moment forth, to ensure the safety and purity of our dear Xia Qing, I, Lin Feifei, will conduct round-the-clock surveillance on you, until I am convinced you harbor no ill intentions towards her." With hands on her hips and chin raised, she asserted her claim. Lu Cheng merely regarded her childish declaration with indifference, stepping aside to address the two bodyguards still lingering at the door. "Please bring the luggage inside. You're free to leave." To his surprise, the bodyguards complied, pushing the suitcase inside before bowing slightly to Lin Feifei and departing. Lin Feifei was momentarily taken aback. What was with this man? His commanding presence was so strong that even her bodyguards obeyed him. Little did she realize Lu Cheng's aura, cultivated through years of navigating the upper echelons of society, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Lu Cheng paid her no further attention, proceeding directly to the sofa where he seated himself, reopening his laptop to meticulously review the case details and organize the evidence chain. As if the entire world had been reduced to just him and the case before him, Lin Feifei, with a playful punch against the soft cushions, found herself captivated by Lu Cheng's intense professionalism. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of curiosity ignited in her inquisitive gaze. This man seemed to possess a certain depth. As night fell, the darkness in Yinshan County was both pure and oppressive. In the hotel's master bedroom, Lin Feifei, clad in a silk robe, sprawled across the expansive bed of Xiao Wanqing, her long, pale legs intertwined as she scrolled through her phone, engaging in a heart-to-heart conversation with her friend, who was in the midst of making the bed. Ching, I must tell you, your boss is definitely suspicious. Xiao Wanqing paused in her task. Huh? What's wrong? It's a serious matter. Lin Feifei sat up with an expression reminiscent of a famous detective, lowering her voice for emphasis. Firstly, his gaze towards you is off. I've been observing him all day. Though he spends most of his time focused on the computer, he tracks your every movement with his peripheral vision. That look in his eyes, TSK, it's like a wolf eyeing a little lamb. He is practically drooling. Xiao Wanqing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. No way. Secondly, Lin Feifei raised 2 fingers. This man has an overwhelming need for control. Just look at how effortlessly he directs my 2 bodyguards. Such a man is either a narcissist or genuinely possesses that kind of authority. Moreover, he keeps you under tight surveillance. He wants to know your every move. What else could that be but affection? Thirdly, and most crucially, Lin Feifei leaned closer to Xiao Wanqing, whispering conspiratorially, he's extraordinarily handsome, with a remarkable physique, and he allows you to share a room with him, a young man in his prime, surrounded by someone as fair and beautiful as you, especially with that round and pert backside that sways enticingly as you walk. How could he not have thoughts? Anyone would find that hard to believe. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed deeply as she playfully hit Lin Feifei. What are you talking about? P.S. Just protecting me. Protecting you? Lin Feifei rolled her eyes. The best way to protect you is to give you a separate room. A man and a woman alone in one room? That's not protection. That's a recipe for trouble. Do you understand? She pinched Xiao Wanqing's cheek in exasperation. Listen to me. This man is most likely interested in you. But someone of his caliber is probably waiting for you to take the initiative. You can't remain so naive at the right moment. You must make a move and give him some subtle hints. Hints? How do I hint? Xiao Wanqing asked softly, her heart inexplicably racing. Lin Feifei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she whispered a secret strategy for romance in her ear. Xiao Wanqing felt her cheeks ablaze, shaking her head repeatedly. No, that's too embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? Happiness is something you must strive for. Go, bring him a cup of hot milk, and thank him for his guidance earlier. The rest is up to your own understanding. Lin Feifei playfully shoved her off the bed. In the living room, only a dim yellow floor lamp cast a soft glow. Lu Cheng reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, pondering how to meticulously present the evidence against by Si Hai and Zhang Tao to Qin Jiyu in Luo City the following day. A faint sound of footsteps approached. He opened his eyes to see Xiao Wanqing timidly carrying a cup of warm milk toward him. Having completed her evening routine, she had changed into a loose-fitting white shirt, her silky hair playfully styled into twin ponytails, cascading down her shoulders. Her unadorned face appeared so fair under the light that it seemed to radiate luminescence, and her doe-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears, avoiding his gaze. Boss, please drink some milk. It's calming. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. This is also to express my gratitude for your guidance earlier today. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment. The collar of her shirt seemed a tad too loose. As she bent down carefully to place the cup on the coffee table, the collar naturally fell open under gravity, revealing a breathtaking view of her pristine skin, unexpectedly entering Lu Cheng's line of sight. He could distinctly see her delicate collarbone and the astonishing curves, subtly rising and falling with her breath, enveloped by the soft fabric. His hand, which had been rhythmically tapping his knee, faltered. His heartbeat skipped a beat as well. He quickly averted his gaze and grasped the milk, his Adam's apple moving awkwardly. A single syllable shattered the room's lingering tension. Xiao Wanqing straightened. Her face now flushed crimson, her hands nervously entwined. Her best friend's words echoed in her mind. Summon your courage. Take the initiative. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength, she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Cheng's profound eyes, and in a voice barely above a murmur, she asked, Lawyer Lu, is there anything else I need to learn? The underlying message of her words was unambiguously blatant. The atmosphere in the living room thickened and heated instantly. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, as she noticed Lu Cheng setting down the milk cup, his gaze fixed upon her, seemingly flickering with a complex emotion. What was he planning to do? While her mind played out a melodramatic fantasy, Lu Cheng cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he pointed to the case files spread across the coffee table. Indeed, his tone remained calm and grave, devoid of any fluctuation. Regarding Article 232 of the criminal law, the elements constituting the crime of intentional homicide, your understanding is still insufficiently profound. Let us delve deeper into this matter, especially the distinction between subjective intent during the act of violence and the indirect intent of allowing the result of death to occur, as this is crucial for our subsequent charges against Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao. Xiao Wanqing stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. After a few seconds, a rush of embarrassment, anger, and absurdity surged through her, making her already flushed face feel as if it might bleed from the intensity. I can't believe this. You actually want to discuss criminal law with me? Watching Lu Cheng fully slip into teaching mode, earnestly explaining the legal provisions, she inwardly cursed. What a humorless blockhead. He deserves to remain single for eternity. She mentally berated Lu Cheng 100 times, yet her body obediently moved towards him. I believe it was deliberate intent. The rationale? In the recording, they exhibited clear malicious intent and maintained a permissive attitude towards the fatal outcome. Isn't permissiveness a form of indirect intent? Your logic is flawed. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated midnight seduction morphed into a serious academic tutorial. The atmosphere in the room oscillated between ambiguity and awkwardness, growing increasingly delicate. Hiding behind the bedroom door, Lin Feifei couldn't help but stifle laughter, nearly succumbing to internal injury. This Lu Cheng was truly a steel-strong bachelor by virtue of his own prowess. No, that is not right. He was not merely a straightforward man. He was clearly a master at navigating encounters, deftly alleviating awkwardness while firmly retaining control of the situation. Quite intriguing indeed. Chapter 64. A surprise from the provincial city at dawn. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, sitting up from the sofa and rubbing his somewhat sore neck. The late-night tutorial had persisted until the early hours. The door to the master bedroom creaked open. Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei emerged in succession. Xiao Wanqing, her face still bearing the remnants of sleep, instinctively averted her gaze upon seeing Lu Cheng, her cheeks flushing with a suspicious hue. Lin Feifei, on the other hand, wore an expression of delightful amusement, clad in a sultry silk camisole, crossing her arms as she circled around Xiao Wanqing, clucking her tongue. Wanqing, look at your little face all flushed, and those sparkling peach blossom eyes. Last night's in-depth guidance from Teacher Lu was quite effective, wasn't it? Did he explain the elements of Article 232 of the criminal law, from theory to practice, in detail? Xiao Wanqing's face turned crimson, embarrassment mingling with urgency as she reached out to cover her mouth. Feifei, stop being ridiculous. Ridiculous? I'm merely stating facts. Lin Feifei evaded her hand, winking at Lu Cheng. Boss Lu, isn't this fine cabbage of mine particularly vibrant and eager to learn? Lu Cheng, his expression impassive, rose and took a sip from the water bottle on the table, completely disregarding her teasing. Let us tidy up. Today we're investigating Bai Sihai's financial chain. His voice was calm, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. Xiao Wanqing, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly nodded. All right, boss. At that moment, a distant siren pierced the tranquility of the small county town, growing louder and closer. Finally, a fleet of police cars, flashing red and blue lights, came to a halt right in front of their hotel. Xiao Wanqing's complexion drained of color, her previously calmed heartbeat racing anew. Boss, could it be Bai Sihai's men? Lin Feifei also abandoned her playful demeanor, frowning towards the window. Lu Cheng approached the window, drawing back a curtain to observe the police vehicles emblazoned with the words Lu Cheng Public Security. His eyes held no trace of anxiety. Instead, a flicker of understanding passed through. "This is not trouble," he remarked calmly, but rather a surprise. Soon, a firm and steady knock echoed on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was robust and unhurried. Lu Cheng approached and opened the door. Outside stood a tall and robust middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a square face, dark skin, and sharp, eagle-like eyes. Clad in plain clothes, he emanated an air of ironclad masculinity that exuded a more formidable presence than a police uniform. Behind him followed several equally formidable plainclothes officers. The man's gaze pierced through Lu Cheng's countenance, and he extended his hand, his voice resounding like a bell. "Lawyer Lu, greetings. Eom Dugong, the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Lu Cheng Municipal Bureau." Lu Cheng grasped his hand firmly, the impact of their palms creating a resonant sound. "Captain Du." Du Gang wasted no time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Prosecutor Chen has coordinated with the provincial department, and a joint task force has been established for the Chunjia case. I am the team leader, and the task force holds direct supervisory authority over the Yunshan County Public Security System. Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei, who stood behind, were left dumbfounded. A joint task force? Direct supervisory authority? This was akin to an overwhelming force being deployed. Lu Cheng was not surprised by Du Gang's arrival, but was quite pleased with the efficiency of his actions. Du Gang's promptness exceeded my expectations. In handling cases, one must act decisively. Du Gang displayed no extraneous emotion. He had reviewed the preliminary materials sent by Prosecutor Chen, but he wished to see what Lu Cheng had on hand. Lu Cheng nodded, turning to retrieve 2 documents from the computer, pivoting the notebook screen toward Du Gang. One was the handwritten testimony and on-site recording from forensic expert Li Jiangguo. The other was a screenshot from the surveillance video of the corpse transport tricycle on that snowy night, which magnified and compared the paint chips on the mudguard and the traces on the deceased's clothing. Du Gang merely glanced at the documents, and a glint of cold light flashed in his hawk-like eyes. He did not question the origin of the evidence. As an experienced detective, he instantly recognized the significance of these 2 pieces of information. That will suffice. Du Gang abruptly turned to his subordinates, issuing a series of unequivocal commands with a voice as firm as iron. Team 1. Immediately notify the Yunshan County Bureau's archives to secure all files related to the Tianfu coal mine. No one is to access them. Team 2. Go to the County Bureau at once and bring Criminal Investigation Captain Zhang Tao to the temporary office established for the task force. Remember, it is an invitation. I wish to see what he has to say. Understood, Captain Du. The subordinates responded promptly, their movements devoid of hesitation. The news swiftly reached the Yunshan County Public Security Bureau. In the director's office, Ma Dong, upon hearing the report over the phone, smashed the purple clay teapot in his hand to the ground in a fit of rage, shattering it into pieces. The task force from Lu Cheng? And their an order from the provincial department? On what grounds do they interfere with our county bureau's case? Ma Dong roared into the phone, the flesh on his face quivering with anger. Yet, despite his fury, the provincial order loomed over him like a mountain, stifling his breath. He dared not defy it. A few minutes later, Zhang Tao, who was sipping tea in his office, was escorted out by 2 stern-faced city detectives. In the corridor, countless complex gazes were cast upon him. Zhang Tao's complexion was ashen, his hands clenched tightly into fists. In the hotel room, Lu Cheng observed Du Gang's fluid maneuvers, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The knife sent by Qin Jiu proved to be even sharper and more effective than he had anticipated. With the national team personally intervening, matters that had previously been difficult or inconvenient for him were now within reach. He settled back onto the sofa and reopened his laptop. The system activated the Eye of Evidence. Ding! The Eye of Evidence has been initiated. Please confirm the search target. Lu Cheng's gaze deepened as he mentally issued a new directive. Target locked by Sihai himself, along with all associated companies, shell corporations, and the financial transactions of all bank accounts over the past 3 years. Not a single piece of paper can be overlooked. Directive received, conducting massive data retrieval and filtering. Almost instantaneously, Lu Cheng's desktop was inundated with encrypted financial statements and bank transaction documents, cascading like a waterfall, densely covering the entire screen. He focused intently on the display, his consciousness diving deep into thought. Initiating Logic Storm. Ding. Logic storm activated. Brain overclock mode engaged for a duration of 10 minutes. In that moment, Lu Cheng felt as if his mind had transformed into a supercomputer. The intricate and convoluted financial data, which would leave even the most skilled accountants bewildered, unfurled before him as a series of crystal-clear logical chains. Countless financial flows intertwined rapidly in his mind, filtering and reorganizing themselves. His fingers danced across the keyboard, moving so swiftly that they nearly left afterimages. Just 5 minutes later, his actions abruptly halted. Within the vast expanse of data, he pinpointed an exceedingly secretive yet highly systematic flow of funds. Since 3 years prior, Baisihai's Tianfu coal mine had been transferring varying sums of money each quarter through several shell companies' accounts into a clandestine overseas account. Over 3 years, the total amount exceeded 9 million. Most critically, the legal representative of the overseas account was none other than Ma Wei. And Ma Dong, the director of the Yinshan County Public Security Bureau, had a younger brother named Ma Wei. A remarkably clear chain of bribery had been extracted by Lu Cheng from the ocean of data. He swiftly organized this chain of evidence into a concise report and sent it directly to Du Gang, with whom he had just exchanged contact details, adding a simple note, "Captain Du, a gift for our first meeting." At the temporary office in the county town, where Du Gang was strategizing the next course of action, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and opened the document sent by Lu Cheng. As he discerned the clear flow of funds detailed in the report, along with the names of Ma Wei and Ma Dong, his usually resolute face paled, and his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 65, Crisis Alert Again. Yinshan County. Special Case Group Temporary Office. The air was thick with smoke. Du Gang forcefully extinguished the half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray, his dark, square face marked by a piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, fixated intently on Zhang Tao across from him. The interrogation had persisted for 2 hours. Zhang Tao, the head of the criminal investigation team in Yinshan County and deputy director, sat upright, his face adorned with a rehearsed smile, utterly unyielding. "Captain Zhang, I shall inquire once more. On the night of Chun Jie's death, where were you?" Du Gang's voice was heavy, as if it could wring out water. "Captain Du, you have already posed this question 8 times, Zhang Tao replied, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. "I was on duty at the bureau that night, with a sign-in record to corroborate it, and my colleagues can attest to my presence. Upon receiving the report of a body found at Moon Bay, I promptly led a team to the scene. All procedures were entirely compliant." "Compliant?" Du Gang scoffed, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. "Then explain to me why the deceased, Chun Jie, bore numerous injuries, with blunt force trauma evident at the back of his head and clear ligature marks around his neck." The preliminary report by forensic expert Li Jiangguo stated these facts clearly, yet the final official report declared it an accidental drowning. Zhang Tao did not flinch, responding with calm deliberation, "Captain Du, you are also an experienced investigator. The examination of the scene and the autopsy are processes of continual refinement. It is entirely normal for preliminary reports to raise questions. The final report is the conclusion reached after thorough verification. Perhaps Comrade Li Jiangguo misjudged due to poor lighting. As for those injuries, is it not typical for a miner to have a few bumps and bruises? He might have sustained those while accidentally falling into the water." "Nonsense." Du Gang slammed the table, rising abruptly, his chest heaving with intensity. After years of casework, he had encountered stubbornness, but never such slippery evasiveness. Every word from Zhang Tao was like a greased eel, evading any grasp. "And what are your relationship with Bai Sihai? Do not attempt to convince me that you are merely acquaintances." Du Gang leaned forward, his eyes sharp as blades, attempting to exert pressure on his counterpart. "We are indeed friends, good brothers, in fact," Zhang Tao surprisingly admitted, only to swiftly pivot the conversation. "But what relevance does that hold for my casework? Captain Du, the law is predicated on evidence. I cannot, simply because he is my friend, fabricate charges against him. That will be a violation of the law." Du Gang was incensed by this convoluted reasoning, his temples throbbing. Taking a deep breath, he extracted the final piece of evidence from his folder, a financial transaction report sent by Lu Cheng. With a sharp motion, he slammed the report down before Zhang Tao. "Normal business dealings? Captain Zhang, please elucidate why Bai Sihai's company, through several shell corporations, transferred over 9 million to your brother Ma Wei's overseas account over 3 years. Is this also normal business?" As Zhang Tao's gaze fell upon the unmistakable flow of funds and the name Ma Wei, The smile that had lingered on his lips faltered ever so slightly. His pupils constricted to pinprick sizes in that fleeting moment, a detail Du Gang keenly noted. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Tao regained his composure, even picking up the report to scrutinize it earnestly, before shaking his head with an air of dismissal. Captain Du, I believe you're mistaken. Ma Wei has consistently conducted legitimate business abroad and has dealings with President Bai. Is this not quite normal? The money has not entered my pocket. If you find this troubling, feel free to investigate. I shall cooperate fully. With that, he pushed the report back and leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested he was untouchable. Du Gang clenched his fist beneath the table, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the silence. He understood that Zhang Tao was emboldened, for indeed, the money had not directly reached his or Ma Dong's accounts. It was funneled through his brother's overseas company, making the collection of evidence and securing a conviction exceedingly difficult and protracted. The interrogation had reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, in the only seemingly upscale private room of the finest restaurant in Yinshan County, Lin Feifei raised her glass of juice, winking at Xiao Wanqing. "Here's to our future lawyer," she exclaimed. "After last night's late-night guidance from Teacher Lu, don't you find the vast ocean of law utterly profound and intoxicating?" Xiao Wanqing pinched her friend's waist teasingly, warning, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall sew your mouth shut." She had spent the night discussing the elements of intentional homicide with Lu Cheng until 3 a.m, her mind nearly morphing into the shape of legal statutes. The mere mention of tutoring now made her feel uneasy. Lin Feifei gasped dramatically, retreating towards Lu Cheng, chuckling, "Look at this little cabbage of yours. Now she even knows how to pinch." She scrutinized Xiao Wanqing with a discerning gaze. Today, Xiao Wanqing donned a fitted white knit top that accentuated her well-proportioned curves splendidly. Especially the way her jeans hugged her rounded, pert form, swaying slightly with her playful indignation, was indeed captivating enough to hold a man's gaze. Lu Cheng, while deftly picking up a piece of fish, momentarily paused at her words, expressionless as he placed the fish into his bowl, coolly remarking, "One should not speak while eating or sleeping." Lin Feifei rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking him a humorless blockhead. At that moment, Lu Cheng's hand, poised to serve more food, froze midair. A sudden, intense palpitation struck his heart like a sledgehammer. Thud, thud. His complexion changed instantly, and his brow furrowed tightly. Crisis alert. Almost simultaneously, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Warning. Key witness Lu San's vital signs are under severe threat. Bai Sihai intends to silence him. The thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind like lightning. He abruptly dropped his chopsticks, the loud clatter startling Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xiao Wanqing asked with concern. Lu Cheng did not respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone and swiftly dialed Du Gang's number. The call was answered almost immediately. "Lawyer Lu, have you made any discoveries?" Du Gang's weary voice, laced with suppressed frustration, came through the receiver. "Stop the interrogation." Lu Cheng's voice was as cold as ice. "Immediately locate Lu San. Bai Sihai intends to commit murder." Du Gang on the other end was momentarily stunned. "What? How do you know?" "I have my channels," Lu Cheng replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Zhang Tao is merely wasting your time. Bai Sihai's true, lethal move lies outside. Immediately locate Lu San's mobile phone. Hurry." Although Du Gang was filled with suspicion, he understood that Lu Cheng was not one to act without purpose. In matters such as these, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." Upon ending the call, Du Gang burst out of the interrogation room, shouting at the technicians, immediately traced the mobile signal of a person named Lu San. "Right now. At once." A few minutes later, a technician rushed in, drenched in sweat, to report, "Captain Du, we have located the signal. The last known position is at the abandoned quarry on the outskirts of the city. Du Gang is pupiles constructo shopli. Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me," he bellowed, grabbing his coat as he dashed outside. The piercing wail of police sirens once again shattered the tranquility of the small county town. At the entrance of a restaurant, Lu Cheng had already seized the bewildered Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei, urging them to exit swiftly. "Get in the car. Wanqing, drive. Follow them to the quarry." "Huh? What's happening, boss?" Xiao Wanqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly climbed into the pink Panamera, which had been transported to the county by a sales consultant. Lin Feifei, experiencing such chaos for the first time, turned pale with fright, gripping the front seat's backrest tightly, nervously asking, "What's going on? Are we filming a movie?" No one answered her. The pink Panamera roared to life, closely tailing several police cars flashing their lights, racing towards the outskirts of the city. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Lu Cheng sat in the passenger seat, his expression gravely serious. Although the police cars were fast, the journey from the county to the quarry would take at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes is ample time for anything to transpire. He could not afford to gamble. System. Open the system store. Ding. The system store is now open. Purchase real-time monitoring access. Target. The abandoned quarry. Real-time footage by Sihai's men and Lu San. Real-time monitoring access requires 1,000 points of justice value. Do you confirm? Confirm. Purchase successful. Remaining justice value for 1,000 points. Real-time footage is connecting. In the next instant, a dim yet clear surveillance image materialized in Lu Cheng's mind. The scene depicted a vast pit, evidently left by quarrying activities. At the edge of the pit, a man, bloodied and covered in dirt, knelt on the ground like a beaten dog. It was none other than Lu San, by Sihai's driver. Surrounding him were several burly men, with a scar-faced man at the forefront. The scarred face brandished a shovel caked with dirt. He approached Lu San, slapping the shovel against Lu San's face, sneering, "Lu San, do not blame my brothers for their ruthlessness. If you must blame someone, blame your own loose tongue. Boss Bai has said he left some money for your wife and children, enough to ensure their comfort for the rest of their lives." Lu San lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror and despair, emitting muffled pleas for mercy. It seemed he wished to voice something, yet no words escaped his lips. "Remember this for your next life. Keep your mouth in check." With a fierce glint in his eyes, the scar-faced man ceased his idle chatter, raising the iron shovel high above his head, targeting Lu San's nape. Chapter 66. The luxury car breakthrough, evidence in hand. Lei Qing, floor the accelerator. Crash into them. Lu Cheng's voice erupted, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, infused with an undeniable ferocity. Xiao Wanqing instinctively reacted, her mind blank. Her right foot slammed down on the gas pedal. Virum. The vehicle, touted by the sales consultant, roared to life like a wild beast. The pink Panamera shuddered violently, its tires clawing at the gravel road, and in an instant, it shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Ahead, the taillights of Du Gang's police cars blinked desperately. "Boss, we can't get through." Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled. "To the left. Overtake them," biting her lower lip. Her innocent and sweet visage now bore an expression of determination. She sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, the car's front veering perilously toward the edge of the rugged mountain road. "Goodness, are you insane?" Lin Feifei in the back seat gripped the front seat tightly, her face drained of color, letting out a shriek. The Panamera's body nearly lifted off the ground due to the bumps as gravel whipped up and crashed against the undercarriage, producing a jarring sound that made one's teeth ache. Inside the police car, a young officer stared in disbelief at the approaching pink silhouette in the rearview mirror, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Captain Du, that sports car behind us. It's going to overtake us?" Du Gang glanced back, his face turning pale. "Damn it. Let them go wild." Before he could finish, the pink sports car had already roared past them from the left, executing a thrilling drift as it re-entered the main road, leaving several police cars far behind. At the edge of the quarry pit, the sinister grin on the scar-faced man's face had yet to fade when a distant yet increasingly sharp engine roar pierced the air. Instinctively, he turned around, only to be blinded by an excruciatingly bright high beam, akin to two divine swords cutting through the darkness, momentarily blinding him. What the hell? He barely managed to curse. In the next instant, bang! A deafening metallic crash reverberated through the open quarry, shattering the silence. The Panamera, in an unreasonable display of force, collided violently and precisely with the scar-faced man. Time seemed to slow as the impact lifted his robust body off the ground, sending him hurtling backward. The shovel slipped from his grasp, tracing a cold arc through the air before clattering into a pile of rubble in the distance. He tumbled twice in midair before crashing down onto a heap of stones 8 meters away, emitting a dull thud, and then lay motionless like a pile of mush. The two henchmen poised to assist him were rendered completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Still clutching their shovels, they stood frozen, mouths agape as if to accommodate an egg. Their eyes glazed over as they stared at the pink sports car with a caved-in front, emitting wisps of steam. Their minds utterly incapacitated. What on earth is happening? Is it divine justice or a physical exorcism? The car door creaked open. Lu Cheng, his expression devoid of emotion, stepped out from the passenger seat. He glanced at the severely crumpled front of the car and then at the scar-faced man lying in the distance, uncertain of his fate. His eyes betraying no emotion. This top-of-the-line Panamera would likely incur repair costs starting in the six figures, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. Money can buy life. That is the most worthwhile transaction. In the driver's seat, Xiao Wanqing's hands clutched the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she gasped for air, her complexion pale as death. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. In the back seat, Lin Feifei finally regained her voice after a prolonged silence, letting out a piercing scream. Ah, murder! The sharp wail of police sirens grew closer, beams of bright flashlight cutting through the darkness. Du Gang, accompanied by a squad of armed police officers, rushed over, panting. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene, they were momentarily stunned. A wrecked luxury car, a robust man lying in a pool of blood, two henchmen frozen in shock with shovels in hand, and a bloodied man kneeling on the ground, weeping as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Du Gang surveyed the scene, his gaze finally resting on Lu Cheng's astonishingly tranquil face. Team 1, detain those two individuals. Team 2, summon an ambulance. Du Gang quickly issued commands, and two officers promptly advanced, pinning the still-dazed henchmen to the ground and cuffing them. Du Gang strode up to Lu Cheng, first glancing at the grotesque wreckage of the car, his lips twitching slightly before he suppressed his anger and, in a low tone, questioned Lu Cheng, "Are you obstructing justice or acting in defense of the public? This kid is utterly insane. What kind of lawyer drives a sports car to run someone over?" Lu Cheng shrugged, an innocent expression on his face, yet his tone was grave. "Captain Du, please don't misinterpret my actions. I was merely acting in self-defense." Self-defense? Du Gang was incredulous. Defending against whom? Lu Cheng pointed to the scar-faced man on the ground and replied earnestly, "I have reasonable grounds to suspect that his earlier actions were an attempt to vandalize my 3 million yuan vehicle with that shovel, to protect my legitimate property from harm. I had no choice but to take emergency measures." Du Gang was momentarily rendered speechless by this twisted logic. The young officers behind him stifled their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. "What an audacious claim regarding your car." At that moment, the rescued man, Lu San, seemed to awaken suddenly. He crawled to Lu Cheng's feet, clinging to his leg and weeping uncontrollably. "Lawyer Lu, thank you. Thank you for saving my life." Tears streaming down his face. He smeared his snot and tears all over Lu Cheng's expensive trousers. "Were it not for you, I would have been buried alive." Lu San appeared to behold his savior, his eyes brimming with the terror of having escaped a dire fate and an immeasurable gratitude. He understood that the man before him was his only lifeline. "I will speak. I shall divulge everything." An hour later, at the County People's Hospital, outside the emergency room, a doctor removed his mask and shook his head at the waiting Du Gang. "The patient is currently not in life-threatening condition, but the outlook is grim. 3 ribs are fractured, one of which has punctured the lung, resulting in internal bleeding. Even if we manage to save him, he will spend the rest of his life confined to a bed." Du Gang nodded, his expression somber as the depths of despair enveloped him. Meanwhile, within a clandestine luxurious club in the county, Bai Sihai leisurely savored a freshly brewed De Hong Pao tea, seated alongside the grim-faced police chief, Ma Dong. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Bai Sihai leisurely answered the call, his tone casual. "How's it going? Is everything settled?" A quavering voice, laced with sobs and fear, came from the other end. "The old boss has failed. Scarface has been hit by a car, and everyone has been taken away by the police." With a crash, the precious purple clay teapot, worth over 100,000, fell from Bai Sihai's hand, shattering into countless fragments. The leisure and contentment on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grotesque fury. "What did you say? By whom?" "A pink sports car. That lawyer with the surname Lu. Lu Cheng." Bai Sihai spat these 2 words through gritted teeth, each syllable imbued with a chilling resentment. Chapter 67. The Crime Scene Revisited. At Yinshan County People's Hospital, the scent of disinfectant was pungent and frigid. Beneath the stark white lights, Lu San lay in a hospital bed, one leg encased in plaster and elevated high, his face marred with bruises, his eyes reflecting an indelible fear. He gazed at the 2 men beside his bed, one clad in a police uniform, his square face emanating a steady, formidable presence, the other in a sharply tailored suit, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes seemed to penetrate the very essence of the soul. Lu San, the lawyer Lu Cheng and Officer Du Gang spoke, their voices steady, yet Lu San's tremulous voice betrayed his fear. He grasped Du Gang's hand as if it were a lifeline, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I will tell you everything. Please, you must protect my wife and children. That monster by Sihai is capable of anything." Lu Cheng stood beside him, activating his absolute insight, clearly perceiving that Lu San's emotions were pure, filled with terror and relief, devoid of any deceit. Begin from the start," Lu Cheng urged. Taking a deep breath, Lu San's murky eyes reflected the horrifying memories of that fateful night in the snowstorm. It was the evening of January 8th this year. Bossby instructed me to drive and pick up Captain Zhang from the criminal investigation team. They were drinking in a makeshift shelter at the mine, and halfway through, they summoned a young man named Chunjia. I was waiting outside in the car, and at first I could hear them shouting inside, accusing Chunjia of stealing from the mine, calling him ungrateful. Lu San's voice gradually descended to a whisper, his body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, it morphed into a blood-curdling scream that filled me with dread, prompting me to sneak a glance through the crack of the door. His pupils widened abruptly, as if he were once again witnessing a nightmarish scene. Bai Sihai unbuckled his belt, wielding it like a whip against Chunjia, while Zhang Tao was even more ruthless, mercilessly raining blows with a police baton until it seemed as if death was imminent. At first, Chunjia pleaded for mercy, insisting he had stolen nothing, but eventually, he fell silent. The air in the hospital room was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Du Gang's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron, his grip on the notebook so tight that his knuckles turned white. What happened after they killed him? Lu Cheng pressed. With the man dead, it appeared that both Zhang Tao and Bai Sihai had regained some clarity. Zhang Tao reassured Bai Sihai not to panic, claiming he would handle matters with the coroner. Shortly thereafter, Bai Sihai instructed me to drive the car to the back door of the construction site. He had me assist in loading Chunjia's lifeless body onto my tricycle, along with the bloodied baton and belt, all packed into a burlap sack to be disposed of in the river at Moon Bay. I was paralyzed with fear. My legs felt weak at the thought. Yet Bai Sihai thrust a wad of cash into my hands, warning that if I refused, my son at county school would face grave consequences. I had no choice. At this juncture, Lu San struck himself fiercely across the face with his uninjured hand, breaking into uncontrollable sobs. "I am sorry to that young man. I'm not human." Du Gang closed the notebook and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your willingness to come forward now is the greatest act of atonement. We will immediately send personnel to recover the evidence." With that, he exchanged a glance with Lu Cheng, and the two exited the ward. At the end of the corridor, Du Gang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling smoke laced with frustration. With a witness secured and the sequence of events established, it was imperative to locate the baton and belt to form a complete chain of evidence. Lu Cheng shook his head. Too much time has passed. The river at Moon Bay flows swiftly. The chances of finding such small items are slim. As expected, 2 hours later, Du Gang received a call from the recovery team. "Captain Du, we have combed the river section multiple times and disturbed the silt, but aside from a few rotting logs, we found nothing." Du Gang slammed the phone down in frustration, striking the wall with his fist and cursing under his breath. Damn it, the crucial physical evidence is gone. Although Lu San's testimony, Lu Cheng's possession of a mysterious murder recording, the coroner Li Jiangwo's statement, and Bai Sihai's financial transactions provided substantial information, the absence of direct evidence of the crime rendered them vulnerable to attack in court. The opposing lawyer could easily argue that Lu San was bribed to falsely accuse, or claim that the recording was fabricated. This case was still at risk of being overturned. Du Gang paced irritably in the corridor. "I must interrogate that bastard Zhang Tao again. I refuse to believe I cannot pry the truth from him." "It's futile," Lu Cheng interjected, blocking his path. "Zhang Tao is a seasoned detective with a strong psychological constitution. Without irrefutable evidence presented before him, he will deny everything." "Then what shall we do? Just wait idly by?" Du Gang's brow furrowed deeply in frustration. Lu Cheng gazed out at the heavy night, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. The pieces of the puzzle, eyewitness accounts, physical evidence, and voice print data were all in place. Yet, one crucial link remained elusive, a golden chain capable of seamlessly binding all fragments together. rendering the case devoid of any flaws. He turned to Du Gang and asked, "Do you trust me?" Du Gang, taken aback, met Lu Cheng's profound gaze and, almost instinctively, nodded. "Do me a favor. Clear out the abandoned shed at Tianfu coal mine. No one is to approach it. Return Xia Wanqing and her friend to the hotel and inform them to stay there until I reach out." "What are you planning?" Du Gang inquired warily. A cold smile crept across Lu Cheng's lips. "I intend to seek out a ghost that has eluded everyone's attention." At 11 o'clock that night, in the outskirts of Yinshan County, at Tianfu coal mine, a long cordon was drawn around the abandoned shed, with several officers stationed at the perimeter, their expressions solemn. Inside the shed, only Lu Cheng stood alone. The site had already been sealed off, and the air was thick with a mingled sense of dust and decaying wood. Markings left by investigators dotted the ground, but the stark, dried bloodstain, dark red and chilling, remained a haunting sight. Lu Cheng slowly approached the center of the shed and closed his eyes. Elite lawyer system. Justice points, 4,000. Unlocked skills. Absolute insight. Eye of evidence. Logic storm. Crisis warning. Crime scene recreation. System. Activate crime scene recreation. Activating crime scene recreation will consume 2,000 justice points, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Do you confirm? Confirm. Ding. 2,000 justice points have been deducted. Remaining justice points, 2,000. Crime scene recreation initiated. In that instant, Lu Cheng felt a violent roar within his mind. The entire world around him seemed to be thrust into an antiquated projector, rewinding and flickering wildly. Light and shadow twisted, colors stripped away. When he opened his eyes once more, the surroundings had transformed entirely. The shed was no longer empty. A rickety wooden table stood at its center, adorned with several bottles of liquor and dishes of peanuts. Two indistinct figures, resembling poor holographic images with weak signals, sat at the table. They were by Sihai and Zhang Tao. They were toasting and laughing boisterously. Suddenly, the door of the shed creaked open, and a tall, slender figure, another ethereal silhouette, entered. It was Chun Jia. Lu Cheng stood amidst this interwoven tapestry of time, an unseen specter, coldly observing the impending atrocity. The subsequent scene aligned perfectly with Lu San's testimony and the recorded audio. From the initial accusations and slanders to by Sihai suddenly rising and unbuckling his belt. Crack! The sound of the belt striking flesh was alarmingly clear and piercing. Chun Jia's screams echoed within the shed. Lu Cheng watched impassively, yet his clenched fists betrayed the tempest of rage surging within him. He observed Zhang Tao unsteadily rise, a cruel intoxication evident on his face, as he drew forth a black police baton from his waist. "You little brat, you think you're clever?" Daring to argue with Boss Bai, the baton whistled through the air, striking Chun Jia's back and legs repeatedly. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Lu Cheng's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously locked onto every detail. He was not merely feeling anger. He was in pursuit of evidence. In Chun Jia's final struggles, his flailing hands clutched tightly to the front of Zhang Tao's police uniform. The instinct for survival compelled him to exert every ounce of his strength. A faint tearing sound resonated. A black button, emblazoned with the police emblem, was forcibly ripped from Zhang Tao's uniform. The button soared through the air, tracing a delicate parabolic arc before landing with a soft thud amidst a pile of old bricks in the corner. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, neither the assailants by Sihai and Zhang Tao, nor the dying Chun Jia, noticed this detail. The scene continued to unfold until Chun Jia fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Only then did Zhang Tao and by Sihai cease their assault, panting for breath, the effects of the alcohol beginning to dissipate. Subsequently, they summoned Lu San to handle the body and the murder weapon. As the last flicker of light faded, the construction shed returned to its state of deathly silence and darkness. Lu Cheng remained rooted in place, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion ghastly pale. The visceral impact of the violence, even for someone of his temperament, stirred waves of nausea within him. Yet, his ebony eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. He had found it, the final nail that sealed Zhang Tao's coffin. Lu Cheng hastily approached the corner where the button had rolled away in the footage. Activating the flashlight on his phone, the beam illuminated the dust-laden bricks. He crouched down, holding his breath, meticulously searching through the crevices. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At last, deep within a narrow gap, he glimpsed a faint metallic glimmer. There it was, Lu Cheng carefully extracted a pair of medical tweezers from his briefcase and inserted them into the brick crevice. A soft clink resonated. A black metal button, adorned with the emblem of the Xia State Police, was deftly retrieved. Lu Cheng placed the button into a transparent evidence bag and sealed it securely. This button would serve as the most irrefutable piece of evidence. It would substantiate that on the night of Chen Jie's death at the crime scene, Zhang Tao, the deputy director of the Yunshan Public Security Bureau in Yuzhou Province and head of the criminal investigation team, had been present. Thus, the chain of evidence formed a perfect loop. Lu Cheng stood, exhaling a long breath of stale air, and took out his phone, dialing a number he had long memorized. The call connected, and a cool yet magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "Is there a result?" Lu Cheng gazed at the button within the evidence bag. His voice calm and ruthless. All the pieces of the puzzle had come together. Inform the Luocheng prosecutor's office. Preparations for prosecution can commence. Chapter 68. The Death Notice of Luo Daxiang. On the high-speed train returning from Yuzhou to the bustling metropolis, Shanghai, Xiao Wanqing reclined in her seat. Her peach blossom eyes half closed, long lashes fluttering ever so slightly, clearly exhausted. The harrowing experience of a midnight adrenaline rush, snatching lives from the clutches of death in a Porsche Panamera, had taken a considerable toll on her. Lin Fei, seated beside her, busied herself with her phone, occasionally nudging her with her elbow. "Hey, little cabbage, wake up. Your pig is trending again." With a weary effort, Xiao Wanqing opened her eyes and took the phone. The screen displayed several glaring headlines. Breaking: a Shanghai lawyer manipulates an old case for fame, coercing a rural woman to commit perjury. The truth behind the Yuzhou corpse case. The deceased had a history of theft. His mother is suspected of malicious retaliation over compensation disputes. Is justice merely a carnival of traffic? A deep analysis of lawyer Lu Cheng's rise to fame. The comment section was rife with vitriol. "I knew it. How could a rural old woman understand so much? There's definitely someone behind this. This lawyer's behavior is disgraceful. For the sake of fame, he won't spare even the dead. I heard the deceased was a criminal. He got what he deserved. What good could come from such scum's mother?" Xiao Wanqing's face turned ashen as she read, her fingers gripping the phone so tightly that her knuckles whitened. How can they twist the truth like this? Across from her, Lu Cheng did not even bother to glance at the screen. He set aside the case file, gazing out at the clouds, his voice calm. When a dog is cornered, what else can it do but bark? Upon returning to Shanghai, Lu Cheng promptly instructed his law firm to submit all organized materials to the Intermediate People's Court of Luocheng in Yuzhou, formally initiating a criminal and civil lawsuit against Bai Sihai, Zhang Tao, and others. Meanwhile, Qin Jiyu fulfilled her promise, being seconded to the Luocheng prosecutor's office in the name of the Provincial Inspection Task Force, personally taking on the prosecution against Bai Sihai, Zhang Tao, Ma Dong, and others. After receiving the materials, the court decided to consolidate the cases for joint hearing, scheduling the trial for 3 days later. Given the immense attention the case garnered online, the court announced that, in accordance with the Summer Country's public trial law, the proceedings would be broadcast live across the internet. Upon hearing this news, Bai Sihai could no longer remain composed. Utilizing connections, he spent lavishly to hire Qian Kun, a top-tier lawyer notorious in Yuzhou for representing criminal organizations and exploiting legal loopholes to secure acquittals for scoundrels, some of whom were notorious throughout the province. Once Qian Kun took on the case, he wasted no time in declaring that no matter how formidable the dragon from Shanghai, it would be tamed in Yuzhou. He intended to ensure Lu Cheng would face utter humiliation on his home turf. This was soon followed by an overwhelming wave of defamatory public opinion. "Boss, shouldn't we issue a statement to clarify? If we let this continue, public sentiment will be too unfavorable for us come trial." Xiao Wanqing fretted. At last, Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze, observing her anxious demeanor, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He picked up his phone, accessed a contact labeled as criminal law comedian, and composed a message before sending it. The content was rather straightforward, a desensitized document titled Analysis of Interesting Highlights from the Trial of the Yuzhou Corpse Case. Having completed this task, he tucked the phone back into his pocket and remarked to Xiao Wanqing, "Don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Tonight, someone will help us reclaim our ground." At precisely 8 o'clock that evening, Luo Daxiang, a leading figure in the legal community with millions of followers, commenced his live broadcast. Unlike previous sessions, the title of tonight's stream was charged with tension, pre-trial insights. I will predict all defense strategies of the scoundrel Qian Kun, As soon as the title was revealed, the number of viewers in the live room surged dramatically. 50,000, 100,000, 300,000. In a mere 10 minutes, the viewership soared beyond 10 million. The barrage of comments cascaded down like a waterfall. Wow, is Teacher Luo going to launch an offensive tonight? This title is sensational. Qian Kuan. Isn't he that despicable lawyer who specializes in exonerating gangsters? Is Teacher Luo targeting him directly? Hilarious. I just came from roasting those black articles. And now Teacher Luo is going live. Did he catch the scent? Predicting all his strategies? Is this going to be a scripted showdown? Before the camera, Luo Daxiang, clad in casual attire, took a sip of water and smiled at the lens, addressing his audience. Good evening, everyone. Today, we won't be discussing legal statutes. Instead, we'll delve into a case that has recently captivated public attention, the Yuzhou corpse case. I trust you've noticed the myriad peculiar voices emerging online, maligning the victim's family and depicting my dear junior, lawyer Lu Cheng, as a mercenary opportunist. Are you all outraged? Don't be, please, because this only indicates their fear. Luo Daxiang's tone shifted as he became more serious. I've looked into the opposing counsel, a well-known lawyer from Yuzhou, Qian Kuan. This lawyer possesses remarkable skills, particularly in transforming the black into white and the deceased into the living. I have scrutinized dozens of his past cases and reviewed some materials sent by Junior Lu. Thus, today, I dare to play the role of a soothsayer and provide a preview of how this esteemed lawyer Qian will defend the scoundrels of the Baisihai faction in court tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the comments exploded with excitement. High energy ahead. Teacher Luo is about to cast his spell. I've got my sunflower seeds ready. Hurry up and spill. Luo Daxiang raised a finger. The first move, and indeed the most common tactic, attacking the legality of the evidence chain. Think about it. What is lawyer Lu's trump card? The murder recording, the testimony of driver Lu San, and that crucial police uniform button. How will lawyer Qian respond? He will assert that the recording is fabricated, that it is a forgery. He will summon a few so-called technical experts to produce a report claiming that the recording shows signs of editing. As for witness Lu San, he will argue that Lu San was coerced and tempted by Lu Cheng, even suggesting that he fabricated evidence out of revenge against his employer. After all, Lu San's attempted silencing can easily be portrayed as a brawl arising from personal grievances. As for that button, he could assert that it might have fallen from any of the individuals present or even been accidentally dropped by the police during their investigation, thus failing to establish a direct link to Zhang Tao himself. In essence, his central argument is straightforward. Your evidence is of dubious origin and the procedures are unjust, rendering it inadmissible for conviction. This tactic is a play on procedural law, designed to frustrate and bewilder. The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned. Can it really be played this way? It's utterly despicable. Listening to Teacher Luo, one begins to feel that Lu Shun is in grave danger. Luo Daxiang smiled, extending his second finger, the second strategy, to alter the nature of the case, reducing the charge of intentional homicide to one of manslaughter stemming from passion. Lawyer Qian would concede that Baisihai and Zhang Tao indeed assaulted Chinjia, yet he would attribute the incident to a verbal altercation and drunken impulsiveness. He would articulate, "My client merely intended to teach a lesson to this unscrupulous young man, but in a drunken haze, he lost control, leading to this tragedy. Subjectively, they harbored no intent to kill. At most, it could be deemed negligent homicide or intentional injury, resulting in death. Why present it this way? Because the penalty for intentional homicide can reach the death penalty, whereas for intentional injury resulting in death, the sentencing is considerably lighter, and there is much more room for maneuver. As long as they can avoid the classification of intentional homicide, they have already won half the battle." The barrage of comments erupted, with countless netizens expressing their outrage. How could they be so inhumane, beating someone to death, and calling it a lack of restraint? This Qian Kuan truly deserved condemnation for uttering such words. Luo Daxiang's expression grew stern. He extended his third finger, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. The third strategy, the most shameless of all, shifting blame and seeking a scapegoat. He would ascribe the primary responsibility for the abuse and assault entirely to the already apprehended thugs, particularly the scar-faced individual severely injured by the vehicle. He would argue, "My client Baisihai is merely a law-abiding businessman who is just a drunken bystander, not the instigator. The real culprits are those reckless thugs. My client Zhang Tao, as a people's policeman, was merely intervening to stop the crime." You see, This rephrasing transforms by Si Hai and Zhang Tao from principal offenders into mere accomplices or even courageous witnesses. With some maneuvering of their connections, they might end up with a mere few years or even probation. Once the third strategy was articulated, the live stream descended into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback by the sheer audacity of Qian Kuan's defense tactics. Moments later, the comments exploded in a torrent. I am disgusted, truly appalled. How can there be such a wretched lawyer in this world? This is not a lawyer. This is the embodiment of a devil. Is this the opponent Lu Cheng will face tomorrow? How can this case possibly be fought? Observing the fervent comments, Luo Daxiang's lips curled into a cold smile. He leaned forward, drawing closer to the camera, and spoke each word distinctly. Dear students, the reason I am laying this out is not to instill despair, but to convey a crucial truth. These so-called premier defense strategies, when confronted with genuine evidence and logic, reveal themselves to be mere child's play. Thus, what we shall witness tomorrow is not a balanced debate, but rather a one-sided dissection. What the audience will behold is how the illustrious Lu unravels these artfully packaged deceptions, peeling them away like the layers of a decaying onion, until the filthy, stench-ridden core is laid bare. Tomorrow, let us together witness the arrival of justice. With those words, Luo Daxiang abruptly terminated the live broadcast. Yet his final proclamation ignited the entire internet. Incredible. The term dissection is utterly apt. The script is laid before you. It is merely a matter of how you perform. But Luo declared there would be no theatrics tomorrow. It will be a live dissection class. I can hardly contain my excitement. I must take a leave of absence to watch the live stream. I am eager to see how Lu strips away the facade of that group of scoundrels. The prophet speaks before the trial, and the law follows his words. The collaboration between Lu and teacher Luo is nothing short of explosive. In a luxurious villa study within the capital of Yuzhou province, Qian Kuan slammed his tablet onto the floor with a resounding crack. On the screen, Luo Daxiang's face, adorned with a mocking grin, shattered into pieces. This is too much. This is utterly intolerable. Qian Kuan trembled with rage, his complexion turning ashen. He felt akin to a magician poised to take the stage, only to have someone in the audience blare out all his tricks, mechanisms, and steps through a loudspeaker before his performance even began. He stood exposed, stripped of his garments, under the glaring spotlight of millions. The humiliation, fury, and a flicker of profound fear nearly drove him to madness. Chapter 69, the first card, Perjury. Inside the solemn and grand first trial court of the Intermediate People's Court of Lu Cheng, every seat was filled. The air seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only a stifling silence and countless focused gazes. In the gallery, media reporters had their cameras at the ready, though flash photography was strictly prohibited. Yet, an unspoken sense of pressure pervaded every corner. Beyond the courtroom lay a far grander battlefield. The live broadcast platform for the Yuzhou corpse case saw viewership skyrocket the moment the trial commenced, surpassing 50 million in an instant, and continuing to rise at a terrifying rate. Here it comes. Front row snacks of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water available. 50 million at the outset. Goodness. This is on track for 100 million. Of course, with the divine announcement of Luo's death, today is not merely a trial. It is a public execution. Anticipation swells for Lu to grind the faces of that group of scoundrels into the ground. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, enveloping it entirely. On the plaintiff's side, Lu Cheng, clad in a sharp black suit, calmly perused the case files. Beside him, Xiao Wanqing had neatly styled her signature twin ponytails into a polished bun, donning a refined women's blazer that lent her an air of maturity. However, the tension was palpable in her tightly clenched hand gripping the pen. She cast a furtive glance at her superior, whose composed demeanor instilled a sense of calm amid her turbulent thoughts. Beside her sat the lead prosecutor of the case, Qin Jiu. Clad in her timeless black prosecutor's uniform, her almond-shaped eyes glinted coldly like frost. She sat upright, her posture exuding confidence. With her long legs encased in nude stockings, perfectly aligned and taut, resembling a drawn sword radiating sharpness. While she disapproved of Lu Cheng's attempts to sway public opinion outside the courtroom, her disdain for the transgressions against the law was far greater. Across from her, at the defendant's table, stood the mine owner by Si Hai, draped in designer brands that could not conceal the excess flesh and hostility etched on his face. His gaze bore into Lu Cheng with a predatory intensity. In stark contrast, Deputy Director Zhang Tao appeared more dignified in a jacket, striving to maintain his composure, though the beads of sweat trickling from his temples betrayed him. Sitting before them was their defense attorney, Qian Kun, notorious for his dubious reputation. A man in his 50s, with hair meticulously slicked back and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he leaned back in his chair, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Even after being publicly humiliated by Luo Daxiang the previous night, he remained steadfast in his belief that public opinion and courtroom proceedings were two distinct realms. Within the courtroom, he possessed countless strategies to twist black into white. Bang! The gavel struck, the sharp sound reverberating through the courtroom. The presiding judge, an austere elder with graying hair, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "All rise." With a rustle, everyone stood. The court is now in session. After lengthy introductory statements and the reading of court decorum, the judge turned to the prosecution and plaintiff. Now, the prosecution and plaintiff's representatives may present their charges and introduce evidence. As Qin Jiyu was about to rise, a hand gently pressed down on her documents. It was Lu Cheng. He subtly shook his head at her, then stood, his gaze sweeping past everyone to lock onto Qian Kun across the room. Before Lu Cheng could utter a word, Qian Kun abruptly stood, his voice booming as he interjected, "Your Honor, I object." The judge furrowed his brow. Objection noted. Defense counsel, please state your reasons. Qian Kun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glimmer of triumph flashing behind the lenses. This was the effect he sought, disrupting the opponent's rhythm and retaining control of the narrative. Your Honor, prior to the prosecution presenting evidence, we hereby express comprehensive doubts regarding the legality of all evidence submitted by the prosecution. And in accordance with Article 54 of the litigation law, we request the exclusion of any evidence that may have been obtained unlawfully. As his words echoed, a subtle stir spread through the audience. The live stream chat exploded in excitement. Wow, here it comes. Teacher Luo's first prediction has come true. Identical. Starting off with an attack on the evidence chain's legality. Does Qian Kun have no other tricks up his sleeve? Ha! You were just given the standard answer, and you're copying it verbatim, whereas your face. Naturally, Qian Kun was oblivious to the barrage of comments, thoroughly pleased with the stir he had created. His intention was to seize the initiative, to plant a seed of doubt regarding the provenance of the plaintiff's evidence in the minds of the judge and the audience. The presiding judge turned to Lu Cheng and Qin Jiyu, inquiring, "Prosecution and plaintiff's representatives, do you have any objections?" Lu Cheng's expression remained inscrutable, as if he had anticipated this very moment. With a gesture of invitation, he replied nonchalantly, "No objections. I am, however, keen to hear the esteemed opinions of Lawyer Qian." This dismissive demeanor rendered Qian Kun's meticulously prepared rhetoric somewhat ineffectual, akin to a punch landing on cotton, disappointingly soft. Nonetheless, he cleared his throat and proclaimed with vigor, "Your Honor, I request the summoning of a witness, forensic expert Li Jiangguo from the Public Security Bureau of Yinshan." Soon, a pallid Li Jiangguo, clad in a faded, worn-out suit, approached the witness stand under the escort of court officers. His hands trembled violently, and he stuttered through his oath. Qian Kun stepped forward, sporting a warm smile, yet his voice carried an undeniable air of coercion. "Dr. Li, do not be anxious. You need merely to answer my questions truthfully. My first inquiry, prior to your submission of the draft autopsy report to the Joint Task Force, did the plaintiff's representative, Attorney Lu Cheng, have any private interactions with you?" Li Jiangguo's lips quivered as he glanced at Lu Cheng, then quickly bowed his head, whispering, "Yes." "Speak louder." Qian Kun's voice suddenly escalated. "Yes." Li Jiangguo shuddered in fright. Satisfied, Qian Kun pressed on. "During this private interaction, did Attorney Lu Cheng present to you certain pieces of evidence that you could neither comprehend nor verify? He showed me a copy of a report, a copy of an undisclosed origin, correct?" Qian Kun relentlessly pursued. "Did he say anything else? For instance, about the implications of perjury and collusion? Or perhaps about your son, who has just been admitted to Kyoto University, with a promising future ahead?" The final question struck like a heavy hammer upon Li Jiangguo's heart. His mental defenses crumbled instantly, leaving him trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back, his mouth moving soundlessly. In the defendant's seat, Zhang Tao finally revealed a hint of a sinister grin. This was the effect Qian Kun sought. He did not require Li Jiangguo's admission. He only needed to elicit hesitation, fear, and struggle. Such manifestations would suffice to cast doubt on the legitimacy of his testimony, suggesting it was coerced by Lu Cheng. Turning to face the bench, Qian Kuan spread his hands, feigning deep concern. Your Honor, esteemed jurors, you have witnessed it. A diligent veteran forensic expert. Rendered speechless under the duress of certain individuals. Can such a witness's testimony retain any credibility? I strongly request. A calm voice interrupted Qian Kuan's performance, measured and unhurried. Lu Cheng slowly rose, holding a small disc. I too request, in order to assist the witness in recalling the circumstances of that time, the playback of an audio recording. The judge's gaze swept between Lu Cheng and Qian Kuan before finally settling on the small disc. He pronounced firmly, granted. The court officer took the disc and inserted it into the courtroom's playback device. Qian Kuan's expression changed slightly, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. In the next moment, a segment of a phone conversation, processed yet still distinctly audible, reverberated throughout the courtroom. The recording featured the voices of two men. One voice, laced with flattery and trepidation, spoke. Team Zhang, someone from the province has come. They directly took over my case and my report. The other voice, marked by impatience and malice, belonged to the defendant, Zhang Tao. What are you panicking for? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Remember, stick to the script. Chun Jie drowned due to his own missteps. The autopsy report was completed solely by you, and there are no issues. But what if they find out? There's no what if. Zhang Tao's voice suddenly turned fierce. Do as I say, and nothing will happen. If you dare to speak out of turn. Don't forget, your son is studying in Jingdu. The road is quite long. Beep, beep, beep. The recording ended, and the busy tone of the call echoed sharply in the silent courtroom. The audience erupted in uproar. In a live stream chat, after a 3-second pause, comments surged forth like a flood. Oh my, what a bombshell start. What the hell? Is this the recording of Zhang Tao threatening the coroner? How did Lu manage to obtain this? Is this what they call aiding a witness' memory? This is practically sealing the defendant's coffin. Ha 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 ha. Qian Kuan's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had been so animated, and now he stood there utterly dumbfounded on the defendant's seat. Zhang Tao's complexion drained of color, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how this confidential conversation with Li Jiangguo had been recorded. Meanwhile, on the witness stand, upon hearing the recording, Li Jiangguo seemed to be infused with a surge of adrenaline. All fear, hesitation, and struggle transformed into anger and release at that moment. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing red as he pointed at Zhang Tao with all his might, screaming, It's him! It's him! Your Honor! He forced me to alter the autopsy report. He threatened me with my son's future. He made me commit perjury. This heartfelt accusation landed like a resounding slap on Qian Kuan's face. His meticulously crafted first move, his proud opening gambit, shattered under the weight of this unreasonable counterattack. Qian Kuan's expression darkened instantaneously, more so than the bottom of a pot. Lu Cheng looked at him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice low yet resonant throughout the courtroom. Lawyer Qian, do not rush. This is merely an appetizer. Next, shall we discuss how the autopsy report, which claims the deceased drowned due to missteps, was produced under the direct guidance of Deputy Director Zhang. Chapter 70, the second card, the corpse transport vehicle. Qian Kuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes, concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses, fixed intently on Lu Cheng, as if he wished to devour him whole. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart. As the paramount figure of the black market in Yuzhou, he had weathered innumerable storms, and this scene was far from sufficient to unravel him completely. Silence. Silence. The presiding judge rapped his gavel several times, striving to quell the unrest among the audience. Qian Kuan promptly raised his hand to request the floor. Your Honor, I concede that my client, Zhang Tao, has indeed committed serious procedural violations in handling this matter. His admission of Zhang Tao's threat towards Li Jiangguo stunned everyone into silence. The barrage of comments in the live stream paused for a moment. What? He just admitted it? What trick is Qian Kuan playing? It was a desperate attempt to dissociate Zhang Tao's threat from the murder case. Indeed, Qian Kuan swiftly pivoted, his tone gravely somber. As a seasoned criminal investigator, Zhang Tao has long been a friend of Mr. Bai Sihai. Upon learning that his friend was embroiled in a murder case, his initial reaction was panic. He sought to protect his friend through inappropriate means, an act that contravenes regulations, which we acknowledge and are willing to accept organizational penalties for. However, he abruptly paused, elevating his voice dramatically as he pointed at Lu Cheng. But does this have any direct relation to the intentional homicide itself? This only illustrates Zhang Tao's flawed approach to his duties. It does not prove his involvement in the murder. The prosecution and the plaintiff are attempting to use one error to obscure their lack of core evidence. A clever sleight of hand indeed. He demoted the conspiracy to fabricate evidence to mere procedural missteps, distorting the concealment of the murder as an earnest desire to protect a friend. Qin Jiu furrowed her brow tightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her phoenix eyes. This Qian Kuan was indeed slippery. Lu Cheng, however, merely observed him in silence, as if appreciating a poorly executed drama. Noticing Lu Cheng's lack of response, Qian Kuan pressed on. Your Honor, now that the controversies surrounding the autopsy report have been clarified, let us return to the case itself. The death of Chun Jie is a tragedy, but the real crux lies in how his body came to be at Moonbay. He turned to face the bench, declaring with conviction, regarding this matter, I request the summoning of one of the most crucial witnesses in this case, Lu San. Soon, a small, trembling figure, Lu San, was brought forth by the court police. He scarcely dared to lift his gaze towards Bai Sihai at the defendant's table, shaking violently. Qian Kuan approached him, donning a gentle expression, his voice softening. Lu San, do not be afraid. You need only to tell the judge the truth of what you know. I ask you, on the night of the incident, did you receive a call from Boss Bai? Yes. Lu San's voice was barely audible. Did Boss Bai instruct you to go to the abandoned construction shed to retrieve him and a few inebriated friends? Qian Kuan coaxed him gently. Yes. And when you arrived at the shed, what did you discover? I saw Chun Jie lying on the ground, unmoving. Boss Bai and the others were drunk, vomiting beside him. Lu San stammered, recalling the standard answers Qian Kuan had taught him. Qian Kuan nodded with satisfaction, his voice suddenly taking on a guiding tone. So, you witnessed the boss inebriated and unconscious, and you saw a person lying on the ground, uncertain of their fate. Did fear not grip your heart? Worried that the boss might face trouble? Did you not think that if you simply disposed of this person, you could alleviate a significant burden from a boss? Consequently, the boss would regard you with greater esteem and reward you handsomely? Qian Kuan's pace quickened, leaving Lu San no time to ponder. In that moment, my mind was blank. All I could think about was preventing any trouble for the boss. Lu San, ensnared in the narrative, instinctively responded. So it was you who took it upon yourself to drag Chun Jie's body onto your tricycle and dispose of it at Moonbay. The final assertion from Qian Kuan was nearly a shout. Yes, yes. Lu San, terrified, surrendered all resistance, nodding vigorously. A wave of astonishment swept through the courtroom once more. Can it truly be played this way? Shifting the burden of the body disposal entirely onto a driver? That driver must be incredibly foolish, aiding in his own betrayal. Bai Sihai was absolved. The act of murder was deemed a crime of passion, while the act of disposal was merely the impulsive decision of a subordinate. At worst, he could be accused of poor management. On the defendant's seat, Bai Sihai's features relaxed into a satisfied grin as he regarded Qian Kuan with approval. Qian Kuan turned to face the judge and jury, arms outstretched, exuding an air of revelation. Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury, the facts are abundantly clear. My client, Mr. Bai Sihai, bears the sole fault of poor judgment in companionship and negligence while intoxicated. As for the heinous act of body disposal, it was entirely the initiative of his subordinate Lu San, who sought to gain favor and acted independently. This bears no relation to my client. Upon concluding, he cast a triumphant glance at Lu Cheng, unabashedly challenging him. You may have won the first round, but now I have extracted the most critical element of the body disposal from the equation. I am eager to see how you will pin the murder charge on my client. Instantly, the focus of the courtroom shifted entirely to Lu Cheng. Everyone was eager to see how this audacious attempt to deflect blame would be countered by the formidable figure from Shanghai. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced, her grip on the pen tightening, palms slick with sweat. Stealing a glance at the boss, she found Lu Cheng's expression remained unperturbed, even offering a smile to Qian Kuan. Then, Lu Cheng rose. Your Honor, I request permission to pose a question to witness Lu San. Granted. Lu Cheng's gaze settled on the trembling Lu San, his tone steady, yet imbued with a penetrating force. Lu San, I shall ask you but one question. Where is the blue tricycle you used to dispose of the body? This inquiry seemed unrelated to the murder or the disposal, leaving the audience bewildered. Lu Cheng hesitated briefly before replying candidly. The following day, Boss Bai had someone take it away, stating it was too old, and directly sent it to the scrapyard. No sooner had he spoken than Qian Kuen's eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance. He suddenly rose to his feet, interjecting before Lu Cheng, and pointed at Lu San. Addressing the presiding judge, "Your Honor, did everyone hear that? It was Lu San who destroyed the tools used for transporting the corpse. This further substantiates that he obliterated the evidence to conceal his foolish crimes. From start to finish, he has acted solely on his own accord." He could barely suppress a laugh at how naive Lu Cheng was for posing such a self-destructive question. Now it seemed, even the act of corpse disposal was no longer connected to my client. On the defendant's bench, a cruel smile played on by Sihai's lips, no longer hidden. The live streaming room was filled with countless supporters of Lu Cheng, their spirits plummeting to despair. It was over. Lu Cheng had erred. Was he not handing the opposition a knife? There would be no witnesses left. The vehicle was gone. However, just as Qian Kun was reveling in his triumph, and Bai Sihai was at his most arrogant, with everyone believing Lu Cheng had fallen into a dire predicament, Lu Cheng smiled. It was a cold smile, one that pierced through the desperate struggles of all prey. "Your Honor," he said, as he took a plate from Xiao Wanqing and lifted it high. "I hereby request to present a video evidence to the court and the public. This evidence would aid us in clarifying to whom the destroyed tricycle truly belonged." The presiding judge cast a deep glance at Lu Cheng, then at Qian Kun, whose complexion had subtly shifted, before finally stating in a solemn tone, "Granted." The court officer took the plate and inserted it into the device. The large screen in the center of the courtroom flickered to life. The footage was somewhat dim, filled with static noise, typical of nighttime surveillance. Soon, a shabby blue tricycle wobbled through an intersection. The rear of the vehicle was covered with a tarpaulin, beneath which a human figure could be faintly discerned. It was indeed the scene of Lu Cheng disposing of the corpse. Qian Kuen's heart sank, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. He forced himself to remain composed. What could this video possibly prove? It merely indicated that Lu Cheng was driving the vehicle, which did not contradict his earlier defense. Just as he was thinking this, the image on the screen abruptly froze. Subsequently, under the technician's manipulation, the camera began to zoom in closer and closer. The focus sharpened on the rusted front of the tricycle, on the one relatively flat piece of metal. Everyone could clearly see two large characters hastily painted in red. By sure, those two characters struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the silent courtroom. The color drained from Qian Kuen's face, leaving him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The smile on Bai Sihai's face also froze, replaced by boundless terror and rage. Lu Cheng slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a sword, sweeping over the jury, the spectators, and finally through the camera, as if looking directly at each person watching the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe closely. A vehicle bearing the two large characters by sure is clearly a production tool belonging to Mr. Bai Sihai's personal enterprise, Tianfu Coal Mine, and was used in the dead of night to transport a battered corpse. After the incident, Mr. Bai Sihai personally ordered the swift removal and destruction of the vehicle." He paused momentarily, then his gaze abruptly returned, piercing like a knife into Qian Kuen's face. "Lawyer Qian, please, once more, speak loudly to the court, and to the more than 50 million viewers across Xia country who are watching this live broadcast. You dare claim this has nothing to do with my client?" Boom! At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with unprecedented fervor. "What the hell? What a divine twist. My scalp is tingling. Bye family. Ha ha. I told you to hold your tongue. This is evidence etched on your face. I thought the car would vanish and there would be no witnesses. But Lu Cheng is a cut above, presenting the license plate number directly. It's absolutely insane. Completely insane. Lu Cheng, you thought I was on the first level, and you were on the second, but in reality, I've already dug a pit on the 5th level, waiting for you to jump in." Qian Kuen's face turned as green as a cucumber. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Chapter 71. The murderer self-incriminates. Silence. Silence. The presiding judge struck the gavel several times before the restless murmurs in the audience subsided. Qian Kun immediately raised his hand, eager to speak before Lu Cheng could take action. "Your Honor, we request to defend the nature of the case." Upon receiving permission, he took a deep breath, and a pained expression surfaced on his face. "I acknowledge that my client, Mr. Bai Hai, acted in a state of panic after the incident, exhibiting behavior intended to cover up the matter, stemming from a common merchant's fear when faced with an unexpected crime. However, this does not alter the nature of the case itself. He shifted his tone, elevating his voice significantly. The origin of this case lies in the fact that the deceased, Chun Jie, repeatedly trespassed into my client's coal mine to commit theft. On the night of the incident, he was caught in the act stealing gold intended for my client's workers' welfare. In a fit of rage, my client engaged in a struggle with him, resulting in injury and ultimately leading to this tragic outcome. At worst, this is a case of passionate injury leading to death, not premeditated murder. What a clever maneuver. He directly characterized the brutal killing as a struggle and attributed the motive for the homicide to the anger stemming from the theft. The barrage of comments in the live stream ignited once more. Oh, come on. This black-hearted lawyer is at it again, transforming a brutal killing into a mutual brawl. Passionate injury leading to death. The sentencing could be so much lighter. This old dog truly knows how to exploit loopholes. Lu Cheng, take him down. Don't let him keep talking. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Qian Kuan gestured toward Bai Hai at the defendant's stand. Bai Hai understood the signal. In the next moment, this corpulent mining magnate suddenly slumped down from the defendant's seat, bursting into tears as he faced the direction of Chun Jie's mother. Ma'am, I am so sorry. I'm not human. I was just momentarily confused. As he wept, he struck his own face with his hands, producing loud slaps. I never intended to kill your son. He was stealing, and in my anger, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew I struck too hard? It was unintentional. I am willing to compensate. I will pay any amount. I shall provide for you in your old age. I shall toil for you like a beast of burden. This sudden scene rendered the entire courtroom silent. Bai Hai's performance was so convincingly poignant, with tears streaming down his face and a visage wrought with regret, that even several elderly jurors displayed expressions of sympathy and wavering resolve. Money coupled with tears has always been the most potent weapon for eliciting compassion. Beast, you murderer, you have taken my son from me. On the plaintiff's side, Chun Jie's mother, Lu Cheng, trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Hai and unleashing a torrent of vitriol, nearly fainting from the intensity of her emotions. Xiao Wanjing swiftly supported her, her tailored suit accentuating her remarkable figure with each forceful movement. Her doe-like eyes bore into Bai Hai, her small face ashen with fury, her chest heaving violently. The boss is utterly shameless. Qin Jiu maintained an icy demeanor, yet beneath her uniform's short skirt, her long legs, encased in flesh-colored stockings, were taut and rigid, betraying her inner turmoil. This Qian Kuan was trampling upon the dignity of the law in the most despicable manner. At that moment, the previously silent Lu Cheng finally stirred. He rose, not even casting a glance at the weeping Bai Hai, and calmly addressed the presiding judge. Your Honor, I request to play a piece of evidence pertaining to this case. His voice, though soft, pierced through Bai Hai's theatrical lamentations like a needle. Bai Hai's cries abruptly ceased as he turned to Lu Cheng with a look of uncertainty. Qian Kuan felt a surge of ominous premonition and instinctively stood to object. Your Honor, I object. The plaintiff is conducting an ambush with this evidence. The presiding judge cast a stern gaze in his direction. Objection denied. Plaintiff's counsel, please present your evidence. Lu Cheng nodded at Xiao Wanjing, who promptly handed an evidence bag to the court officer. Inside was a disc. Your Honor, Lu Cheng's voice resonated in the quiet courtroom. This evidence will further illuminate how my client encountered misfortune and how passion played its role. The court officer inserted the disc into the device. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Qian Kuan's forehead. The anguish that had once adorned Bai Hai's face dissipated, replaced by a look of panic and ferocity, as if he had been unmasked. In the next moment, the courtroom speakers emitted no human voices. Instead, a series of sickening thuds echoed, the sound of a belt striking flesh. Crack! Crack! Each blow seemed to strike at the hearts of all present. Following this, a young man's heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the courtroom. Oh, stop! I was wrong. I beg you. Please stop. It was Chun Jie's voice, imbued with boundless terror and despair, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. In that instant, the entire courtroom, along with millions of viewers in the live broadcast, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand that constricted their throats, plunging them into a suffocating silence. Amidst the screams, there are also the bone-chilling sounds of breaking bones, the the lash of the belt, and the splintering of skeletal structures. Chen Jie transitioned from agonizing screams to faint moans, ultimately devolving into nearly inaudible pleas. This prolonged cacophony of sheer brutality, lasting several minutes, was akin to a series of dull blades slicing through the nerves of every listener. Among those in attendance, a female journalist could no longer contain herself, stifling her mouth as she emitted a sound of dry heaving. Xiao Wanqing's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She bit her lip fiercely to stifle her sobs. Just when everyone believed this torturous ordeal was nearing its end, the recording finally unveiled voices. A harsh voice, none other than by Si-Hai, exclaimed, "Damn it! Still defiant? Beat him to a pulp, until he confesses." Following this, a sinister voice emerged. "Belonging to Zhang Tao. Old Bai, do not use that iron-buckled one. It's prone to causing accidents. Kick him. Aim for the stomach and ribs. Those areas won't show fatal injuries." Boom. If the prior surveillance footage was akin to thunder, this dialogue detonated like a nuclear explosion. Zhang Tao, a police officer, not only failed to thwart the crime, but also instructed on how to inflict violence without leaving lethal evidence. The recording continued, punctuated by another suffocating barrage of blows and groans. After a protracted silence, Bai Si-Hai's voice resurfaced, tinged with impatience and alarm. "Damn, he can't take much more." Zhang Tao's tone remained calm and cruel. "What are you afraid of? Yes, just a thief. Toss him into Moon Bay, then release his statement claiming he fell in while drunk. Who would dare investigate?" Bai Si-Hai responded, "All right, let us proceed with that. Lu San is on his way. Have him dispose of the body." Beep. The recording concluded. "Your Honor, I hereby submit crucial physical evidence, some tangible items." He inclined his head slightly towards Xiao Wanqing. She immediately understood, handing an evidence bag to the court officer. All eyes, including those of the live broadcast cameras, converged upon the small, transparent evidence bag. Within it lay a deep blue button, its edges showing signs of wear, adorned with a tiny police emblem that reflected a cold light under the courtroom's illumination. The judge's gaze sharpened. Lu Cheng's voice rang out clearly. "Your Honor, this item was discovered at the crime scene, specifically within the abandoned shed where Mr. Chen Jie met his demise. It was lodged in the crevice of a brick wall, and traces of the deceased's blood, along with the fingerprints of the defendant, Zhang Tao, have been detected on it." He paused, his eyes finally locking onto the seemingly frantic Zhang Tao. "A police uniform button." Lu Cheng's voice was soft yet piercing. "According to our investigation, this button belongs to the new style of police uniforms issued uniformly by the Yuzhou Public Security System last year. The material is unique, with subtle variations in each batch. This particular button precisely matches the batch distributed to Deputy Bureau-level officials and above at the Yunshan County Public Security Bureau in the fourth quarter of last year." He stepped forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, aimed directly at Zhang Tao. "Deputy Chief Zhang, in the recording, you guide Bai Si-Hai on how to inflict violence, suggesting you possess considerable experience. One must wonder, was the scene so intense that you failed to notice a button from your own uniform falling off?" Zhang Tao's body trembled violently, his complexion as pale as death, lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his chest. Inside the courtroom, all camera lenses at the director's signal instantly zoomed in on Zhang Tao in a dramatic close-up. Millions of viewers across the nation witnessed the scene. Beneath the jacket, at the position of the second button of his shirt, there was nothing but a few frayed threads. A thunderous uproar ensued. The barrage of comments in the live stream completely drowned out everything at that moment. "My goodness, what a masterstroke. I'm utterly stunned. This is a heart-wrenching blow. The recording is an auditory assault. The missing button of visual execution. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, he was shouting about fabricated evidence, and now he bears the evidence on himself. What is this? The murderer self-incriminating. Lu Cheng, you claim the recording is false? Very well, then look at what you are missing. Qian Kuan, I'm done. Let whoever wants to fight this case do so." In the defendant's seat, Zhang Tao stared at the emptiness of his chest and met Lu Cheng's cold gaze. The last bastion of his mental fortitude crumbled entirely. The courtroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Bai Si-Hai, who had just moments ago been tearfully pleading, now appeared ashen, his eyes wide with shock, cold sweat soaking through his expensive shirt. Collapsing back into his chair as he gasped for air, akin to a fish thrown ashore. Beside him, Zhang Tao quaked like a leaf, the color drained from his face. his eyes filled only with boundless fear and despair. Their defense attorney, Chen Kuan, stood frozen, immobile. The cold sweat on his forehead was no longer just seeping. It cascaded like a waterfall, trickling down his slick hair, along the rim of his gold-rimmed glasses, drop by drop, splattering onto the documents before him. It was over. Everything was over. All his defenses, all his strategies, all his struggles had been in vain. Lu Cheng slowly turned around, his gaze as frigid as ice, sweeping over the pale-faced jury before finally resting on the judge's face. The presiding judge, a venerable man with graying hair, now trembled slightly as his lips quivered. He had served as a judge for a lifetime, presiding over countless major cases, yet had never encountered such a blatant, brutal confession that treated the law as if it were nothing. With trembling hands, he grasped the gavel, summoning all his strength to strike it down forcefully. Bang! The facts of the case are clear, the evidence irrefutable. The defendant is. He repeated the word defendant twice, his voice shaking with intense fury. Taking a deep breath, he struck the gavel again. Court is adjourned. The panel will deliberate on this case. A verdict will be delivered on a later date. As his words fell, Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao felt their legs weaken, swiftly restrained by two towering bailiffs and dragged away from the defendant's seat. Meanwhile, in the live stream, after a half-minute of utter silence, chaos erupted. The screen displayed no words, only an overwhelming sea of red, composed of countless furious emojis flooding the screen. Following that, the barrage of comments engulfed everything. Death penalty. Death penalty. To be executed immediately. Chapter 72. A frenzied counterattack. Two court bailiffs, one on each side, hoisted the limp and defeated Bai Sihai from the ground as if lifting a small chick. The once tearful and dramatic mine owner now bore a face of ashen despair. Dragged along with his powerless legs scraping against the floor, he suddenly twisted his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing into Lu Cheng's face like venomous nails. Gone was the arrogance, the fury. Only the purest, most profound resentment remained, as if he were silently proclaiming, "I await you in hell." On the other side, Zhang Tao, the once illustrious deputy director, was utterly shattered, trembling like a leaf in an autumn breeze, mumbling incoherently. In the defendant's seat, Chen Kuan, known as the king of black lawyers in Yuzhou, appeared as if all the bones had been extracted from his body, slumped in his chair in a pitiful state. His gold-rimmed glasses were askew, and his slick hair, soaked in cold sweat, clung to his forehead. The meticulously prepared defense speech, which he believed to be flawless, now lay blurred by his own perspiration, a grand irony. He had lost, utterly, comprehensively, and without dignity, before an audience of over 50 million. The young man from the magical city of Shanghai had turned him into a laughingstock of the entire Summer Kingdom, striking him with verbal blows delivered through his own client's mouth. "Lawyer Lu, we have one," exclaimed Xia Wanqing, supporting the still trembling Lu Zulan. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes reddened, her voice quivering with tears and uncontainable excitement. She turned to her boss, who merely returned her gaze with calmness. "Let us go back to the hotel," Lu Cheng said softly, leading the way out. Qin Jiu stood rooted to the spot, watching Lu Cheng's retreating figure, her usually steely phoenix eyes now filled with an intricate web of emotions. Sometimes, confronting extreme evil may indeed necessitate unconventional means. That evening, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Yinshan County, County Public Security Director Ma Dong paced anxiously in the opulent living room. His police shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to his rotund belly as he left a trail of footprints on the expensive Persian carpet. The television continued to replay segments of the day's trial, each frame striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Bai Sihai was finished. Zhang Tao was finished. He was next. Trembling, he retrieved a black satellite phone from a hidden compartment, dialing a familiar number. The phone rang once before being answered. No greetings, no pleasantries, a cold, genderless voice on the other end inquired, "Has the plan failed?" With a thud, Ma Dong's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, nearly losing grip on the phone. "Boss, I didn't anticipate that lawyer Lu Cheng would possess evidence we never imagined." Ma Dong's voice trembled uncontrollably, laced with a tone of desperation. "I am at a loss as to how he obtained that recording." The silence on the other end of the phone lingered for a moment, a suffocating stillness that felt more unbearable than death itself. "Useless, a cold, emotionless voice echoed once more. "Not even a lawyer can resolve this." By Sihai and Zhang Tao, those two fools, I will ensure they remain silent within. But you? Ma Dong, they know what you know. What they do not know, you are aware of as well. Ma Dong's body shook violently as he grasped the underlying implication. Boss, please grant me one more chance. I swear I will handle this. He fervently bowed his head toward the phone, his forehead striking the floor with a dull thud. Very well. The voice on the other end replied with an unervingly calm demeanor. I will give you one final opportunity. Let him remain in Yuzhou forever. Otherwise, you shall join by Sihai. The line went dead with a finality, leaving only the chilling sound of a busy signal. Ma Dong collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. His face slick with the cold sweat of survival and boundless dread. He understood that he had no escape. The methods of that boss were clearer to him than anyone else. A few minutes later, Ma Dong, struggling, rose from the ground. The fear on his face replaced by a wild, frenzied grimace. He wiped the sweat and tears from his face, retrieved another phone, and dialed a number. Black Dog, bring your men. Come see me. There's a job. Complete this task, and you'll be set for life. At the Hilton Hotel in Lu Cheng, the presidential suite. Gulme. To celebrate our triumphant victory. To toast Lawyer Lu for sending those scoundrels behind bars. Cheers. Lin Feifei raised a glass of champagne, her cheeks flushed with excitement, making her look particularly charming. Xiao Wanqing also lifted her glass. Although a hint of fatigue lingered on her face, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The victory in court had finally eased the tension that had gripped her for days. Today, she had changed out of her sharp business suit into a loose white shirt and denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, radiating youthful exuberance. Boss, I raise my glass to you. Today was truly satisfying. Xiao Wanqing's lively eyes sparkled at Lu Cheng. He raised his glass to clink with theirs, taking a modest sip. Leaning back on the sofa, he watched the two girls celebrate with an unusually relaxed expression. Hey, Wanqing, do you think your boss possesses some sort of special ability? Lin Feifei whispered conspiratorially to Xiao Wanqing. It's as if he can foresee what the opposing side intends, like having a divine insight. It's incredible. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Lu Cheng and playfully scolded. Don't speak nonsense. Our boss is simply logical and astute. Huh, I think you're just besotted. Lin Feifei teased, smirking mischievously. But to be fair, your boss's physique and demeanor, wow. In a suit, he's a legal elite. Out of it, he must be quite impressive too. Keep talking nonsense, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiao Wanqing felt both embarrassed and irate from her words, and she lunged at her, engaging in a playful scuffle. The two girls tumbled on the sofa, their oversized shirts riding up, revealing flat abdomens and slender waists. Exuding a youthful, ambiguous charm, Xiao Wanqing's astonishing figure, hidden beneath loose garments, appeared even more enticing, like a delicate flower partially concealed. Lu Cheng shook his head in resignation, preparing to rise for a glass of water. Just then, without warning, a violent palpitation seized his heart, as if to tear his very soul apart. Crisis alert. This warning was more intense than any before. So potent that darkness clouded his vision and his blood felt as if it had frozen in an instant. On the system interface, the ominous red alert flickered with unprecedented urgency. Danger level, fatal, target, host, and all nearby individuals. Lu Cheng's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He realized that this was not the petty revenge of a thug like Bai Sihai, but a deadly counterattack from a deeper, darker line he had unwittingly entangled himself in. Stop fooling around. Lu Cheng barked, his voice laced with urgency and coldness, causing both Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei, who were playfully wrestling, to freeze in place. They had never witnessed Lu Cheng in such a state of disarray. Boss, what is wrong? Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, startled. Lu Cheng had no time to elaborate. He swiftly snatched the coat from the sofa and grasped both girls by the wrists with such force that they involuntarily gasped in pain. Hurry! We must leave the hotel at once. His voice, tinged with an urgent rasp, heightened the tension. Lin Feifei wanted to inquire further, but upon seeing the icy depths of Lu Cheng's gaze, she swallowed her words and instinctively followed him out. With one girl in each hand, Lu Cheng practically dragged them towards the suite's door. He yanked open the heavy door. The corridor beyond was eerily silent, adorned with thick carpeting that muffled sound. The motion-activated lights flickered on, illuminating the desolate hallway in a ghostly white. Yet, Lu Cheng's heart sank to the depths of despair. It was too quiet, ominously quiet, like a grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled the two girls toward the safety exit. Just as they dashed less than 10 meters from the room, the elevator door at the end of the corridor slid open with a chime, revealing an empty compartment. Simultaneously, from the opposite end of the corridor, figures clad in black masks and hotel cleaning uniforms emerged silently. In their hands, they wielded not cleaning tools, but gleaming military daggers that glinted ominously. They moved with synchronized precision, akin to stealthy predators stalking their prey in the night, swiftly closing in on Lu Cheng and the girls. At that very moment, Lu Cheng caught a glimpse of the surveillance camera mounted on the corridor ceiling. The red indicator light that had previously glowed brightly extinguished in an instant. The entire floor's surveillance transformed into a flurry of static at that moment. Lin Feifei screamed in terror, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although Xiao Watching's face also turned pale with fear, she instinctively pulled Lin Feifei behind her, her captivating eyes fixated on the approaching assassins. Her body trembling violently from a mix of fear and rage. This was no mere contest of lawyers. It was a blatant assassination. Lu Cheng fiercely shielded the two girls behind him, his mind remarkably calm under the frantic stimulation of the crisis alert. For men approached, their strides steady, their gazes fierce, communicating without words, yet exhibiting an extraordinary tacit understanding. They were professionals, not the kind of thugs that by Sihai could hire. These were true killers. In an instant, Lu Cheng made his assessment. While carefully retreating with the two girls, he swiftly rummaged through his pocket for his phone. His fingers danced across the screen with lightning speed, dialing a number he had saved just moments before. The instant the call connected, Lu Cheng did not even glance at the caller ID. He pressed the phone to his mouth and shouted with all his might, "Help me." Though his voice was not loud, it brimmed with an overwhelming sense of urgency, piercing through the corridor's oppressive silence like a dagger. In the next moment, he spotted the red fire extinguisher cabinet on the wall beside him. With a sudden yank, he pulled it open, and under the astonished gazes of the assassins, he hurled the phone inside while still connected, slamming the iron door shut with a resounding clang. The entire maneuver flowed with grace and speed. The lead assassin's eyes widened in momentary confusion, quickly morphing into a more sinister grin. Did he think Lu Cheng was begging for mercy, or merely posturing? Futile. Their mission tonight was to render everyone here as voiceless corpses. Go! A low command triggered the assassins to abandon all pretense, launching forward with the force of arrows released from a bow. "Boss!" Xiao Watching cried out. Just then, Lu Cheng sprang into action. He did not choose to flee. Instead, he took a bold step forward, seizing the fire extinguisher that stood in the corner of the corridor. The hefty metal canister felt weightless in his grip. With his muscles tensed, he swung it with all his might at the foremost assassin. Split up. To the rooftop. Lu Cheng's thunderous shout echoed alongside the whoosh of the extinguisher slicing through the air in the narrow corridor. The leading assassin's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that this seemingly refined lawyer possessed such astonishing explosive power and decisiveness. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. Bang! A deafening impact resonated as the fire extinguisher crashed against his arm and shoulder, the tremendous force eliciting a muffled groan as he staggered backward, his arm instantly numb. Lu Cheng did not linger to observe the outcome. The moment he struck with the extinguisher, he had already grasped Xiao Watching and Lin Feifei, turning to dash toward the safety exit at the other end. Another assassin reacted with astonishing swiftness, the dagger in his hand slicing through Lu Cheng's shirt, leaving a searing trail of blood on his back. Yet, Lu Cheng did not utter a sound. Seizing the momentum, he kicked open the heavy fire door of the emergency exit, plunging inside with the two girls. "Pursue!" roared the injured assassin, clutching his shoulder, his eyes brimming with fury. The two assassins immediately dashed into the emergency passage, while the other two, with unspoken understanding, turned and raced towards the elevator. Meanwhile, in the temporary office of the Joint Task Force established at the Los Angeles City Bureau, Du Gang, cigarette in mouth, furrowed his brow over a pile of documents. Though Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao had been eliminated, the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who had transferred $9 million to Ma Dong's brother's account, remained shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, his phone on the desk vibrated violently. Du Gang glanced at the caller ID, Lu Cheng. What could this fellow want at such an ungodly hour? Is he calling to flaunt his triumph? He answered the call with a hint of annoyance. "Hello." On the other end, only two words emerged, "Save me." The urgency and hoarseness in the voice sent chills down Du Gang's spine. He abruptly stood up from his chair, the cigarette tumbling to the floor. Lu Cheng, Lu Cheng, what has happened? He bellowed into the phone. However, the only response was the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by faint screams of a woman. Following, there was a cacophony of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoing through the line. Du Gang's mind went blank in an instant. Trouble had erupted. That troublesome magnet had indeed been targeted for revenge. And it was happening now, immediately, at once. A thunderous roar erupted from Du Gang's throat. He grabbed the gun and car keys from his desk and burst through the office door. Everyone, all personnel, assemble immediately. His voice reverberated throughout the entire building. Target, Hilton Hotel. Team 1, secure all exits. Team 2, follow me inside. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Moments later, several police cars, their wailing sirens akin to unsheathed swords, tore through the stillness of a Los Angeles night, racing towards the Hilton Hotel. Inside the emergency passage, panting heavily, Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei felt as though their lungs might burst. They followed closely behind Lu Cheng, desperately fleeing upstairs. Their high heels had long been discarded, and their bare feet, pressing against the cold cement steps, were already bruised and bloodied, yet they felt no pain. This was because the ominous sound of approaching footsteps loomed ever closer. Lin Feifei was on the verge of collapse. She stumbled several times, relying solely on Xiao Wanqing's firm grip. Wanqing, I can't run anymore, she gasped, her voice choked with tears. Xiao Wanqing, too, was at her limit. Her white shirt, drenched in sweat, clung tightly to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her once neat twin ponytails had become disheveled, strands of hair sticking to her pale, flushed face, rendering her a picture of distress. Yet she clenched her teeth resolutely, her enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with defiance. She cast a fleeting glance back at the two shadowy figures, who trailed closely behind them, like relentless parasites, barely a floor away. The boss and his men were closing in fast. Do not look back. Keep running. Lu Cheng's voice remained calm. Yet the cold sweat on his forehead and the wound on his back, seeping continuously with blood, testified to the immense pressure he too was enduring. He understood that their adversaries had split their forces. Those heading for the elevator would surely await them on the rooftop. It was a desperate situation. At last, the heavy iron door of the rooftop came into view. Lu Cheng exerted all his strength, forcefully pushing open the door, and a biting cold wind rushed in, causing the three sweat-soaked individuals to shiver in unison. The rooftop lay vast and silent. The city's neon lights flickered beneath them, resembling another realm. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered. As they burst onto the rooftop, two more dark figures emerged from behind the fire safety equipment, blocking all their avenues of escape. The four assassins surrounded them, advancing slowly, their faces twisted in a cat-and-mouse mockery, the daggers in their hands glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen in the night. It was over. Lin Feifei's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from sheer fright. Xiao Wanqing hurriedly caught her, though she herself was on the verge of collapse. Despair etched across her face as she looked at Lu Cheng, her voice trembling. Boss. Lu Cheng shielded the two girls behind him, his chest heaving violently. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the injured assassin leading the group. The assassin licked his cracked lips, toying with the dagger in his uninjured hand, sneering. Lu the lawyer, why aren't you running? Who sent you? Lu Cheng inquired coldly, biting for time. How long had it been since he made the call? 3 minutes? Or 5? Du Gang, would he make it in time? Hee, let me clarify your demise. The assassin seemed to revel in the thrill of controlling another's fate, as he recounted. Director Ma ordered your life. You shall remain in Yuzhou forever. Madong. So it was indeed him. Lu Cheng's heart plummeted. Let's get on with it. Stop wasting time. Another assassin urged impatiently. Fine. The leading assassin nodded, the mockery in his eyes replaced by a chilling intent to kill as he stepped toward Lu Cheng. Xiao Wanqing closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, just as the assassin raised his dagger, poised to strike. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted. The iron door they had just closed was brutally kicked open from the outside. Police, don't move. A thunderous roar echoed through the night sky. Du Gang, wielding a firearm, charged in first, his imposing figure resembling a towering iron fortress. Behind him followed a team of heavily armed special police officers, their submachine guns instantly targeting the four assassins. This sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in shock. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Xiao Wanqing abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at the figures that descended from the heavens like divine warriors and fixating on the man at the forefront, who appeared as if he had descended from the celestial realm. The despair in her eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. Salvation had arrived. The expressions on the faces of the four assassins shifted from shock to astonishment, ultimately transforming into a chilling resolve. They exchanged glances devoid of hesitation, not even attempting to resist or flee. In the next instant, they performed an action that sent shivers down the spines of all the police officers present. They turned in unison, unhesitatingly vaulting over the rooftop railing and leaping from the 100-meter-high building. "Don't move! Stop!" The shouts of the special police were swept away by the howling night wind. Du Gang sprinted to the edge of the building and looked down. In the dim light, he could only see four dark figures plummeting rapidly, followed almost simultaneously by four sickening thuds. The streets echoed with the terrified screams of the crowd. Du Gang's face turned ashen. They were death warriors. Remarkably, death warriors. He slowly straightened up and turned to glance at Lu Cheng, who, despite his pale visage, retained a steady gaze. A wave of apprehension washed over him. He took a deep breath, approached Lu Cheng, and scrutinized him, noticing the blood-stained wound on his back, causing his pupils to constrict once more. Ultimately, all the words he wished to convey coalesced into a single, gritted-teeth curse. "You are truly a damned trouble magnet." Chapter 74. The pot is removed. After cursing, Du Gang exhaled deeply, allowing his tense body to relax, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. These individuals had resorted to death warriors to eliminate a lawyer. The boss, Xiao Wanqing, with her enchanting eyes now reddened, looked at the blood-soaked wound on Lu Cheng's back. Her heart twisted in anguish. Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He approached Du Gang and said, "Captain Du." Those men uttered a phrase before they met their end. "Director Ma said he wants your life to ensure you remain forever in Yuzhou." Du Gang's body tensed once more. A surge of violent fury erupting from his core, his eyes reddening as he demanded, "What evidence do we have?" For death warriors, a single phrase is insufficient to incarcerate an active police chief. We still lack essential procedural and evidential elements. "Do not rush," Lu Cheng replied with unwavering calmness. "First, apply for an emergency arrest warrant from the provincial department, citing these four death warriors as the basis. I will procure evidence that he cannot refute." With that, Lu Cheng closed his eyes. "I have evidence. Activate. Target retrieval. Ma Dong. Evidence related to hired murder. Search region. Yuzhou Province, Luocheng City." In an instant, Lu Cheng's mind unfolded a three-dimensional map of Luocheng, a torrent of data cascading like a waterfall. His perspective rapidly ascended, piercing through the clouds, ultimately honing in on a brightly lit villa in the outskirts of the city like a hawk locking onto its prey. His vision penetrated the walls, directly fixing upon the figure of Ma Dong, a portly man pacing anxiously in his study on the second floor. The scanning beam of the eye of evidence swept swiftly through the villa, finally resting on an inconspicuous corner of the study. On the second shelf from the left, on the third level, behind a thick copy of Capital, lay an antiquated black Nokia phone. Key evidence detected. Physical evidence. Nokia 1110. Evidence 1. Call recording. Number. Encrypted. Time. 23:15. Duration. 1 minute and 32 seconds. Extract. Extract. Lu Cheng silently recited in his mind. In the next moment, a chilling, processed voice, accompanied by Ma Dong's obsequious yet fearful dialogue, resonated clearly in his mind. "Let him remain in Yuzhou forever. Otherwise, you'll join by sea high." Enough. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, took out his phone, and swiftly typed a message to the already distant Du Gang, in the study on the second shelf on the left on the third level. Behind Capital, there's an old phone. Upon receiving the message, Du Gang paused for a moment, and then a fierce light ignited in his eyes. He hesitated no longer and assured the leader on the other end of the line, "I guarantee it with my badge and future. The evidence is inside. If we don't apprehend him tonight, tomorrow I'll be the one collecting his corpse." At 4 a.m, dozens of police cars silently surrounded Ma Dong's villa, the dark muzzles of guns aimed at the opulent structure from all directions. Du Gang, clad in a bulletproof vest, wielded a battering ram, followed by a squad of armed special police. Action. With a thunderous crash, the villa's expensive solid wood door was forcefully breached. "Police, don't move." The special police surged in like a tide. Awakened in his second-floor bedroom, Ma Dong, clad only in silk boxers, rushed out to see what was happening, only to find several dark gun muzzles pressed against his forehead. "What are you doing?" "I am Ma Dong, the director of the Yunsan County Public Security Bureau." His rotund face was a canvas of shock and fury, attempting to leverage his identity. Du Gang emerged from the crowd, his expression devoid of emotion, and directly slapped a freshly faxed arrest warrant onto his face. "Ma Dong, you are suspected of intentional homicide. Come with us." A buzzing sensation filled Ma Dong's head. He feigned calmness and shouted, "Nonsense! Who saw it? Where's the evidence? You are slandering me. I will report you to the inspector." "Evidence?" Du Gang's lips curled into a smile as he tilted his head and instructed two special police officers behind him. "Go to the study, on the second shelf from the left on the third level, and bring me what's behind that copy of Capital." Upon hearing these words, Ma Dong seemed struck by lightning, his entire corpulent frame trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. No one else could possibly know about that place. A few minutes later, when the old Nokia phone was placed before him, and the chilling call recording played clearly through the speakers in the living room, "Let him remain in Yuzhou forever." With a thud, this once omnipotent Director Ma of Yunsan County found his legs giving way, collapsing onto the cold marble floor, a pool of yellow liquid rapidly spreading beneath him, emanating a foul stench. It was over. Completely over. In the interrogation room of the Lu Cheng Bureau, darkness still enveloped the sky when Ma Dong's psychological defenses were utterly shattered by Du Gang and the experts dispatched by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In a desperate bid for leniency, he wept profusely, spilling secrets like bamboo shoots pouring out beans, detailing every bribe he had accepted over the years while serving as a shield for Bai Sihai, every incident he had handled, and every life he had concealed. His lengthy confession, spanning dozens of pages, unraveled a colossal network of corruption that had engulfed Yunsan County and extended its tendrils into the political and commercial spheres of Lu Cheng. Net closure. Du Gang clutched the list, the bloodshot veins in his eyes, rendering him akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. That night, the entirety of Yunsan County remained restless. The wail of police sirens echoed through every corner of the town. The director of the County Construction Committee was dragged from his mistress's bed, while the deputy director of the County Land and Resources Bureau was handcuffed at a spa. The second in command of the Bai Sihai group, attempting to flee on the highway, was thwarted by prearranged roadblocks that overturned his vehicle. One by one, influential figures who wielded power in the locality were subdued by the descending police, whether in slumber, at banquet tables, or in tender embraces. In the span of a single night, the heavens of Yunsan County collapsed. At dawn the following day, the official news platform of Yuzhou Province released an announcement. Notice on the successful dismantling of the organized crime syndicate led by Sihai and Ma Dong in Yunsan County. The content of the announcement, though succinct, contained monumental implications. Bai Sihai faced multiple charges including intentional homicide, illegal mining, and organizing prostitution. Ma Dong, as his protector, was implicated in sheltering and abetting the crime syndicate, abusing his power, and committing intentional homicide. In one fell swoop, over 30 individuals connected to the case were apprehended. This announcement detonated like a heavy bomb across the networks of Yuzhou Province. Indeed, even throughout the entire Xi'an nation, sparking a seismic disturbance of unprecedented proportions. Goodness, over 30? A complete sweep? This is not merely a crackdown on organized crime. It is a thorough dismantling of the officialdom in Yunsan County. I told you the Yuzhou corpse case was no simple matter. Just look at the depth of the corruption behind this. Impressive. This is the true embodiment of a relentless campaign against organized crime. Kudos to the Yuzhou police. Wait, doesn't anyone find it odd? The day after the court hearing, they arrested so many people? Isn't this efficiency a bit too swift? Upstairs, you've struck gold. I heard it was that lawyer from the Magic City, Lu, who provided crucial leads after the hearing. Lu the God. It's Lu the God again. My goodness. Isn't he just a lawyer? How does he know everything? Is he even a lawyer? You're supposed to litigate, yet you've effectively brought down an entire county. Amidst the online frenzy at the heart of the storm, in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, Lu Cheng lay bare-chested on the plush bed. Xiao Wanqing was delicately using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to clean a long wound on his back. The girl wore a cozy pink short-sleeve top paired with white shorts, her vibrant twin ponytails swaying gently with her movements. She bent over, her entire focus concentrated on Lu Cheng's wound. The breathtaking curve of her waist and hips, wrapped snugly in tight shorts, delineated a perfect arc that stirred one's blood. Her warm breath, intentionally or unintentionally, brushed against Lu Cheng's back, eliciting a tingling sensation. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Cheng as the antiseptic made contact with the injury. "Ah, boss, I'm so sorry, did I hurt you?" Xiao Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, hastily halting her movements, her doe-like eyes filled with concern and remorse. "It's fine, continue," Lu Cheng replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, her motions becoming more tender. Occasionally, her fingertips would inadvertently graze Lu Cheng's firm back muscles, the heat radiating from him causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race like a startled fawn. On the nearby sofa, Lin Feifei, wrapped in a blanket, still appeared shaken, her gaze fixed on the news rolling across the television screen as she murmured, "Has Wanqing lost her mind? Is your boss even human?" Lu Cheng disregarded her ramblings, his attention riveted on the television, where an official notice displayed on the screen brought him no joy. The web of Yinshan had indeed been breached, but what of the elusive boss, the one who, with a voice modulator, casually dictated the fates of others over the phone? Still shrouded in deeper darkness? "I will ensure they remain silent within." That phrase echoed like a spell in Lu Cheng's mind. Chapter 75, Back to the Magic City. Inside the hotel, disregarding the pain from his back, Lu Cheng flipped himself upright and addressed the two women. "Wanqing, Feifei, gather your things." "Huh?" Both girls were taken aback. "Back to the Magic City. We just need to await the verdict here." Several hours later, the three arrived at Hongqiao Airport. The familiar humid warmth enveloped them as Lu Cheng inhaled deeply, feeling every cell in his body expand. "Boss, are we heading straight back to the law firm?" Xiao Wanqing followed closely behind him, like a devoted spouse. "Yes, let us first retrieve the documents." Half an hour later, when the imposing Mercedes-Benz came to a halt in front of the Zhengsheng law firm, Lin Feifei wrinkled her nose, her expression one of disdain. "I must say, Lawyer Lu, given your stature and reputation, do you not fear the ridicule this place might attract?" The sign at the law firm's entrance had lost half its paint, and a musty odor permeated the hallway. This establishment was indeed unworthy of his current status. Lu Cheng surveyed his surroundings and smiled. "You're right. It's time for a change." Lin Feifei's eyes brightened, her spirits lifted as she patted her well-proportioned chest. "Leave this to me. Where do you wish to go?" "Lujiazui Financial Center? As long as you can afford it. I assure you I can secure a top-tier office with a view of the Huangpu River." Lu Cheng started the car, steering with purpose, to Qiantan. "Qiantan? Why not Lujiazui?" Lin Feifei paused, confused. "Lujiazui is too congested," Lu Cheng replied coolly. Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement, her face alight with joy, while Lin Feifei glanced at the two, pursed her lips, and refrained from further comment. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Qiantan International Business District. Beneath a newly constructed skyscraper, Lin Feifei pointed towards the rooftop, the Qiantan Center, currently one of the most prestigious office buildings in the bustling metropolis. "Let's go take a look." Under the respectful guidance of the real estate agent, the trio ascended to the 18th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an expansive raw space. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the Huangpu River, winding like a jade ribbon into the distance, with the iconic trio of Lujiazui clearly visible across the river. "Mr. Lu, there are still 800 square meters available for rent in the western area of this floor, boasting an excellent view. The annual rent is approximately..." The agent was interrupted by Lu Cheng. "I'll take this entire floor." The agent's smile froze on his face. "Excuse me, Mr. Lu, what did you say?" "This entire floor is over 3,000 square meters." Even Lin Feifei gasped in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind, Lu Cheng? Over 3,000 square meters? How many lawyers do you even have?" Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Cheng walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the city below. "This is it, the 18th floor. I want all. We'll sign a contract today, and the renovation team can start tomorrow. Money is no object." He addressed the now petrified agent and Lin Feifei. "Let us move on to the next location." "Is there really next place?" Lin Feifei felt her mind struggling to keep up. Half an hour later, at the luxurious Shangfeng No. 1 courtyard, directly opposite the Qiantan Center, when Lu Cheng pointed to the prime location of the best unit on the model and uttered the words "full payment" to the sales assistant, the entire sales hall fell silent. It was a sprawling unit of over 500 square meters, with a price per square meter exceeding 90,000, totaling 40 million. From signing to card payment, Lu Cheng took less than 10 minutes. When he received the heavy set of keys, Xiao Wanqing was still in a daze, feeling as though she were in a dream. Just yesterday, she had been fighting for her life in Yuzhou, and today, in the most prestigious area of the metropolis. She owned an entire floor for her law firm and a luxurious apartment. The transformation felt surreal. Lin Feifei nudged her waist and whispered with a hint of envy. "Silly girl, why are you still stunned? This immense fortune has finally come your way. Hurry and cling to your golden thigh." Xiao Wanqing's face flushed instantly as she stole a glance at Lu Cheng. The man was focused on his phone, seemingly unfazed by his recent acquisitions, as if purchasing an office building and a luxury apartment were as mundane as buying a bottle of water. This extraordinary composure and charisma made Xiao Wanqing's heart race uncontrollably. As evening fell at Shangfeng No. 1 on the 18th floor, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the dazzling nightscape of the metropolis. Lin Feifei was the first to rush in, spinning around in the living room with her arms wide open, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the life of the wealthy? I love it." She dashed to the window, gazing at the brightly lit Xiantan Center across the street, excitedly telling Xiao Wanqing, "Look, from here, you can see your future law firm. Just a 5-minute walk." "My goodness, Lu Cheng, you truly know how to enjoy life." Lu Cheng placed several bags of groceries and beverages he had purchased from the supermarket on the floor, and observing the two girls' excitement, a smile crept onto his lips. Lin Feifei suddenly turned around, her expression serious as she proclaimed, "In celebration of our survival, the joyous relocation of Zhengcheng Law Firm, and the splendid acquisition of a riverside mansion by our esteemed boss Lu, I have decided that tonight we must host a party." She pointed her finger at Xiao Wanqing and commanded, "Comrade Xiao Wanqing, your boss has provided the venue, and now it is your turn, as the capable assistant to the boss, to prepare the dinner. The kitchen is over there. Go and showcase your culinary skills." Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glanced at Lu Cheng for help. Lu Cheng shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. Reluctantly, Xiao Wanqing accepted her fate, picking up the ingredients from the floor and stepping into the luxurious kitchen, which was comparable to a restaurant's. Meanwhile, Lin Feifei unceremoniously plopped down onto the cold floor, retrieving her phone to capture the night view outside with a flurry of photographs. "Such a grand house, such a beautiful night view. I must share this on my social media. I have the perfect title in mind. The day my lawyer friend acquired the Huangpu River in just one day." Lu Cheng ignored her exuberance and walked into the kitchen. Xiao Wanqing was clumsily examining the seemingly high-tech built-in oven, her forehead glistening with sweat from the pressure. Dressed in the white shorts from earlier in the day, her long, slender legs were mesmerizing, and as she bent down to study the oven, her curves were accentuated, exuding an irresistible allure. Lu Cheng approached her effortlessly, wrapping his arms around her from behind, his warm chest nearly pressed against her back as he reached forward to press a few buttons. With a beep, the oven began its preheating cycle. "This needs to be preheated first," he murmured, his breath brushing against Xiao Wanqing's sensitive earlobe. Instantly, her body stiffened, a rosy hue creeping from her ears to her neck, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her chest. "Aye," she stammered, her nerves rendering her speechless. Yet Lu Cheng, seemingly unfazed, took a step back, leaning against the glass counter, watching her with keen interest. "What is the matter? Our esteemed lawyer Xia, who leaves no opponent unscathed in court, now finds herself challenged by an oven? I don't usually cook," Xiao Wanqing murmured, her voice barely audible as she lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed by her own helplessness. Observing her endearing fluster, Lu Cheng inexplicably felt his spirits lift. Chapter 76, The Toast. Xiao Wanqing's face grew even redder as she mumbled softly, "Debating in court and cooking are not the same." From the living room came Lin Feifei's exaggerated voice. "Oh my, what are you two doing in the kitchen? Don't dawdle, Boss Lu, don't bully our Wanqing." The remark made Xiao Wanqing wish for a hole in the ground to hide in. Lu Cheng chuckled lightly, taking the plate of prepared chicken wings from her hands. "Let me handle this. You go keep an eye on Feifei. Make sure she doesn't wreck my newly acquired house." With that, he gently pushed her out of the kitchen. Blushing, Xiao Wanqing exited, her heart brimming with a sweet sensation, as if filled with something delightful. A few minutes later, as 3 dishes were placed upon the expansive marble dining table, a profound silence enveloped the air. One dish, a murky concoction, bore a vague resemblance to bell peppers and shredded meat, yet appeared more akin to something unearthed from a coal heap. Another dish, a vibrant medley of red and yellow, resembled a paste, rendering its original ingredients unrecognizable. Perhaps it could be a variation of scrambled eggs with tomatoes? The final dish, succulent chicken wings roasted by Lu Cheng, gleamed with a golden hue and exuded an enticing aroma, starkly contrasting the other two plates. Lin Feifei pinched her nose, gazing at Xiao Wanqing with a look of sheer horror. "My dear sister, are you cooking or concocting potions? If we consume this, will we end up in the hospital tomorrow?" Xiao Wanqing's face shifted from crimson to pale, then back to crimson again, her hands nervously clutching her clothing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After laboring in the kitchen for half the day, she had produced such a culinary disaster, particularly in front of Lu Cheng. Feeling utterly humiliated. "I'm so sorry," she stammered. "It's all right. It looks acceptable," he reassured her. At that moment, Lu Cheng calmly picked up his chopsticks, deftly selecting a mouthful of the darkened bell pepper and meat mixture, and without a flicker of emotion, placed it into his mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. He then proceeded to sample the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. Lin Feifei leaned closer, whispering, "Hey Lu Cheng, are you okay? Has your sense of taste been traumatized in Yuzhou?" Xiao Wanqing stood frozen, watching Lu Cheng consume her dismal creation, tears cascading down her cheeks. Not from sorrow or grievance, but from deep emotion. She was acutely aware of how dreadful the dish tasted. Even the burnt smell made her want to retch. Yet he ate it, doing so with such ease and apparent nonchalance. This man, who wielded words like daggers in the courtroom, capable of cornering his adversaries, who, in life-and-death situations, would shield her with his own body, could also, in everyday moments, so quietly uphold her dignity. "Why are you crying?" Lu Cheng set down his chopsticks, took a tissue, and with a gesture that lacked gentleness yet felt entirely natural, wiped away her tears. "It's salty. Perhaps use less salt next time." The mention of next time completely melted Xiao Wanqing's heart. He did not say she should refrain from cooking, but rather suggested a future attempt. Unable to contain herself, Lin Feifei burst into laughter. "I must say, Lu, in your lover's eyes, not only do you see the beauty of Shishir, but also the prowess of a culinary deity. This is nearly on par with biochemical weaponry. And you still mention next time? You truly fear nothing." Shaking her head, she reached for a bottle of red wine. "I can't take this anymore. I need a drink to calm my nerves. Let us toast to celebrate our dear Wanqing receiving the title of the Kitchen Terminator." Lu Cheng poured himself and Xiao Wanqing a glass of wine. As several glasses of red wine were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Lin Feifei's courage blossomed as she observed Xiao Wanqing's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, then glanced at the composed Lu Cheng. With a mischievous grin, she cleared her throat and declared, "Today marks the joyful occasion of Zheng Cheng Law Firm's relocation, as well as the splendid day our esteemed Lu and assistant Xia have acquired a luxurious new residence and office. Indeed, it is a day that warrants celebration for the three of us who have narrowly escaped calamity. To commemorate this momentous occasion, I propose a toast." She elongated her voice, pointing at Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing. "You too. Let us share a cup of wine." Xiao Wanqing nearly lost her grip on the glass in her hand, causing a few drops of the liquid to spill onto her fair thigh, prompting a startled exclamation as she hurried to wipe it away. Her legs, clad in white shorts, were already long and slender, and under the glow of the lights, they appeared even more radiant, with the red wine droplets adding an enchanting allure. She waved her hands repeatedly. "Feifei, stop joking. What do you mean by sharing a cup of wine? Why can't we do that?" Lin Feifei insisted. "You see, the law firm belongs to both of you, and the house is also yours, your boss's. Come on, just one." Xiao Wanqing looked to Lu Cheng for assistance, hoping he would intervene. To her surprise, Lu Cheng merely smiled faintly, raising his glass. "I believe Feifei has a point. It is only fitting to celebrate." He actually agreed. Xiao Wanqing's heart raced wildly. She felt herself becoming lightheaded, not from the wine, but from the depth of his gaze. Amid Lin Feifei's eager urging and cheers, Xiao Wanqing, almost on instinct, raised her glass as well. Mimicking what she had seen on television, she shyly extended her arm, passing it through Lu Cheng's. The distance between them diminished instantaneously. She could distinctly catch the masculine scent emanating from him, causing her knees to weaken. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on her, from her slightly trembling eyelashes to her glistening lips, finally resting in her enchanting, doe-like eyes. "Drink up." His voice was deep and resonant. Xiao Wanqing felt as though her heart had been drawn into his, and she tilted her head back, downing the red wine in one gulp. As their arms intertwined, her body unconsciously leaned toward him, her soft curves nearly pressing against his solid chest. Once the wine was finished, she felt dizzy, her eyes hazy, and her steps unsteady, as if she could barely stand. I think I might be drunk," she murmured, swaying, and began to fall into Lu Cheng's embrace. He instinctively supported her waist, allowing her to lean against him. The girl's waist was delicate. Through the thin fabric, he could sense an astonishing softness and elasticity. With her head tilted back, Xiao Wanqing gazed up at him, her eyes dreamy, whispering, "This house is truly lovely. Can I live here in the future?" She was not inquiring about tonight, but rather about her future, asking whether she could become the mistress of this home. Lu Cheng looked down at her. The girl in his arms had glistening eyes, imbued with a hint of daring bravery. Her slightly parted red lips seemed to beckon something. Who could resist this? Lin Feifei watched, her eyes wide, her heart racing with joy. It's happening. It's happening. Oh no. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach, bending over in apparent pain. No, my stomach hurts. It must be the aftermath of that postmodern scrambled egg. I need to rush home to use the restroom. You two continue, don't mind me. As she spoke, she swiftly grabbed her bag and sprinted towards the door with the speed of a 100-meter dash, changing her shoes and opening the door in one fluid motion. I'm off. No need to lock the door. I'll be back tomorrow. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. The entire world fell silent in an instant. In the vast living room, only Lu Cheng and Xiao Wanqing remained. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, as if the temperature had risen several degrees. Lu Cheng gazed down at the girl in his arms. Her eyes dazed and her cheeks flushed. Her breath, sweetened by alcohol, brushed against his chin, sending a tingling sensation through him. He swallowed hard, poised to lean down. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket, disrupting the moment with its unwelcome vibration. That damned sound was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the room's romantic ambience. Lu Cheng frowned slightly, releasing Xiao Wanqing and retrieving his phone. On the screen, a text from an official number caught his eye. Luocheng Intermediate People's Court. The public verdict for the defendants by Sihai, Zhang Tao, and others in the intentional homicide case is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in our court's first trial chamber. Please attend punctually. The Yu Province corpse case was about to be adjudicated. Chapter 77. The verdict approaches. In a living room, Xiao Wanqing still leaned against him, acutely aware of the tension in his chest muscles as they tightened. She looked up, slightly disheartened, following his gaze to the brief, official message on his screen. The excitement that had been racing in her heart vanished in an instant. Silently, she stepped out of Lu Cheng's embrace, adjusting her slightly disheveled collar. The flush on her face, once vibrant from alcohol and shyness, faded to a pallor. She opened her mouth to speak, unsure of what to say. Should she complain about the ill-timed message or feel ashamed of her previous boldness? I'll go get you a glass of water. Ultimately, she settled on this clumsy excuse and hurriedly turned towards the kitchen. Just then, with a loud bang, the door, which Lin Feifei had just locked from the inside, was opened with a key from the outside. I just bought this stunning lipstick. Limited edition. Without it, my nightlife tonight feels soulless. Lin Feifei's boisterous voice echoed as she entered, her words preceding her presence. She dashed toward the coffee table in the living room, easily locating the lipstick wedged between the couch cushions. Satisfied with her find, she prepared to leave, only to freeze upon raising her head. The atmosphere fell off. In the living room, Lu Cheng stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, his silhouette tall and imposing, radiating an air of cold detachment. Xiao Wanqing emerged from the kitchen with a glass of water, her head bowed, obscuring her expression, but her gait resembled that of a schoolchild caught in wrongdoing. The air no longer held a trace of the flirtatious tension that had lingered before her departure. The atmosphere felt as if it had just emerged from a denunciation meeting. Lin Feifei, ever the gossip, took a few steps towards Xiao Wanqing and whispered, "What is going on? Was I hallucinating just now? The progress bar you both are monitoring seems to have regressed. Is he incapable?" Xiao Wanqing felt a flush of embarrassment from her friend's sharp words and shot her a fierce glare, thrusting the cup in her hand towards her. "Stop talking nonsense. It's news from Yuzhou." "Yuzhou?" Lin Feifei paused momentarily, then immediately turned to look at Lu Cheng. He tossed his phone to her. Lin Feifei caught it with one hand, glanced at the screen, and understood instantly. Oh my goodness. A verdict? 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow? She flung the phone back to Lu Cheng, her face a mask of disbelief. Lu, the esteemed lawyer, your drive for success is astonishing. The heavens present you with a peach of fortune, and you can merely spit it out in exchange for case materials to chew over. She approached Lu Cheng, hands on her hips, and demanded, tell me, if it weren't for this text, were you really planning to make a move on Wanqing? Lu Cheng regarded her with an impassive expression. What do you think? I think so. Lin Feifei retorted with conviction. A solitary man and a woman, intoxicated by the ambience, nearly reaching the point of today. You shall marry me, and then you switch it up to tears behind bars? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Wanqing, overhearing, wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor. She softly tugged on Lin Feifei's sleeve. Feifei, stop it. What am I doing? Lin Feifei turned back, exasperated, and poked her forehead. Silly girl, you don't understand. This is called seizing the moment. Your boss, that steel-hearted man, must be acted upon while the iron is hot. Otherwise, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Lin Feifei's words left Xiao Wanqing blushing, yet she found herself unable to counter them. After scolding the two, Lin Feifei suddenly had a bright idea, clapping her hands. I've got it. You. She pointed at Xiao Wanqing. Pack your bags. And you. She pointed at Lu Cheng. Book the tickets. Both were taken aback. Why? Xiao Wanqing asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? We're going to Luo Cheng. Lin Feifei exclaimed, as if it were the most natural thing. Such a significant verdict, and you, the chief architect of this victory, the future mistress of the firm, cannot miss witnessing history. You must be there. You have to see those scoundrels being sent away by the judge. The thrill is 1,000 times more exhilarating than any celebratory toast. Her words dispelled the clouds of uncertainty that had shrouded Xiao Wanqing's mind. Indeed, witnessing the judgment of evil and the triumph of justice was far more exhilarating than any romantic entanglement. That was the very reason she had chosen to study law and to follow Lu Cheng. The girl's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, her previous shyness completely vanishing, replaced by a radiant resolve. She nodded vigorously, took out her phone, and decisively stated, Boss, I will book the tickets. Seeing her transformation, a smile, unnoticed even by himself, crept onto Lu Cheng's lips. Lin Feifei watched in awe, thinking to herself, oh no, our little cabbage has completely transformed into a battle-ready warrior. The next day, the trio wasted no time and headed directly to the Hangqiao hub. In the waiting hall, Lu Cheng's arrival stirred quite a commotion. Wow, look, isn't that Lu Cheng? The legendary lawyer, Lu Cheng? Which one? Is that the illustrious Lu, the one who sends his adversaries into litigation? Indeed, it is him. I've seen him in a live broadcast. Goodness, he is even more handsome in person. And beside him stands lawyer Xiao Wanqing, right? Wow, those twin ponytails. That delicate face, my heavens, it truly embodies the essence of first love. And who is that stunning leggy beauty? A celebrity, perhaps? The collective beauty of these three is simply astonishing. Upon overhearing the chatter, Lin Feifei proudly adjusted her well-endowed figure and whispered to Xiao Wanqing, did you hear? The public's eyes are sharp. They are calling me a stunning beauty. Xiao Wanqing, feeling a bit shy, tugged at her mask and softly replied, they are referring to the boss's handsomeness and saying I have the face of first love. Isn't that essentially the same? Lin Feifei nudged her with her elbow. Look at your boss, surrounded by so many onlookers, yet he shows no reaction. Such an embodiment of nonchalance is truly remarkable. Lu Cheng indeed remained unperturbed, engrossed in his phone, where he received a message from Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu, arrangements in Luo Cheng have been made, and the security level has been elevated to the highest. There is a traffic blockade within 500 meters of the court, so rest assured. Lu Cheng, thank you for your hard work. Qin Jiu. Additionally, according to informants, there have been recent movements at Tiana Law Firm. Although Shui Yinhai has been apprehended, his associates are still active, seemingly inquiring about your whereabouts. Be cautious. Lu Cheng understood. Upon putting away his phone, Lu Cheng's gaze turned somewhat colder. It seems that certain individuals never learn from their past. The high-speed train sped along, the scenery outside blurring past. Inside the carriage, Lin Feifei remained fervently scrolling through Weibo, captivated by the trending topic regarding the verdict of the Yuzhou corpse case, which had soared to the top 3 in popularity. Lu Cheng, Do you think there is any chance the two principal offenders might receive a suspended death sentence? Lin Feifei suddenly inquired. Xiao Wanqing turned her attention as well, equally concerned about the matter. Leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly, according to Article 232 of the criminal law, those guilty of intentional homicide face the death penalty, life imprisonment, or a fixed term of no less than 10 years. Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao exhibit extreme subjective malice, with their criminal conduct being exceedingly heinous, employing particularly brutal methods, and causing severe societal harm and impact. These four extremes are sufficient to affix them to a verdict of immediate execution. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Arguments of passion-fueled murder or negligent homicide would appear as mere farce in the face of comprehensive audio evidence of the crime. Chen Kun may wish to muddy the waters, but I have already solidified the foundation. Now, we await the judge's final decree. Listening to Lu Cheng's coherent analysis, the anxious hearts of Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei finally found solace. As long as Lu Cheng asserted there would be no issues, there would assuredly be none. A few hours later, the high-speed train arrived in Lu Cheng. Stepping out of the station, a starkly different dry air enveloped them. On the platform, a man in a black jacket, exuding a sense of competence, awaited their arrival. He was Team Leader Li, a criminal police officer dispatched by Du Gang. Lawyer Lu. Team Leader Li hurried forward, extending his hand. Director Du sent me to escort you. The vehicle awaits outside. Thank you, Lu Cheng responded as he shook his hand. As they boarded the police van en route to the city center, the atmosphere within grew palpably serious. Captain Li, while maneuvering the vehicle, reported, Lawyer Lu, the courthouse is besieged from all sides. Hundreds of media outlets from across the nation have converged, alongside many spontaneous crowds, effectively blocking the courthouse entrance. We've dispatched 3 times the usual police force to maintain order. Your efforts are appreciated, Lu Cheng replied. Captain Li glanced at Lu Cheng through the rearview mirror, his eyes reflecting genuine admiration. The young officers in our team regard you as an idol. They say that your recent triumph has forcefully breached the barriers that we, the police of Yuzhou, could not penetrate. Lu Cheng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The vehicle sped onward, the buildings outside becoming increasingly dense and imposing. Upon the sighting of the magnificent structure that symbolizes the nation's judicial authority, all 3 occupants instinctively held their breath. The intermediate people's court of Lu Cheng loomed above them, its gray-white faade appearing as a silent behemoth under the overcast sky, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. The square in front of the courthouse was densely packed with people. Journalists armed with cameras jostled at the perimeter, while countless smartphones were raised high, their flashes illuminating the scene. Excited crowds held banners emblazoned with bold red letters demanding severe punishment for the perpetrators, justice for Chen Jie, and the preservation of legal dignity. Chapter 78, The Trial. Inside the courtroom, every seat was occupied. The front rows were filled with journalists from across the country, their expressions grave as they wielded their cameras. The back rows were occupied by representatives of the public who had come of their own volition, each face reflecting a yearning for justice. Lu Cheng quickly spotted Lu Zuolan. She appeared even more aged since their last encounter, her frail body swathed in ill-fitting black clothing, as if she might topple at the slightest gust of wind. Xiao Wanning approached her briskly, taking a seat beside Lu Zuolan, gently grasping her icy hand. Lu Zuolan trembled, clutching a worn black-and-white photograph that had nearly faded from use, depicting a shy young boy. Chen Jie. Annie, do not fear. We are all here, Xiao Wanning whispered soothingly. Lu Zuolan's clouded eyes turned towards her, then to Lu Cheng behind her. Her lips moved silently, unable to utter a word, yet she nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Cheng offered her a slight nod in return. Lin Feifei observed this poignant scene, her heart tightening as she clenched her fists, muttering softly, "Damn them, those beasts." At precisely 9 o'clock, a voice rang out, "All rise." As the bailiff commanded, the presiding judge and 2 other jurors entered through a side door and approached the bench. In that moment, the entire courtroom, along with millions of viewers watching via live stream, fell into an immediate silence, the air seeming to thicken with anticipation. The presiding judge took his seat, grasped the gavel, and surveyed the room. His gaze swept over the rows of defendants clad in prison attire, ultimately resting upon the judgment document before him. The defendants Bai Sihai, Zhang Tao, and others were brought forth to the court. The heavy sound of shackles dragging on the ground resonated as Bai Sihai, Zhang Tao, and several other miners involved in the brutal assault and disposal of a corpse, along with the forensic doctor who committed perjury, were sequentially escorted into the defendant's seat by the court police. Bai Sihai maintained a stoic expression, even adjusting the collar of his prison uniform, his gaze cold and menacing. Conversely, Zhang Tao appeared ashen, his head bowed, avoiding eye contact with anyone. The court now proceeded to publicly announce the verdict in the case concerning the intentional harm leading to the death of Chun Jie in Yinshan County, Yuzhou. The presiding judge wasted no time with unnecessary words and began reading the judgment directly. Defendant Li Jiangguo, as a forensic doctor, had breached professional ethics by intentionally providing a false autopsy report to conceal the criminal facts, thus constituting perjury, and was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. Upon hearing his name, the forensic doctor staggered slightly and closed his eyes. Defendants Lu Cheng, Wang Ermatzi, and others, fully aware of Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao's violent crimes, not only failed to intervene, but actively participated and assisted in the disposal of the body, thereby committing the crimes of intentional harm and destruction of evidence, receiving sentences ranging from 8 to 15 years of imprisonment. Several miners weakened at the knees, some cried out in despair, held firmly by the court police. The audience and online viewers erupted in applause, yet many were still awaiting the main event. This was merely the prelude. All eyes were fixated on the two individuals at the heart of the defendant's seat. The judge turned a page of the judgment, his voice suddenly rising in severity. Defendant Zhang Tao, as a public servant and deputy director of the Yinshan County Public Security Bureau, had broken the law, abusing his power by misclassifying a tragic mining accident as theft. He participated in the beating, personally torturing the victim, Chun Jie, to death. He concealed the crime, coercing and enticing subordinates to produce false reports, and afterwards even hired a hitman to murder the attorney representing this case. His offenses being exceptionally grave with an extremely detrimental impact. With each word the judge uttered, Zhang Tao trembled. The gavel was raised. This court hereby rules. The judge pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. Defendant Zhang Tao, guilty of intentional harm, abuse of power, concealment of crime, and intentional murder, shall face cumulative penalties. Sentenced to death, with lifelong deprivation of political rights. Death penalty. Upon hearing the verdict, Zhang Tao emitted a strange, wheezing sound from his throat, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The live broadcast erupted in chaos. Death penalty. Incredible. What a relief. Let this serve as a warning. Thanks to Lord Lu. Without him, this man would still be in his position as deputy director. Next. It's time for the one with the surname Bai. Within the courtroom, everyone's breaths grew heavy. The final moment had arrived. The judge's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently on Bai Sihai. Bai Sihai raised his head to meet the judge's eyes, managing a twisted smile. Defendant Bai Sihai. This time, the judge's voice was laced with seething fury. Organizing and leading a criminal gang, he had wreaked havoc in Yinshan County, asserting dominance. To procure illicit gains, he had long engaged in bribery of public officials. Weaving a dark web of protection, callously disregarding human life, he had brutally tortured and killed the innocent miner Chun Jie, his methods appallingly cruel. After the trial, devoid of any remorse, Bai Sihai conspired with Zhang Tao to hire assassins to eliminate key witnesses and their legal representatives in a brazen attempt to subvert the integrity of the judiciary. Each of these heinous acts is too numerous to enumerate. The presiding judge, with every ounce of strength, raised the gavel. Bai Sihai, your crimes are egregious and intolerable by the law. The public's outrage is palpable, and the principles of justice are resoundingly clear. Not executing you would be insufficient to quell the public's fury. It would fail to console the departed. It would not serve to uphold the authority of the law. The gavel carved a decisive arc through the air before crashing down with a resounding thud. Bang! The sound reverberated through the hearts of all present. The court declares. The judge rose, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the courtroom. Defendant Bai Sihai, found guilty of organizing and leading a criminal syndicate, murder, bribery, and intentional injury, shall face multiple penalties, sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. He is stripped of all political rights for life, and all personal property shall be confiscated. Death sentence, to be executed immediately. As the final 4 words thundered like a clap of thunder, The smile on by Sihai's face froze completely. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the facade of composure crumbled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. No, it cannot be. He attempted to articulate a response, but no sound escaped his lips as he staggered backward, restrained firmly by the bailiffs. Within the courtroom, after a profound silence, thunderous applause erupted. Bravo! Well done! Countless individuals rose to their feet, passionately shaking their fists, with many shedding tears. In the audience, Lu Cheng could no longer maintain her composure. Clutching her son's cold photograph, she curled up, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that had been suppressed for far too long. My son, mother has avenged you. The cry was filled with boundless sorrow, the release of long-held grievances, and for an ordinary person, the hard-won taste of justice. Xiao Wanqing held her tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lin Feifei, beside them, wept like a child. The live-streaming chat room, after a brief pause, was inundated with an overwhelming barrage of comments. Death sentence. To be executed immediately. Long live justice. Eternal glory to Lord Lu. Today, no one can stop me. I will bring the Civil Affairs Bureau here and marry Lord Lu on the spot. In this moment, I choose to believe in the light. Crying. Seeing Aunt Lu cry, I cannot hold back. It is so wonderful. The wicked have finally faced judgment. Chun Jie can now rest in peace. Lu Cheng stood still, observing Lu Cheng, who had collapsed into Xiao Wanqing's embrace, witnessing the jubilant faces in the courtroom, and gazing at the rolling words of justice in the live stream. He exhaled slowly. Chapter 79. Is the father-in-law arriving? Just then, a system notification echoed in Lu Cheng's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the entrusted task, the Yuzhou corpse case. Task evaluation. Reward settlement in progress. Estimated completion time, 72 hours. 3 more days for settlement? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. This was a first. Previous cases had rewards credited instantly. He cast a glance at his personal panel, where the column labeled Justice Points displayed a significant figure of 2,000. Clearly, this reward was extraordinary. The bailiffs began escorting the defendants out of the courtroom. Bai Sihai and Zhang Tao were led away, while the remaining criminals wailed and displayed pitiful antics. In the spectator area, the crowd gradually dispersed, each face reflecting a sense of satisfaction and relief. Reporters gathered at the courthouse entrance, vying to interview every individual emerging, creating a cacophony of noise. Xiao Wanqing and Lin Feifei supported the tearful Lu Cheng, who was on the verge of collapse. Lawyer Lu Cheng struggled, attempting to kneel before Lu Cheng. He stepped forward, gently grasping her arm, saying, Aunt Lu, it's all over. Chun Jie can now rest in peace. Tears of gratitude welled up in the elderly woman's eyes once more. Lin Feifei, observing from aside with reddened eyes, leaned closer to Xiao Wanqing and whispered, Wanqing, I just received news that your father's plane has landed in Modu, and he is headed straight to our new law firm. He is coming to inspect the work. If you don't return soon, we're both in trouble. Xiao Wanqing's face drained of color. Her father? In Modu? At the law firm? She couldn't bear to consider the consequences if he discovered she had been staying in a hotel with a male boss. Quick, we must leave at once. Xiao Wanqing urged, glancing at Lu Cheng, her expression filled with conflict and reluctance. You fool, Lin Feifei chided, poking her. Just say, I have an urgent task that requires you to come back and help. Your boss is a prominent figure now, occupied with numerous matters. He won't have time to concern himself with us. Only then did Xiao Wanqing realize the urgency of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she approached Lu Cheng, striving to make her voice sound steady. Boss, Feifei's team has a crucial impromptu meeting that requires my assistance, so we may need to return to Modu first. Lin Feifei immediately played along, feigning anxiety. Yes, Lawyer Lu, it's a dire order. If I don't bring back someone knowledgeable in law, she'll send me to Africa to film lions. Lu Cheng observed their clumsy performance, stealing a glance at Xiao Wanqing's peach-like curves, which were taut with tension. His gaze flickered, yet he chose not to expose them. All right, be careful on your way, he replied softly. You too, boss. Once you finish here, return promptly. Xiao Wanqing admonished before pulling Lin Feifei away and hailing a cab to leave. Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze, standing alone on the courthouse steps amidst the bustling crowd. Yet he felt as though he inhabited an entirely different realm. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one free and placing it between his lips. Just as he prepared to light it, a rough hand reached out, and with a click, a flame was brought to his mouth. Turning his head, he saw Du Gang, clad in a faded black jacket, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, yet a newfound spark of light shone within them. Lu Cheng lit his cigarette from Du Gang's flame, inhaling deeply and releasing a wispy cloud of smoke. Du Gang lit a cigarette for himself and stood alongside, observing the crowd at the courthouse entrance, where people still clutched banners proclaiming the triumph of justice, reluctant to disperse. "Thank you," Du Gang's hoarse voice emerged amidst the haze. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "I said, thank you," Du Gang reiterated with utmost solemnity. "Without you, this case might have been buried beneath the dark soil of Yinshan, never to see the light of day again." This was his expression of complete admiration for Lu Cheng, devoid of any professional bias. From initial wariness and rejection to subsequent skepticism, and now, profound respect. "The gratitude is not mine to claim." Lu Cheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. "It belongs to Aunt Lu. It was she who carried her son's severed head, step by step from Yinshan to Lu Cheng, ensuring that justice was not entirely forgotten. I merely fulfilled the duties of a lawyer." Du Gang fell silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette without exhaling, leading to a violent cough. He recognized the truth in Lu Cheng's words, yet he understood that without Lu Cheng's involvement, even Aunt Lu's relentless pursuit would have only stirred minor ripples, ultimately subdued by far more formidable forces. As the last remnants of the cigarette burned away, Du Gang crushed the butt beneath his foot as if solidifying a resolution. He looked at Lu Cheng, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, mingling struggle, reluctance, and a faint glimmer of hope. "Lawyer Lu," he hesitated before speaking, "I have another case." Lu Cheng regarded him intently. "It is also a cold case, a headless case." Du Gang's voice dropped to a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something. "It's been unresolved for 15 years. The victim's family suffered even more than Aunt Lu." Upon hearing those final words, Lu Cheng's fingers, which held the cigarette, paused momentarily. More tragic than Aunt Lu, who bears her son's head in search of justice. He found it difficult to fathom the extent of such human tragedy. This case had once captivated the entire province of Yuzhou, referred to as the 1119 dismemberment case. Du Gang's gaze turned distant and pained. A family of 4, the husband, wife, and a pair of twins, had all fallen victim. The perpetrator was exceedingly ruthless, dismembering all 4 victims and discarding their remains at 4 different locations in Lu Cheng. Due to the limitations of technology at the time and the killer's exceptional counter-detection skills, only partial remains were recovered, rendering it impossible to reconstruct a complete body. There were no eyewitnesses, no fingerprints, nothing at all. We investigated diligently for 3 years, deploying every available police resource to uncover the victim's social connections, yet we ultimately found nothing. This case became the most significant scar on our Lu Cheng police system in over a decade, a profound enigma. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. "Since it's a cold case, and there are no suspects, seeking my assistance would be futile. Lawyers are not detectives. I cannot conjure a perpetrator from thin air." "No," Du Gang shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Cheng. "We do have a suspect. More precisely, I have a personal suspect. The vice president of the victim's company. Within 6 months of the incident, illicitly seized all of the deceased's assets, took control of the company, and subsequently married the victim's younger sister. I always suspected him the most, designating him as the prime suspect. We interrogated him for 7 days and nights, yet extracted nothing of substance. He possessed an impeccable alibi. Most crucially, we could not uncover any direct evidence linking him to this heinous crime. Not a shred." At this point, Duke's fists involuntarily clenched, the veins on his hands bulging. 15 years had elapsed. The former vice president was now a billionaire, the owner of a publicly listed company, and a renowned philanthropist in Yuzhou province. Meanwhile, the elderly parents of the victim, having lost both their daughters, one murdered and the other married to an enemy, had long succumbed to madness, now residing in a psychiatric hospital, living a life worse than that of animals. Du Gang's eyes reddened, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "Lawyer Lu, I realize this request is quite abrupt and unconventional. However, I find myself at a loss. This case represents the greatest nod in my life. I have witnessed your prowess. You found Ma Dong's phone hidden within Das Kapital and obtained the recordings of Bai Sihai and his associates torturing Chun Jia. You must have your methods." Du Gang fixed his gaze on Lu Cheng, akin to a drowning man clutching at a final straw. "I implore you, help me. If you can unearth even the slightest piece of evidence, just a trace, that would allow me to reopen the investigation. Lu Cheng did not respond immediately. A billionaire entrepreneur. A flawless crime from 15 years ago, with no direct evidence. This challenge was of a magnitude far exceeding that of the Yuzhou corpse case. He paused for a moment, inhaling the last puff of his cigarette before extinguishing the butt beneath his foot. I cannot guarantee success. The light in Du Gang's eyes dimmed momentarily. However, Lu Cheng's tone shifted. You may first show me the case files. Chapter 80. The Banquet at Hongmen. On the high-speed train returning to the Magic City, Xiao Wanqing fidgeted restlessly, her innocent face taut with tension. Every few moments, she would pull out a small mirror to check for imperfections. My dear young lady, have you sprouted nails on your backside or something? Lin Feifei, crossing her legs, showcased her long, taut lines accentuated by her stockings, all while scrolling through her phone, nonchalantly critiquing. Since boarding in Lu Cheng, you haven't settled for even 3 minutes. One might think you were headed to a gallows rather than returning home. Xiao Wanqing set the mirror down, her face contorted with distress as she leaned closer, her voice tinged with a sob. Feifei, I'm afraid my father, he has never ambushed me like this before. Afraid of what? Lin Feifei finally diverted her attention from her phone screen, appraising Xiao Wanqing from head to toe. You are now the esteemed assistant to the illustrious Lu, destined to be the future matriarch of Zhongqing law firm, a petite millionaire. No matter how formidable your father, can he truly devour you? You don't understand. Xiao Wanqing shook her head vigorously. My father despises my aspiration to be a lawyer, and even more so my proximity to someone like my boss. What kind of person? Lin Feifei leaned in with interest, her posture revealing a breathtaking curve that nearly caused a young man, feigning to pass by, to collide with the food cart. She lowered her voice, her face awash with intrigue. He is entangled in a myriad of cases, either in court or on his way to court. Or is he the one who can make you, my little cabbage, utterly devoted? Xiao Wanqing's face flushed crimson at her words, and she reached out to pinch her waist. How dare you say that? It's all your fault. If you had insisted on dragging my father to watch the live broadcast, how would he know so much? Hey, you were just turning the tables. Lin Feifei laughed, evading her grasp. If I hadn't shown your father the live broadcast, how would he know how accomplished his daughter has become? How would he realize how impressive the man you're with is? I'm merely providing you with a boost, you know? You must prepare your old man in advance. Your future son-in-law is no ordinary fellow, but Lu Cheng, a man capable of stirring the very winds of change in Xia country. Despite her friend's spirited words, Xiao Wanqing felt a tumult of anxiety within her. She understood her father all too well. That man, standing at the pinnacle of Xia country's commercial hierarchy, was accustomed to wielding control over everything. To him, a lawyer like Lu Cheng, who danced perilously close to the edge and confronted dark forces head-on, represented the greatest instability. As the high-speed train arrived, the two girls, each with contrasting emotions, hailed a cab straight to the city center. The brand-new law firm still bore the faint scent of fresh renovations. The expansive space of over 3,000 square meters felt vast and serene, with only a few workers finalizing the last touches. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a man clad in a bespoke dark gray suit, his back turned to them, exuding a stature as upright as a pine tree as he gazed down upon the Huangpu River. Merely his silhouette emanated an aura of formidable presence, rendering the entire empty floor almost stifling. Xiao Wanqing approached him, softly calling out, "Dad." The man slowly turned around, in his 50s, with an air of refined elegance. He bore no traces of the domineering tycoon often associated with the business world. He was Xiao Wanqing's father, the chairman of Huaxin Group, Xia Zhengwo. Xia Zhengwo's gaze lingered on his daughter for a moment, his brow subtly furrowing, seemingly displeased by the fatigue evident on her face. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Lin Feifei, and the invisible pressure eased somewhat as he nodded. Feifei is here as well. Hello, Uncle Xia. Lin Feifei instantly donned a sweet and obedient smile, greeting him warmly. Xia Zhengwo acknowledged her with a grunt before turning back to Xiao Wanqing. Come with me. He walked to a newly arranged meeting area and sat down, self-absorbed. Xiao Wanqing followed closely, her head bowed, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Lin Feifei attempted to join them, but was halted by a mere glance from Xia Zhengwo. She had no choice but to remain in place, inwardly cursing. This old fox is about to apply pressure. I watched the live broadcast of the Yuzhou case. Xia Zhengwo began, his tone steady and compelling. Xiao Wanqing felt a flicker of hope rise within her and was just about to raise her head to speak. But it is also very dangerous, he continued, abruptly shifting his tone. Hiring someone to kill is not a world you should engage with. Wan Qing. He looked at his daughter sternly. You have never even harmed a chicken in your life. Your kindness and innocence are ill-suited for this profession. It will drag you into a quagmire and change you beyond recognition. I haven't. Xiao Wanjing summoned her courage to retort. I am helping those in need. I am upholding justice. Justice? Xia Zhangwo chuckled, a trace of a mocking smirk unique to adults gracing his lips. In this world, the most costly yet utterly futile thing is justice. Your boss today may send by Sihai to the guillotine, yet tomorrow, he could very well find himself consigned to hell by someone tenfold or 100-fold stronger than by Sihai. Following him is akin to dancing on the edge of a precipice. This man is unworthy of you. Depart from him and return home with me. In that instant, Xiao Wanjing felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. She anticipated her father's opposition, but never imagined it would be so direct and merciless. Unworthy? Images flashed through her mind of Lu Cheng, his eloquence ablaze in the courtroom, of him shielding her from threats, of his gentle gaze as he consumed her dark culinary creations without a hint of discomfort. How dare he say he is unworthy? An unprecedented courage welled up within her. She abruptly lifted her head, straightened her back, and met her father's gaze with unwavering determination. Dad, this is my career, and this is the person I have chosen. I will not leave. In the distance, Lin Feifei watched in astonishment, her mind racing with thoughts. Wow, our little cabbage has evolved into a fierce blossom. So bold. Xia Zhangwo was also taken aback. He observed the unprecedented stubbornness and resolve in his daughter's eyes, which was not mere impulsive rebellion, but a carefully considered determination to burn bridges. He remained silent for a long while. The anticipated thunderous wrath did not materialize. Xia Zhangwo slowly returned to the sofa and, after a moment, leisurely remarked, Very well, since you say that, I must, as your father, get to know your partner. Xiao Wanjing was momentarily taken aback. Her father continued, Call him and tell him I would like to treat him to a meal. The time and place, he can decide. The words Hongmin Banquet instantly sprang to both Xiao Wanjing's and Lin Feifei's minds. This was no mere meal. It was clearly a setup to confront Lu Cheng face to face. Xiao Wanjing's face drained of color, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. Dad, my boss just finished a trial and is quite exhausted. Plus, there are many matters to attend to in Lu Cheng. What? Are you afraid he won't come? Or do you doubt he can handle an old man like me? The provocation. Xiao Wanjing felt tears welling up in her eyes, casting a desperate glance towards Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei, steeling herself, stepped forward and laughed nervously. Uncle Xia, you yist. What kind of person is Lawyer Lu? His courage is as vast as the sky. Besides, he is a workaholic. He is probably buried in the case files for his next trial right now. How about we wait a couple of days? No need to wait. Xia Zhangwo remained unmoved. Pointing to Xiao Wanjing's phone, call him now. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill once more. Xiao Wanjing understood that there was no escaping this confrontation. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and, under her father's relentless gaze, dialed the familiar number. The phone rang for an extended period before being answered. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Lu Cheng stood by the hotel window, clutching a thick, yellowed manila envelope. Boldly inscribed in black marker were the 4 characters, 1119 dismemberment case. This was thrust into his hands by Du Gang before his departure, a decapitated case that had lingered unresolved for 15 long years. Ding! His phone vibrated. It was a call from Xiao Wanqing. Lu Cheng casually answered, placing the envelope on the table. Boss, my dad. The anxious and unsettled voice of Xiao Wanqing stammered as she recounted the recent events. He said he wanted to invite you to dinner. By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, laden with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. A banquet of intrigue? He lifted the envelope from the table, weighing it thoughtfully. How amusing. He approached the window, gazing at the evening streets of Los Angeles, and spoke softly. Please extend my gratitude to Uncle for his kind invitation. Inform him that once I conclude my final matters here in Los Angeles, I shall return to the Magic City. It is indeed time to pay my respects to the elders. On the other end of the line, Xiao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Uncle? Elders? How could he utter such words with such nonchalance?